moreover, I think if we really truly as Christians want to get a hold of this, this would be a time, though now than ever, to pay attention to like Charlie Kirk's idea for unity and for having the kind of America with free speech that we should all have. Does that allow for people to mock and ridicule and delight in someone's murder? I don't think that should be okay. I mean, people have their own private markets. If they're a company and it's going to destroy their
business, was killed.
Hey son, I would love to talk to you, but you gotta wait, because I'm sure when you're talking, you don't want people interrupting you, but we want to hear from you, so just hang on. I show the order after Kitty. I show Christian, sir, and then you, so you're third up. Love to hear from you. Just hang on and have patience. Go ahead, Kitty.
Jerome Paul after Christian.
I thought I already spoke to Jerome Paul, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe so.
So anyway, I'll land it here. All I can say about all of this is I really hope that every one of us, right or left, red or blue pill, whatever, atheist, Christian alike, that we all as Americans can stop for a second and realize that each and every one of us probably have somebody in our life that we love. That guy now has left, shockingly, 3, 1 not even born, children, a wife, you know, parents, that he is no longer alive because of someone's selfish hatred. And for that, I don't think that encompasses anything that has anything to do with free speech. And if you look at it, that shows the steady decline of things. In my opinion, I used to love watching the late night shows, Uncle Steve. I used to love, trying to get both sides of the crazy, news, whether it was fake Fox News or fake CNN. Now it's just so absurd. It's almost comical to even call it news. So if they're plummeting in their ratings, then maybe they need to make a drastic change. If you're teaching children as a teacher, or you're a doctor of a hospital and you have patients and you're pushing your ideologies over your profession, then I think the company needs to use their business brains and make some obvious corrections. And if people get offended by that, again, the guy no longer will have to be in your ear holes. I mean, like they killed him. So I'm shocked sometimes by some of the things that I hear, but it is. I love you, Uncle Steve. I thank you for letting me go on way too long. It's hard for me.
Love you too, Christian. You're next. Then I show Jerome Paul if he hasn't spoken before him, and son, Christian.
Thank you, Stephen. I actually would like, because clearly there's other people who want to speak very, very much, as I will go after the following after me goes, and then I will speak.
You want to go after Jerome Paul if he hasn't spoken yet?
No, I'll go after son. So
you got it. You got it. Jerome Paul, you're up if you haven't spoken already.
We spoke a bit, but it was in the beginning of the room. I don't know if it counts.
It does count. It does count. We'll come back to you. Thank you for being honest.
Forget it.
Okay, forget it. Go on mute, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I recognize your voice. Sir, you're up. Hi, sir. Sir.
No, it's Sir, go.
Yeah, I really think that, like, when it comes to what America's going through right now is really, hurtful. I think that we're all hurting. I'm a Democrat. I've been a Democrat since '93, but I know I'm a Christian. There are people that are atheists. We all have our own different beliefs and like what we do. But what we witnessed in the last week, it is detrimental and impactful to American society. And I would really like to understand, what are we gonna be able to recognize from in a positive way and not be hateful about it. Because Charlie was never a hateful person. Like, he loved life. He loved the life that God gave him. So I just want to know where we go from here.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I thought you were finished. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish up if you wish. Okay, let's go to Son. Hi, Son. Hello, Son.
Yeah, so yeah, so like what the girl was saying, Kitty, about oh my god, like people are like making a mockery. Listen, the guy shouldn't have died. You're entitled to freedom of speech. I don't give a fuck what you say. You're entitled to say whatever you want. And
well, unless you're advocating violence, unless you're advocating violence,
unless you're advocating violence and projecting.
Breaking the law. Yeah, go ahead.
So, there've been multiple black people that have been killed. Trayvon Martin, like George Zimmerman, went on a whole fucking press tour, signing fucking autographs and a whole bunch of shit. Like, and this is what I don't understand. Like when people are. I mean, listen, Charlie Kirk died. He shouldn't have died. It's fucking sad as fuck. But let's not pretend like I just don't understand it. Like,
well, maybe this will help put it into perspective. It might not help you on it, but maybe this will put it into just a better perspective. Before Trayvon Martin was killed, nobody knew who he was. Tens of millions of people knew who he was. Please continue.
Yeah, but then George Zimmerman went on fucking press tours, going to autographs.
Yeah, but what does George Zimmerman have to do with this?
Everything. Because she's talking about how people are reacting, laughing about him dying or whatever fucking disgusting videos they're making about his death, right? The same shit happened to multiple black people. So who gives a fuck? He's not.
Well, I will answer that. Just the fact that we're having this conversation, just the fact that this is the #1 news story around the world, that's who gives a fuck. Please continue.
Yeah, but once upon a time, all of these other news murders I was talking about was the #1 news story in the fucking America, and it was disgusting.
He's not a news story because of the shit that he said. He's a news story because somebody took a 140-yard shot with a bolt-action rifle and chopped him down at a political event that he was invited to at a university. Right?
No, it was because of what he represented.
Son. Are you saying, and I'm just asking, are you saying that we should care as much about Trayvon Martin as we do about Kirk? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, I don't want to hear nobody cry about this guy being killed.
Then why are you? Hold on. Hello. If you don't want to hear about it, A, why are you talking on this show? B, why are you reading the media? C, why are you watching it on YouTube, TV, and the radio if you don't want to hear about it?
Because it's biased.
But media is always biased. Media is always biased.
Exactly.
Okay.
You don't want to hear people cry about somebody who got assassinated. The problem, and this echoes a little bit of Luigi Mangione stuff. We start to equivocate on murder. Murder is wrong. It's always wrong.
Murder is illegal.
I didn't say it was wrong.
Hey, speaking of Luigi, they dropped the terrorism charge.
Stop.
One mic at a time, folks. Just one mic at a time.
Yeah.
The point I was trying to make was that it seems like you don't recognize that political assassinations are a big, bad, and terrible thing. You think because he may have said some hateful things, that people shouldn't care about what happened to him.
No, people.
You rightly, just let me finish. You rightly said you didn't condone the murder, but then you went on this equivocating track of, well, but I don't want to hear people complain about Charlie Kirk because he was a hateful bigot.
I never said that. He did have a lot of hateful things to say. I never said that.
Well, what you did say,
I don't his murder. But no, so basically, this is the facts. He catered to a lot of racist bigots.
So?
And he got killed, right? So now the whole country is in uproar. But when a racist bigot killed a black guy, nobody gives a fuck about it.
Which is exactly, son, tell you what, go on mute, son. Hang on, Marshall, I'll let you finish up. Son, go on mute. And this is what I suggested earlier, and maybe I didn't phrase it right, but I specifically suggested, since you brought up Trayvon Martin, are you specifically asking that, basically now no one cares about Trayvon Martin, or not enough people did when he died than before? And by the way, that story was in the news for a very long time. A lot of people cared, but now it's out of the news, and Kirk is number one. That's just the way.
No,
just go on mute. Go on mute, please. Okay, tell you what, I'll give you 60 seconds to clarify your point uninterrupted, then we'll go to Marshall. Go ahead.
Trayvon Martin thing happened about 2015, right?
Go on.
There were a bunch of fucking people, memes, and a whole bunch of hateful shit on the internet, right?
That's right, yes.
Nobody canceled them. Nobody said, oh my God.
That's right.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, you made your point, and I agree with your point. Thank you. Let's go to Marshall and then back to Christian. Yeah, Marshall.
Steve, will you check your back channel?
Will I check my what? I'm sorry. Check my what?
I sent you a link in the back channel of a song, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it after the show. I can't do it during the show. Thank you.
Just to see if you done the show. It's called Hey Charlie.
This is not the weekend. Maybe we'll do it on the weekend. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, it sounds like you're excusing what happened. You don't condone the murder, but Charlie Kirk was a hateful bigot, and so, he may have gotten what was coming to him, it sounds like.
I actually found him very entertaining.
It also sounds to me...
Son, you gotta stay on mute, buddy. Son, you gotta stay on mute.
It also sounds to me like you're judging offense on what happened to other people. It's offensive Trayvon Martin gets murdered. It's offensive when this happens. Offensive because they happened in the first place. At least in my view, the dispatcher clearly told Zimmerman to stay in the damn car.
Yep.
Clearly.
Yep.
And I think there is a overcharging problem in Florida. They overcharged for the killing. They could have gotten him on a negligent manslaughter, but they went for capital murder or capital 2 and could not get a conviction. But my point is, you seem to be judging offense by that, instead of saying any act of violence, no matter who it's visited upon, is wrong, period.
I think that's what he is saying. I think he's not condoning it. However, what he's saying is like the actions are hypocritical. People are crying about people speaking their opinion about what happened to Kirk, but yet when it happened to Trayvon, it was okay for them to, spew these silly memes, and they weren't condemned about it, right?
Yep.
So he's just saying.
JCC, you dropped out, but I agree with what you were saying, JCC.
Exactly.
All right, let's go to Christian and then Abby, because Abby hasn't spoken. So let's go to Christian and then Abby.
Hi, Steve. How you doing?
Hi, Christian.
You having a good day? Having a solid day?
I'm doing great, but
That's good to hear. And I wanted to respond to what Kitty said, because I think she did really bring up a very, very interesting point. I think people should tap in a little bit on it more.
Kitty always brings up excellent points.
I agree. I think I haven't personally met Kitty before, but she seems like she has...
I haven't personally met her either. She's promised multiple times to come out to Casa de Appel, but we'll get her here early.
I believe it, but this is what I'll say about Charlie Kirk in response to her, and rest in peace to him, by the way. So, number one, I think one of the things that she stated was that he was a man of faith, and that's correct. And one of the things that he actually put as his number one, and specific to his organization Turning Point and what he did on his campuses, was his faith. He talked about it very highly. I mean, one of the interviews that he had, I don't know how long it was before he died, but the interviewer asked him, what do you want to be remembered by if you die? And he said, if I die, like he didn't believe he was going to die anytime soon, but he said he wanted to be remembered by his faith, and he always put that very highly. I don't agree with everything that he stated. I don't agree with everything he says, but one thing that I do support him on is that he stands on what he says. And do I think that everything that he stands on is the best thing? Not in my opinion. But you don't see a lot of people like him who, one, exercise their rights to the full ability like he does, stand on what they say once they say it, and the third of all, say it in front of thousands and thousands of people and even millions depending on who sees it after. You don't see that. He led a movement. He turned a mostly liberal generation, flipped the entire script, and now the majority of the people in this generation, in this current one, are now conservative or Republican, however you'd like to frame it as. I think that anyone who wants to justify the killing, anyone who wants to celebrate his death, which unfortunately I have seen on social media, I think that anyone who wants to do that is an absolutely terrible person and should have no absolute say in this talk about him, because it's absolutely terrible that anyone would wish it upon somebody. But we still have more to learn. We're getting a lot more information on it, but still have a lot more to learn. We still don't know if Tyler Robinson is going to get the death penalty or not. But I think Erica Kirk and the rest of the family did put that forth as something they would like to do. So we're just learning new information. But again, rest in peace to him, and I hope people can understand that this is a lot more than just political.
Thank you very much. Abby is next, and JCC and Scott and Daryl and Marshall's on the phone. I got to make a couple of phone calls. I may or may not be back. Can you guys run the room as you guys see fit?
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm going to let other people speak.
That's okay. You mods, take it away. I got to make a few calls.
Someone next. Moose, did you talk?
Moose.
I think Abby, you were next.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm commenting to people in the chat, though. It's like whack-a-mole.
Hey, it's Daryl. I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, Daryl.
Daryl, did you understand my point in the chat? I don't know Acts. I've never read it, but I don't know the new.
I know you haven't, because then if you had, you wouldn't have made the comment about King of the City of David.
No, I'm saying what I was saying, Daryl, is I don't know the New Testament. I'm going to own that I don't, but I do know that they uncovered a swimming pool or a pool that they believe Christ cleansed himself in, and I put the chapter from the New Testament that they believe related to the pool, and it's a recent find. It used to be a parking lot, and literally by accident, when they were cleaning after a flood on the parking lot, the tractor started digging, and it hit something that they realized was ancient and an artifact, and then they uncovered the pool. So they're always uncovering biblical artifacts that track directly back to that time, and that's all I was saying. So no, I've not read Acts. I don't know the New Testament. I'm going to own that.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you for that. I'm going to look it up.
It's very cool what they found.
Scott or Reverend, are you there? He's not. I wanted to come up to my buddy Christian, if he's still going left. Never mind.
No, honey, I'm not Christian. I'm Jewish. I haven't read the New Testament like Daryl has.
Abby.
That was my response. But I do follow archaeology in Jerusalem.
I was talking about Christian, who was just speaking, not you.
I'm answering someone who wrote something in the chat. That was it.
Okay.
Sanu.
Sorry. I just want to say something very short, and I gotta use the bathroom, so I'm gonna get off here. Very quick. I agree with JCC just because, and people that's like that. Only because, like, it just makes sense. It's a lot of hypocrisy. Had it been Billy Graham, it would have not been an issue. Had it been, somebody white in our lives who we really not just care about, who didn't, they were not bigots, private bigots. We would have not did that to any of them. Including a lot of the atheists, they would even do a hats off towards somebody who was an actual upstanding person who helped them in their life. They would have did that. So it's not so much, they just condoning it. And want to deal with this very quick. I wrote it down so I can get this out of the way. Civil rights. Let me say this very quick. There are such thing as subtle racism, which is the northern version of racism. And the southern version is overt, I think. And introvert is not noticeable. Very quick, I want to say this. This is crazy deep. So the Democrats where the KKK was created at, some of them disagreed with the civil rights, just like Kurt did. Any racists would go against the civil rights, and they were against Martin Luther King, as they was back then. So now those people pissed off that they have civil rights. Those same people who was with KKK went to the North or went to the Republican side. So now they're far right wingers. And now, lo and behold, this right winger who's hiding behind Republican, just as they did when they did their little immigration to Republican. Now he's against who? What two things? Diversity and inclusion.
Yeah, the big switch has actually been disproven. You should watch it on
bro. I know. Yeah, okay. I don't want to hear that.
There's actually only one Dixiecrat Democrat Republican.
Let him finish his point, and then you can carry on. So go ahead.
I thought he was done. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I appreciate that you got that, though. I'm gonna listen to it. So the civil rights. Now all of a sudden, they were always against the civil rights. They were always against Martin Luther King, the KKK, and all the forms of KKK. And now they're in the Republican side, whispering in their ear as John Wilkes Booth, right? And they're sitting there fighting against the civil rights thing because that's what they used to do before they switched over. It's a telltale that who these people are whispering.
Well, so I think you're telling the story in a historically wrong way. Nixon, just let me finish.
You're just making a myth, bro. That's crazy.
No, I haven't even said what I thought, and you're telling me I'm making a myth. So how about you wait until I get done, and then you can call what I'm saying myth. Richard Nixon knew in the 70s that in order to get American votes, he had to go to the South. That was where the American votes were. Yes, you picked up some races in the riffraff of that, but the main thing was to go for where votes were. 70s under Nixon, the votes were in the South. There was a party switch in the South in which you got the respectable folks, but you also got the unrespectable folks. It is wrong to portray Nixon's strategy for this as he wanted all the racists. That's not why Atwater and other political theorists wrote the Southern strategy. They wrote it because the most votes for political movements at the time were in the South. The Democrats also competed this way through Dixiecrats. Now, they were a waning interest at the time because Republicans were impeding. But the Republicans picked up the racist votes not because they set out to get the racists, but because they set out to get everybody else, and the racists weren't included on top of that.
That wasn't my argument. It wasn't my argument at all. But I'm listening, though. It was not my
argument. I didn't say it was your argument. I said it was the correct interpretation of the Southern strategy. The Southern strategy was put in place simply to get more votes. Now, the Confederates and the white supremacists came along with them. But and you could see this in the Richard Nixon Presidential Library, when you look through documents, he did not get votes in the South because he wanted racist votes. He got votes in the South because he wanted to go to the South where most of the votes happened to be. And that's a critical piece that's often underwritten about the Southern strategy and not explained. What's often explained is that they picked up the racist votes, and it's often explained that that's why they did it, despite the fact that was not why Nixon did it in 72.
As I said, I was just saying the switch over. I wasn't telling you something about Nixon. I wasn't talking about Nixon, but I'm glad you mentioned it though. So now I got to turn.
You don't realize you're talking about Nixon. That's the problem.
No, that was good that you brought it up. Yeah.
Hey, Marshall, do you think people wouldn't espouse these dumb fucking ahistorical rhetorics if they actually just open a book and read? Take a look, send a book, reading Rainbow.
Yeah.
Is he done? He kind of broke up a little bit. But
If only you studied, young zealous.
I study a lot, by the way. You're talking to the right person, too.
No, yeah.
If we talk cordial, you will find your way to the truth.
I am speaking cordially.
No, I'm just saying that's just a precursor.
I'm just speaking cordially and saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I'm saying to you, in the future, because I know far right wingers that are leaning, and they, first of all, their highest strategy is to make sure that they talk uncordial.
John, I promise you, Rich is not a far right winger. Rich has differing opinions for differing political stripes. He would be more properly described as slightly irritated but politically homeless.
Yep.
I'm curious about what I heard someone say about Jesus bathing in a pool or a swimming pool got discovered. That what?
Yes.
There was a biblical pool discovered in Israel recently. It has to do.
Oh, biblical pool.
Well, it actually has to do with the paralytic man who Jesus told to go. That we kept going down to the pool and stuff.
Was the pool of Siloam?
Yes. So it was a parking lot. I mean, it's this whole area right outside the walls of the old city. And they also uncovered a tunnel that leads from the pool right into where in the old city near where the temple, the Holy Temple was. So the belief is that that's where he cleansed himself before he made his pilgrimage to the temple. It's very cool. It was recently found, but that whole area was literally old parking lots that they uncovered amazing artifacts. I'll put something in the chat about the city of David because it goes back to the kingdom of David and coins and other archaeological finds that are extraordinary. But the pool is recent, so that's why I mentioned it.
Abby, just like for historical context, the ideal of Pontius Pilate, historians had always claimed, there's no evidence for Pontius Pilate, and atheists always use that. They say, well, why would Pilate not even exist? That shows you that this is all just made up. And then I think it's about a decade ago, they ended up uncovering a stone that they flipped over, and they actually found inscribed on it to Pontius Pilate. And they were like, oh, wow, it's actually real. And then they found a bunch of coins and a bunch of other artifacts.
Right, and then they mentioned Tiberius, too. That was crazy.
Yeah, have you ever taken archaeology in college? It's really wild to go there and see, it's one thing to see the stuff that had been found, but you can go and be part of the digs and actually experience it as they find stuff. And there was a volunteer, like a young girl that volunteered. She found a whole bag of coins in that area. This is one of the days digging. It's really interesting stuff.
But Abby, I heard that the Jews are like a bunch of anti-Semitic, fascistic Nazis, and just treat everybody with disdain and terribly,
Not in the digs. The digs are.
Do they let foreigners into Israel?
That come from all over the world to.
Are foreigners allowed to go to Jerusalem or Israel?
The majority of the people that work on the digs, by the way, are not local.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah,
so really open.
And then also with that situation, Sanu, I know you're trying to bring some justice to it because But one of the things is that there's different type of Jews, right? There's different types. There's people that are pagan Jews, and then there's
really?
Jews. Yeah, then there's like people who are Messianic, then people that's quote unquote Orthodox, Ashkenazi, Russian, and then you got Ethiopia, right? Then you have different type of people in Africa, and some that are lost Jews, right?
They're interesting, there's because they never had the rest of they only had the 5 books of Moses, that the Ethiopians that were rescued, and they're the most beautiful people. Their traditions are just incredible. And one of the past Miss Israels was an Ethiopian woman. You can Google her, Ashku. I think I really am butchering her last name. She's just magnificent. But they had this, practiced the religion, and they practiced it. What we say halachically, they really practiced it, but they only had the first 5 books. So the rest of the Bible, it's just interesting. Just never made it there.
Yeah, I was saying. Oh yeah, on that point, thanks, Abby, for the information. I'll look it up, and I know the Ethiopians they be looking sexy. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm saying is Solomon and Moses. Moses married an Ethiopian woman. It started a long time ago with Moses. Whenever they, Miriam, who she was being racist towards them, but then Moses was so humble because he saw the beginning, and then he married one because he was like, okay, well, all right, I'm cool, whatever, because they come from the Middle East first. Then he went down to Egypt, and then God, after being pissed off at Miriam for her acting funny because she was Ethiopian, he made you know about the story, right, Abby? What happened? Numbers 12, where God turned to white because he kind of mocked her for her being racist towards the Ethiopian woman or whatever, and Moses, and that's the story, and then going to the last part. This last thing I'm saying on this topic. What is the situation? Oh, Solomon, Sheba, Bathsheba, Sheba down below. You have Yemen, and then you have Ethiopia, and so Sheba is known for like the.
So, going back to.
Why was I muted? Why was it like? No,
because
I'll
you're
be
because.
Quiet. No, I'll be quiet.
Hold on. I'll mute you. I can move you down. Going back to upholding Steve's rooms and Steve's rules. It's, one person, we try not to do a lot of crosstalk, and it's usually normally, 2 minutes, and then, we move on. Sanu, I wanted to ask you something about something.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask you something about, you just said, it was interesting because, you said that no one believed that Pontius Pilate existed until about 10 years ago. And I just want to ask you, did you mean to say that? Or maybe that was just
so there wasn't any
paraphrasing?
So I don't know if it's more than 10 years ago, but they uncovered a tablet, or it was like a stone that was flipped over, and they ended up finding Pontius Pilate written on it, inscribed. And then they found other artifacts. But at the time, the way I understand it is prior to that, there wasn't any historical evidence or writings about Pontius Pilate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because they discovered the Pilate stone in 61.
Okay, maybe it's 61.
Yeah.
I knew it was maybe I was wrong on my time. I seen the documentary thing 10 years ago. That's why I was assuming it was brand new. But maybe it's the 60s. But the point is there was 1900 years or something, almost 2000 years of people claiming that Pontius Pilate never existed. So maybe it's the 60s. But I've seen the documentary 10 years.
I'm only saying so I did 2 years. I'm not as, I'm no Reverend Scott, but I did do 2 years of theology. And I'm just saying, I've never heard anyone say that Pilate didn't exist. So when you said that, that was just a shock to me. So I was just
I can pull the documentary and stuff like that.
I know I have it.
I did want to go to somebody else. Honey badger, larger than we've been talking about. The firing of Jimmy Kimmel. I wanted to call him Stephen Colbert there for a second. The firing of Jimmy Kimmel, I wanted to hear your opinion on the matter. I've seen you express it in text, and since you're on the stage, I feel like we ought to give you the mic.
What was the question?
What's your thoughts on
what
the
do you
Kimmel?
think on the matter? Like,
What's your
what do you
thoughts on
think of the
Kimmel?
matter?
On Kimmel?
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel
On the
getting.
Kimmel issue, that's largely what the critical thinking forum room was about today. Like, did the government intervene? Did
Entirely.
he deserve to get fired?
Oh, yeah. That's pressure from the top. Yeah, that's bullshit.
You want to elaborate or just?
No, I think it's pretty clear. I don't see what the problem is. It's like Jimmy Kimmel says stuff that Trump doesn't like. Trump says lies all the time. So a few months ago when he said that he saved free speech and he's protecting free speech, that's just a setup because later on he's going to fuck it over. And that's what he's been doing. And this Charlie Kirk thing is part of that. Yeah.
So I'm of the view Jimmy Kimmel shouldn't have been fired for what he said. But he stuck himself in the middle of that debate in a really unproductive way.
What did he say that was so offensive again? I don't remember.
I didn't take it personally as offensive. I took it as unproductive.
Well, like what?
The statement was something to the effect of...
He just said that the Republican Party
We've had an issue with these MAGA folks who are desperately trying to make the shooter's identity something it is not. And I'm not repeating the quote exactly.
He wanted him not to be a Republican. Something that.
Yeah, that was very obvious that that's the
Yeah.
agenda. The agenda is to make sure that it's definitely not a MAGA.
And what was really funny was when Trump was asked, so how you doing with the death? He goes, oh, pretty good. How about the construction of the White House, you know? So obviously Trump was, Trump was the insensitive one. Why didn't Trump cancel? Insensitive bastard.
Jimmy Kimmel's words injected him into a partisan debate that he probably shouldn't have been a part of.
He wasn't injecting himself into any debate. He was making a comment.
Please just let me finish. What I mean by that specifically was Jimmy Kimmel engaged in some partisan views himself. He implied that the right was trying to make the shooter political affiliation other than what it was.
Oh, which is true. Yeah, it's true. That's what's going on.
He implied the shooter's affiliation was MAGA.
Yeah, because that's been what the
guys, Marshall.
Please just let me.
I was just gonna say one thing to Daryl.
Well, that's really slow.
I was gonna say, Daryl, don't leave because I have an answer for your question.
I'm not even done.
Okay, I wasn't
Please
interrupting
don't talk
us.
over me.
Yeah, but this is part of why this is
very
even
polite to
happening.
other people.
It's because of this kind of like slow, plodding, like doofus attitude about what's going on.
Marshall's a mod and he's not a doofus. You're a fool.
17 people are gonna jump in. It's gonna take 5
It's
minutes.
not that hard. Just let me finish what I was going to say. It seemed to me Jimmy Kimmel stuck his nose in a partisan matter and made a partisan quote. I should be clear here. I don't believe this should have gotten him fired. But I do believe Jimmy Kimmel should have thought twice before saying it. He affiliated the political view of the shooter without ever actually knowing whether that's the shooter.
Yeah, that's what Trump did too. Do you think Trump should be in jail for what he did?
I didn't say that the other person should be in jail, did I?
You didn't even say Jimmy Kimmel should lose his job.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
All right. Having a problem talking over me when I'm a moderator and I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence. Is it because people think I'm nice? Is it because they think I can take advantage of me? Is it because they think...
you're fine.
I don't know for what fucking reason you can interrupt.
Marshall, no,
you
just because
don't interrupt other fucking folks. But they do seem to interrupt me in the middle of a conversation,
just drink another
which I was not done with.
I am concerned it sounds like Marshall's driving.
The point I was trying, Rich, not being helpful. Point I was trying to make was that Kimmel shouldn't have been fired for what he said, but he stuck his nose in it in a way that was unproductive in the same way the President of the United States stuck his nose in it in a way that was unproductive. The President of the United States decided, without any evidence, to attribute the shit to the left. And some folks on the left
I haven't seen luminaries, but some folks who call themselves left of center want to make the argument that it was a right of center killing, despite the fact that the problem is the killing to begin with. It doesn't matter their political affiliation, it matters that it happened. So now I am done. If people want to
there you go. Before anybody interrupts, I was just going to address Daryl and let Daryl know what I looked up. So the Pontius Pilate son was like 60s or something, 61, 63, something. But a lot of historians didn't want to credit it just because there's only one mention that they had found at that time. And then there was also a copper ring that was uncovered in 2018 with engraving to Pontius Pilate. So that kind of like solidified it. That was the thing that I was reading about, I guess.
Yeah. So, and then I would just want to say, like, I mean, I would agree, Marshall, like, it doesn't matter. But the truth is, it does matter to a lot of people on the right, because you had Nancy Mace, who literally sided with the Democrats.
It matters to people on the right, and it matters to people on the left in a way that is incredibly unfucking helpful.
But it still matters to people on the right, ultimately.
I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm also saying it matters to people. I'm saying that it also matters to people on the left, and they have exercised themselves in ways that are not helpful.
Yeah, it's like you
fucking lambasting the shooter as a right-wing nut job by fucking Jimmy Kimmel was not fucking helpful. Again, shouldn't have gotten fired, but it was not a helpful thing to say. It didn't make the conversation clearer.
Statement.
It didn't make the intellectual discussion any clearer.
I think it did.
How?
I think it was helpful. I think it was helpful to remind people about what's going on in the current administration and how language actually matters. And so when he brought attention to the fact of something that most of the maggots forgot, that when this guy was killed, Trump was the first person to announce it before like some other kind of professional, and that's a weird
Trump
thing,
had
right?
more information than Jimmy
Kimmel. So hold on, I'm not done. And they forgot that when Trump was asked the question that Jimmy highlighted, that he did passively go, "Oh yeah, I think I'm fine. By the way, I'm building this great thing everybody's wanted for 150 years. I'm the president." Like, he was not moved by Charlie's death, and he didn't care about the question. He wanted to talk about himself and brag. So I think it's important for the discussion so people remember that.
The behavior is the problem. The issue.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel. Have you been drinking?
Yes.
I'm just curious.
We have drunk Marshall on that.
No, I'm not. I just haven't slept. Like, what do you disagree with in my assertion that this seems to matter in an unacceptable political way to both sides?
Look, do you know who
the right seems to be lambasting the left in an unacceptable fashion, and the left seems to be lambasting the right in an unacceptable fashion in a way that doesn't help solve problems, only makes shit worse.
Yeah.
Like, what is to disagree with?
Well, Honey Badger, I think you should stop like attacking Marshall and like, implying that he's like a conservative, right on the right. He's a rhino. He's not on the left. He's not on the right. He's a warmonger who supports Joe Wood.
Honey Badger was not attacking me. Honey Badger had a question.
George Bush.
Which is meant, like, I don't fucking dull on him because question.
Oh no! I just wanted him to know that you're not on either side. You're a rhino Republican.
I'm a rhino Republican for what other people think. And rhino.
No, good, dude. Good. I look. MAGA is different from a common conservative republic of 10, 20 years ago, right? That's what I think. And there's a lot going on right now that shifted, and it's wild, man. So I mean, my dad's a conservative Republican, but it's almost like he looks like a MAGA, even though deep down and knowing what I've known about him for years, he's not. He's just a conservative Republican, and he just kind of got swirled into this fucked up shit. It's crazy.
Why do you think your dad got swirled into fucked up shit?
Well, I just think that when you're older, and you were like a Reaganite and stuff,
made money and.
Yeah, exactly. People who are Republican and vote Republican, they only do it because of their money. That's the only reason. Or they're bigots.
You think those are the only reasons that people vote Republican?
Yes.
How old are you?
He's like early 30s.
Can I ask Honey a question?
Yeah, I think the only reason people vote Republican is because they think it's gonna keep them like
Honey,
more
I'm not being disparaging. Honey, I'm not being disparaging at
So
all.
right now it's Abby and Honey. Let Abby and Honey dialogue.
Okay, we already got that, JCC. We're all being quiet.
Honey, real sincere question. I'm not being disparaging at all. Do you have a professional career? And you don't have to dox yourself, but
a professional career in what?
do you
Politics now.
do you have a business that you own?
Oh yeah.
You pay taxes?
Yeah, all that. Yeah, I've been in business for a long time.
Do you care about things like capital gains tax?
Yeah, all
Does
that
that
stuff.
affect you?
Yep.
How you depreciate your
Yeah. Why?
assets?
What's up? Yeah.
Yeah, and do you care how those taxes affect you? You're in a state that has an income tax as well?
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
All that stuff. So you live in a state with a state income tax?
Yeah, I live in California.
He's won't smoke up your ass, Abby.
So what about it?
Yeah.
What's your point?
Yeah, and this business that you have a lot of employees?
Well, look here. I'm not here to talk about me.
He doesn't know the
I'm
business, Abby.
I'm trying to get to people change with respect to...
Well, I'm not a Republican.
You think you'll never enough to vote about those issues?
What are you talking about? What's your point? I'm just not understanding what you're saying.
It's pretty clear.
I guess I'm just not picking up the point. We'll make the point.
Obviously, you're not tracking.
My point is, ultimately, people changes in their life as they grow older and their responsibilities change and their assets change.
Yes.
And business needs change.
Yes.
So for someone to vote for someone's their congressional representative, whether it's state representative, whether they care what their state income tax is, people in California that have certain income levels are at a 13% state on top of the top federal tax rate. Why don't you do the math and tell me how much tax they're paying?
Okay, what? I'm just trying to figure out what
Well,
point
are you
getting to?
when you get to that point in your life, you may actually vote that way because you may not want to pay 13%.
That's what I just. Isn't that what? Are you agreeing with me?
Right, but Abby, he did say that he thought Republicans vote either for taxes or bigots, so you're pointing out the taxes part, right?
Yeah, I said for money or bigotry.
And I'm pointing out that there is a logical reason that people make the shift in their life. Okay?
Great. So it sounds like you're supporting my notion that I brought up.
It is not a disparaging comment to people that are Republicans. It's a point of a life cycle and a change that happens in people's lives.
Okay, so where do we disagree?
Did I say I was disagreeing with you?
I was just
so
trying
you're
to get you
my
to
point.
understand. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for supporting my point.
I'm trying to explain to you that it's not a negative that it happens.
Did I ever say it was?
You implied it was.
In a disparaging
No,
way.
I said my dad's a Republican, and I said the reason is because
they say it in Vermont.
You're disagreeing with me. You're just supporting my notion.
You said money and bigotry. You
I said either money or
you mentioned
bigotry,
the two
and
together like they were both a disparaging attribute.
Yeah, so I don't think my dad's necessarily a bigot,
that are of certain
but he could be a little bit because he's a white man. You know what I mean? So he's probably a bigot a little bit.
You think?
Yeah, a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Like he's like freaking. I'm not here to talk about my family. I'm just saying that like Republican is different than MAGA. It doesn't necessarily be the same thing. That's all I'm saying. I'm giving that.
I 100% agree with.
Honey, do you own a home?
Moderate Republicans.
Honey, do you own a home?
He rents.
Do you own a home?
Yes. Why?
And you own it in fee simple, full ownership?
Almost. Yeah.
You mean almost?
Yeah, I'm almost
own
there.
it or you don't own it?
Yeah, I'm almost there.
So you don't own a home?
Look, I told you, I'm not talking about me. I
It's
don't
a
know why you're
mortgage payment. He's not
focusing on
done yet, so he doesn't completely own
That's
it.
not,
you
you absolutely own your home with a mortgage.
Well, I'm still paying.
No, you don't.
I'm still paying a bank.
No, you don't.
This is a stupid conversation now because now you're trying to just
owns it, Abby.
The bank does not own it. Stop.
And that's
Now we're
fine.
gonna have no.
We
becoming a Republican.
cannot
Now we're
do multiple voices at once.
Now we're gonna have
We gotta
a
do one
quick
at a time.
lesson in real
I can't hear
property.
anything. Abby,
Thank
please
you,
go
Marshall. I have
We're gonna
enough
have a
voices
lesson
in my
real
head.
property. When someone transfers a home to you and deeds a home to you, you own it in fee simple. You are the legal owner in fee simple. You have a lien against your home when you have a mortgage. It's an interest, but it is not an ownership interest. You are the owner of your home. The mortgage.
And what does this have to do with what we were talking about
Because I
with
was
Republicans
correcting
and stuff?
someone. just asked you where you are.
Are you just
in your
trying to
station.
further my point that people become Republicans for reasons of their own, and they don't have to
Isn't
necessarily
that a great
be MAGA?
thing that people get to that point in
Look,
their
dude,
life that they can
I don't
make
understand
those
where we're
decisions?
at. Is there a point you're getting to?
Yes, I was trying to explain that it's not a negative that people have life
That's
changes
great.
and life cycles.
That's great.
Right?
Why did
You
was
posed it as a negative,
Cool. I don't think it's necessarily a negative either.
but you spoke of it as a negative.
No, I didn't. I came in and I was giving people room. I said, look, people who are MAGA, who are like this, whatever level of MAGA you want to declare yourself, doesn't necessarily have to follow just because you're a Republican. You are a MAGA. That's all I'm.
Yeah, and that's an incredibly honest framing, right? Like, I describe myself as a moderate Republican. I don't describe myself as a MAGA. Like, I separate myself from MAGA explicitly by framing of my political beliefs. Like, I'm not saying I can't be friends with those folks, or like I don't work with them, or I don't do good stuff with them. More like your point to pointing out the difference in the party, I think, is the complimentary. The typical comment is astute, but I think it was fair-minded of you to try to put Republicans in a category where not all Republicans fit the MAGA brand. So, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's only fair. I mean, there's all kinds of slices, right? Extremism is really the problem, in a sense, right? On either side.
Can a woman speak, please?
Oh my God,
hang on a second.
Yeah, Honey Badger, aren't you progressive? Let him talk.
Well, stop.
Let a woman speak, please.
Yeah, hang on. We have speakers on stage that haven't spoken yet. We have Dope and Joe. So, Dope, would you like to say anything?
Yeah. So apparently we're talking. Well, there's a lot that was said. So are we talking about the ideological motivations of the shooter, or just MAGA versus GOP? What's going on?
Well, actually, this is a follow-up from the Critical Thinking Room, where the question was, should Jimmy Kimmel have been fired or taken off the air, kind of thing, because of what Jimmy Kimmel said?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. I'm not the type to say we should go around canceling people, but I think it's just a kind of poetic justice in a sense. You get shellacked and getting off of TV. I think it's just really beautiful because, the amount of shit he would say to someone in his shoes right now, he'd be just pissing on their grave and laughing. He's made multiple types of ridiculous comments before. I remember him saying that if there's a vax conspiracy theorist who gets put into a hostage, just let them die essentially. So I don't know, man. Seeing him get put off of air, I think it's amazing. I think it's this country is in the right because when people like him talk a lot of shit and then assume that they're not going to be in the position of someone getting canceled, and then they do get canceled, you know what, maybe they'll learn a lesson. But I don't want to see this become a pattern necessarily. This is just a case where I see it as something I could just laugh at and then go about my day with.
Same. I think we are becoming more and more right, left, or center. I don't care what else you call us. That's kind of where we are coming down. And screw Kimmel, he's an idiot.
All right. Thanks for your opinion, folks. Awesome.
Yeah. I think it's interesting, though, essentially. Abby, would you be willing to listen to my experience as a former Republican?
Why wouldn't I? Always listen to you.
I understand. But
don't always agree with you, but I listen to you. I'll talk to you about being a former Democrat and when I switched.
Sure.
The day I switched.
Sure, Yeah. So as a former Republican, I just really one of the things that made me leave the party were not actually the reasons that some people are typically suspected, which is people say racism, homophobia. I mostly left the Republican Party mostly because I saw that they weren't really as individualistic as they claimed to be. If you think about, and the reason I say that, you think about issues that have to do with on social issues. If you deviate from the norm, they say a lot of times that you can't paint, you can't dye your hair blue, you can't paint your fingernails, but when it comes down to the rhetoric, it's like we believe in the freedom of individuals.
And so, question: is this just leading to you having sex with a trans person or no?
Yeah, I know you're interested.
I knew that's where this was going. He's like, he didn't like me because I had sex with a trans.
Yeah, well, I know that it's interesting that, are you against drag shows, Rich?
No, I think everybody should be able to do whatever they want. I mean, I think even like a person like yourself that decides to call himself a necrophiliac, if the person's consenting before they pass away, I guess all things are,
I'm not in favor of that. I think that's.
I mean, Norman, if you told your wife, hey, if I die today at noontime, from this cancer, and I got a stiffy, you can ride me afterwards, it should be.
It's gross, man.
Yeah, and so just in general, it's like also I just saw essentially the tax proposals. There wasn't a lot of relief looking back that I saw from when I was making less than $30,000, really.
Like when you say individualistic, do you mean like the social conservative aspect where you can't really go against the grain?
No, in fact, I actually think that's what makes them go against, the principles of individualism. Like we believe in, freedom of individuals, people to be different, and that's just it's like you see things like pray the gay away. I mean, I know not all conservatives are the same, but it's like you see things like the Pokemon scare, McCarthyism. It's like anytime you deviate from the norm, it's
that was ironic. Norman just left.
If you dye your hair blue, then essentially you've ousted yourself from the tribe.
Necker, do you find?
It's that way it was. Crazy. Yeah, so I got whipped, and Naya really does have cancer.
For real, for real?
Yeah, she got for real. Yeah, she got cervical cancer.
What I had? Ain't long live TJ that way. Ain't gonna do nothing but take that goddamn uterus out like they did, man.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. I got pictures of TJ. Is it another TJ or something? Somebody got HIV. I got that not too long ago.
Ain't long live TJ. That what your mama just called me. Who got HIV, girl? Hello? You talking about the girl, TJ? No, that was, I said long live TJ. No, I'm talking about the HIV. Oh, I don't know.
This a boy in this picture. How you know, Kiki? I really can't see it. Damn, is he light skinned? Just sent me that picture.
Anyway, I look at it real good. Man, y'all so fucking dumb. Good shit. They say they listen. No, we don't care, baby. Y'all come on the door.
Told ya.
The door. And how y'all make a room for mess and then y'all turn around and listen to us? Y'all supposed to have the shit popping over there. Ain't? Damn. When y'all can bring your grown asses right on over here.
Can I cook right quick? Can I just say?
Let her cook. Damn.
You need to worry about what the Pharaoh did on this. And you could question me about a motherfucking thing. Yeah, I don't think you need to question me, bitch, about a fuck thing. Yeah, the way you and Tara told each other down on this bitch. Don't question me, ho. You said she got herpes and she said you got AIDS. Bitch, I wish you would question me, ho. About any motherfucking thing. Now, what was saying,
Yeah, Kiki, I ain't arguing my head no more. The doors of the churches, though. There go one. Come on. This right. Damn. I'm just bringing their ass up. Shit, they want to come on over here, baby. Doors is open. Dog us out, do whatever you got to do. Get your rocks out.
It's a goddamn shot.
They're going another Christmas gift box. Where did y'all come? Girl, you know, I can't deal with all this.
That girl talking about they go another Christmas gift box.
It's a Christmas gift on the thing. Good shit.
What that mean?
I guess the holidays come on. No shit.
I put the picture in Telegram, yeah. It's like a text message or some shit. Make sure y'all get that where everybody can see it. There's somebody named TJ in there.
Oh, Tuda at the bottom. That's what you talking about. You the only one got the nut.
No, let Tuda.
I did. She declined.
No.
I guess.
Tuda, come here, baby. Cause what you was saying when I was asleep?
Okay, this is a good time to eat my real please. Down. Go. That's
What I be talking about right here. This what I be talking about.
They think they gonna get put out. That shit be crazy, man. Oh, she read them.
Hey.
On the damn anonymous.
Hey. Hello?
Yes.
What was said when I was asleep?
About who?
About Kiki.
Cars, what?
Oh, don't even worry about it. That's what the fuck I thought. That's what I thought. Now, how you doing this evening?
I'm tired. I did ask why you cussed your mama. They thought I said.
What did I say to my mama? What did I say to my mama?
No, I said, when they said you cussed your mama.
What did I say to her, though? Tell me what I said.
I said, Kiki, why you cussed your mama on short?
What the fuck did I say to her, bitch?
I don't know. I went in there.
What's your bitch? Why you worried about it? So why did you say Tira had herpes?
The same reason they say you got herpes.
Fuck you talking about, bitch. You said your daughter got it, though.
But everybody said you.
Fuck you talking about. Now, I ain't heard nobody say that but you, clown asshole.
You ain't better go. I need to go.
Fuck you talking about, bitch. Bitch better stay in your place, stupid asshole. Now, look how you all quiet and shit. Fuck, girl. Better sit over there and just run off at your dick suckers. How don't be talking about nothing. Bitch, you better find you somebody to play with.
Kiki.
Hey, bitch, I said what I said, ho. No, this ain't that, bitch. You scared them hoes here on my mama. I walk your ass down to the place. Smile. You know this from the very bottom of my heart. Let me know when you ready for this. Bitch, you ain't never pulled up on me like you played with K. Know that,
you called me 7
when you
hours
get through. Show no, not fuck out there, bitch. Stop playing with me, ho. Stop playing with me, ho. You just be talking. You just be talking, bitch. You just be talking, ho. All you do is sit in my inbox and kiss my ass. Bitch, just stop playing with me, ho. Cause you know how I'ma come. Stop playing. I ain't none of Keno, Tissy, Nene, and none of them bitch hoes. I ain't none of them.
I ain't seen you that.
I ain't none of them. I ain't none of them, though. Bitch, how you talking?
So what else happened? They said Toy said some hours over talking about you duking.
Now you want to move the toy. I know they're real.
You know I'm not the eye with your stupid ass. Hold on. I ain't this one.
Know they're real. Know they're real. Take a shot to that, bitch.
Look at my sister toy of the bitch.
Fuck yeah, I won't told you to come out tonight, but that girl ain't never.
Never.
What a fucking soul, like that's childish. I just say that y'all don't like her shit, cause she don't come off the mic. But don't like nobody that do come off the mic. Damn.
Okay, I'm back, Kiki.
Nah, bitch, don't say shit to motherfucking me, ho.
Bitch, you said.
Why y'all over there bringing up Toya now? Cause she don't come off no mic.
I said her no neck fat ass went finna sit over there, bitch. I meant what I said.
Girl ain't never said nothing to you.
You took all the fucking 2 minutes.
Sorry, yeah, you're gonna use up the whole.
No, hello. I'm watching that, and you guys are taking
use up the whole.
All right. You see, this is what what I'm talking about. You guys can't just you can't just yeah, it is, but I don't know. They want delegation, so apparently you guys can't get through it. Dominique, you got 30 more seconds to speak. Sugar Belly, you get a minute.
Yeah, no, his name's Gold. Go ahead, bro. 30 seconds.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all sound the same.
So in human history, 80% of women reproduce, but only 40% of the men did, right? This means that women have had access to mating while men have always had to earn it, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that you guys are more valuable in the sense, right? You guys are valuable for different things, right? You guys are not valuable for fucking civilization. You guys are only valuable to get dick down, reproduce, and do what the man tells you to do at the end of the day. So for you to say that men are not valuable, you only have rights because we allow you to have rights. You have a computer that you're able to go on because of a man. You have a house that you live in because of a man.
We're gonna go to Sugar Belly for 1 minute. There we go.
Yeah, sorry.
Alright, and the minute starts.
Give her 2 minutes, Violet.
Alright, I'll give her 2 minutes. I'll give her 2 minutes, alright.
Yeah, so I just want to point out, Gold, that like it's almost like you don't realize that you're pleading your case. Like you don't like but you're like, please don't interrupt. But like I was forced to listen to like all of this stuff. Like you don't realize that the reason why you have to run down this litany of like, oh, I made the phone that you're talking on. Oh, I made this. Oh, I made that. Oh, blah 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 blah. You have to do all this stuff because you can't just show up and be like, oh, I'm a man, I have a dick, and then expect women to care.
So that makes you valuable because you have a pussy?
Sorry, like, you're also eating my 2 minutes. Like, what's going on? Yes, actually, we, the pussy havers, like, are intrinsically more valuable. Like, that's the natural order. And, like, all male behavior proves this. And, like, even when you say, oh, like, where are the cities, where's society that women built, it's all around you. It's the same society. It's the same world. Like, all of the same things that you claim that only men built, women were there building them alongside with them as well. You know? And I don't understand why men like these fantasy scenarios where they say things like, oh, if all the men disappear, the society is going to collapse. No, it's not. And how you know it's not is because, like, in third world countries and in poor countries, women already do a lot of these jobs that in Western countries men think are male-only jobs. Like, if you think that, oh, men are all the miners, okay, go to Congo, women are in the mines. If you think that men are all the laborers on construction sites, go to India, women are in construction sites carrying stones. Women are stone breakers in quarries. The point is that, like, all of these jobs are unpleasant jobs, and most people, both male and female, actually don't want to do them, right? But in Western countries, because, you know, the higher standard of living, because of higher wealth, women start to opt out of having to do these jobs. But then in poorer countries, everybody has to do this kind of work. And you guys always forget that. So my point is that, you know, even when you say things like, oh, you only have rights because we allow you to, you're creating the danger in society. Like, that's not a good thing. This is like a killer comes and you know, goes to your family hospital. Can I finish my sentence? Like,
alright, finish your sentence.
You know, so my point is that, like, you've actually taken us so far from what we're discussing. Just to make sure, like, everyone who came into the room understands how this conversation started. We were talking about, like, me saying that I was comparing dating in America to dating in Nigeria, right? And I was saying that something that really surprises me is that in America, the men are always talking about body counts. Like, you know, they'll be like asking women, like, what's your body count? Or they'll talk about women's body counts, high body counts, low body counts. And I said that this idea is very strange in Nigeria, although some Nigerian men are starting to, like, absorb this idea from you know, listening to American men online. But I was saying that, like, it's very weird because, like, it doesn't really matter. And, like, it's not a barrier to you getting married. It's not a barrier to any of those things. Yeah.
Alrighty, well,
great.
Mind you, her thing is having a pussy makes you valuable.
We're on Lion and then
Wait, whoa. Yeah, I thought you put Samoa.
Oh, Samoa's first, guys. Sorry, he called it way before the ISO even started. We're on Samoa, then we're on Lion, and then Concrete.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. I defer the rest of my time to Lion.
Oh, great. All right, so I know how to shut this silly ass delusional shit down right now. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Sugar Belly, what's your body count?
I shut up anyway. 16 years ago.
Sorry, how is that your concern, though?
I expected something like that. If it's something that doesn't really make any sense, and fuck these guys, and you're all in power, and it doesn't really matter to your value does not matter. So that you would have no problem right now telling everyone, disclosing all the men that have entered this attitude.
No, that's not necessarily true.
If it doesn't
So, for
matter.
example, if you asked me, for instance, what color my underwear was,
I didn't ask that.
I wouldn't tell you either.
You know what I'm asking. You know
Yeah,
what I'm asking. And you know why. Wait.
Because she knows it's wrong.
No, but like my point is that
Exactly. She knows that. Wait a second. Sugar Belly, you had your moment. Answer, and there's a reason why, and everyone knows why. Because everything that you said about this subject was garbage. You don't even really believe it. Because if you firmly believe the bullshit that you just said, you'd have said easily, yeah.
No, but that's a false premise.
I've had sex with 50 dudes. Who gives a fuck?
But that is a false. Again, that is a false premise.
No. This right here is an excuse.
You are assuming.
What's your body count then?
Shut her up, Lon.
Mary man.
Hold on.
Yeah, but Lion.
ASB.
Run this shit back.
ASB.
Because I'm really invested. Because both my husbands is dead. So,
Hold on. I was quiet. I didn't say anything. I listened to each and every one of your asinine statements. That even though I knew deep down you would never ever answer this, and the reason is because you are also subject to those same social parameters as a woman, just like we are as a man. Everything that young brother said was absolutely correct, and you just want to push against it because you don't want to live in these parameters. But while at the same time you won't free yourself of it.
But I don't have to live in his parameters. I'm a Nigerian woman.
You do true. You just said that Nigeria is not the same. That's not true either. Every country has always been the exact same.
No, that's
fucking
not
way.
true.
If that is, it is the fucking truth. Why do you think that?
Thank you, Lion.
Why do you suppose these motherfuckers want young girls and not old youth girls?
Again, this is not true.
Wait. Why do you suppose they always want to make sure that the girl is a virgin before they're married?
But they don't care if you're a virgin. That's not true.
That's not true.
Lion,
Hold on. It's been like that since the beginning.
Let him cook. You talk the whole time. Let him cook.
Yeah.
But you're just screaming. It doesn't mean like it's true.
All you gotta do is be quiet. It's been like that since the beginning of fucking civilization.
No, that's not correct.
Men do not want to wife, do not want to give all of his resources to community property.
Again, this is not correct.
No man on earth wants to willingly sacrifice his life for community property. No man works his entire life to give all of his shit to some woman. Every fucking nigga around.
Thank you, nigga.
Nobody on no continent wants to live like that.
Again, this is not true.
So this is where your values. This is the border of where your value is. I'll tell you. The more you run your fucking mouth, the more valueless you become. Just get in the fucking kitchen where you're supposed to be and open your legs only to the one nigga that wants to take care of you, and you'll be just fine. That's all you gotta do. We're only giving you women one job. We'll handle the rest. We'll take care.
Wait, is he crying? Why is he crying?
He's laughing.
You only have one job, and you can't even do that shit. That's all.
Alright.
Yeah. We're on concrete.
So what we have here is failure to communicate. Some men just can't reach. Which is the way he wants it. Well, he gets it. Anyway, that's the opening. That's a part of a movie called Cool Hand Luke. And it's also the opening of a Guns N' Roses song called Civil War. For those of you who are GNR fans, you will recognize it. Now, what we have here, or what we just witnessed, was a shellacking, as the whites would say, from Sugar Belly towards gold and now lying. And these two gentlemen, ironically enough, are professed believers of the Word of God. I was going to say Christian, but I know Lion hates that word. He's actually Antichrist. But he is an Old Testament abides by the Old Testament. And I'm wondering, does the Old Testament talk about women? Yes, it does. Does the Old Testament talk about a woman's value? Why, yes, it does. Could we perhaps hear what the Old Testament says about women vis-a-vis men, vis-a-vis the Lord? Yes, I think we can. We have the technology. So I'll start with Proverbs 18:22 again, church. Proverbs 18:22. He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord. Again, to the Christian men. The Old Testament Bible believers and the Christian men. He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from who? The Lord. The Lord. Not your cousins, not your uncles, not your daddy. The Lord himself. I don't think I need to read anything else to see what value women bring to the table for a man, and how that verse alone establishes her as, if not the prize, definitely a prize. I might go as far as to say behind God.
But I'm also a Christian, and I don't believe in your Abrahamic.
I am not convincing you of the argument, Sugar Belly. Pay attention. I'm in agreement in part with what you say, and I'm refuting what they say. Pay attention, sister. So, another one that we will go is Proverbs 12:4. And, wait, no, not that one. Let me see. Hold on, brother. This is my presentation, not yours. Okay, here we go. Proverbs 19:14. 19:14. House and wealth are inherited from fathers, but a prudent wife is from the Lord. Now, when God gives you something, is that a good thing? I think so. All right, here we go. What else?
Do you even know what that's saying?
Wait, hold on. One second, brother. A prudent wife is from what? I think that's it. Let me see what else.
Concrete, is that all women?
Oh, here we go. I got another verse for you. Genesis 2. Hold on. Genesis 2:18. And the Lord God said, "It is not good that men be alone."
Bible study class.
Don't you try to stop the word, brother. Thank you, good Christian man. And the Lord, one second, brother. One second. You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? And the Lord
let him land his plane and then you can go. Anybody else interrupts, you go into the...
This nigga just reading Bible verses,
Be quiet, brother. Be quiet.
Yes, sir.
And the Lord God, again, Genesis 2:18. Genesis 2:18. The Lord God said, "It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him." The Lord loves us, and the Lord gave us something to not be alone. And these gentlemen want to argue that the woman is not the prize.
Who did he make first, man or woman, though?
Thank you. Please, brother. I don't want to fight with you, brother. You're a horrible debater. What you did was, and thanks to you for reminding me, right? You talked about what is good for the world, and when we talk about the woman or the man being the prize, that is in relationship to each other, not in relationship to their value to the world. So your entire presentation is about the man's value to the world. But again, the woman has value to the world such that we would not exist. We would not exist, sir. So I take, if I were to weigh,
to listen to.
One second, sir. If I were to weigh the value of iPhone 17 versus progeny.
30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. If I were to weigh the value of iPhone 17 PS and fucking, text messaging, I'll take progeny 10 times out of 10. Yeah, all day, every day. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right, Dominique, we're on you.
Oh, can I some more get back in the queue real quick?
That was fucking hard to listen to.
I'm
Are
available.
you going to refer your time to Lion?
Yeah, the word should convict your dumbass point.
I'm going to go.
We're going on Dominique.
I yield my time to Samoa. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Samoa. And next we have Oleg.
I'm going to keep
So I thought it was important that Concrete opened up the scripture, and I think God's pretty clear on where the importance of the actual women and men are in the hierarchy, and I think it's God, and then I think it's man, and then in third place it's woman, and then children. So if we're using God's ranking system, which I believe is the objective measure of importance, I would say God, man, and then in bronze, third place, all the way down there is a woman.
Samoa, you're a genius. You're a genius, Samoa. Absolute.
Put me back in the queue. I got to deal with that one.
We're on Oleg. You wanted to speak?
Yes. I just wanted to remind you guys of a quote Socrates said. By all means marry if you find a good wife, but you could say spouse. You'll be happy. But if you don't, you could become a philosopher. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you, Oleg.
All right, we're on Lion, then we're on Concrete.
Oh, wait, I thought you said I was off.
Okay, Sugar Belly, Lion, and then Concrete.
Yeah. Okay,
I'll go after Concrete.
Not like we veered into people reading the Bible. I just want to point out that, again, the Bible is your subjective invention, right? It's a religion, and part of the reason why men invented this religion was to control female behavior and to guarantee more access for themselves. But I'm not a fan of arguing things that we can just look up. So this is to what Lion said, and also to what Gold Pappy said. At some point in where I think this was before the ISO, Gold Pappy had said something about how this is the case in every culture and so on and so forth, and then Lion had kind of said something that was sort of backing that up. And I want to just remind everyone that this is not true. In the original conversation that we're having, when we're comparing Nigeria to America, I said that we've got hundreds of different cultures in Nigeria, and in Africa we've got thousands of different cultures, and all of them have different attitudes to the same issue. And I said it's a spectrum. So you have on one end of the spectrum the people who believe that one man, one woman, be faithful to your husband, wife, be a virgin, whatever it is you want to do. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have the people who believe you can do whatever you want to do, and there's every position in between. So I'm just going to read something from anthropological reports of the Igbo-speaking people of Nigeria. And I just want to, people who don't know this, I'm an Igbo woman, for instance. I'm an Igbo Nigerian woman. Igbo people are not some tiny, small, obscure tribe. We are the third biggest ethnicity in Nigeria, 33 million people. And at some point, we were the second biggest ethnicity in Nigeria. This is not you're reading the practices of some tiny little tribe that lives in some tiny little place, and it's not representative behavior. And this isn't just also our cultural practice. Many other ethnicities in Nigeria also have similar or the same, right? So if you read, for example, from the Asaba book, you have, for instance, I believe this is page 59, right, where it says here, so up until the time of consummation of the marriage, the girl has a suitor who presents himself, but lacking one, the girl may take the matter into her own hands and choose a lover without her father's knowledge. This is, however, no bar to subsequent marriage, either with the lover or with another suitor. Various reasons appear to exist for this. In most places, this temporary promiscuity is attractive to the girls, not only as a time of unlimited sexual enjoyment, but also because it involves a respite from household work. Their lovers naturally bring presents, and this is no doubt a further inducement. It is worthy of note that in the Asaba districts, as on the other side of the Niger, the prevalence of theft of relationships is to some extent attributed to the existence of these friendships. And then if you go to the Oka custom, so this is Oka law and custom, there's a section called sexual license. It says, in sexual matters, all girls have the most complete freedom of action. After marriage, the degree of freedom varies with the locality. In Oka and the surrounding towns, and for people that don't know, Oka is the Anambra state, which is where I'm from. In Oka and the surrounding towns, a married woman entertains her lovers with the permission of her husband, who is as a rule approached by the lover in the first instance with a gift of palm wine. The husband may stipulate that nothing may be given to his wife which shall prevent her from conceiving, such as the meat of a cow that has calved of twins, and it will usually be agreed that the woman is not to neglect her husband for her lovers, but with these provisos, the husband seldom seems to raise any objection to a liaison. When such an affair has gone on for some time, the husband may endeavor to find a wife for his wife's lover. If he is successful, the liaison comes to an end. When the wife in question bears a child, the woman and her husband visit in 28 days, and the husband and the ex-lover are adjured never to quarrel. So yeah, like, I don't understand this thing of Western men trying to scream and insist that this idea of like monogamy, women shouldn't be having sex with multiple men, you know, once you're a married woman, you can't have sex with anybody else, that this is a universal idea. It's really not. In fact, this idea is endemic in cultures where like there's a lot of resource competition. So you find this idea in like global north cultures, for instance, right? Places where it gets very cold. Europe is a good example. Like when you have a lot of tight resource competition, it makes sense that those societies would have evolved ideas trying to control what women can do sexually and so on and so forth. You also find this in places like, you know, the Middle East and so on and so forth. But in a lot of Africa, it's really, nobody really cares. Like there's many different cultures that have many different attitudes. Are there some cultures in Africa where being a virgin is important? Of course. Are there some cultures in Africa where they don't care what you do? Of course, right? But trying to scream that, oh, that this is an intrinsic desire of men is not actually really true. It's actually more tied to what is it called? A settled agriculture, right? And not just settled agriculture, but like the development.
I'm sorry, Sugar Belly. I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Yeah, so I just want to say that, like, and the other thing I want to say is because, like, this is also how we got to this conversation, right? Tied to, like, this lack of, you know, judging women for, like, their sexual freedom is also the reason why in a lot of Nigerian cultures, paternity is not by biology, paternity is by payment. Because the reason why, like, in so much of Nigeria, you become the father by paying as opposed to, like, being the biological father is because it is very common for a woman to be married to a man, but the biological father of the children is a man. But that man doesn't have any rights of paternity. Like, the man who paid the ngo is the man who's the father.
Alright, girl. We got Lion next.
Alright, well, that also explains why HIV and AIDS is so prevalent. Let's go to Concrete. He decides he wants to read a scripture about the value of a wife.
Shut it up, Lion. Amen, brother.
Wife is
yeah, I have to say it like that. A wife is not a whore. So, the scriptures you are reading is saying that a wife is more valuable than the common whore. So let me show you out of that same book that you were reading. I asked you to go to Proverbs 7. This is a whore. Proverbs 7. Read along with me, class. Proverbs 7.
Yes, Pastor.
10. Now, here's the difference between a wife in scripture that you read, Concrete, and a whore. This is how a whore behaves, even in ancient times. It says, and there was a woman met him with the attire, meaning clothing, the way she was dressed, the attire of a harlot, and a crafty heart. That means she's real cunning and deceit. She was loud, you know, like some of the women, rebellious. She doesn't like the standards that men set. Her feet would not stay at home. She all out in the street and everybody's business. You know women like that? I do. There's a few of them. There's a few of them. At times, she's outside. At times, the open square. She always wants to be where all the men are. All right? Lurking at every corner. Watch this. Let me pull over real quick.
This nigga's spitting right now. This nigga's spitting.
Let me pull up.
Here we go.
This nigga is preaching.
Is this going to turn into a Christian?
Condemn this demon.
We got Concrete offline. Line.
Someone is playing music. Can they stop?
Alright, hold on.
Someone is playing music. Please stop.
Hey. At times, she is, it says at times was outside, at times open square, lurking at every corner. So she caught him and kissed him with an impudent face and said, I have peace offering with me. Today I have paid my vows. So I came out to meet you diligently to seek your, in other words, she says the same bullshit she says to every nigga that passes by. And she goes, and I have found you. I have spread my bed with tapestry, meaning she's got the nicest house ever, and most hoes do. You ever go to a hoe's house? That shit look good, it smell good. All of the flavors, the six candles and everything.
This nigga is spitting.
Colored, it says, I have spread my bed with tapestry, colored coverings of Egyptian linen. Oh, and it's the best. Where you think she got the money? Bitch ass niggas. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Come, let us take our fill of love until morning. Let us delight ourselves with love, for my husband not at home. He has gone on a long journey. He has taken a bag of money with him. She's lying because we know where she got the money. She says it to everybody. And will come home on the appointed day. With her enticing speech, she calls him to yield. With her flattering lips, she forced him. Immediately, he went after her as an ox goes to the slaughter, or as a fool to the correction of the stocks, meaning once you get caught breaking a crime, you do a crime, you do the time, till an arrow stuck his liver. They're talking about the man's penis, got all hard and everything. As a bird hastens to the snare, a bird walks. How these dumbass men go chasing after these whores. That's what he's saying. They keep falling for the same bullshit trap. That's what it's saying right here. This is 7 and 23. He did not know it. It would cost his life. Yes, that's when the man comes home and finds his wife fucking this other man. She don't care about that man. And she definitely didn't care about her husband. But that husband is going to kill that man. Watch what it says. Now, therefore, listen to me, my children. Pay attention to my words of my mouth. Do not let your heart turn aside to her ways. Don't listen to these hoes, how they try to tell you that it's all right to be a fucking hoe and you should just accept this shit. The reason why her custom is the way that it is, just look around Africa. They have the biggest amount of every fees you've ever seen in the world. And it's probably because of their sexual habits.
So now the racism jumps out?
This segue is long though, bro.
I'm almost done. Do not say into her head, for he has cast down, she has many wounded, and all who were slain by her were strong men. Her house is the way to hell, descending to the chambers of death. That's that HIV, that AIDS. That's the reason why them African girls be coughing on you niggas, and y'all catch HIV immediately. They hoes. When they come over here, they pass that shit around. Look around, people. They're walking death. Don't listen. Don't ever take the advice of some whole-ass people from a third world country about sexual habits and how you need to be fucking liberated. Care about yourself.
this. Listen, it's your body, ladies and gentlemen. That's
If you have
He's getting shut up, nigga.
Alright.
You don't have a point.
Hey,
Violet, let this nigga land.
this is your penis, ladies and gentlemen. Your vaginas. You don't have to pass it around like a piece. Okay? So there's a reason why they're third world countries.
Oh,
And it's
God.
because of sick, backward shit like that. That's why they were conquered. Thank you.
Alright, and now
like what?
now we're gonna have praise and worship by Concrete.
All right. So, Lion told us about whores, and yes, whores exist, and I would venture to say that, you know, unless you're equipped to deal with whores, don't marry a whore, right? We're not talking about a whore being the prize or not the prize. We're talking about a woman in terms of a man who has found a woman that he desires and wants to be with, whether or not she is or is not the prize in this relationship, right? We're talking about good, clean, normal relationships, not whores, right? So Lion is talking about something else. So in the context of a good, clean, normal relationship, my position, which I guess I didn't make it clear in my last submission, even though there is strong argument as to why the woman is a prize and is valuable, I would submit that both human beings are equally beneficial to each other. And any other assessment is just like a lack of understanding. And I understand how a lack of understanding works because, you know, not everybody is in the same place in their spiritual journey or in their intellectual journey or their enlightenment journey, right? Because there's one thing to be intellectual, there's one thing to be spiritual, there's another thing to be enlightened. And I take it that you might be intellectual and that you can read the scriptures, but I take it that you are enlightened, that you understand them in their full capacity, in their full glory, right? And I just take it that it's okay because you're still on your spiritual journey, and I encourage you to continue. But the idea that a woman is just good for making babies is insane, right? In fact, they've done studies about touch. They've done studies about babies with touch, and I take it that, you know, if you've got a wife, you got a woman touching you. So I think we can extrapolate from the baby study the benefits of touch in a relationship with a woman, right? Okay. So from the baby studies, they found that if they were to just give the baby food and not hug it and cuddle it and so on and so forth, that they showed a difference in physical development, right? That the babies who were not, treated with love and affection actually were stunted in their growth, right? You can look into these studies. So we can see the value of a, physical relationship as a man with a woman. And they also talk about the metrics of a man who is married and having sex, which I take it is a normal marriage and not like a weird ass marriage where you're like not having sex and so on and so forth, where you actually love and coitus and all that other good shit. And they talk about how those men are healthier, happier, live longer, so on and so forth, right? So to think that a woman is not a prize is crazy. And I would say vice versa. We all know what men bring to the table: protection, support, on and on and on, right? So the answer is, as usual, both. It's not one or the other.
It's both.
And anybody who is operating from either side of the pole is just egotistical, selfish, and misguided. And again, I understand it. Different people are at different stages of enlightenment. So I get it. I understand.
Can I finally add in? I've been waiting for quite a while.
You're part of the clue. You're part of the queue, Sarah. When you go, you're next, and then.
Okay, well, I will say.
Sarah to go first, and then Gold and me.
No, let her get back in the queue.
I saw the queue and like Lissara's like after me, so like maybe because Lissara was well. Let's do Lissara then Gold.
Are you?
No, we're gonna do Gold and then Shibeli and then Lissara.
Thank you. I'd like to just start off by saying a very important Chinese phrase, okay? It goes, 保持阴部清洁. You know what that means? That means don't let your pH balance be off and keep it clean. That's what it means. So that's my entry into this segue, okay? I want to talk about Sugar Belly said. She said, because I have a vagina, I can just exist and get attention, validation, and all these different things, right? You say that, right? I want to tell you that being desired is not the same as being valuable. See, men want sex, right? The same way the world wants Wi-Fi, but that doesn't make either more valuable, right? It makes them more in demand. Value is what you create or contribute, not what others want to use, right? A vending machine gets used every day. It doesn't make it priceless, you know what I mean? So your value fades, right? But a man's value can rise forever. You might be born with sexual value, but it's going to fade, right? Men build value over time. At 18, Sugar Belly, women peak at the sexual market value. At 35 plus, high value men are at their prime. So older wealthy men consistently date younger women, right? And men gain value with money, power, and wisdom. Women lose sexual leverage as they age. No one's really looking for 80-year-old pussy unless it's Martha Stewart, let's be honest, right? A man becomes more desirable with time. A woman becomes more reflective with time, right? Now, let's look at passive value and short-term leverage, right? If all you need to be valuable is to exist, that's not power. That's vulnerability. Your leverage disappears the second a man stops giving it to you, right? Just a reminder to you, men built empires to own land, not to chase women. And women's sexual value can open doors, but men own the building of those doors that are being opened. So you being valuable just because you have pussy, which is crazy to say as a woman, that your value is in your pussy. That just really goes to show you where your mindset is at, right? You didn't even say your value is in these other things, which, you know, women do have value and a lot of other things, but you put the first value in your pussy, which goes to show you that your body count is probably excessively high because you're thinking with your pussy and not with your head. You being valuable because you have pussy is like saying a key is powerful just because it opens a lock, right? Real power belongs to the person that opens the door. You're confusing sexual access with inherent value. For you, sorry, I'm eating a little bites right now. If existing is enough to be valuable, why are women constantly told to bring more to the table? Why do most desired women still chase the 1% of niggas who built something? Because you even know that that's the truth, right? You know that that's the truth, but I don't think you want to admit it, because what Sugar Belly's doing, everybody, is she equates attention or sexual desire from men with inherent value, right? But value isn't about being desired, my friends. It's about being rare. It's about being impactful. And it's about being irreplaceable. There's a lot of girls that I can think of right now that are very irreplaceable. But when you think of a 6'1" successful millionaire and someone that lives in a very prestigious place and owns a prestigious company, are you going to consider that valuable? Or is the 80-year-old woman with her pussy flag more valuable? What's more valuable, right? Fast food is in high demand, Sugar Belly, okay? It is, but no one respects it. That's why niggas tell you don't eat fast food. Kobe beef is rare and earned, right? So if being desired equaled value, then OnlyFans girls would be treated like queens. They would be respected long term. We would be having a fucking parade for them in the street, but we don't. Right? Because in economics, value is tied to scarcity plus utility, not just demand. So anyone can be desired, but very few people can be irreplaceable. So you're not valuable because men want you. You're valuable if you still matter when they stop wanting you. Right? your fertility rate peaks from 18 to 24. The male sexual market is tied to income, it's tied to confidence, it's tied to leadership, it's tied to a bunch of different shit from 30 to 50, right? Wealthy niggas in their 40 to 50s still date women in their 20s. Why? Because women find those men valuable. And if you don't think that men are the prize, why do you look for a man to lead in the first place? Why do you say, I want a man that's stronger than you? You want a man that's faster than you? You want a man that's smarter than you? You want a man that makes more money than you? Are essentially saying, Sugar Belly, that you want a man that's better than you. When you choose men, do you down or do you date up? Are you dating a guy that's equally as strong as you? Probably not. Are you dating a guy that makes equal money with you? Maybe you might, but most likely not. Are you dating a guy shorter than you or the same height as you? You're probably not. You are using hypergamy, so going above and beyond to find a nigga that's better than you, and you're admitting he's better than you, and that's exactly why you're choosing him to lead you in the place that you can't get by yourself anyway. So you just proved my point more by saying that men are the prize at the end. A flower is beautiful, it needs someone to water it. A man who builds his value is the one with the garden hose. That is us. Women's sexual value is front-loaded, right? At the end of the day, men's value is delayed, but it's earned because niggas get better with time. Women don't get better with time. I've never seen a shorty get better with time. There's been a lot of fine chicks, I'm not gonna lie, there's been a lot of fine shorties, and some of them do look good, but the majority of women are not getting better with time. Women rely off their age and their beauty, and that fades. But you know what doesn't fade? Building cities, building civilizations. You got niggas that's 80 years old still in the trenches.
Yeah.
So you're not valuable just because you're a woman. You're marketed that way. She thinks of value as self-evident, but in reality, it's constructed by male desire and social media algorithms.
Okay, cool. So
okay, yeah. So with that, I'll let. Wait. Am I done, Violet? Or do I got a couple more seconds?
All right. So can I just say?
Hold on, Violet. Do I have the floor?
What? Weren't you just finished? Did you finish?
I thought it was done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. You got like 30 seconds to land your point.
Another 30 seconds of shouting?
Yes, I'll get a 30 seconds.
Oh my God.
Thank you. I'm sorry for shouting at you. I guess it's just a man in me. But I just find it terrible that you used your vagina as a forefront to represent women, which is very shameful to women because women have other things besides their vagina. So putting your vagina at the forefront to determine your value just really says a lot about you as a person and then also what you think of women as well. So with that, I'll digress.
All right, we're on Sugar Belly.
Okay, thank you. So can I just say, I really don't like this thing that some of you guys do, and I'm speaking to Gold, Pappy, and Lion, where you lie about what the person said to make your point. And it's weird because you act as if the entire room is not here listening to the conversation along with you. And I don't know what the point of lying is. I didn't say that women are valuable because we have a pussy. You asked the question, you were like, oh, so are you saying that you just have value because of your pussy? And I said, yes, we the pussy havers have intrinsic value. That was what I said word for word. Now you've given us a whole rant about how I supposedly said that, oh, your value is in your pussy. I never said that, right? But my point though is that women have intrinsic value. So it's not about sexual desirability like at all. I never even mentioned this. You're the one who kind of manufactured this whole point to argue against it. My entire point is that like as human beings, women have intrinsic default value because of our reproductive capacity, right? And because of the fact that we're actually quite competent and quite capable, and we create community, and we create like all of the things that make, being a human being worth it, like in terms of like our socialization and so on and so forth. And so we're quite content by ourselves, you wouldn't find, like, if you sequestered men and women, you generally don't find women trying to, kill themselves to get into where the men are. But you will find men trying to kill themselves to get into wherever women happen to be. And that's because the women have far more value to the men than the men do to the women, right? So And the second thing is that I really feel bad for like the women around you, Gold Pappy, and I feel really bad for the women like in whatever social culture you're a part of. And I'm not saying this to say that you're a bad person, like I'm really not, right? But I'm saying it to say that like the ideology that you're parroting is incredibly tedious. It is incredibly exhausting. And when I think that, okay, some girl is going to have to marry you, right? Some girl is going to have to listen to this nonsense for the rest of her life. Some girl is going to have to, it's deep. Wow, that's deep. When you say this rubbish, I feel bad, and the reason why I feel bad is because I know for a fact that, in other parts of the world, women don't have to believe this rubbish or listen to this rubbish in order to have partners, like, to partner up with men or to get married or whatever. It really doesn't matter. And it's funny that Lion was shouting about, third world country and stuff, right? Because what I don't understand is that, okay, yes, I'm from a third world country, but you guys are from a first world country where you're supposedly meant to be living better. You're supposedly meant to be having a better time of life. And so, like, why are women in this first world country who are meant to be freer, who are meant to be happier, why do they have to tolerate this nonsense ideas from men? Like, it's confusing to me, right? If you're supposed to be living a better life, why do I have to hear the Gold Pappies of the world telling me rubbish about how, men get better with age and women go down with age or whatever nonsensical idea like they distributed in the incel group meeting? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's so, like, Lisa, you're after me, so just give me a second. Like, let me finish, right? It doesn't make any sense to me. Meanwhile, in the country where I'm from, which is, like you said, a third world country that has nothing to teach you, first of all, like, the marriage rate is much higher than in your first world country, right? So even you guys from the first world country, you men who keep on shouting about how, marriage is so important to you, marriage is so valuable to you, you're looking for a wife, the way you say that word, wife, right? You guys aren't having that success of having wives. You're not having that much success of having marriages. Like, our marriage rates outstrip yours, like, hands down, right? And we're not tearing ourselves to pieces about body count, tearing ourselves to pieces about how men are supposed to be more valuable and whatnot. Like, it's kind of crazy that you supposedly have more freedom, but you're binding yourselves in these regressive ideologies. And then the other thing that I want to say is that, like, I also don't understand why you guys keep on trying to argue against what I'm saying using the Bible. It's odd. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in the Abrahamic cinematic universe. And yet, you guys keep pulling out Bible verses to tell me what your imaginary daddy in the sky said. That's very nice for you. And if this whole conversation was about, okay, what do Christian people believe about marriage, or what do they believe in relationships, I would agree with you, because I've read the Bible too. Like, I've done all the Christian theology as well. Like, I've studied all the Christian stuff there is to study. So I would agree with you that, yes, this is what Christians say, this is what they believe. This is like, if Christians ran the world, or if Christians were making the rules, this is how it was going to be. I don't have any arguments against that there. But where my argument is that you guys are trying to take what is happening in the Bible and then use it to make a fake history for other cultures in the world who have nothing to do with the Bible. And you want to tell us by force, right, that because your Bible says that you like virginity and your Bible says that women should close their legs until they marry one man, then our culture has to agree with that. No, our culture doesn't have to agree with that, and it doesn't. And we have the historical documentation to prove that it does not agree with that. So, I don't know why you guys are like so angry. Like, this was a fun, chill conversation, and I was hoping that it would stay that way. But some people started screaming and calling women whores and calling women hoes. And I just feel like you don't need to have this much aggression. But like I said, the reason why you have this aggression is because this is not a chill conversation for you. You're fighting for your life. Basically, your life depends on women believing this nonsense. And if women don't believe this nonsense, you feel like you're going to die. That's the reason why you guys are so aggressive. It's weird.
No, because
Can I finally chip in for once? I mean, can I finally chip in for once? Wow, this has been so long.
That's what happens when there's a queue, Sarda. But go ahead.
No, it's been going back and forth.
No, there's been a queue this whole time. Just go ahead.
I'd like to add that back to Lion's point, you made a claim about all this HIV and AIDS going on in Africa, but you forget to mention that 35% of the new HIV cases are predominantly Black males, even though they make a very, very small percentage of the U.S. population, almost 40%. Now, look, I'm a person, I think men and women need each other, so I don't really have a dog in this fight, but that's kind of where I feel like the facts, whatever you said there, kind of, the facts don't back it up. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why that was brought in.
Lisa, on the continent,
so that's the actual fact. Huh? Say it again? Wait, what did you say, Sugar Belly?
I said on the continent, like in Africa.
Stop asking Shirley about.
Oh my God! Like I'm just answering a question. So I said that in Africa.
That's your time, Lasara. That's your time.
No, I was okay.
Like,
so then I was.
Can you guys stop bullying Lasara? Like, what is going on?
No one's bullying her. She wanted time.
All right. I don't even know how much time I'm getting.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
okay,
what is this? Did she interrupt you to ask a question, or were you done?
She asked me a question. So stop gold happy from
So she asked you a question, and you want her to respond. That's part of your time.
No, I wasn't.
Don't take out of her time.
I wasn't. Okay,
Belly, if you could just let me moderate the stage and calm down, please.
Can I? Okay.
All right. Did you ask her a question?
No, I didn't.
All right. So
I'm responding to Lion. So he was going on in Africa and HIV/AIDS. I'm basically making a statement saying the fact, you can look it up. 35% of the majority of HIV cases are predominantly from Black males, and they make up only a small percentage of the U.S. population. And then also, it's kind of blasphemous. Everyone's talking about God and Jesus. It's funny because in a lot of spaces, guys will talk about how women are also they're gossiping, TTing. I mean, shouldn't you guys be building, working? Why are you guys on Clubhouse? Leave the gossiping and the chattiness to the women. I don't understand it. And I don't really know what Black men are building. I mean, you're talking about, we built the civilization. What are you building? What was built by you? I mean, it doesn't really add up. So, I mean, the marriage rates are down.
You said what was built by men?
No, Black men. Okay, the marriage rates are down. Out of wedlock birth rates. I mean, what are Black men really building? They're not.
Black men built this whole damn country.
I'm just saying.
That's a crazy statement.
But we're gonna let her finish.
The facts.
Get her the fuck out
I'm talking about the facts. I mean, that's just what the facts say.
Well, she sounds like Charlie Kirk breaking family.
All right, well, let her sound like that and let her land her fucking plane.
Why are you guys so angry?
I don't have a dog.
She's not angry. Just ask questions. Oh my God.
I don't have a dog in this fight. I think I'm not necessarily agreeing with Sugar Belly, but I think some of the points that you guys are making are just not really strong enough. You're talking about men, but you're not specifying what men. You're talking about HIV, but you're forgetting the fact what I just pointed out. It's like I said, I'm a Christian, I'm conservative, but it's
I knew it.
a bad argument. I don't really know what you're talking about. So, anyway, go away, take it away.
Yeah, so Lisa, all I wanted to say to what you said about HIV is because you said please, can you stop? We're having a chill conversation. It's not a fight. Nobody's fighting with you.
I want the queue.
Yeah, that's fine, but
I go after team.
Yeah, so Lisa, so on the continent.
I typed in that I was in the queue earlier.
Yeah, Leo goes before me for sure.
Okay, so
I do think it's going to be interesting tomorrow because we are going to see a response from the FCC chair based off what Jon Stewart's going to say, and I guarantee you Ellison is going to be pressured by Trump behind closed doors to probably get rid of Jon Stewart permanently from The Daily Show. Because, they have also a broadcast license that was just transferred to them and bought by Skydance, right? So, this is gonna be some tea that we're gonna miss out on if you guys, it would just be something y'all would play tomorrow, but y'all could just play it live.
So who's doing it? I thought I read that today. Who's doing the Charlie Kirk special?
It's gonna be Sinclair.
Aaron in place of
station.
yeah. in place of Jimmy Kimmel there. Yeah.
I would look. That's not surprising coming from Sinclair. I mean, we know what they're all about. I mean, they literally.
It's really weird.
Well, hey, listen.
Weird as fuck. Talk about it's gonna be a special about his life. Like, what the fuck?
This is really fuck Jon Stewart on all cylinders. I don't fucking trust that.
What?
He's always. What do you mean? Wait, what? He's never been about shit.
Wait,
Is that fucking stutter?
Hold on.
Talking about?
We should. You talking about John Hancock or Jon Stewart? Which one are we talking about?
Stewart. He said Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart is like dedicated to the struggle.
What are you talking about, Water?
So what?
Okay, Water.
I'm so confused.
What are you drinking or smoking right now?
Because you ain't drinking no water. You drinking something else. What's that?
You must be dehydrated, bro.
Wait, explain it to us.
Stewart is what all of the progressives. They want all the progressives want Jon Stewart.
Let me go pull a clip.
What are you talking about?
Pull clips. Hold on.
Jon Stewart is the liberal champion in late night, and he's the person everyone always.
You sure you're not talking about Bill? You sure you're not talking about Bill Maher? Because
he's my generation so far. That's a great example.
How old are you?
He's my generation.
What the hell are you talking about?
This man is mentally ill or something. I don't know.
He really is. Jon Stewart is in my generation, sir. I'm sure.
Yeah, Water, aren't you in your 30s?
Yeah, but so he's my generation.
He's not in your generation. I'm 32. What are you talking about? He's in his 50s.
He's your generation.
Are you
confused? He's in his 50s.
Are you confused? Maybe he grew up listening to him with his family. I don't know.
I'm trying to put it together too.
We can't say this kind of stuff.
But I tell you this, Jimmy Kimmel is my generation. I'm almost 40. And I love the motherfucking
Jimmy Kimmel is the truth. Yeah.
Kimmel was and all of
If you're a mom and you got kids, like his little Halloween specials where he asks kids questions, I watch all his fucking little YouTube clips. Yes, funny.
He is funny as hell.
Yeah, our generation, if you're a millennial, our generation would be like Lily Singh or Amber Ruffin.
I like Lily Singer.
Yeah,
but you're 32.
Yeah, that's the 30-year-old generation or whatever.
The Fallon supremacy.
Yeah, does Lily Singer?
It's all about Fallon.
This Gen Z.
No, she's 36 years old. I'm 32. I'm not a Gen Z. I'm a millennial.
Hey, Matt, does she still have a show, Lily Singh?
No, her show back 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah, but her show was witty. I liked her.
Yeah, it was on Peacock. And then Amber Ruffin has, I think she still maybe has her show.
She's
42, 43.
Yeah, she's Letterman.
Now she's in her 40s. I thought both of them were in their late 30s.
Yeah, they look young, for real. I mean, Lily is younger, but Amber looks really young. I didn't know
Yes,
Amber.
she does.
David Letterman, Arsenio Hall, and Jimmy Fallon. I mean, I like Jimmy Kimmel, don't get me wrong, but Jimmy Fallon way over Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Fallon is funny.
Jimmy Fallon is real funny.
So
I never liked Jay Leno.
I like both too, but Jimmy, the only reason why I like Jimmy Kimmel, that's why I say it's mom thing, because if you watch a lot of those clips be with the kids, and I love that.
Don't forget about Conan.
Conan was on this. Yeah, Conan is top tier. See, Conan to me is the best one.
Because he's a big toggle.
I love fucking Conan O'Brien. Boy, that is my nigga.
Conan with Ice Cube.
I love Conan O'Brien. He is one of my favorites.
And the thing about Conan is Conan knows that he is a very goofy, awkward, white Irish guy, right? But he just goes with it. He don't give a damn.
That damn ride along with Ice Cube.
Yeah, I said right along with Ice Cube. What's the with Ice Cube?
It's my favorite. It's my favorite Conan O'Brien. We did this.
Which one?
PTR.
Oh yeah.
When y'all be going off here, especially first lady, I always do this emoji.
I be dead.
You never listen to his podcast? Conan finally needs a friend. Yeah, it's funny.
That's the funny motherfucker.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
I like Leno. I grew up on
Man, Leno did nothing for me, man. That Big Joe did nothing for me. Man,
Didn't him and Letterman did not get along?
Because the Tonight Show,
because he's so dry.
yeah, the Tonight Show was supposed to be Letterman's. Letterman was funny as hell.
Never understood that.
Right. You gotta enjoy it.
Letterman was great.
He creeped me the fuck out. When I was a kid. And his family. Creeped me the fuck out.
You know what got me into Letterman when they did that, was it a movie that they did about Johnny Carson, how he was supposed to take over late night?
Yep.
There's a lot of drama.
Yeah.
Yo, rest in peace, Joan Rivers. Man, I wish she was alive because she'd be dragging people left and right.
Yeah, Joan.
He was on Leno. He was a regular.
She was the guest host of The Tonight Show before Leno when she was supposed to get the job, but they went with Leno.
Yeah.
Baby, that's what that's my first the first person who taught me how to read. Because when I tell you she doesn't read, she reads.
Yeah, Joan Rivers was one of them. She was a true.
She don't give a fuck.
Well, that's when we had real poets, you know, and then
I like Carson too, but give me Conan. If I gotta pick, give me Conan, then Letterman. I loved Arsenio. Conan probably the top one, and I love Jimmy Fallon too.
Yeah, Jimmy, Arsenio, Arsenio, Jimmy, and Conan are my top, like top tier. I mean Fallon too. Yeah, Fallon. Fallon's up.
Fallon, no. Maybe.
Jimmy Fallon is, man, look. Jimmy Fallon gets straight creds because he got the Roots as his band. Like Jimmy Fallon is
canceled.
And he came from SNL, so whenever he get the other SNL people on there, that should be funny. Like when Kristen Wiig come on there, that should be funny. Kristen Wiig came on there as Khaleesi from Game of Thrones, and she wouldn't come out of character. That shit was hilarious. You gotta watch that shit, Patty.
Which one was it?
It's an episode of Jimmy Fallon, and Kristen Wiig came on there, but she was dressed as the Khaleesi from Game of Thrones. She wouldn't come out of character. She had this terrible ass wig on, and she was like, "So how you been doing?" She was like, just chilling with my dragons," and it was funny.
And we do know Kristen Wiig. She's playing it all too.
She's a little bit older. What is that white woman name that was married to, not married, that was dating 50 Cent?
Oh, you're talking about, Chelsea Handler.
Chelsea is funny.
Chelsea Handler is funny. Listen.
Right, but she's funny.
Listen, 50 got her heart.
Nah.
50 got shot in the face, but she did.
She left 50 alone.
Yeah, I know she left 50 alone, but I think I remember her telling like she really loved him.
She didn't say she loved him. She said she liked him. I think he bought her a matching car or something. She said somebody bought her a matching car. It's just it was the public. It was just too much.
Yeah.
So she actually stopped fucking with him.
You gotta watch Chelsea Does on Netflix. She got Chelsea Does Drugs, Chelsea Does Church. It's funny as shit. And when she goes, she do drugs. When she does drugs, she goes to South America somewhere to do ayahuasca. Funny as fuck, bro. She is hilarious. I got her book too. You got to be kidding me.
You got to be kidding me.
That's the thing.
Why did she
Was that Chelsea a 40-year-old virgin? Was that some other father?
I doubt Chelsea was a virgin.
They need to bring back Chelsea.
No, 40-year-old version.
Oh, in the movie?
Yeah.
No, that was I know what you're thinking about. That was Judd's wife. She's fucking hilarious. She's a genius.
Kristen Wiig, nobody will ever trump Kristen the Wiig. She's the funniest.
Oh, you're talking about Elizabeth Banks was in 40-Year-Old Virgin. Yeah, Elizabeth Banks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or Cindy from Scary Movie. No, she was funny as fuck too.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I forgot Jane Lynch was in there.
Leslie Mann was Judd Apatow's wife in 40-Year-Old Virgin, right? The one that throws up on him and says she wants to get French toast after.
That big tall lady.
She ain't tall, no, that's Jane Lynch.
That's Jane Lynch. Jane Lynch. Jane Lynch is
nobody funny. It's Kristen Wiig and Melissa McCarthy. Then everybody else fall under them. And what's the one who used to do Debbie Downer?
Tina Fey.
Oh, Tina Fey's funny too.
Tina Fey's up there, but Amy Poehler.
Yeah,
okay, so it's them three,
Rachel,
and then all the other white girls.
like Rachel McGrath.
Rachel, she's a Rachel.
Who's the one that
That's
bride
Debbie,
from Bridesmaid?
yeah.
No, Rachel did Debbie Downer, I think.
Yeah,
Bridesmaid.
No, the tree.
Yeah, that's Kristen Wiig.
Rose the bar.
These from Bridesmaid.
Man, y'all gotta give, what's her name? Put some respect on her name. Maya. She's, what's her name? Daughter.
Maya Rudolph.
Yeah, Maya Rudolph is.
Yeah, Maya Rudolph.
Maya Rudolph is funny as hell.
Yeah. I would like to see Melissa McCarthy and Tiffany Haddish and Maya Rudolph.
Nah, Tiffany Haddish, you lost me.
Yeah.
Wait.
Tiffany Haddish is one note. It's the same character from Girls Trip. I don't need to see her.
Melissa McCarthy.
Every time I see her face, I just see this is nice. I'm like, okay, I'm over it. I'm done. Every time I see her face, that's all I see.
Every time
This is nice.
What's her name? Tiffany Haddish's face. All I see is her doing the nay from 2014. She needs to sit down.
I like, what's the girl from Abbott Elementary?
Oh,
Quinta B.
yeah, Quinta.
Hey, what do you know about Swalwell?
About
Representative Congressman Swalwell.
California.
He's the one that ran for president and shouldn't have been running for nothing. But yeah, he was just dragging what's his name up and down the street today with his little Kimball hat on. He was, doing this thing right here.
Yeah, I just posted it in the chat. He said, y'all better look the fuck out after the midterm elections, because we gonna be right back here. Y'all better get y'all lawyers. I'm like, whoa.
He was like, bitch, as soon as we win these midterms, and I listened to that black man named Hakeem Jeffrey said, bitch, as soon as he said this, I'm gonna add it in because I'm gay. He said, bitch, as soon as we win the motherfucking midterms, we investigating all y'all motherfuckers. So it's up, and y'all need to figure out how to get them lawyers.
Oh yeah. Yep. Swalwell's from California. Swalwell, we got a lot of respect out here. He don't fuck around. Like and I saw that earlier in Brooklyn. He was for real with it. He's like, yo, don't you worry. It's gonna be.
After Kirk's death, you really think we're gonna win the midterms?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah. But now that's a year now.
That's the problem.
They will because of it.
But people really don't vote in local elections. Like, come on, y'all.
You're over
the midterms always goes to the party that's not. I'm sorry, the House always goes to the party not out. It's just.
And that's true, but you know what?
This is not enough to do anything. They're going to be all this is doing is actually making people hate Republicans because of what they're doing in the name of Kirk.
It's exploding the Republican Party.
This whole freedom of speech thing can be a good thing because it may ignite people that didn't vote, especially in the presidential election, to get out and vote, and people that normally don't vote in midterm elections to get out and vote, because this is going to be something that's going to help us get to another place. This is crazy.
Look, I'm not going to say that like there's nothing to be worried about,
I said
but I
maybe
think that
no.
yeah, no, I hear you. But I think that like Trump has put himself in a very bad position. Like as much as he's trying to run away from the Epstein files and transparency and the whole freedom of speech, like all the shit that they were railing about. I gotta find this clip that Joy Reid had posted about why Republicans so mad since they got everything right now, but they still mad. But the one thing I wanted to say is like there is a very hopes that the Democrats will win things back because like Donald Trump has a lot of things to answer for that he has not. A lot of things that he claimed was going to get better has not. And on top of these kind of like social issues that he's kind of put people, like he's trying to like press down on people. Like I think that there is going to be a faction of people that are really going to just be like, yo, I voted for this bullshit, and now I need to correct it. That's not to say we're not, there's not going to need to be a push to get out. But I don't think that they just got it all in the bag. I think that they know what's coming, and that's why they're putting it in overdrive to try to suppress votes and try to take over things. But I think that really it's really going to come. Yeah, it's really going to come down to just people getting out the vote to Patty's point.
And that's the part that I'm worried about is the suppressing of votes. Like, I think that that's going to be hella prevalent with all of the clues that we got now. I think they're definitely going to go extra hard with the suppression of votes.
I mean, where was Marcus? He wasn't with all that. So it's like, hey, we have to put that down, protecting the women. At this point, if you will, at the popular prediction, we should probably anywhere between 10 and 15 seats majority in the House. And that's probably like before they're measuring it by, because when you look at the special data, it's at D+12, and historically, literally every single year, they did like a 15-year stretch. We've always been either +2 or -2, whatever that environment currently is when the specials are happening. And right now, it's D+12. So I would say, like, at worst, D+9, at max, D+14. But this current stuff's going to be, honestly, in the back of people's minds by next year. They're going to try to put it back in front of people, in front of them in the midterms, because they're doing the convention, the Republican midterm convention, the Democrats are doing it too. And the worst thing you are going to want to do is connect every single Republican that is running to Trump. When we're already in stagflation, we're literally walking into a...
We have a major event. Whatever major event is going to happen around the time of the election, I think that's the thing that I'm worried about. Like, what is the major event?
Hurricane season is coming. Cold season is coming. There's a lot of things coming that are like some natural and just some unforeseen. But I can tell you right now, some of these states that supported him, they got hurricanes are coming. They can't avoid them, and the hurricanes are damn sure guaranteed to come through their states. Let's see how they recover from them in his response, because he's been dismantling FEMA and all these services. Let's see how they're going to say they come to the rescue for them.
And with the CDC just got a reported case Atlanta has a reported measles case, and he thinks that he went to church.
And RFK just said they're banning their recommendations for mRNA and for any vaccines for the measles, all the other.
May I address you? Apparently they find out Dodgery as to the incident that just occurred. A man lying dead in the dirt, who went by the name of Bill Sharp, is actually a wanted outlaw by the name of Willard. The price I said of $200. Willing to wager this man was elected sheriff sometime in the past 2 years. I know this because 3 years ago he was rustling cattle from the BC Corn and Cattle Company of Lubbock, Texas. This is a warrant made out by certain court judge Henry Allen Laudermill of Austin, Texas. You're encouraged to wire.
Little things that's gonna happen and a long list of things to come. That's for sure.
Oh, y'all just now having a measles outbreak? Girl, in Texas, we've been doing that all year. Catch up, huh?
Well, it's Atlanta. They had the first recorded case here in Atlanta a few days ago.
Yeah, and that was sarcasm for the ones who didn't know. Yeah, I totally understand that. It's these type of things slowly make their rounds across the country, especially depending on the season change. And so, you know, it's just a
so now it's 7 at Grady now, Tony? Because it was like probably 4 or 5 days ago, and it was like they got their first recorded, so they'll be on the lookout. Now it's only saying it's 7. That's crazy. I thought it'd be a blue vaccine though.
This couple just dropped the craziest TikTok dance in 2025. The husband pulls off a move no one. This tool is truly amazing. It can split stones with ease.
Yes, I do. I got one as a kid. No, I had the vaccine as a kid. You know you have to get the vaccine for everything. To go to school.
This tool is truly amazing. It can split stones with ease.
I'm going to strongly agree with that. I'm inclined to strongly agree with that one. That motherfucker on the end definitely frustrates the shit. On the right end definitely frustrates the shit out of him in person.
Cappy caps
That's Soldier Boy. I definitely recognize Dame Dash and Jimmy.
And Fat Joe. Fat Joe is the king of cap.
Fat Joe can tell us some tall tales, man.
Maybe tall. I'll be like, man, Fat. You know we don't believe that. I chased him. He didn't chase anyone. He used to be bigger than this. Yeah, like somebody chase him. You know them tall stairs in the Bronx. Like, no one chased nobody up them steep.
When your knees weren't touching each other, man.
That's the thing that I about the fucking steps in the Bronx. Hills and shit. All the hills and steps in the Bronx. I hated the Bronx, but that made Where was that?
My neighborhood. That's crazy.
No, I can't give it to everybody.
She drinks when she sings karaoke by herself. I just see how you connect, but she's got like a little.
Here's where the contradictions arise, okay? So when we see the murder, when we see the innocent people impacted, the innocent casualties, when we see all of the damage, the detriment, all of the mental diseases that are coming from this, right?
American Prime Evil was fucking awesome, dude. That show's so good. I started watching it with my wife, and she's like, nope, gotta go.
She can't handle it.
Here's where I think that
That's a
negligence
fucking
needs to be
but
called.
Yes, one of the most accurate representations of what life is probably like in the West
where
back then.
higher authorities
I learned so
can
much
take reign
on that, man.
because this detriment.
I mean, living in Montana, I got to this cowgirl friend of mine.
This death toll is so astronomically impactful because you have a body of people who are claiming we are for life, we are for the well-being, we're for health, we're for this, but you can clearly see in the region, in the entire space that this war has kind of taken up, just tolls of damage, and there's no accountability along the way. What's even more bothersome is that there's going to be an upcoming generation that are going to have to take over this entire thing in order for their survival. And what I feel is though what's not being called out, at least on a national scale, is the accountabilities that need to be taken immediately for that next generation to have some sort of sustained stability, not just trying to merge through and make their way and make, a life from the ruins of all of this. But I just think those conversations aren't had, and when we talk about the youth that are impacted here, it doesn't matter what you stand for. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what campaign you're under. It doesn't matter what color or religion or anything. The only thing that matters is life. And neither you or I or anybody with a pistol in their hand or a bomb getting ready to drop has any control over giving or taking life. That is only with the higher power. That's only with God. There's only one God, and we all know this to be a factor. We don't have to have wars to just debate something like that. It's not even debatable.
Can I say something?
A blind man will eventually tell you that they know God.
Do men know that? Because women don't start these wars.
Zoe. Now, alright, no, fuck it, let's make this.
But thank you for letting me conclude.
No problem. Alright, so do y'all want to make this a troll room? Because,
That's not trolling. Do men know that?
Let's just change the subject. Alright, so, that was a well put answer, even though I completely disagree with it. Andrew used to know me. I don't allow certain things like politics to kind of like dictate my relationships with my friends, right? So, I don't do that. That's crazy.
And it's mutual, thank you.
Right. And let me play this clip though, because I think Jimmy Kimmel, before he got fired, the way you answered that question, that was like so interesting.
Subject to criticism. Friendships have been ended. Public figures have been torn to pieces. People are scared to speak up, and not just on social media. They're scared in the privacy of their homes too.
It's late into game night. You've played everything. It's time for a game that'll challenge you mentally and emotionally.
We do have one other game.
Oh, what is it? Let's talk about Israel. Navigate your way through the Holy Land, stopping to pick up neutral talking points along the way. But if those talking points offend anybody, obviously this is all very complicated.
Nice one, Dave.
And I'm certainly no expert. Could have fooled me. But it just seems like the Israeli response is disproportionate. You'll spend hours navigating this conversational minefield and having no fun doing it.
Well, this conflict goes back a long, long way.
Nice and vague.
But when one force occupies... Am I not allowed to say that word?
I don't know. These rules are hard to follow. You might not know what you're talking about, but don't let that stop you from weighing in. I feel bad for anyone, anywhere who's uncomfortable about anything.
Oh.
What was wrong with that one? You passed the hose.
Oh, you want to give Hamas a pass?
No. That's not what I said.
That is not what you said.
Just like the real conflict, this game may never end. The two-state solution. The violent escalation. Both sides. Let's talk about Israel. Not fun for the...
Long ass clip, but this is the type of pins and needles that people go through, like when they're like, I'll put the link in the chat. The type of pins and needles people go through when they're talking about Israel. You know what I'm saying?
1, 2, 2, 1, 2, check.
Okay, fine, Fatima. How you doing?
I'm good. How is everyone doing? Yay!
We are doing.
Yay.
Do you want to chime in on the subject?
I mean, with Jimmy Kimmel, I mean, that is like unbelievable. That should have never been. I can't believe that a whole show, like for years, has been, you know, you've got people who are producers, you've got people who are doing the music, you've got people doing all sorts, and actually making fun, you know, jokes. Completely destroyed within a second.
Yeah, they weren't that funny.
And the freedom of speech, that is unbelievable. Within a first world country, that is unbelievable. It doesn't matter. He was never partisan like that. And so from somebody from outside of the country, yeah, that is freedom of speech being definitely lynched, and the word lynching is.
Can I chime in real quick?
I mean, you can.
Give me a second, Gus. Just let the
You know, maybe on an individual person's level.
Get Augustus. Thank you, Fatima.
Yeah, man. Like, I see the example of Jimmy Kimmel being the example of somebody being their speech being suppressed because of their comments. And is that the catalyst for the end of free speech in America? I vote no. Listen, when you go onto broadcasting networks, you sign contracts saying you're not going to say certain things on air. Like, if you've ever been on a radio show, it's the same deal on radio.
Okay, Augustus. First off, how you doing? Good to see you, bro.
Good to see you too.
Let me just say this. Forget you, Fatima. Let me just say this. We have a one mic policy in here. When somebody speaking, you just mute up. You'll get a chance to go again. So, Augustus, I'm not talking about the Jimmy Kimmels, which is broadcast. You know, the whole world knows he was fired, and all these other celebrities that are getting canceled now. I'm talking about just the regular people that go on social media, and I'm not who are getting canceled. You don't think that's curtailing free speech in America?
I don't think that it's an assault on free speech, no. I think if they were to be put in jail, it would be. Like we...
Hey, Saloni, how you doing?
Hey, good. Hey, JP. Hi, everybody. Thanks for bringing me up.
Thank you for coming up. Free speech is dead? And if so, what?
Good question. I think they're definitely trying to control the narrative, control voices. Yeah, absolutely. Is it dead? No. I mean, he'll be in a half more year. He may not interpret how he wants people to criticize others. You know, he's a different beast. So, the next one to go if after freedom of speech. Oh gosh, let's. I'll have to think on that one. Let me think on that one.
Well, let me tell you something. So, even though they'll never come out and admit it, Donald Trump and the FCC had their fingerprints all over this. So, I am not a conspiracy lunatic. I don't go down that rabbit holes. I leave that to others. But when the chairman of the FCC comes out and says that he needs to be punished, and the next thing you know, the guy gets fired, that says to me, Donald Trump made that call to the FCC chairman and said, hey, do something about this guy because he's criticizing Charlie Kirk. Let me say, okay, Sloan?
But wait, didn't the Obamas do the same thing to Roseanne some years ago? Didn't the Obamas call the network and have Roseanne fired because she said something about one of Obama's, you know, somebody in
Susan Rice,
remember
maybe?
that woman she compared
it was Valerie Jarrett who's president.
Yeah, that woman. Yeah, she was canceled for her comments.
No, No.
We're back, baby!
Compared her to a monkey or something that was very vulgar. One, she didn't know that Valerie was the black woman too. But no, she didn't. You know what happened? The president of ABC programming, or maybe the president of ABC at the time was a black woman, Kim Kim somebody. He was like,
this
hell
shit
no.
will go all
You're
night
going.
long. All right, we're gonna
And
restart the
He
live.
was able to make that call because she was over the network at that time. But no, that wasn't a White House call. That was the president of ABC call, who probably
Which was the bad
knew
call?
Valerie Jarrett.
I'm gonna have to pull up my Roseanne clip because I could have sworn she said
That was a bad call because that lady was Indian. She was not black at all.
Valerie Jarrett is black. Yeah.
The truth coming forth.
That Roseanne said she looks like a monkey from Planet of the Apes type shit that came out back in the day. That woman is
she was
not
talking
black.
about Valerie Jarrett, and Valerie Jarrett is black. When she said that, it was about Valerie Jarrett.
When she made that comment, if you go look that woman up, she is not black.
Valerie is black.
Okay, you got it. I'm not gonna argue with you.
Not only that, I have vacationed with her mother in Martha's Vineyard.
Oh.
Okay, just like.
Okay, so hold on a second. Let me address a couple of things real quick. Jane and I agree. The next thing to go is probably birthright citizenship. As somebody wrote, next to go will be right to bear arms. They will never mess with guns in America. Americans love their guns too much, and so do the politicians, because the gun lobby is way too strong for them to ever fuck with guns. Excuse my language. Justin, how you doing, bro?
Good. Yeah, sorry, I just said that she doesn't look black. Anyone who just doesn't know her history or anything like that, her lineage, would assume she's anything but black.
She's black, and she was born in Shiraz, Iran.
Ooh.
Yeah. To me, you're black if you look black.
Thank you.
It's all right.
She's Iranian.
So
I just get a little sensitive being light. You get a little sensitive hearing people always say you're not this, you're not that. So I don't mean to yell at you, Kay. I apologize.
Sloan, you can yell anytime you want in my space.
So, JB, I got a question for you.
What's the question?
Do white people have a problem with free speech?
Depends on the white person.
It depends on the speech.
Where's that? What are you basing this question on, Jay?
On Jimmy Kimmel and Charlie Kirk.
I had no problems with what Jimmy Kimmel said, and I know that's going to trigger some people.
I mean, I'm not directing this at you, JB.
No, I'm not taking it that way. I don't take things personal on this out, Jay. I'm just saying for me, you asked me the question, so I can only answer for myself.
Yes, sir.
I have no problems with what he said. I think that we've become a hypersensitive society, and we pick and choose what topics mean something to us. Just my opinion.
Okay, I got one more question for you, JB. Do super PACs have a problem with free speech?
Once again, my friend, I think that depends on the super PAC. You disagree with that?
No, I'm just saying, you know what I'm talking about. Every time I discuss super PACs. Hold up, I'm going to ask one. All right, let me ask one question to the room right quick. So Kamala Harris had 73 billionaires back in her. Donald Trump had 53 billionaires back in her. Should we know the names of the billionaires back in these people that's running for president?
Wait, hold on a second. No, don't bring Frank up, please. Okay, guys.
Where are you getting your information, first of all?
Well, it's public information.
That's not an answer. I said, where did you get it? Not whether it's public or not.
From the internet.
was determined to shorten his long car like this.
Well, it's generally known they have donors, because that's not really information you look
Hold on. So, L, you don't know super PACs exist?
I said, where did you get the information that he had 60? Did you say he had 65?
No, he had 53 billionaires backing him. Kamala had 73 billionaires backing her.
And what does that mean, backing her?
Sponsoring the campaign.
Well, people have a right to donate money.
So we don't have a right to know who did it?
There are laws of transparency. If you donate to the campaign, that's public information. But if you donate through something else that then gives the money to the campaign, that information is not public. And there are also limits on how much you can donate.
So I want to ask you, bro. So do you think, as Americans, we should know who these millionaires are or not?
So again, I urge you to check your source on this. Okay. And then go and check out campaign finance law. And then you'll see that people who donate to campaigns are public information. You can get their first and last name.
Okay.
Thank you, Jay.
I'm gonna go check that.
Thank you, Jay. I gotta say hello to a few people. I'll come back to you, I promise. I'm gonna say hello to First Lady, and then I'm going to the interpreter and Vesper. First Lady Chi, what an honor to have you in my space. How you doing?
Good evening, sir. It's an honor to be here. How are you, JB?
I'm good. I'm just a little conflicted on, is free speech still a real thing, or is it real if you run with the narrative that they want you to say?
Let's just say I won't comment because I believe that this thing is real, honey. I believe it. Hey, El Normo. Hey, KP, Uncle KP.
What's up, First Lady? How you doing?
Good. Yeah, JB, I'm sorry. I don't know. I think this thing is real. It's got wings. You don't think it's real?
I thought, and I'm going to be honest with you, I thought cancel culture was kind of on its deathbed until now. And now you got all these crying Karens, and I would bet probably 70% of them don't even know who Charlie Kirk is, but they're crying because Charlie Kirk was MAGA. Just my opinion. And I know we're going to get smoked for the things I say tonight, and I don't care. We love to say about free speech absolutists and all this other shit. That's such bullshit. Most of these amendments are bullshit. I'm just curious to see which ones they go after next. And I agree with when Jane said it's going to be birthright citizenship. Norm, you want to jump in, and then we'll go to the interpreter.
Oh, yeah, thanks. So this started when people got fired for using the wrong pronoun, and when the FBI began to track people down when they went to school board meetings. And Trump is a counterpuncher. He's known for being vengeful, and I know some personal he exacts revenge. You can go through all the people he's after now. Everybody who did any wrong to him, including John Bolton, by the way, who's being punished for his book. Of course, Letitia James, prosecutor in New York. He's going after the people that went after him, the FBI people that went after him. So when you have something like people being canceled for using the wrong pronouns or whatever indelicate or racist or bad thing that they said, you can now expect there to be a reaction to that. It's blowback.
But no, let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
Not just this happened in real life. Is there an expiration date on when we could be when people could actually criticize somebody like Charlie Kirk after after this? I mean, how long do people on their hands lose their jobs, keep their mouth shut, but we live in a freeze country? I'm just curious.
What's the name of the short black comedian? He's really short. He's very funny.
Kevin Hart.
Or sometimes I forget some names. Kevin Hart lost his job hosting the Oscars because of some tweet that he made 10 years previously, and he's a comedian. So I don't think there's a time limit on how you can be punished for something that you said at a different time when the rules were different, by the way. I mean, they went digging through his tweets from 10 years previous.
I get that, Norm, but when Charlie Kirk says things about black pilots, and I know the whole context, I've heard the whole clip, I've watched the video, to me it still came off as racist, right? I understood the context, but I thought how he said it was racist. So people can't criticize that?
Well, That's not what Kimmel was doing. Kimmel screwed up. Now, of course, you can criticize somebody's remarks. I would say wait a minute. Wait until the guy's buried, wait until the body is not still warm before you jump in. Immediate and vituperative because people were concerned that he would be sanctified, that he would be made into a saint. And I think what they've done, the same way when they attacked Trump, they pretty much assured his reelection. I think the same thing is true when you attack a man in that moment, right after he's been assassinated publicly. I mean, that was a moment of national horror, in my view. Going all the way back to the Kennedy assassination.
Hey, Norm, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
You know what was a national day of horror for me?
What?
When 3 cops got killed and nobody talks about it. 3 cops got killed yesterday in Pennsylvania. You don't see a single rumor about those cops being assassinated by some lunatic.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think I heard about it on the radio or something, or whatever I was listening to, like Sirius or something. I think I heard about it. Yeah, it's very weird. I don't know enough details about it. So, I mean, the anonymous citizen is never, well, I shouldn't say never, is less likely to get as much attention as somebody like Charlie.
Let me just say this. Charlie Kirk's funeral's on Sunday at a football stadium in Arizona. They're anticipating a crowd of up to 65,000 people at this man's funeral. 65,000. That's insane to me. You would think he was saving lepers and children and puppies in burning buildings. The interpreter, how you doing, the interpreter?
Do you know anybody like Charlie Kirk anywhere in the conservative movement?
No, I'm not a conservative and I don't follow them. But let me.
That explains why you don't see how big of a deal he is.
Ben Shapiro was a bit like him in his time.
Okay, hold on a second. He's getting all this attention because of the way he was killed, and it was broadcast throughout the world. And Trump jumped on the bandwagon. So let me just say this, Justin. I don't know if you're conservative or not, and that's fine. You're welcome in my space. But when the President of the United States comes on the day after Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, murdered, right? And says, I blame the far left lunatics. Don't you think that's a time where he should just shut up and not throw because I want to welcome the interpreter. The interpreter, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? How everybody doing this evening?
Doing fantastic, sir. Did you want to chime in on the conversation?
Yeah, definitely, most definitely. I had an epiphany last night, so I hope people can follow me because it's quite simple. When it comes to let's I'm gonna speak on Donald Trump real quick, right? So Donald Trump, right? He's the prime orchestrator for America right now, according to the narrative, right? So when we think about the processes, procedures, and protocol, people are not comprehending their values. They're understanding them, right? So, Donald March 1st, that clarified the claim that English is the official language of America, right? So he's making a claim to own English in a sense. With that saying, the value of the words that are being traded are all owned by the government. The evidence is in the history if anybody wanted to do the research. I did it, but I'm not going to expose that. The point is that the understanding will constantly be validated, but the comprehension is the evidence, which will always be overlooked in discussion as well as written documentation for recording purposes. And the reason being is that when we read and when we write It is and not our own language.
Interpreter, I gotta tell you respectfully, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
No, you could look at the executive order and go back in history from there. Anybody can. I already did it. It was simple, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna speak what I say because I know what I'm saying makes sense. But if it don't make sense, do the research and then you'll bring yourself up to date of what went on in the past and why he signed that executive order March 1st of 2025.
Thank you.
And made English the official language of America today.
Thank you, the interpreter. Vespa, how you doing, Vespa?
That's a fact. That's a fact, interpreter.
It's
clear.
I couldn't figure out what he was saying. It may be a fact, but I have no idea what he was saying.
Right? Neither do I. Go ahead. Let's still go.
She's just poking me. Vespa, how you doing, bro?
How's it going?
Going all right. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, under attack, right? I think the strongest evidence of that is how they're bringing all the different social media platforms to have a congressional hearing, except for X, of course, right? I mean, we see it with Stephen Colbert. We saw it first with him, right? Now they're canceling like streamers, like Destiny got kicked off of Twitch, and they're gonna go after Hassan Abi and any liberal streamers or whatever, you know? Like, the far right owns most of social media as it is. The only real platforms, you know, the left has is like Blue Sky. And after that,
and look Vespa, look what they're doing. They just sold TikTok. And look at the businesses that are buying them. That's buying.
Yeah, TikTok is an interesting case. It's a way for people to communicate quick bullet point political points, you know. Progressive messages about giant corporations, like about BlackRock and things like that, which I guess they didn't like, you know. And they come up with conspiracies. Oh, it's a Chinese, you know, spy program and yada yada. But after that, Second Amendment is on the chopping block. Fascist dictators have always gone after people's guns, and they've already talked about it. They talked about restricting gun rights from trans people, and then on Newsmax they said against all Democrats. Like, they'll start there, and then, you know, have all the crazy supporters have guns, all the MAGA freaks, and then if they get out of control, they'll take them away from them at some point. That's where I see things going.
Thank you, Vespa.
There's like nothing to stop it. There's nothing to stop it.
Thank you, Vespa. I think Justin wants to push back. Justin, you want to say something?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were trolling or not because it sounds like you were giving the Republican, like, so for example, gun rights. In one sense, it's like, okay, well, Democrats don't want guns. They believe that you should have gun control or just take out the Second Amendment, and they say that Charlie Kirk died by the sword or he died by gun violence when he should have been opposing all guns. But our argument is this: if we take away guns from, I guess, citizens, take away the right for citizens to have guns, then only all the crazies will have it. All the ones who don't keep the laws will have guns, and we will be, of course, sitting ducks. Now, you're making the same argument, except for Republicans. You're saying, well, only if we took away all the guns from Democrats, because they don't want guns, then it's going to be left up to all the crazy Republicans. So it's like, you don't see how you're making our argument, except you're just making a mirror. It's just, the difference is you're the victim, and you don't see how we see ourselves as also a possible.
Hold on a second. Vespa, I need you to mute up, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Only because I get feedback. I'll get back to you in a second. Justin, let me ask you a question. You think if Charlie Kirk survives that assassination, he gets shot, but he survives, he'd still be such a big proponent of the Second Amendment?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Because he just got shot in the neck. I don't think he'd be a proponent of the Second Amendment.
Well, okay, that's like saying a person got shot by the police, therefore we should take away all guns from police.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's not at all the same. No.
Well, it's the same logic because
No, it's not.
the reasoning. Okay, so the reasoning is that gun violence. There's like a certain amount of people that die because of gun violence, but we also protest police violence and police abuse. They kill us with guns. Should we use the same logic that, hey, if we took away all the police lives?
No, because you're not attributing police and doing something in the line of duty. You can't equate that to someone that decided to go bonkers and kill somebody. It's not the same argument.
I got
right. So you can't equate that to a person who has a gun and is not crazy.
You know what I find, and I'm going to be 100%. I'm going to assume you're a conservative from the things you've said, and that's fine. Like I said, that's fine. I don't care. But I find the deflection that both parties uses when you bring something up, it's mind-boggling to me. I asked you a very direct question, and you went on some tangent about policing the guns. Apples have nothing to do with pineapples, bro. I just asked you if he got shot, if he survived the assassination attempt. I'm pretty sure after getting shot in the neck, you're going to change your mind on guns. Because if you don't, then you got a serious mental illness.
Well, okay, so then why wouldn't I change my mind on police, police officers? Like, they should have weapons.
Have they shot you?
Well, they shot other people.
Okay. TS, how you doing?
I want no one to escape.
TS, are you there?
Craig McDermott.
No. Adrian, how you doing, Adrian?
What's going on?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Sitting here watching football.
I feel that the First Amendment is dead. What do you think?
Nope. I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. I think people are being a little too hyperbolic about it and, hyperventilating about this shit in the heat of the moment. I don't think it's dead. Why do you think it's dead?
Because if you say anything against Charlie Kirk, you're going to be canceled. You could lose your job. You could lose everything. That's right.
That's not true. When in a time where both sides are coming to an agreement that we should tone down the violent political rhetoric and stuff like that, which I agree. I mean.
Wait, time out, Adrian. When you say both sides, the president just the other day came out and said that the far left lunatics, and he threw gasoline on that fire. He's a leader of that side.
He didn't indict every Democrat. He didn't do that. And as Democrats, there are calling for toning down the rhetoric, which I agree with them. People are coming to the middle and saying, yo, y'all, this shit has gotten way out of control, which I think everyone should agree that this shit has gotten way out of control. But it's a whole nother thing when a lot of people are calling for more violence. They literally got a hit list of people on the right who they want to see dead. I don't hear no one condemning that shit. I don't hear not a single person condemning that shit. And why is that?
I haven't heard the left call for anybody to be killed. I'm not saying you're not saying what you're saying is not true. I just haven't heard it.
They have a whole website.
Okay. I gotta tell you, I've heard a lot of crazy shit on Twitter.
And one thing we know about the First Amendment is that it does not cover calling for violence. Inciting violence and calling for the death of people. The First Amendment does not cover that shit. And if you're out here calling for that type of stuff, then absolutely you should not be trying to hide behind the veil of First Amendment rights, because that's not what it's for. You should be punished.
So if I come on this app and I say, which I never would, but I'm just going to use that as a hypothetical. I wish Joe Schmo from Idaho would get run over by a tractor trailer and I hope he dies. Should I be canceled?
Oh, hey, freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences.
Okay, but the question was, I'm not saying I'm going to do it to him. I'm just saying I hope it happens to him. Is that still freedom of speech?
That's still freedom of speech. Yeah, that's still freedom of speech. You're not calling for people to take action upon somebody. You're saying just your own personal wish, and that is, yeah.
Right.
And
You know
hate speech is also allowed.
Yeah, of course it is. But here's the thing. So when people criticize Charlie Kirk, they get canceled, right?
You can criticize them.
Okay, but they can't because they're losing their jobs because of it.
But he lost his life. What are we talking about? This man lost his life because of his words.
I'm not.
JB, what are you saying right now? Do you know what stochastic terrorism is?
Do I know what is?
Stochastic terrorism.
No, what is it?
Stochastic terrorism is when people are calling or advocating for the death of someone and calling others to go and do it. But they're not outright saying it, they're just making an insinuation for people to go and do it, for someone to go and do it. It's like...
So wait, let me ask you this. If somebody comes on my stage right now and they just happen to say, hey, I'm glad... Is that not free speech, or should they lose their jobs?
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. Nobody's getting canceled for their opinion. People are getting canceled because they're goddamn out here calling for violence. People are getting canceled from their jobs because they're letting their political bias get in the way of performing a duty at their jobs, like the Kinko's incident. These people went in there and wanted a Charlie Kirk flyer.
Adrian,
and the worker
there's
said,
so many people.
I gotta make this point.
Adrian, there's so many people losing their livelihoods because of an opinion. And I don't. And let me tell you something, bro. I'm talking about doctors, nurses, school teachers. Now, teachers shouldn't be talking about this to their students, but they should be just as protected as anybody else. And
nurses should. And nurses should.
If a nurse comes on and says, you know what, I'm glad he got killed. He was a racist. Why should she lose her job?
What the hell? What if I come in there and I'm a Trump supporter? Am I going to be? Who the fuck I voted for? Now she's giving me fucked up ass service? Hell yeah! I think these people, bro, JB, what are we saying right now?
Bro, I'm saying you're a hypocrite. That's what I'm saying.
I have to interject. I need to interject.
I'm not a hypocrite.
Adrian, just give me 1 second and I'm going to give you the mic right back. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I just have to say something. Because I'm really confused by how this conversation is unfolding. Most of everybody on this app, in this room, I'm not going to say everybody on this app, but for the past week, we've been in and out of rooms about Charlie Kirk, where folks have been saying, he said this, that, and the other, he was killed over it, oh well, he was killed over his words. And now we feel some way because folks are getting fired over, a man lost his life over his words, freedom of speech. And we're feeling some way because people are getting fired over words. Hey, at least they're still alive. Are y'all serious? Like, what's happening? We're offended because people are losing their job and a man lost his life. Like, what's...
Because if I voted for Donald Trump, I should not have to worry about if my nurse have a fucking political bias against the person that I goddamn voted for. And now she's potentially going to harm me.
Wait, hold on, Adrian. So God forbid, and I'm being serious, God forbid you had to go to the emergency room tonight, right? They take you over to the emergency room. Are you going to, on that gurney, turn around and say to your doctor, hey, wait a second, before you operate on me, are you Republican?
They literally did that.
They're professionals, bro.
JB, they literally did that shit during COVID. They denied people services and life-changing goddamn services, right? Just because they wasn't vaccinated.
Wake that part up.
What are we talking about here, JB? What are we talking about, JB? People were denied surgeries because they weren't vaccinated.
Yeah, some people weren't allowed to go to work because they weren't getting vaccinated.
Wake it up.
JB, I think you're being the hypocrite right now. Why you're sitting here calling people
not personal decisions, that protocol.
vaccinated.
Well, let me talk for a minute, Adrian. Then I'll hand the mic back to you. Because you can laugh all you want, and you could be the biggest Trump supporter. I really don't care. But here's the deal. If you really want to have that COVID conversation, the buck stops at President Trump, right? He fucked up this country. He shut us down. He put a lot of things into place that fucked a lot of people up. So, instead of pointing at Biden or Kamala or anybody else, let's start at the top, and that was Donald Trump. We couldn't have had a worse leader at a worse time to lead this country. And that's my opinion. I don't give a shit what anybody says. You want to come with stats and this and that. Donald Trump fucked this country up. And you want to talk about debt? Where are we at in debt now because of Donald Trump, because of COVID? So you couldn't have had a worse person at a worse time to be president. But I'm not going to have that COVID conversation. That's for a different room.
All right, let's not have the COVID conversation. But JD, you gotta admit, Donald Trump didn't have COVID his whole entire term.
That's a lie. That's a lie. What are you guys talking about?
Oh my God, are y'all?
You want to bet? Wait, you want to make a bet he had COVID?
And how much did y'all?
Wait, nah, that's not what I'm saying. JB, that's not what I'm saying. Donald Trump had COVID for a year. Biden took over after he gained the presidency. That's what I mean. He had COVID. He physically had the disease. I'm talking about Donald Trump dealt with COVID, the pandemic, for a year, and Biden took over.
Adrian,
what are we saying here, y'all?
So let me ask you a question, Adrian. Do you think that COVID no longer exists, and that people aren't dying from it anymore? Like,
I still see people saying they're getting COVID. So there you go.
Perfect. So, like, what's the difference besides that Trump opened everything back up?
Hey, that's not the conversation. We're talking about people being politically biased in jobs where they should not be politically biased.
Oh, my fault. I thought we were allowed to ask you a question.
So wait, because they're a doctor or a lawyer or a nurse, they're not allowed to have any feelings about what goes on in our country?
They shouldn't let that affect their job.
How is it affecting their job because they made a statement?
I literally just gave you an example, JB. If I'm a Trump supporter and I'm coming in for triage, and your ass is a goddamn nurse or a doctor who voted on the left, guess what? They're letting their political bias. What if their political bias comes into goddamn play?
Bro, that's so much. Adrian, respectfully for Adrian, I like you, man, but there's so much cap in everything you're saying. I don't think a doctor's checking your voter registration card as he's wheeling you into the operating room.
And I literally just said people were denied services because they weren't vaccinated. This is how we got here, JB. Did I not just say that, Rue?
Why wouldn't they be, though? Why wouldn't you delay or deny someone care during a deadly disease in a hospital? Think about that.
Get out of here.
I just know they weren't because they refused the vaccine. They were denied life-saving surgeries. How did y'all miss this whole narrative?
Because they're cherry picking.
That's crazy, Adrian. What is going on?
They're cherry picking right now, and they hate to be called out on it. They're literally cherry picking their narrative.
Wait, you think somebody should be able to spread a deadly disease throughout a hospital?
That's not what the conversation is about.
You didn't say they had COVID. They're
not going to answer questions unless it supports their narrative.
For not getting the vaccine. It would be like, hey, I need open heart surgery. Did you get the COVID vaccine? No.
Well, they could be.
Wait a second.
They could be asymptomatic carriers.
Everybody mute up, please. Oh, this is crazy. Because for anybody to sit here and say that a nurse is not going to perform her duty because you're a Democrat or a Republican is so asinine. I don't even know what the hell you people are talking about. It's ridiculous. Adrian, hold on. Let me finish, man. Because that is so ridiculous. I'm not going back to COVID and what the rules were then. Who established those rules in the first place? That would be Donald Trump. So hold on. Please let me finish, Justin. Thank you. But this... Some Democratic nurse went on Twitter and said she felt Charlie Kirk was a racist and she didn't give a shit that he died. She should lose her job? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, she should lose her job. I would be scared for my life if I found out, especially people that know me on social media, or let's say she hear in conversation, I'm talking to somebody.
She said more than that.
and then I admit or say that I'm a Trump supporter or whatever, she could be just in my room, know about that, have a conversation with her friends, and just say, you know what, I'm not going to give him the drug that he needs. You know what, I'm going to just start to, add more of this.
You know what? Shut the fuck up. Because I don't believe in the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus or any other bullshit. These hypotheticals. Okay? It's all
You
bullshit,
literally
man.
was giving people hypotheticals.
Hey, hold on a second. Listen. We have a few rules in this room, and there's not many. When I'm not speaking, please mute up and run my policy. Okay? If she got fired. But what I'm saying here is there's other people that have said less than what you're going to say, and they've lost their livelihoods. I don't understand it. Because we want to play semantics and say, oh, she's a nurse and she's a Democrat, so I'm going to die in a hospital? Come on, we're better than that.
But because
JB, do you
it's
not
not
think
what
MLK
happened. So
died?
she worked in a children's ward, and she said that Kirk's kids should have died as well. That's the problem. That becomes the conflict of interest. She openly stated that she thought
So, Bunny,
Bunny,
basically you're saying freedom of speech is subjective. I'm just curious.
We have to no. So here's the thing: employers can decide what they want their employees to do and or say on social media. These people sign contracts. Like even in the finance world, I know certain levels you're not allowed to have any social media whatsoever. So depending on the contracts that these people sign and what they're allowed to say and or do can affect their jobs directly. I, as an employer, am not required to hire somebody who's going to say things that are disparaging and go against out of my wallet to pay for somebody that is going to say things that I don't agree with, and I made them sign a contract stating that they wouldn't go on social media or say public opinions in a certain manner. So in this instance, she directly called for death of children, and she worked in a children's ward. If you don't see the conflict of interest in that, I don't know what to tell you.
What I'd like to see is a link in the chat so I can see what you're talking about.
I was looking for it actually right before I came on. I'll try and find it.
Hey,
but
buddy,
here's the thing. So if she had, hold on one second. If she had just gone online and said, I don't care about Charlie Kirk and I don't see what the big fucking deal is, fine. Like, I would agree with you, but that line gets crossed when you say that someone's children, the children of a guy who just got killed, should also be dead or should have been killed as well. That's where, for me, definitely that's crossing the line. But yeah, I think anybody who just got fired because they're just like, oh, I don't like Charlie Kirk. Oh, I think Charlie Kirk is racist. Fine, that you can have your opinion. That's totally fine, whether it's informed or uninformed or whatever it is. But again, you cross that.
Ask you a question.
Can't yell bomb in an airport.
If what you're saying is true, and I'm not saying it's not, I'll look at the link when you put it in the chat. If what you're saying is true, basically how I'm interpreting it is that freedom of speech is not free. Hate speech should be covered because we hear the most heinous things on this app. Just fucking go into Pepe's room and you'll hear the most heinous things. But that's okay. But this woman says one thing, she should lose her life. To me, it's hypocrisy. Not to anybody, not to you, Adrian, not to you, Bunny. To us as a society, it's hypocritical. You're right, Adrian. We are cherry picking.
And JB, a lot of places have what they call morality clauses and ethics clauses. A lot of these people are being fired because they're violating these clauses that they signed when they got hired. What she just said right there is a morality issue. I would not feel comfortable with a nurse like that overseeing my child in a NICU or something when she's calling for the death of innocent children. No, hell no. Get your ass up out of this field. You deserve.
I don't know if she deserves to have a child taken away, but
I said job.
Oh, job. I'm sorry. That's fine. Okay. Let me see the link and I'll look at it. But let me get to a new speaker. Hanson, how you doing, Hanson? Hanson,
hi. Hey, JB, how you doing? Good.
All right. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah. So
cash in your pink ticket, by the way.
Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah, I will do. So I don't know why do we say that the free speech is under attack? I mean, or ending, and has free speech ended in America? I don't think so. The only thing that's kind of a remotely can be said is Charlie Kirk was assassinated because of his speech. His son is assassinated by an individual, possibly deranged or whatever. Because of his speech, Charlie Kirk's speech, and he didn't like his speech, and he killed him. But the thing is, the free speech is about government speeches, not about something else. So it's about preventing government forbidding speeches and censoring people's speech. It is not about anything else. So I don't see anything in that realm occurring. So I don't see any the endangering free speech happening right now. And as for people having their jobs losing their jobs, it is up to the employer to make the decision. The employer can terminate his employees at any time at will, and unless you have signed a long-term contract, and then we have that stipulating how long a tenure you'll have, and what kind of violation you have to commit in order to terminate the contract. And most contracts are at will. So the employer, even if it has nothing to do with the freedom of speech.
Thank you, Hanson. I disagree with you 100%. But let me go to Certainty.
What way?
Oh, hold on, I'll get back to you in a second. Certainty, how you doing? Because I skipped over him by accident. Certainty, how you doing, bro?
Great, what's up?
Fantastic. My apologies. The mic is yours.
How you doing? Shit, I don't even know where to start. Y'all said so much, man. I said that free speech is definitely dead. But the reason I say it's dead is, I think it's been on its deathbed and needing to be resuscitated from the beginning, because in this country, you can only be upheld by what you can prove, right? So there's plenty of folks who will lose a court case, right, and get the short end of the deal because they don't have proper representation, right? So regardless of any amendment, if you can't properly defend yourself, then what you say can be used against you. So yeah, I would say it's dead.
And can anyone in the room read the moral clause, the definition of a moral clause?
Make your point. What's the point?
I'll read it. Cool. A moral clause is in an employment contract allows an employer to terminate an employee if their off-duty conduct or actions within the scope of employment are deemed detrimental to the company's reputation or violate established ethical standards.
I didn't mention anything about employment.
People are out here.
Anything about employment. I only mentioned free speech.
So they are violating moral clauses that a lot of employers have in place for their employees. This is why a lot of these people are being fired. It has nothing to do with cancel culture.
Why did Jimmy Kimmel get fired?
Why did Jimmy? What they want to believe? A lot of people believe that Donald Trump had something to do with it. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. For one, Jimmy Kimmel has been losing money, just like Colbert was doing, just like Joy Reid was doing, right? I think Seth Meyers is on his way out the door too, because late night TV talk shows, no one is paying attention to that I hate Donald Trump narrative any longer. That shit's been played out. They've been doing that shit for the last 10 years. People are tired of that shit. They've been losing money. So the network was already going to goddamn get rid of Jimmy Kimmel. It just so happened, hey, by the universe, this shit happened with Charlie Kirk. And instead of Jimmy Kimmel taking a high road, he goes out on his platform and still spouts misinformation about the shooter being MAGA. Even though all of this evidence that came out says otherwise. But he still went out there and did this shit. And the FEC got involved. And therefore,
he lost his goddamn job.
Hold on, let me get some clarity. What was that? The FTC? FCC?
FCC.
Is that a federal agency by any chance?
Yes, Federal Communications.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
that's what FCC stands for.
And you don't think Donald Trump made a call to that chairman and said, hey, let's make some moves here?
Jimmy Kimmel was already out the door.
You guys,
Already on the
did you guys forget? Hold on. So ABC, did you guys forget they lost their defamation lawsuit that was brought forth by Trump? So they already have paid out millions of dollars of the debacle of George Stephanopoulos, whatever the fuck his name is. They already are like their shareholders and everything. They've already been penalized for defamation. The last thing they want is another lawsuit. They already lost the first one. I think they lost two actually, but I know definitely one. So yeah, ABC, they are going to scrutinize who says what down to the letter right now because they already lost a lawsuit. That's really what it boils down to. Dot their I's appropriately so they don't face another lawsuit. It's really that fucking simple.
Well, that's not the only thing too that's going on. There was also a merger that was supposed to happen between ABC and I think it's called Nexstar. Nexstar Tenga. They're like another major broadcasting company, and basically they said that when Jimmy Kimmel made the statement after that, the FCC threatened and said to ABC that if they didn't clear it up, that they could make that contract go away. They could make the merger go away. So basically, Jimmy Kimmel is the sacrificial lamb in order to save that merger. That's really why this is happening, to be honest, in my opinion.
Nothing to do with free speech. It's just a convenient scapegoat for people saying they want to cherry pick. And I don't understand why
Trump is not involved, though. I can't say that because he is in bed with the head of the decision in order to basically compromise and blackmail ABC and say, listen, either you get rid of Jimmy Kimmel or this merger is going away, and ABC chose the merger. That's what happened. But to say that Trump is not involved at all is ridiculous. He did play a hand in this, for sure.
Can I ask people why they're defending a person that they
Charlie Kirk, that gentleman, Charlie Kirk, I looked him up while y'all was speaking. He has said some vile and horrible stuff, and people who support him, whatever, that's your business or whatever. But at the end of the day, you know, you can't sit here and say things to people. You know, should somebody lose their life? No, I don't think a man should get killed regardless of what they believe, whether that's political, religious, or etc. That's the first thing I would say. I don't condone somebody losing their life, and I don't condone violence and stuff like that, regardless of someone's political beliefs or other beliefs. So that's the first thing, you know, that I would say is going on across this country. There's one coming up this weekend, some more No Kings protest, another protest coming up across the country, just simply because one, maybe what has happened, but what Donald Trump has done as the president has not helped a lot of people. A lot of Republicans even are lashing out at, you know, their people and lashing out at them and saying, hey, we didn't sign up for this. So these high prices, these tariffs, all these other things, a lot of Republicans are looking back and saying that this isn't it, and a lot of America is looking back and saying this is not it either. We have to find a better way. Donald Trump is not leading. He's leading us into high prices, leading us into an economy that's not working. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You are throwing us all off the topic.
Just ran like a motherfucker.
I'm not you, but you are.
What is your original point?
I'm sorry.
Why are people?
Why her agency is violating U.S. laws also shows programs and projects to dramatically
There's a lot of people defending Jimmy
You
Kimmel.
think I'm defending him, Adrian?
I don't know. Are you?
No, I'm defending free speech.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But didn't he do blackface?
Kimmel do that?
I'm not aware of that, but I mean, regardless if he did or not, this is bigger than Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, it's not about him. It's about like our government being able to control what we can and cannot say, and having that amount of power with the FCC. We've never seen a president have this amount of power over media. That's the issue.
Oh, that's a lot.
And that's a couple of things.
I respect you. That's a lot.
Out of school, guys.
Hold on a second. Sloan, you trying to jump? Adrian, can you mute up? I get feedback there.
Hey, mute my mic for me, please.
Gotcha. Sloan, go ahead, Sloan.
Yeah, I think it's true. It is bigger than Jimmy Kimmel. I want to make one quick point. CC was, and he was a Trump appointee, and one of the first things he did was to eliminate DEI hiring, which, the whole idea with Biden, whether you like it or not, it was to create a more colorful administration throughout all of the federal government. And so when he was appointed, he's on Wikipedia, you can look up his history, and he had some really good decisions that he made with FCC in his history prior, but he did get rid of that, and he is a Trump supporter for sure. I would also say I hadn't heard about Jimmy Kimmel doing blackface. Okay, I'll look for it. I will say a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, when Jimmy Kimmel went on vacation, for that whole week, he gave the desk to Anthony Anderson, who was the actor from the TV show Blackish. And because of all the uproar was coming down from the White House, Anthony Anderson, he may be an actor, but he's a little bit radical. And so he had several civil rights leaders on. He had many people that were political. And Jimmy Kimmel gave up his desk intentionally to help support that voice and to allow that voice going forward. And I know that from knowing a couple people. I don't know, big people, but I do know people like in production, like production crew kind of people. And he did that. And he did that for black folks in particular.
Can anyone look at my PCR?
I saw your PTR, and I think it happens with both. But it happens with both sides, Adrian. Tell me it doesn't. Stop it, man.
No. Listen, that's my point.
Zuckerberg, who basically, excuse my language, ladies, basically gives Trump a hand job every chance he gets. They're all hypocrites. Dope and Howard been patiently waiting. Dope, how you doing, Dope?
I'm alright. Good.
You wanna chime in? Yo, Kitty, I don't do drugs, but nice try, though. Okay, Dope.
Yeah, so if this is about Jimmy Kimmel, I think people, or just about the free speech in general, so we don't focus on this late night comedian. I think the people that have been getting fired over their comments are not victims of, assaults on free speech, because like Hanson made, I think Hanson's not here anymore. Free speech is a right granted, or not even granted, it's protected by the government, so that no government actions are able to stop you from speaking your mind freely and open to the public. You're not going to be going to jail because you said something that your governor doesn't want you to say. But that doesn't change the fact that inflammatory made in public can get people to, disassociate from you. And that's just a natural result. Like, if the morning after 9/11 someone was making 9/11 jokes and they got fired, no one would be feeling bad for them. Bill Maher actually did that before he had his current night show. I think he had another TV show, and he said something really stupid. He said the people who drove the planes into the World Trade Center had balls and they had courage, essentially, and he got axed because of that.
Politically incorrect.
What'd you say?
Politically Incorrect was the name of his show.
Yeah, politically incorrect, yeah. And he made a politically incorrect statement, which was very on, like, it just wasn't a smart thing to say. You don't say that after 3,000 Americans got killed. So, and I don't think anybody felt bad for him, because that was just a dumb thing to say. Likewise here, if you see someone get shot in public, a politically motivated assassination, and then you're celebrating, like, you have no reason to be shocked when people want nothing to do with you. So that's just the reality of the situation.
Thank you, Dope. Appreciate your share. Howard, how you doing, Howard?
Hey, JB, Sloan, and Nye. Always good to see you guys. Just a couple of quick comments, and I'm not at all trying to get too technical, but I definitely, and I guess Hansen is gone, but he was, his point I felt was, he was making a point on employment, but the truth is, employment laws vary from state to state, and there are states that's right to work states, and there's other states that are not. There's also protected classes, could be based on age as an example. And then there's also collectively bargained. So each situation is going to be different. And JB, just a minor technicality. Kimmel has not been fired. He's just been pulled off the air. And most likely he's still getting paid. But they made a decision to just not air and support that show anymore. And I think it was Alpha Glam. Your point's also really well taken that there is a potential acquisition merger that ABC's involved with, and it's not, and it is quite possible the FCC is putting their thumb on the scale. I'm not questioning that, but my understanding is it was also a group of affiliate stations that had the possibility of jeopardizing that deal, that they are so anti-Jimmy Kimmel that they were threatening that whole deal would fall apart. So you could see there's like a lot of different dimensions to this issue, and from my perspective, I could see in top brass say, hey, I've got a responsibility to my shareholders and board. With all this noise, I don't want this deal to break up. Therefore, here's the decision I'm making. And it's not to say that there hasn't been influence exerted by the FCC, but it may not be as simple as the FCC told them to do something and they're doing it. I guess those are just facts we're going to have to try to learn. And JB, I'll land my skylib there.
Yeah, thank you. Hold on, Vespa. Let me say hello to Pierre, and then I'll come back to you. Pierre, how you doing?
Hi, JB. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. The mic is yours.
Okay, I'll try not to be long-winded, so I'll try to keep it relatively short. I'm just trying to see if I can look at the title here. Yeah, so with this whole thing with Kim, oh God, I lose my voice here this morning. Already starting off. I'll just say this: a lot of the discussion about the First Amendment, free speech, and so forth. I think the biggest problem right now is the overlap of media. And here's what I mean by this: it's to what Dobin talked about. The idea of protecting free speech is that no government action on whoever is giving that speech shouldn't be that person that goes to jail. But we have elements of that just coming into it. The fact that the FCC came down and threatened the licenses, effectively somewhere on a platform, threatened the licenses of ABC. That's a bigger deal than what's happened in the past with television. There's been instances where if somebody was on a TV show and stations didn't want to broadcast, go back and look at the history of Star Trek, where they had that kiss between Captain Kirk and Uhura. There were stations that didn't even want to show that show. In those days, you didn't have such a overlap of power between FCC and a president that's really, really trying to break protocol in a lot of different areas of our where. And this is, I'm not blaming one person or the other, or one entity or the other, but it's just the fact that if you get blocked or get knocked off of a media platform, something as large as ABC, which is owned by Disney, and that type of thing, that cuts you off from a lot of things. If you don't know what I mean, go look up Elizabeth Warren on YouTube Finance, on Yahoo Finance. There's a YouTube video where she talks about Skydance not only going after connecting with Paramount, but now going after Warner Brothers. So now you have this big media conglomerate that can actually knock somebody off. So I say all this to say, I think the challenge that we have right now is that there's more. We've gone from a handgun to something like a AK-47 in terms of the types of power and types of range that people can experience in terms of trying to where there's free speech can be questioned. I think we should be worried about that. I think as a nation, yeah, in a lot of ways, yeah. It's something different when I mean, we've had comedians, be on the edge. That's, in fact, to be honest, that's almost the definition of comedy these days. You are making comments, but we've never seen. It's gone from making comments to, and there was a period where people had to apologize for certain things and that type of stuff. But part of that apology came from jokes that were no longer just on maybe limited to a VCR or a location. You now have jokes and stuff that's spread online and people can respond to it. And now you have a president where he embodies a lot of these different elements. And I think that makes it very difficult to have these sort of free speech moments where you feel like you can say something without having a response to it. So yeah, I to your question, my short answer is yeah, I think there's overreach here.
Thank you very much, Pierre. I appreciate it. You're always welcome, man. Please cash in your pink ticket. Vesper, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, how these free speech absolutists are suddenly in favor of hate speech and cancel culture, the things they've demonized. That's why you can say that they're attacking the First Amendment, which protects, includes hate, quote-unquote, hate speech, all I've seen people say is, they didn't think he was a good guy. I don't see them inciting violence or anything like that, like the right has done. They're out there saying, this is civil war, this is war, all these accounts saying the shooter was trans and everything.
Give me two examples of the right calling for violence.
It's all over, libs of TikTok, they jumped all over that. All these accounts on X and stuff like that. And saying, it's the radical leftist, When we know that it was a Graper, Nick Fuentes fan, right? We know that now.
No, we don't know that. Because all of that, did you not watch the press conference?
You mean the fake transcript they released?
Oh, here we go. Now it's fake. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So what you're saying is real.
fake.
What the authorities are saying is fake, and what you're saying is real.
It's
so
obviously fake.
All right, cool. See, this is a prime example of people spinning their own narratives because it plays in their favor.
You think they're being forthcoming with the Epstein files?
I don't know. Are you being forthcoming?
You think we have an honest government with Trump, who's a historian?
I don't know you from a can of paint. Why should I trust anything that you say?
I'm talking about the Trump administration, lying consistently.
And you're not lying?
No, I'm not lying.
How am I to know that you're not lying?
I'm telling you, it looks obviously fake. I'm just telling you my impression. You can take it for what it's worth.
Exactly. So, what if I say your word don't mean spit, and what you're saying is
you're taking statements from the Trump administration as
you literally just said he was a
as gospel truth.
what you're saying is gospel truth, right?
No, I'm just saying that there's reasonable reason to doubt it. There's a good reason to doubt it.
People think their words are more valuable than anybody else because they're saying, like, yo, what the hell are we doing right here, y'all?
I'm talking about evidence.
You don't have any evidence.
I don't have evidence that the Trump administration lies repeatedly.
JB just asked you for 3 examples, and you couldn't even give 3.
It's all over the social media. People calling for calling for violence, calling for war against the civil war.
You're not the people who was literally cheering that Donald Trump got shot.
Cheering when Trump got shot?
I think,
yeah.
English language, it will not trump authority.
Vesper, so you're saying that we can't trust the multitudes. This guy was clearly left wing, pro trans, all that stuff. Alphabet.
No, being pro trans doesn't make you left wing.
Okay, so he said Charlie.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
They're literally.
Okay, bro, hold up. He said that Charlie Kirk was spreading hate, and his parents said that he was going in a more left-wing direction in the last year or so. So, what do you think that makes him? You think that makes him
because he's pro LGBT or something, right?
Yeah.
Pro trans. That's why they said that.
He said Charlie Kirk was hateful.
Yeah, towards trans people, particularly.
Okay, bro, do you think that makes him a groiper?
So Nick Fuentes is a bisexual or gay, and he has
Wait, get out of here, bro. What are you talking about?
Doing, man? This dude.
He's literally gone had meals with femboys or.
Alright, do you think groipers are pro-trans? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, bro. You just don't know what you're talking about.
It's within their group, they're pro-trans.
Okay, alright, cool. So, do you think groipers would make a meme saying, hey, fascist catch, and then assassinate a right-winger for being a quote-unquote fascist?
Yeah, that's a reference from the game that they play, Helldivers 2.
I think you're just in denial.
They literally use games like that to recruit young people.
So you think groipers are pro-trans and they are opposed to fascism?
Like the Bella Ciao Ciao thing is an anti-fascist song, but they use it ironically in the game.
Okay, so what do you think is more likely? A pro-trans person hates Charlie Kirk for spreading hate and has been framed as being more left in the last year and calls Charlie Kirk a fascist and chants an anti-fascist chant on a bullet to shoot him. Do you think he's more likely left-wing radical or a groiper?
He's a groiper. Trump calls leftist fascists. That makes no sense either.
I think you're delusional.
You never heard Trump call the left fascists?
I think you're delusional.
Have you not heard?
You're gonna find out on that, right?
Like, what are we saying? What do you think the word Antifa stands for? What do you think that stands for?
He's not Antifa.
What do you think Antifa stands for? That is
anti-fascist.
Okay, cool. You haven't been seeing Antifa on the right, have you?
He's not Antifa. I mean,
y'all see what's happening here, bro?
It's talking.
You're saying he called Charlie Kirk a fascist. Where did he call him that?
He called him a fascist when he was
shot. In the transcript, that's fake. In the fake transcript,
the bullet said, "Hey, fascist, catch."
Wait, let me ask you a question. Why do you think the transcripts are fake, bro?
Lots of reasons. Like, it's basically incriminating himself. He's saying, "I left the gun here," and like, they caught the wrong guy. You know, it wasn't that guy. It was that second guy. How would he even know about that in the heat of things? Who the media, like, who they release capture? There's a lot of weird stuff in it.
So you think he's being set up?
He had been out of the
just hold on 1 second.
They're desperate to control the narrative in order to like win the midterm elections and stuff.
Do you think he was set up?
Who set up?
The shooter.
No, he did it on his own.
Okay. But do you think this kind of government conspiracy to convict him?
No, I mean, he did the thing, but he thought he was like trying to protect Trent.
Alright, listen, I had a movie, dude. I mean, I'm all about civil discourse. About A. B, it make no sense. You see, this is the thing that blows my mind with both sides. You guys dig in your heels, and that's all that matters is your side. You know, and that's to some of you guys on the stage right now. It's like nobody wants to have an objective conversation. It's like, that's it. I'm a Democrat, so this is the way it works. Oh, that's it. I'm MAGA, Pierre, and that's it. Get Pierre, you want to chime in?
I just want to say, I sort of get what the gentleman was trying to get at in some ways. There's still pieces of this narrative that even from what's being done, I don't think conspiracy necessarily. I just think there's things that just aren't making a lot of sense in some ways. If he was radicalized, they're saying that he was radicalized, for example. They're mentioning Discord and Reddit. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a dark web expert necessarily, but those platforms, you need some sort of level of engagement to get to that. And I'm not sure if those. And you have to also remember, Trump came out at the very beginning and said, okay, this is, we're going to get, there's language that was publicized that said we're going to get this thing, these leftists, basically. And I think what's happening is that I think instead of looking at pieces of what this young man, Tyler, for Tyler, I think there's just sort of, I'm not going to say they're tangential, they're still important because it comes from his family and from his partner, but Tyler also reportedly has been resisting a little bit, and I think there's still pieces to the puzzle of the motive that I think that still needs to be worked out. And I think the gentleman who's up here, I think that's really kind of what he was trying to get to.
What I think he was trying to get to Pierre respectfully was that his side couldn't have possibly done it. That's what it sounded like to me.
I hear you, but I didn't get that. But that's crazy.
I'll say this: if this kid was radicalized on Discord, boy, that's not good because you got this racist follows on Discord, and I can see him being radicalized and doing something stupid.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I hear you. I just think it's the timeline also felt a little short to me. There's something else here, but I'm one of those people that usually I will sit and listen to see what else comes out as well. Because for me, politics is something that you thread the needle and kind of, everyone has left, right, what have you, but they're left and right. They're liberal, conservative for a specific topic or area or something of interest. And I'm not quite getting that piece of it from this story, at least not yet. At least that's my.
Thank you, Pierre. So let me answer your question, Vespa. You see my co-host here, Miss NY?
Yeah.
She's very patient. She'll go, if you tell her you have evidence that the Easter bunnies exist, she'll go down that rabbit hole with you. I, on the other hand, have very low patience. So I don't know, you're digging in your heels and you don't want to hit the other side. But if I offended you, I apologize.
I mean, if I don't have the evidence off the top of my head, doesn't mean doesn't exist, you know? I don't have memorize everyone who said everything on X, but I've got a screenshot of it for sure.
Certainty gets, hold on, Vespa. Certainty gets.
JB, quick question. So, you seem like a real reasonable individual to me for the 5 years we've been discussing things on this app. I hear you say a lot that, you're not into going down the rabbit hole and you're not into conspiracy theories. So I have a question for you. Have you heard of MK Ultra before?
Yes, and I don't believe in Sasquatch, but go ahead.
Okay. The reason I asked you if you've heard of MK Ultra, I'm not gonna sit here and quiz you on what it is. I'm sure if you've heard of it, you know what it is. My last question to you is: do you think it's possible that our government, which has documented, which it has been documented in multiple operations, to use MK Ultra to neutralize threats of human intelligence or things of that nature, do you think that those events possibly happen right in front of our eyes?
Probably every day, we don't even realize it.
I agree. Okay.
That's as far as down the rabbit hole I go. Guys are gonna go popcorn style. There's a one mic policy. Just let the person finish, and then you can jump in. Okay, sir.
No, I was gonna say same here. Like for me, I just I think I feel like in the last decade people have been throwing out that conspiracy theory stuff, and it really keeps people from really like doing the research. And for me, if I can do the research and connect the dots, like I can literally put together the dots. It's not a theory anymore, But if I can't connect, for instance, Antarctica, no proof other than a few operations and the Antarctic treaty, what the government tells us of anything else. So anything else I say about Antarctica is a damn theory. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you something, man. Here's the conspiracies I look into. The latest one is, where are those Epstein files? Why don't they release them?
Okay, wake that up, honey.
Well, why don't they release those unredacted in its entirety so we can see what's really going on? But did you notice, since that firestorm of Epstein files, all these other things have happened? Charlie Kirk's been murdered. The young lady in Charlotte was murdered on I believe it was a train. All these deflections off. Nobody talks about Epstein anymore. Why is that? There's one conspiracy certainty we can talk about. Here's another one. John F. Kennedy was killed by the government. I have no doubt in my mind. I don't have evidence. You know why? Because they don't release the evidence. I'm just going on what I've seen and the little dots I've put together. But there's my...
I mean, a lot of people don't want JFK. When it comes to the Epstein's files, a lot of people do not want the victims' names out there. But I can say, I forget his name. Was it Massey or something? But one of them went on who the fuck? Well, they did something yesterday or the day before where they were calling out high-profile people that was in the Epstein file. He said it was a magician, a royal prince, it was two businessmen.
Oh, at the Capitol, yeah. They had that,
y'all remember that?
Yeah. With Patel.
Yeah, he was saying that, and he went out here and he didn't say their names, but he gave you the profile of some high-profile people that were or are actively involved in the Epstein shit.
Well, Adrian, all you gotta do is Google Epstein flight logs. Right? You got the Clinton, you got Trump, you got Tom Hanks, you got what's the comedian that retired but he came back? Was it Dave Chappelle?
DK?
No, not Dave Chappelle. Who was in Rush Hour?
Oh, Chris Tucker.
Chris Tucker was on there. Kevin Spacey was on there. Right? So all you gotta do is go right now, Google the flight logs of the Epstein Lolita Express, and you'll see all the famous names you want.
Trump is currently at Windsor Palace right now with the king. And, it's very interesting. They were talking about it on MSNBC last night about how there was a protest as soon as he arrived yesterday where somebody had a projector of the letter that he gave Epstein for his birthday, and they put it up on one of the buildings at Windsor while he was there sleeping last night. And then also, they were talking about how, Prince Andrew, he's not allowed version of a punishment to him for the whole his involvement was to sit him down from a role that he was already sitting down on. I don't know like what that was about, but he also cannot participate in dinners or any type of meeting when they have the royal family meetings in the at the castle. But they were saying how it's interesting that you won't allow Andrew to be there, and now you won't allow the London, I forget his name, the guy that's like the liaison between the UK and the US.
He got fired.
Yeah, he got fired, but yet you're letting Trump, who Epstein said had been his close friend for 10 years, sit at the table with the king.
Well,
that was wild.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna hold Trump to that standard, all right, cool. How about we hold King Charles to that same standard? Him and his close relationship with Jimmy Savile.
That's a fact.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, like, we can't hold one person and the other on the other side of the table skate. Because if they're gonna throw up that letter of him to Epstein, then let's highlight the unusual relationship or the unsavory relationship of King Charles and Jimmy Savile.
But I think that's the irony that his own brother was involved with Epstein as well. That was the point. Because you literally have isolated your brother as a result of this politically and, familiarly. And now, but you still have Trump sitting at your table who has also been involved with Epstein. It's just, that's the thing that people are pointing out. So no one's saying that Trump is alone. We're saying that it's just ironic that it's not what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander, clearly.
Well, I'll say
there's no way we're gonna ever be able to use elementary vocabulary to attack authority.
I can't hear that anymore tonight, thank you. But I'll say this. Two of the people that hung himself in a jail, which in that prison, that whole facility is nearly impossible to do, but he did it, right? And Virginia Giuffre, the biggest spokeswoman for victims, who cashed in, I think it was close to $30 million, she wound up suiciding herself too. Coincidence? Nah, you there, Nye? Nye?
No, I'm here.
I was wondering if you fell asleep on me. We were talking about Epstein.
Did you guys see the stuff from today with Kash Patel going to a hearing and getting grilled?
I thought that was yesterday.
Or was it yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday, because I remember the segment with him and Booker going back and forth.
Maybe it's multi-day hearing, I don't know.
Please be done, thank you. Nah, you there?
Yes.
It's been another great room. I'm out of here like Batman's underwear.
It's really been a terrible room.
I'm sorry that we had disagreement today.
Obviously, it's a waste of time.
It was something on social media. Oh.
She said that I saw it on TikTok. That's what I saw it on. But I also said I can't confirm or deny it. But I heard that. I saw that on TikTok.
Niggas never got the information. Let me look it up.
I
heard something about, they said something about that there was,
Shirley down the street.
then you look it up and there be a Samsung.
Her son has said that if she turned in her 13,
you be all excited and you go and they be like,
then you can get $1,000. That's what Shirley down the street.
Oh, well, I didn't know.
Her son said,
"What the fuck did you say something?"
They added a zero. Shirley said it. Shirley said her son. Shirley, she's right. Dude, I've got a freaking 6, 8, 11, 12, and 14 that I'm gonna be turning in. That way I can get a little bit off. off my next phone. And an iPad Air.
I don't see anything else about it, though.
Must have been a poo-poo.
Carry a hope.
Yeah.
I don't know what Starlink. What is this thing going on with the iPhone 13 Pro Max to be specific? They say the iPhone 13 Pro Max is the last iPhone that doesn't have Starlink on it. I don't know what Starlink is. I have an iPhone 13 Pro Max. So when I heard about this, my ears was like, oh, well, 13 Pro Max is the best iPhone out? You don't say. I've been said to myself that have this phone until it don't cut on no more. And when it don't cut on no more, I'm taking it to Apple or whoever, and I'm going to tell them to do something and try to fix it to get them to turn it back on. I'm not getting rid of my phone. I only said to myself I wasn't going to get rid of it because it's been paid off for so long. But now, I'm definitely not going to get rid of it. They offering 2 bands. I think they offering like 2 bands for these iPhone 13s. And I'm like, I don't know. My plan was to get another phone, but keep my phone because I want a phone specifically for content and then a phone, for phone calls, emails, and all other stuff and whatnot. Text messages and all that. They really think they slick.
Moses believes that's incorrect, number one. Number two, the Old Testament of the Bible is very clear. Daniel 9, there will be an end to sacrifice, right? Daniel 9 literally predicts this. Daniel 9...
Can you get to the...
I will get, this will all come back down to this, I assure you. I'm not deviating from the topic. Daniel 9 tells them that when the Messiah comes, and that the Messiah will die before the second temple is destroyed, there will be an end to sacrifice. Mysteriously, there seems to be only one person that fits that characteristic. But even so, let's say Jesus is the Messiah. Well, he had to have come before the year 70 AD, which is before the second temple was destroyed, and there should be an end of sacrifice after that. I still see rabbinic Jews running around trying to do their weird sacrificial rituals to cope. Why? Because like Dr. Responsible said, their religion is over. Once the Messiah comes, their religion is over. Once the second temple is destroyed, there is no more sacrifice. They're trying to cope with the fact that they know who exactly their Messiah is, but they don't want to acknowledge that. Now, what Moses...
Can I
no, I'm not done. What Moses... Yeah, I'm not done, dude. What Moses...
All right, I'm going to go next.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
all right, motherfucker, then. What the fuck?
What Moses practiced and what the other... What Moses practiced is that there were many strands of Second Temple Judaism. There is only one correct strand of Second Temple Judaism, which acknowledges that which I said earlier, that the Messiah would die for the sins of all of humankind, Isaiah 53, before the second temple is destroyed, and that there will be an end to sacrifice. That strand of Second Temple Judaism, that is the only correct strand, is Christianity. All the other ones are various copes and various heresies that can't wrestle with this idea that the guy that they killed is who their Messiah was.
Can I ask you a question, dog? Like, because you said Christianity as though...
I could just quickly finish this. You can ask.
All right, bro. All right, my bad. I'm not gonna. Yeah, he don't like that, so
I just need to finish.
He's almost done, and then you guys can ask us if you've ever heard this before.
Exactly. Now, the cope that the worst of these strands made, i.e. the Pharisees and the Sadducees, is to create what we call today Second Temple Judaism. Now, what does this have to do with why the synagogue does not judge people based on lineage? God does not judge people just on being born one which way or another. God judges people based on beliefs. Now, God, like you mentioned, called the Pharisees and the Sadducees of his day the synagogue of Satan, those who claim that they are Jews, but they are not, for they do lie. Which people today believes in the exact same things, the exact same ideologies, and in fact takes their entire religion. I like how when we're being academic, people don't like to listen, and takes their whole religious identity and worldview exactly from the Pharisees and Sadducees of the Pharisees and Sadducees in Jesus Christ's day. Those people today are known as rabbinic Jews. Everything that they talk about.
Are you done, Pastor? Let's make sure you're done.
I'm not done. Everything that rabbinic Jews.
Before you, let's make sure that. Wait, don't interrupt him, Pastor.
How much time would you say you need?
Only
Left.
5 seconds.
Wait,
5
and you
minutes?
need 5 minutes? No, that's
No. Okay. So is it 5 seconds? You said?
I said 5 seconds.
Yo, let that nigga spit.
No, but like, don't do too much. I hear you, bro. He's talking, but we want to be fair.
Yeah.
So
Let him finish. Bro,
he's going for a while. Like,
I literally said.
I mean, you've been going for a minute, bro. I know, but like,
keep packing y'all niggas.
Let him. He's not cooking at all. He's not cooking.
Let him go. He just saying.
Y'all niggas in a fucking.
It's all good. It's all good. He opening up the conversation.
In the fucking backwood.
No. I need him to say this.
This is what happens when Antifa.
I need him to say this. It's cool. Luca.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool. Let him finish. Y'all.
Don't let
it's all right.
Stop you from your mission.
To finish off, everything that the Pharisees and Sadducees believed and codified as a religion are found in one religion today, and that religion is called Rabbinic Judaism. Thus, if the Pharisees and Sadducees are the synagogue of Satan, Rabbinic Jews are.
Mic drop. Yeah,
all right, so
niggas don't got shit to say now. Where you at, Luca? Bitch.
I was about to ask a question, but you started.
No. Go ahead. Ask your question, because I want to add on to what he was saying. But go ahead.
You may have I was gonna come from a place of criticism. I feel like you may come from a place of like constructive building. Am I wrong, Kendall? Or
no? Yeah, you. Well, then let me go. All right.
Big lap.
Understand So when the second temple fell, we go to the people of Babylon, the Jews actually congregated and actually put that together. Its origin is not of
Big lap.
and so, a lot of what Ralph actually was saying was showing that this is a false origin, this Talmud, which a lot of people will label it the synagogue of Satan. And now you can skull and all of that stuff like that, and that's cool. But if we look at the scribes of that time, who actually was pushing for the Romans to destroy the second temple so that they gain power, that's a whole nother thing. Remember, a lot of this stuff was politics too back in the days. And, there were certain people who wanted to see a certain people out of the way so they could gain power and actually use some of these constructs, which Jesus actually preached about how. Go ahead.
No. I mean, I guess it sounds like you were about to finish. I'm gonna let you.
No, I'll finish. The kind of like properly. I just want to say the properly kind of assess what people looked at and what the laws looked at the time for like the Israelites. You would go to the people who were preaching before the downfall. So you will look at Peter and the things that he said, and the Corinthians that he was talking to.
I wasn't putting the skull face.
No, but you can. What you were saying?
Yo, shout out to Corinth. I was putting the skull face because I said what you said. So.
It's all.
The Corinthians.
In like 10 seconds.
My bad. Go ahead, bro.
The city of prostitutes.
Sorry, I just want to wrap it up. So in total, and I've never talked to this other gentleman before. I've heard his voice a few times, but we're not like in concert with one another. But what I've learned as coming from someone who used to be a Protestant person that believed that everything I did had to protect the Jews state of Israel, what I've learned is that, in particular, modern day Judaism is not the same thing as Moses practiced it or that the Hebrews practiced for all the time period between all of the Bible. It's not the same thing.
We're all on accord with that.
Okay, so after Jesus came and fulfilled many prophecies, you don't even have to believe that he was the true Messiah, but he did a good enough job to convince us, good enough people that he was, that after that happened, the leadership, not Jewish people, I'm not saying Jewish people are evil or way in which they could still hold their community together. In fact, in some ways, it might have actually been well-intentioned to hold this community of people together, right? But they had to do something. And what I'm saying is that modern-day Judaism, Talmudic Judaism, Rabbinical Judaism, is in effect 100% a coping mechanism for killing the Messiah, Jesus Christ, and a way to keep this group of ethnically similar people together under the leadership of the same people who have always led it, which is the Pharisees and the Sadducees, the upper level intellectual leadership of the Jewish/Hebrew community. And so they came up with what we call Judaism, where they don't sacrifice, they don't practice all of the laws of the covenant that they originally were given under Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They came up with new ways. They said, you know what? God is being so silly. We don't need to sacrifice with the blood of an animal the way he taught us. We're going to do some prayer. Instead of that, we're going to give money to poor people. We're going to make some prayer beads. We're going to come up with another book that we're going to go through, like a little diary. And all of it together is a coping mechanism. And I'll shut up.
To add to what Dr. Responsible said, see, if you read the Torah, and this is the issue a lot of people make, the basis of Christianity is the Old Testament. There's nothing we do in the New Testament, just a fulfillment of that which was revealed in the Old Testament. But if you read the Torah, you'll understand that the center of true Judaism, i.e. what Moses and the other prophets practiced, right, was the temple. Without the temple, there is no Judaism. Now, like I said, the prophet Daniel predicts, he prophesies that there will be an end to sacrifice, right? And this will happen when the Messiah comes. The Romans, as God willed it, were very thorough in their destruction of the temple. What did they do? Not only did they destroy the temple, but they also burned the lineages. The priests must come from the Levites, specifically the Cohenitic Aaronic line, specifically from the line of the Zadokites, right, who were loyal to David. The Romans made sure to burn all those lineages, root and stem, so that the Judeans would have absolutely no idea who could actually be a priest. And they know this till this day. You have all these Jews running around saying, I'm a Cohen, I'm a Cohen, I'm a Cohen. Okay, show me the proof. Where's the proof that actually connects you back to these people? They can't show it because they have absolutely no idea, because the Romans, when they destroyed the Second Temple, made sure that they were going to do so in a way that they would never be able to worship again. And that's why they went and burned the lineages down, right? But the Jews, still, like Dr. Responsible said, they're looking for a way of oh no, but we have this thing, we have that thing. So their whole religion is a cope. And the biggest evidence of it being a cope is that, you know that phrase, 50 Jews, 51 different opinions, right? What doctrine does Rabbinic Judaism have? What dogma does it have? What belief does it have? What is the central message of Judaism? No one knows. You can be pro-gay, you can be pro-communist, you can believe Gentiles are beneath you, you can believe you can scam anyone you want. Hell, you can be a whole freaking atheist and not even believe that God exists.
Well, that was the argument. That was the argument, Pastor, back in the day. That was the age-old argument that you could be all of these things. That's bound by law. But so here's the thing. Hold on. Let me just say this. Here's the thing.
because there's.
Well, go ahead, because you like the monologue.
You can believe in literally whatever you want and call yourself a Jew, except the one thing: you cannot believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. You can be a whatever Jew as long as you are not a Christian. You will be considered a Jew. Reject Jesus is your Messiah. Judaism weirdly makes Jesus as central of a figure in their religion as Christianity does, except it's the opposite. The Christian says Jesus is his God. The Jew says believe in anything but that Jesus is your God. That's Judaism in a nutshell.
And this is why I say it was created solely, 100%, actually, I will say 85% for two things. One, as a way to cope with the fact that they killed their own Messiah. And number two, to a lesser extent, to make sure that the people that were in power, which are the Pharisees and Sadducees and other intellectuals, could keep their ethnic group together, which they've done successfully. But that's the whole religion. This is the only religion where you can be an atheist and be part of it. It's insane. It's insanity.
My pain is constant and sharp, and I do not hope for a better world for anyone. In fact, and that is why it is the most satanic religion.
Yeah, it actually
I want no one to escape.
was a countermeasure to the way that the beliefs were being transitioned at the time, because you could look at people like Peter, who was telling the Galileans to also live by the code too, because well, not the Galileans, the Gentiles. He was telling the Gentiles, like, hey, you have to abide by the law too. And in this modern day reference, I'm gonna look at it as like, hey, I'm telling Rabbi here, how to use nigga and about the word nigga. Now, as we know, contextually about the word nigga, that it's only applied and used by a certain group of people. But if I go and get to telling, white people and all of that shit about the context, the history, and the laws around how to use nigga, hey, don't use the ER, use that. You know what I'm saying? Like, carry the 1, not the 2 over the 3 and shit, get 13 minus all of that. Point is, they looked at these other people like, what the hell are y'all doing? This is where the separation kind of began. So the Talmud was put together to be like, hey, no, those are those set of Jews that are telling these other people how to live like Jews. We're going to actually use our own laws that we learn from the religion and keep this practice in-house now. These other people can't practice that. Y'all can't say nigga. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't be out here abiding by a cultural rule that they're not a part of. To me, it looks the same thing.
Historically, and it tracks historically. And I'm not trying to bash on the Jewish people, man. I'm really not. It's just once you realize what this is, it's hard to just shut up and go along with the program. But historically, this is all of the things that the Hebrew people have gotten into trouble for in the past. They are a proud people. The Bible describes them as. They are very much mixed with a huge amount of hubris, where they think that they can figure it out. They will find a way that's better than God. He sends them up to the mountain to get the 10 Commandments. By the time he comes back, they're making a calf. He tells them not to practice false idols. By the time another 30 years goes by, they're making idols out of Asher poles and giving their children to the Lord Baal. Like, this is gone.
It's literature to teach you.
Yeah, so Yeah, but when you think about what we're saying about rabbinical Judaism, it completely tracks. This is a people, many of whom are incapable of sitting back and saying, "Yes, Lord, the one who has given us everything, who has defeated our enemies, who has taken us through hunger and famine and removed us from Egypt. We trust what you're going to do." A large portion of those people, for whatever reason, are wholly incapable of doing that.
I supplicate.
And that's why they suffer.
I supplicate as you speak.
Right.
And that is why
Thank you.
Rabbinic Judaism is the most satanic religion in the world from a Christian perspective, and they're called the children of Satan. From a Christian perspective, God is all good. So all things that are of God, including the jinn and his message, are good. What is sin? Sin is anything that goes against God. Who is the author of sin? Satan, which in Hebrew means the adversary. The adversary of whom? The adversary of God. Now, considering all that, what is more satanic or adversarial to God, shall we say, than a religion that says you can do whatever you want, be whatever you want to be, like whatever you like, believe whatever you want, except that your God is your God? There is literally nothing more satanic than that. Do whatever, be whatever, act however, as long as you prostrate to anything but God is. That is the definition of Satanism, and that is what
Which religion claims that?
Rabbinic Judaism is that.
It says that you can do whatever you want.
Yes.
So rules are like the Ten Commandments. That doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It can be. Yes,
You're an atheist.
So wait. So what are the points of the Ten Commandments?
That's the point. In Rabbinic Judaism, the only rule that you actually can't break is that you can't believe in the Lord.
You. Is that what you want to hear?
Don DeMarco.
So anyways, so you're saying that Rabbinic Judaism says, look, just believe in God and then everything else is all good?
No, I'm saying it says the complete opposite. Believe in anyone but Jesus, and everything else is all.
Believe in anything else
Yeah.
but Jesus.
Yup.
Yo, who just moved me? What the fuck?
I don't know, but you know what I'm gonna do? Since it's this way. There you go. Thank you.
Damn, niggas hating on Kendall? That's crazy.
I don't even know, what is a Rabbinic Jew? What's the difference between that and a real Jew? Or a standard Jew?
The only real Jew is the Christian one. The one who follows the Messiah.
Rabbinic, how do you spell it?
Rabbinic. You would just call them colloquially as Jews today. But as I'm a believing Christian, I don't want to do an insult to the prophets. So I call them Rabbinic Jew.
Bro, this guy's got LED lights all around his desk.
No. I have a simple lamp.
He's got a simple lamp. Oh, lantern. Fuck you told me. Anyway, I grew up around these guys, Orthodox, all them motherfuckers and shit like that. So I'm very familiar at what they believe in and the egregious nature of how they contradict even their own culture. Especially when you start bringing in the Kabbalah. And so, like, those Jews, even in cultures, seemingly, if you understand the Talmud and the Kabbalah and its esoteric nature, it relates back to, you know, the Old Testament and kind of like the early Christians in its passages.
So I'm looking this up on ChatGPT. It says,
my pain is constant and
anything,
and I do not hope for a better world for anyone.
Polytheism,
In fact,
idolatry, denial of the Torah's divine origin, denial of God's unity is not okay.
There are those who call themselves Jews but practice Hinduism.
But you know what it does say? It's an oversimplification. And if it's saying it's an oversimplification, that means kind of truthful, but just being a little exaggerative. So that's pretty interesting, actually.
The basic proof is that there are those who openly profess Hinduism. They're accepted as Jewish. They're accepted among them.
But are those like the cultural ones, or like?
But that's the point. There's no definition of being a Jew that exists outside the Old Testament. Without
So you're saying that, okay, so you hold a position that there's no such thing as a cultural Jew, they're just Jewish or they're not?
Well, I believe it. No, let me be more clear. I believe it exists, but as a human construct.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, the identity of Jew has no real basis beyond the Old Testament of the Bible. Now, this is really where they became a people, or from what they trace their origins to as a people. Now, they've defiled that construct by doing basically everything contrary to what God wants, and in their new defiled definition, they've said basically the only thing you can't do with that and maintain yourself as a Jew is to believe in the Lord God Jesus Christ.
And this is a
old thing, but that's definitely very explicated modern in a modern sense.
Hey Psyche, if you or just to everybody in the room, if you could take away from like this last 1 hour of conversation just the willingness to go look around and check this out for yourself, like that would be I would feel like I've done a great service along with the other gentlemen, because I did not know this. Somebody told this to me and explained the simple part to me, and then I went and looked it up myself. But it is so moving to understand what's actually going on here. When you're looking, I mean, a lot of the people I recognize in this room really try and for global politics, religion, these issues that we discuss in Clubhouse. If this last hour could do anything and just have people take a look, dip their toe into the pool of this particular part of this religion, I mean, that would...
You're talking about the claims that the other guy's just making?
Yes, because I made them as well. Jews that we look at as Jewish people today are not practicing anything like what Moses, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob practiced. They're not practicing what Jesus practiced. This is a totally new religion created as a coping mechanism after they killed Jesus.
Let me ask you this then. What are there examples in today's society that you would point to say these are the closest people that are acting like the past times? Is there an example that you would point to say this group of people are acting
I guess the Christians, but even they're not acting totally in the old covenant. There's really nobody left that is doing what the Hebrews that you read in the Bible were doing. No one's sacrificing. No one's.
But is that like? What about relatively?
People are sacrificing. That's not true.
Because there's a guy lying on here that seems to be pretty fucking consistent. I mean, as far as what he verbally expressed.
Maybe the Hebrew Israelites would be the closest.
Matter of going to a local synagogue service.
No, that's not true, George. There are three examples. Dr. Responsible is correct. Christians are the closest to following it. Why? Because the Old Testament always predicts and prophesizes that there will be a new law, a new covenant, and end to sacrifice. So Christians are the ones who uphold that the most.
Yeah, but that's a belief, though. Like, upholding the belief is like, it's a functional practice.
Sometimes work is just cut out for you.
So what I'm saying is that, like, today, like, we obviously live different than the past. So, like, what about the people? They don't press buttons on elevators or some shit. Isn't there some shit like that?
No, but those are all Talmudic laws. Those have nothing to do with the Old Testament. Now, if you want an example,
they live perfect lives.
This guy corrupts the statement. If you want examples of Christians who are culturally Jewish, i.e., okay, I believe in Jesus and all this, I just do things culturally a Jewish way. You'd have to look at the first and second. The apostle, for instance, many Jewish cultural rituals, but acknowledged he only did them out of culture because he was a Jew. You did not have to do them if you were Greek. You did not have to do them if you were Persian. You did not have to do them if you were any other type of culture.
Right. So what do you do? What do you practice?
I'm Catholic.
And do you consider yourself Christian? Like under the broad umbrella? I didn't hear you.
Catholics are Christians.
I am. Well, some beg to differ. I just think where you stand. Okay, so let me ask you this then. Do you think you practice functionally like more of the pastimes, or like are you part of the group that doesn't do it the right way?
I'd say my church is the truest and most orthodox and traditional in what Christ just was preaching, doing.
So that's like the preaching part. But what about your everyday lifestyle? Like, do you like adhere to, like, basically, if you brought yourself back to the past, you'd be okay, right?
Yes, I would be.
So what do you do, if you don't mind, in your everyday practice of like living, like that you would say follow like your?
Okay, I'll give an example. So when the law is right and the Messiah is established, the Old Testament basically becomes, let's say, the American Constitution. It becomes a cultural framework by which one uses to guide their morality. So things like don't steal, don't murder, don't lie, those are permanent. Now, the specific metrics of, for instance, okay, like, all right, let me give a different example. Something like show respect to your elders.
Yeah.
The universal divine law of Christ. Now, what does that look like? That differs in American society to Norwegian society to Brazilian society, blah, 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 blah. Right? So I'm American. My parents are Nigerian.
Okay.
How do I show respect to my mother and my father? I bow to them in the morning. I don't expect my next door neighbor to do the same because you respect thy mother and thy father. We just do it in our own different ways. Both are acceptable.
So you physically bow to your parents?
Yes, I do. More so my grandparents. My parents are pretty Americanized now, but my parents.
Is that like a cultural thing, or like more of a religious thing?
That's a cultural thing. Right.
Oh, okay. Do your parents bow to your grandparents?
Sometimes, but like I said, they became Americanized. I think they used to, but not.
If you were to have kids, would they adopt that practice?
Oh, absolutely not. No. I mean, like, I'm.
Oh shit! Someone crashed out.
Dude, what's your culture?
Yeah.
Which culture is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard, bro?
Yeah.
Who is that?
I think it's Abdizzle. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about you.
You guys sound like you're in a big safe right now.
But anyway, it's like, yeah, I don't cook. But it's like, I'm the last generation of my family that will have any traces of Nigerian culture in them. Like, I'm pretty Jew.
Talk about nasal.
I love Nigerian culture then.
I doubt you know anything about it.
No, hey, this guy can
I
speak
know very little.
Hey, he can speak every language.
Yoruba? Are you Igbo?
Speak, hey, George, speak the language.
Igbo?
Talk
Which one?
Tell whatever his language.
Yoruba.
I'm not Yoruba.
What are you?
Igbo.
Good, go. There you go, George.
Well, you the Hebrew Israelite, no. Most of us are Catholic. That's what they call. They call the Yoruba the Jews, and they call y'all the Hebrew Israelite. Actually, no, they call us the Jews of Nigeria, but that's because we're known to be greedy and very mercantile and just ironic.
The Hebrew Israelites aren't all crazy. They're not.
You don't know how much they done stole the innocence of young boys and girls here. They like the Catholics. BHI.
They stole. Yeah, I don't know much about them.
You're telling me you're from Nigeria?
I just know that they know their shit when they argue with people.
Oh no, yeah, like they're
Man, look, I could just say a lot of things. I ain't finna get into that. Cause y'all gonna be like, oh, Kendall, he hate black Hebrew Israelites. Then I'm gonna be arguing with Lion for like 6 hours. I ain't finna do that, bro.
That's like a normal day, though.
Nah,
Yeah,
just say
Lion
what
already
you wanna
argued
say.
like a long time ago.
Say what you gotta say.
Bro, I'll just let you
Because I've spoken to a lot of them as well, and I don't think that they're 100% crazy.
Bro, I was just living these normal lives.
Oh, actually, I just thought of something, Psych. If you want a group of Christians that culturally is most similar, not in terms of religious belief, like the religious beliefs are constant, but in terms of like cultural practices is most similar to how Second Temple Jews would be, you should actually look up the Nestorians in Iraq and Iran, because they have been, like, their churches are a bit separated from others, so they're the least culturally influenced by either Western cultures or by like Arab Muslim cultures. Like need to say Palestine.
Bro, to come to think about it, you sound like a reverse Louis. And I wish he was here so y'all could give a comparison, right? Because y'all can tell by like the Nigerians speak a certain way, bro. That's crazy, bro. All of y'all niggas. My bad. I had to interrupt you.
No.
Because niggas, hey, bro, you been talking for a while, bro. No. Like, you ever chill the fuck out, you know what I'm saying? Like,
on occasion. For Fridays, usually.
No.
Look, this the nighttime, man. Look, it's the Night King. They minded me tonight. So, look, this what we doing, bro. Man, welcome, Pastor. Of course, you get to talk. We gonna give you unlimited talk. The unlimited talk ticket.
Talk, text, and
for
date.
the night. Since you've been talking tonight, you've been holding it down and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Welcome to the Chill of the Night show where Kendo doesn't say hi back, bitch.
I was about to just say
Yeah,
hi to your
bitch.
little
You
ass.
don't say hi to nobody.
Oh, shit. See, look what y'all did. See, look, I'm blaming Rabbi. He got me in trouble with the women. But what up, Mochi? What up, Violet? What up, everybody? What up, my nigga Shay? Shay Mose in here and shit like that. What did you feel about my comparison with the word nigga and the Talmudic gatekeeping? Pastor, do you feel that that was a fair comparison?
That is a pretty fair comparison. The truth is, Judaism is neither an ethnicity nor is it a religion. It's a cult at this point.
It's a practice.
No, it's a cult.
No,
it's a practice.
It's a practice. So this is what I found out, right? Because I don't know if you are like me and you ran into Buddha Jews. And Buddha Jews, I discovered a rich tribe of them here. They're all white people who hit in the park, and they pray to Buddha and meditate, and they're Jews, bro.
But that's why
they stay in the Jewish community here.
But that's why I say it's a cult, because like, I mean, we can show it's not an ethnicity. Yeah, because you know, giving 3-year-olds herpes in New York is just
no. That's not what's happening.
That's not what's happening. Yeah,
that's not the thing.
Hold on. Let's hear Percy.
It's intellect. It's about intellect. It's about studying human behavior and being stewards of civilization. Like, I don't know why I've been here the past few months. Like, it's all clear as day. Like, I'm just, like, too reluctant for the big reveal. But it's just, like, Judaism is about being adults. It's about being responsible.
Yeah, George, but you could have...
Thank you very much. Hold on. Wait. Don't jump him. He's speaking for the first time tonight. Welcome, Perseus. What's your, like, clear opinion as far as when it comes to, like, represent your point, and can you source some real data, like some real live events that show and support your point?
You should have went to Thumbtack.
I pay for all that.
Yeah, I do too. I got to get packed up and everything. I can't.
First, like, they wanted $2,500 to pick my stuff. I'm sorry.
For 3 minutes?
Yeah, that's all the crap that I want, I guess.
Oh my gosh. I done moved
That's
out
why
of
I miss
street
the
before.
military. They ain't gonna move that shit for you.
I moved out of street and I used 2 guys in a truck, and that shit was like maybe $200 an hour.
They quoted $2,500.
Is that for them to pack your box?
Wait a minute. Was that $2,500 for everything? Like, come pick you up and move?
Remember, it's two houses.
Yeah, that's probably
That's not bad. Last time I moved, I paid $300 for the whole move, child.
Yeah, but she talking about packing up
But they was
her house,
Mexican, and
packing
I
up her
moved on
mother's
side of
house,
town.
and moving them, and
Before you reach that, you need to
and
know
yeah,
the
that's
base
pretty good.
like
Good deal.
of the pyramid, which is survival mode,
Shit,
like
I'd have paid
having
that
shelter,
25.
having food, having water,
And sat there and
and then your
made sure
family
they got
too old.
safety,
right.
things
I done
like
moved
this.
too many times in my
Sense
life.
of achievement. When a person can't have a shelter,
Child, you should have said something. We could have definitely, we could have had a fundraiser. We could
next
have
level is safety.
definitely could have got you
For example,
1,500.
my parents are rich in Iran, but there's no safety, so we cannot move on. I mean, the next level. So we cannot have self-awareness.
It's too
So
late
let's
now.
just imagine
She
the
didn't go
She
that
done
far.
got this shit set up. I know.
But we still gotta have you a housewarming karaoke party.
Get Scotty to do it.
People gotta pay to sing.
Bonnet, when you were pricing people to pack your stuff, what resources did you use to get that quote?
I did Thumbtack, I did 2 Men in a Truck, and
I mean, it's one example. Like every
When I was
Look
looking
at
to
look at
see,
9/11 attacks. That was all.
like if I would pay for packing, because
I
had to pay
don't
for
know if it was
interstate
staged or
movement
not, but
anyway, but I
you know
was
what
like,
they say in
maybe
politics.
I'll pay for packing too, but not have the same company that's moving me pack me up. I went to a link, like one of the sites that I went to, they had like a partnership or an affiliation with like one of those places. It wasn't like Thumbtack.
The dancing Israelis were actually dancing Arabs, and it was
Look,
white
every
women.
time that something
I mean,
bad
same
happens-
difference, right?
Look,
Yeah,
can you hear
she
me?
had called it in to say that there were strange brown men dancing.
Yoli, can you hear me?
There's a lot of faith in
Guys, can you hear me?
I'm glad that they call her the. But they did it. They ended up getting investigated by the FBI for like 2 months. Or
Did they?
2 weeks.
Did they even catch them?
Yeah.
Oh
They
wow.
were held by in America for a water theft.
Oh, I see.
Well, I think my greater point is that, I was trying to make awareness to understand, the brain doesn't come with a fucking, like a manual, right? Like a fucking, like how to operate your brain. Right? And maybe with fucking AI, maybe we can develop that.
AI is the new thing to usher in the Antichrist. I mean, that's what we're really doing.
Shut up, Michael.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yes,
I have a question, there's something about
Hold on. Is there any other Asians that would like to get their word out?
Sorry, Mary's trying to speak, so could you guys?
Okay, I just wanted to find that. Go on, Mary. I do apologize.
I mean, we are technically Asians, West Asians.
No
we are
need
not
to fear. I just heard that Seymour is the Antichrist, so we don't have to wait any longer.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that thank you, Matthew, for sharing your perspective. Sam or Rick, do you guys want to contribute? Like Sam?
Mary, can I leave a comment before the next person?
Yes, after Sam or Rick, because we want to give mic to everybody. So then you can maybe think about what you want to say, and it will be great.
I will talk after Sam then.
Yeah. Okay, Sam, do you want to say something?
Sure. I kind of just woke up, but I wanted to say that this isn't a clash of individuals who just have individualistic fear. This is a clash of civilizations, and it's been going on for a long time, since Khaybar, if anybody knows what Khaybar is. And the issue is not, I mean, somebody mentioned earlier the issue of the Palestinians, right? It started out as the conversation between the Jews and the Palestinians, and then Dean Trent changed it. Why? Because the Palestinian history, it cannot be removed from the Muslim history and the beginning of Islamic history, and because that is the civilization. And that's the same with many of the, I guess, Muslim tribes outside of the Persians, of course, because the Persians had a long Persian history before Islam, and they maintain their Persian identity, and that's why you find that Iran has a large atheist population, and that is fighting against the Islamic civilization.
Yeah, but if you decide to come to our land and
Sam, do you have anything there to share to prove your receipts, please?
Oh God, John.
Sorry, I have to move him.
The Persians just became Muslims.
Yeah.
I said the Persians just became Muslims. They got like conquered and had to killed or something. It was like
and we, the Arabs, they gathered all our teachers and also scientists in a big banquet, and they said we're going to celebrate, and then they murdered them all. And the reason for that, they wanted to completely destroy the Persian language and history. The people who had the knowledge, they were killed there, but not all. So our families kept our books and our teaching in secret, and they taught our children until to this day. So that's how we preserved our history. The other thing is that the Persian Empire was so huge and vast that the Arabs didn't have enough time to eliminate our culture and our language. I mean, they could easily do it to Egypt and other countries they conquered because they were small. Iran and Persia were so huge, they didn't have enough time. And there were Iranians doing riots, gathering up military, and fought the Arabs. So,
but I wouldn't call it celebrate.
So the thing is that the Arabs, I mean, our capital was Teaspoon, which is a city that was burned down to the ground. It's at 20 kilometers away from Baghdad. Okay, that was our capital. And you see, Iraq is a new country. There's nothing Persian about Iraq anymore, although it was our capital. It was like the New York of the United States, our capital, and it got destroyed.
Yeah,
and nobody
when
speaks.
We go there, we're gonna celebrate, but I wouldn't call it celebrate. I wouldn't do that. We're not there yet. That's the issue.
And the thing is that there's also something that the brother said about Jews and Israel. Every time that some big shit happens in the world, they say it was Israel. They say 9/11, it was the plan of the Jews. They all evacuated this building. There was not one single Jew on that day. Then they say, okay, the 7th of October, it was planned by the Israeli government so they can have excuse to attack Gaza. All of these, every time something like that happens, they say it was the Jews. And Charlie and other platforms that the Jews or, I don't know, someone from their side, they offered him $150 million or something like that, which is there's no fact check about that. This is just like rumors. They say the Jews killed him because he had anti-Israeli ideologies, or he didn't talk in their favor. Every time something happens, they want to stick it to the Jews. And I understand it. I mean, these are the Arab bots.
and these blacks and these Black Lives Matters and the Antifas, they're active. They have like over like 100,000 personnel.
No, call it what you want to call it. No.
They fool the internet with this information.
No. I want to say, first of all, thank you for your perspective, and we want to give mic to everybody. So, Rick, AK, and Veifan, do you guys want to contribute? Rick, you have joined for a long time, so I guess you will.
What's the topic?
It's on top of the room. You can read it. What do you think? What's your perspective?
I don't know. I was in here earlier and there was some dude who was just spewing a bunch of BS. Had to leave.
There were several. Take your pick. You see the top.
He means Dean. The guy's name was Dean.
Yeah. I did.
So what do you think, Rick, about the bullshit?
I kicked him out.
Wait, who'd you kick out?
Dean?
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I thought he just left.
Yeah, he's a complete psychopath. No. No, I don't want to be around him.
So, Rick, you said that you heard some bullshit. What do you think about that?
It's just, he seemed like he was doing some tequila.
He's got a soothing voice.
I don't,
Please, can I go off the Rick? Please, can I go off the Rick? Please.
I support Israel, but I don't really get involved in any of the, back and forth fighting online. But I support Israel.
I want to welcome
Salam.
Sam. I was asking Amir yesterday. I've never heard Sam before.
Is this the Rick that's by me?
Yeah. I'm glad you spoke, bro. I thought you didn't exist to be with Sam.
It's your birthday.
It's your birthday.
Happy birthday. Ticket. Yeah, double dip.
Yeah, Amir especially hates me.
You're not special if Amir hates you, okay?
I've never
You're special. You're special, but for not that reason.
No, Luca's the only special in the room right now.
Nargis, by the way, what was wrong with you singing love songs from Elton John to this terrorist supporter?
I was singing from Barth to Amir because they fight with each other 24 hours.
I was thinking to myself, well, what's wrong with her? She's
singing love songs to this terrorist. 24 hours they fight. So I said, from Barth to Amir.
Elton John? Like, to them?
Yes, honey. It's a very emotional.
What song?
I sang Sorry Seems to Be the Hardest. They fight each other 24 hours.
Oh my god.
They're just shocked.
Shit.
Hello, can I go after Rick, please?
No. I'm sorry. First AK or Veifan, then we can have repeated talkers. So AK or Veifan, which one of you want to talk? Like Veifan, I think he was very active in the chat. Or AK, if you want, you can go first.
Mary, I like that idea though. We should use that little term. We can call them repeated talkers. Every time someone you don't like, you just say, I'm sorry, repeated talker. You'll have to wait.
Yeah.
You ain't no repeated talker. Luca,
Fifi, come up here. You boy and Fifi.
Weird, strange things like baby carriages with blood on it, all kinds of weird shit. So my question: if you see something like that, how can you say those people, like specifically speaking of like the ones that are the religious?
I don't know much about that.
You don't know much about that? It was on the news last year.
I'm not gonna make that.
That was definitely a really big story.
What, baby carriages? What?
You never seen that, but you're a Jew?
Isn't that suspicious?
Yeah, this is crazy.
I heard about that recently. I heard things about that when that was happening.
George, are you sober?
Carriages?
Yeah.
What, bro? What?
Yeah, you're not speaking coherently, because at one point I thought you was a troll. And now you probably are in the.
He's always drunk. He's always drunk like this. It doesn't matter what time of day, what time of night. But here's one thing: his rhetoric never changes. It's all the time.
I just love the laws of Moses.
Yes, he truly believes this fucking.
I just love the laws of Moses. I didn't get much in this life. I got the laws of Moses at a certain point. That's what I just love the most.
You love the law of Moses, but you're an atheist.
Yes, I love the laws of Moses. Is that okay? Can I love the laws of Moses? Is that okay?
I mean, you can, but how do you love something that God ordained, but then say that you care about God, but you don't believe in God? How the fuck do you believe in something you don't care about?
I believe in God, bro.
You do?
I believe in God.
So you're not an atheist.
I'll do anything for God.
So I get it. So you're saying Kendall
God of Moses, I'll do anything for the God of Moses, bro.
You can say you love God, but you don't really mean it. So he's an atheist. He said atheist too. So.
Oh, you did? Oh, so you're a liar then, George.
All right.
Man, this is a weird motherfucker.
Okay, like, am I not allowed to do this?
I mean, you're allowed
God.
Yeah, you're allowed to do and say whatever you want. This is America. I mean, right now we have freedom of speech and, freedom to do whatever the hell we want to do that doesn't harm others. So you can do what you want to do. It's just that you have to have context to what you believe in. Like if you're...
I just
hey, real quick to the mod. Somebody has girl block, man. What's her name? Carolyn Block, aka Guava. Can one of y'all unblock her so she can get back in the room? I don't know if it's Abdizzle, Pure.
I don't know if I'm at work. I don't know if it's me from a long time ago. So I'm gonna move myself down and then bring me back up to the audience.
Okay.
All right, I got you, sis.
Cool. Okay, so yeah. Real quick, yeah, Guava. So yeah, you probably can come back up if you're able to come in. But so yeah, I mean, everything has to have context. I mean, if you claim something, things have to make sense.
Just seeing people live with the laws of Moses.
George, let me just say this. Let me just establish some regulation, right? Just when it comes to believing something, you don't have to believe in what people believe in, right? But things have to make sense as to why you believe what you believe in. So if you are an atheist, how can you be somebody that loves God?
Because I love his law.
Who the fuck got me blocked?
I think it was Pure.
It was me from a long time ago. I'm finna undo it.
Love is law. Wait, George, you know what Alistair Crowley. You really don't love God.
Read up back to the
Who am I quoting?
The law is love. You just quoted Alistair Crowley. That's what he says.
Oh, Alistair Crowley.
Okay, you up here next to me. Read your back channels, bro.
Isn't that the guy from Satanism?
Okay. Yeah, this motherfucker wrote the book 777.
Oh my god, did I just quote Alistair?
Yeah, you literally said the whole
Crowley? Because I said
you literally quoted
law.
Yes.
Oh shit.
I mean, you can love God or love Christ, which I don't know if you believe in Christ, but by keeping what they say, by loving the law that they say. But when you make the phrase "law is love," that means that the law is whatever you want to do. It's the Alistair Crowley principle of do what thou will. Like the hashtag line from Nike. The Saturnalian fucking quote known as Nike. Just do it. I mean, that's where those frames very instrumental.
Not willing to.
Or really all around the world. So, yeah, I mean, George, I don't know, man. I don't think you believe in God like you say. like Kendall was saying. I think you're.
My bad.
Yeah. I don't know if you're playing games. No,
I'm just a Saturn God, then. Yeah, like
just like
Saturn alien. Shut up.
That's the reason why the Jews wear all black. They wear all.
I'm Saturn alien, isn't it?
Saturn.
I'm.
Their God is the Warren God.
I'm a Saturn alien, isn't it?
Yeah, you can joke around all you want to, boy. I know exactly what y'all worship. I'm not even talking about all Jews. I'm talking about the elitist Jews. The elites on that side now.
Or is it Saturn, the eater of children?
Yeah, the eater of children. like what they do over there, the things that, drinking baby's blood. Yeah, you think it's funny. Yeah, you think it's funny. Because you know.
Yeah, I'm eating children.
You think it's funny that's what they do. That's the religion of they don't follow the Torah. They put that in the front. They follow the Talmud. The Talmud is okay with lesbianism.
I want you to go to lesbian fucking synagogue
and all this other shit.
Tomorrow's Shabbos. Tomorrow, I swear to you, bro. I'll Venmo you. I don't know if my EDD is gonna work out, but I'll Venmo you $100.
This be the shit.
Go to the local synagogue tomorrow, bro, and talk to the rabbi. That's it, bro. They're the good people, bro. They're the good guys.
Be Christian, but they're the
good guys.
People who these people in Israel specifically, the people that follow that religion.
They put effort
into it. They're sitting here talking shit about Christ in the Bible in the country that you live in, but for some stupid reason, you Christians support them. A lot of these right-wing Bible Belt retarded ass fucking inbred motherfuckers down south, because they only read one or two scriptures a day. They think they know something about the scriptures, but then when you sit up here, you start what's going on right now and questioning the people over there, they want to get all up in arms.
Just leave those people alone.
Want to cry like bitches.
Just leave those poor people alone and I'll get off Clubhouse.
Once again, I don't have issues with Jewish people. I have issues with the elite. And it's
oh my
questioning
God,
this motherfucker right here is showing you.
I love you. I love you.
This dude sitting up here talking about do what thou will.
And whatever you do.
The law is love.
What you do, nothing.
Told Alistair Crowley.
Always love you,
believe in the Bible.
We are the same. We are the same blood. We are the same spine. We are the same. You and I. We are the same. You and I, we're the same.
No, we're not
from the same mother. Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
Well, technically, I mean, if you want to be technical, you're right.
Technically, yeah.
We're two different, entirely different people.
We're the same soul. We're all the same soul. We're all the same soul. It doesn't.
Esau and Jacob was separated from.
We're all the same soul. Nothing matters. We're all the same soul. And
your people's Amalek. The people that God hates.
I've heard this word before. I've heard this word before.
People that be ruling last in the last days, causing all kinds of shit and chaos. That's what people do.
Which people is that? That's Amalek. Very syllabic term.
But one thing I respect about them Jewish folks is that they understand that America is Babylon and it needs to be destroyed. So I give them. There is that.
Oh, yes, Babylon.
They'll give you that shit. But try telling the silly ass Christian that America's Babylon and America is going to be destroyed. They're gonna have a heart attack.
I love America.
But see, if cats of my retina say that, people cry. And
well, Babylon. This is what that's why the Talmud exists, because they believe that Babylon was the original land, and that the Jews. Okay, so in the Talmud they believe, because we know about the Temple of Babylon, right?
The Talmud is
Babel and King Babel. Was the grandson of who? the first king.
Where did he come from? He came from Canaan, I think. No, he didn't come from Canaan. He didn't come from Canaan, did he? Regardless, so yeah, I mean, you know,
straight from
Babylon. I mean, America's ain't nothing but Babylon. I mean, if you see how
No. This was my point.
Like
wait. Let me just finish my point.
Oh, good.
Because you got to. Because I wanted to jump back in. I was gonna let you get a little excerpt, but you. No, look. This the thing. So Babylon always had a claim to what the Jewish culture was supposed to be, and basically they felt.
Well, look, we can apologize and have fun all we want, or we can be adults.
Speaking of
or we can be adults. Let's keep apologizing. I love it.
The people that are there now are not the people.
What the fuck are you even talking about, George?
Sorry.
Saying anything.
Yeah, George, you might be inebriated. If you know, to have a discussion with you is kind of hard right now, man. But
I'm gonna be on mute.
Yeah, do that. But yeah, Kendall, I mean, but you're speaking of like the Jews of antiquity and the Israelites of antiquity, right? So yeah, those people, which, you know, I would say that they're niggas, they're pretty much niggas like you and me and whatnot. But outside of that, the point is that you know, like if you're dealing with the Talmud, like you had people of the rabbinical priests that ended up writing the Talmud and putting a lot of heresies because they went off the teachings of Babylon. You know, a lot of the Babylonian customs, like the Babylonian mystery school system. Israel, or whether it be, you know, the people that run this country or every other country in the world, you know, going to the Vatican, you know, the Roman Catholic Church, you know, they mix that in with some of the Torah teachings, which in essence is a perversion of it. So, you know, as far as like Babylonianism, like we're not supposed to be practicing that shit, because what comes from Babylonianism, Kabbalah, right? Something that these Jews practice. They practice probably the highest form of witchcraft, which goes into numerology manipulation with gematria, okay? Or gematria, I guess that's how you say it. Also, too, blood sacrifices and shit. You know, that's what they do, man.
If you ever
and then you have the Templar Knights. Yeah, and Kendall, you should know this. The Templar Knights were the ones that set up the banks. They're the ones that ended up stumbling upon a lot of those artifacts, and they started to practice a lot of the stuff from Babylon, and they got killed for it. And the Jesuits took that shit over, and they continue those practices. And this is where you have your modern day Vatican and, you know, Pope and shit. That's where that shit comes from, as far as the modern day.
If you ever buy kosher chicken heart, it's so salty because they try and get all the blood out.
Huh? Yeah, but so Kendall, I mean, so are you pretty much saying that like Babylon had a claim to Israel, or Israel having claim to Babylon? Is that what you're trying to make mention of, Kendall? Or you're just gonna sit up here and you're gonna sit up here and say that and then just run away? Like, come on, Kendall, bro. There's a reason why. Because all you mods be asleep, man. Damn near. Shit, man. Do you believe Charlie Kirk is a grifter? You damn right he was a grifter. He was a grifter just like all these other personality motherfuckers, man. All these dudes are a bunch of clowns, man. Especially, you know, whether it be the left wing or the right wing, they're all a bunch of clowns to me. But these right wing motherfuckers, they're crashing out like they're bugging the fuck out there. Yeah, this broad Candace Owens, man. This bitch is funny, man. You know, but yeah, said a lot of hateful things to a lot of different demographics. He has some certain things that are pertinent that he did say that you can agree with if you know, but that's part of being a propagandist. You mix truth with lies, and a lot of the shit that he brings up as far as numbers when other ethnic groups of people, a lot of these numbers have no context. A lot of these stats that he brings up have no context and they're arbitrary. So, you know, it's really just to fit the conservative narrative and shit, man. And it's not to say that the left wing, because the left wing are a bunch of savages too, but, you know, when you start seeing a lot of these rhetoric that these motherfuckers be speaking, you then realize that, man, a lot of these dudes are just doing this to get a paycheck, you know? And that's all that motherfucker was about, getting a fucking paycheck, getting paid, whether he believed in that bullshit that he was teaching or not. So, now as far as Israel killing him and all this other shit, I mean, I'm gonna just tell you straight up, that shit was just as real as fucking Trump getting his ears shot and then having the Secret Service jump him and him sitting up here throwing up his fist, possibly shot in the head while doing that. It's damn Hollywood stage, man. Got all these motherfuckers crying and, you know, all emotional and shit, man, about this. That motherfucker's probably smoking a blunt somewhere, man. Sitting up here laughing at you idiots, man, crying over his fake death. That's the job of the elites, man. You know? Oh, was it Israel? Was it the left wing? Was it a right wing? Like, you motherfuckers are retarded, man. You know? While that shit's going on, guess what they're doing? 51 and 49. Was it the Senate? It was either the House or the Senate. They voted against fucking Epstein. You know what I'm saying? The Epstein files being released. Even that's a distraction because, yeah, all the motherfuckers are probably on that island doing God knows what to them kids. You know what I mean? They'll release it when they feel like releasing it. Then, here it is, they're sitting up here canceling him to show you that, listen, if you talk about anything about this Charlie Kirk thing, we're going to cancel your ass, man. You know, like motherfuckers can't wake up and smell the coffee, man. Don't see what time it is, man. They're trying to take your civil rights, trying to take, you know, what you're supposed to have as a human being away from you, because they want to control you. They got billions of dollars, millions of yachts, hundreds of cars, but they can't have enough. They want to have your fucking soul. They want to own you, man. It's bad enough you're a debt slave, paying taxes that you shouldn't be paying and shit. Barely fucking struggling. You can have multiple businesses all you want to. If they want to cut your fucking your line of avenue of revenue, they'll do it in a heartbeat. So I don't know. I just don't get emotional with this shit. I just are out here that are emotionally inclined with people they have no clue who their allegiance is a part of, man. So anybody's listening, you can smoke that in your fucking pipe, man. You know what I mean? But hey, honestly though, any one of you fucking mods fucking awake, man? I'm telling you, this is the reason why your rooms be dead, because you guys fall asleep on the phone. It's like
I am, but I'm at work. You gotta wait for me to get to my lunch break.
Oh, okay.
I'm awake,
I ain't gonna
motherfucker.
do shit but agree with you anyway, though. So.
Okay, no, I just had to wake something up, man. You know, I don't want to sit up here and go on a diatribe. I actually want one of these cocksuckers up in the bottom. You know what I'm saying? And don't take it personal. I'm
Point them out. Who?
I don't know.
I'm gonna invite Moshi. I mean, you wanna argue? I'll bring Ella. Ella pack you up.
Don't take it fucking personal. I just feel like
Hey, you ain't never been cooked by a white woman. she a white woman. Bro, alright, bro. Anyway, L, how you doing? Hey, my bad, I'm in the back. You hear the music. You know what I mean? Shit. Your black ass up. Anyway, what up?
Howdy. How are ya?
We good. You ain't gotta do all that Soul Street shit over here. Take your hair down, like. Yeah, I know what's going on. Anyway, you and George, like, done, bro?
Man, I've been
So
done.
we can
I'm
get
talking shit, nigga. Like, I was doing that because nobody was talking.
All right,
Like,
I passed you. I gave you the alley oop, and you kept the ball ever since. Like, shut your black ass up. Man.
Shut the fuck up.
Egghead ass. Old leg back here. But we sent one up there.
What's good, everyone?
I just woke up and heard you guys talking, so I thought I'd come.
Kendall.
Shut up. Anyway, Oleg is back.
Go fuck yourself, nigga.
Alright, what, nigga? What?
I was gonna ask, where some of your little right-wing buddies at now? I told these faggots that this is what was going on a year ago. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they in here right now. They just ain't gonna talk
like
to you.
Who? Oh, you talking about Beth? Well, Beth's cool. I ain't got no smoke for Beth, but who else in here is a fucking right wing?
I lean right.
Who leans? Oh, Mike Allen. Oh yeah. No, never mind, man. Oh, there you go. Hey, Mike, what do you think about Candace Owens?
She's the best.
Me?
What should anybody?
I don't have a problem with her. I mean,
I got a problem with grifters. She's a grifter.
Seems like everybody's being labeled as a grifter lately.
yeah, just don't listen to her.
No, I mean, I don't.
Every person on the left is a grifter. They're all grifters. Every single person in politics is a grifter. They tell you what you want to hear to get elected. So we can point at one side or the other side. Every fucking person on TV, every person on airwaves, they're all grifters.
I can agree with that.
I will say I give Candace and people like that a little more. Again, I wouldn't use the word leeway, but because I think Candace used to be on the left, right? The left that moves away from it and makes non-popular stances. I mean, you gotta kind of respect them.
Yeah, I'll give Fetterman all the credit in the world. The man, and he's a Democrat. He calls up a Republican governor, or the Republican governor calls him. They start calling shows and say, we want to come on and talk together. And the first one to say, we'll do it, was Fox News. And they get on there, and guess who's the biggest voice of saying, stop saying Nazis, stop saying fascist, stop saying Hitler. Nobody should be doing it unless you don't know who they are, you don't understand what Nazi is, you don't understand what fascism is if you're saying it. He's saying it's bullshit, but yet he's the most sound person on the freaking left.
Bro, I love Fetterman, bro. No, I mean, I would say I love him, but, like, yeah, he's the one that had the stroke, and he was all crazy in the beginning, but now it's like one that's... It's like, guys, what the fuck are we doing right now?
Well, I loved what he said when they were doing the... when they had the appointments coming in, you know, and he was told, do not sit down and talk with him. And he goes, that's not the way it works. Not once, sometimes twice, and some 3 times. And he got backlash for it. But you know what? We need more people with the balls that he's got to tell the party that they're with, kiss my ass. I'm going to sit down and talk to these people because that's what I got put in office to do. Because in a state like Pennsylvania, you ain't going to stay in a position very long if you just go hardcore. Pennsylvania ain't going to last. Manchin, why did he make it where he did? Because he wasn't the dumbass who's just going to stick to party lines.
The man saved us probably $3 trillion in debt. How much in inflation by telling the Democrats, I'm not voting for some $6 trillion stimulus bill. Got them all the way down to $3 trillion. Thank you, Joe Manchin. Thank you for saving all our asses.
Don't you think it's a confederation of both sides, considering their origins, go back to both of them being a part of the same regime, trying to cause the mass hyperinflation that's really been caused since the 1800s, but especially the last, I think since the 80s. You know, that shit's been going, especially, well, really going to the late 70s. I forget which president it was that ended up pretty much cutting away the gold and silver standard completely. Nixon. Okay, it was Nixon. So don't you think it, regardless of which side, when you read between the lines, because they'll tell you certain things that you want to hear on both sides, but then, you know, when the dust settles and you start to really pull back the curtain and look into the policies that they're bringing in, it's all the same thing. It's just attacked in a certain way.
Yeah, so I've said this for years. It's a good old boys and girls club, and I just had it validated probably a year or two ago. Trey Gowdy, been a strong proponent of you serve two terms. That's all anybody should be serving. A senator should serve max 2 terms. He's spoken to why that is. He served a third because Scott came in and said, please, no. And he didn't want to. It was him begging him. He goes, I need somebody there I can trust. And he's done after that. He goes, I'll serve a third. That's it. He left. And they asked him why he left. Because he believes in term limits, number 1. He said, the next, you have to have 2 things. You got to be good at it and you got to like it. I've never seen anybody better in politics. But what he meant is you have to be good at politics. He said, he didn't say that. He was inferring it. He goes, listen, I could no longer represent the state of South Carolina because I am not going to go behind those doors and give somebody something that I completely disagree with just so I can get my state something. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm not good for it. And he left. The guy was probably one of the best we had. And he's telling us without telling us what's going on. They shut those doors. They fight publicly. Let's be real right now. When you see all these guys yelling and screaming in Congress, you're telling people that's how they should act. Leadership. If the principal were screaming and yelling in the workers are going to be assholes. It's just the way it's going to work. Now, we have elected leaders acting like 2-year-olds. You ask a guy to come sit in and answer some questions, and you yell and scream at him like he's the biggest criminal in the world. No respect. Why do you think our civilian people don't have respect? But they do this because they get social media likes. They shut the door. They go behind the scenes and give each other all this money. It's freaking this money going everywhere. They get what they want, and they go on with their day, and America's left holding the bill.
How much do you think Trey Gowdy actually compromised himself after the Benghazi joint and then the investigation with the Russiagate? I mean, he didn't really push the action, right, with the Russian collusion joint and the investigations with the livers, the FBI agents and everything.
What do you mean? As far as I'm not sure exactly what you're.
Because he had like subpoena power, but he didn't really push the issue. He kind of had like the spectacle, but he didn't really push the line. That was like a really big thing about Trey Gowdy.
The interviews he's done, he's talked about. There are certain still things that you have to go through, and you have to be able to prove. And he's always said this: the man has never lost a case, and there's a reason. And he's talked about this too. You don't ask a question you do not have the answer to. You do not bring somebody in if you don't know what they're going to say, right?
Well, I think that right there is the actual difference between like a Adam Schiff and a Trey Gowdy. Adam Schiff is able to like create an alternate reality of what it is and be super convincing about it, especially with how he ran the impeachment proceedings, right? He's a crafty politician. I thought Trey Gowdy was always hindered by his moral compass.
Yeah, because he's very moral. Like, I'll say this, like, Trey Gowdy, and I know this because I've heard Democrats talk about how much they appreciate Trey. Trey Gowdy said, I could call anybody up in D.C. I'm not saying Republicans. He says any Democrat, and I can talk with them. Their mothers, everybody. He says, except for one person, I will never waste a breath on. Adam Schiff. It's the only negative thing I've ever heard that man say about somebody was he wouldn't waste a breath on Adam Schiff.
Yeah, but it was like Adam Schiff knows how to dance in the gray, like, well. And then you hear the right with the conservative pundits that's trying to move, oh, look at this investigation. Oh, he leaked this, he leaked that, he leaked this. You know, like they talked about it all the time about this Adam Schiff guy. Oh, and then they would play the clips about him being on like certain showcases saying that, or implying that he had some sort of smoking gun with the Russia collusion stuff, right? But he's able to dance in the rain without getting wet. And it's crazy like how the right talks about him, but nothing has actually happened to him. I'm like, damn, I just seen his back and forth with Kesh Patel. Like, he's like in his face, and I'm like, damn, you guys gotta get this guy pretty soon.
Yeah, but no one takes him seriously, bro. No one takes a guy seriously.
Oh, no, they take him seriously.
No, the people have.
Yeah,
people have listened and believe. There's real.
Bro, they listened to him so much that he became a senator.
Yeah, but I mean, Maxine Waters is a senator.
What does that mean?
I'm saying, like, Adam Schiff, I think you're right. I think you're, because, dude, over there, Schiff's in California, isn't he?
Yeah, he lost. He was going to lose his congressional seat.
And they're investigating him. But look, so I get what you're saying. He does operate in the gray pretty well, and he is a crafty politician. But at the end of the day, now that all that in the moment, yeah, he's operating the gray and he's doing his thing in the moment. But now, years and years after that, we know he was full of shit or full of Schiff. But
Wait, do we know that?
Yeah, he kept saying he had.
Yeah,
he had, like you said, he's a smoking gun. He's like, I've seen the evidence. It's indisputable, and he never produced any of it. So like now we know he's all just full of shit. He's just full of shit.
There was something Trey Gowdy was explaining about the way it works on these committees and the Intel committee and stuff, and they, even though they know for a fact that Adam Schiff lied, they heard him go podcast one time about this, or an interview or something, I can't remember, but they were literally both on the Intelligence Committee, and they called each other afterwards and said, did you hear what he said? Because we both sat in there and I didn't hear it, and like that never came out. But he was saying that, you know, whatever Schiff went out and said that he was guaranteed, now we've got him, that didn't come out that day. It was just the opposite, but he was peddling it. Well, he's protected by all of the bullshit of being in these committees and the Intel committee side. And this is where I think politics needs a severe change. Somebody needs to come to the public and say, look we can literally have somebody lying their ass off as a politician to you about what was said somewhere, and there's no repercussions. There needs to start being repercussions. We, the people, need to start demanding that, because these politicians aren't held to a higher standard. Show me the politicians that get sexual assault charges and pay a dime out of their pocket, but the taxpayers pay the tab. How many of them go to jail? They don't. They settle it before they leave office, because if they stay in office, we, the taxpayers, pay the settlement. That's not being held to a higher standard. That's being held to a lower standard. Or be in jail. These guys lie, cheat, and steal, and there's no accountability. And until we as people can start holding a politician, I'm sorry, but if you say something treasonous, they asked Hakeem Jeffries, they played the audio of a Democrat lawmaker saying that somebody needs to get shot and there needs to be bloodshed. It was on a CNN, or it wasn't CNN, it was like maybe CNBC or MSNBC, and the host said, what are your thoughts about hearing this? He glossed right over it and started to say what he wanted to say. You have one of your people. This is the way I would have handled it. If I were in office, I would have said, listen, if I were the leader, minority leader, or I don't care if I wasn't, I would have been, I'm going to get a hold of our minority leader, and we're going to get together, because there never should be somebody that would say that. And you get elected doesn't mean you get a hall pass to say whatever the hell you want. We got to have accountability. People got to stop lying. They got to stop acting like 2-year-olds that, you know, are mad because they got
both ways, though, right? It's like the protection protect both sides. So when you're looking at, like, Trump is a realist, and that's why I kind of like him, because Trump knows how they get dirty. Righteous. Right, like they're not willing to bend the rules. So when Trump's throwing all these ideas against the wall, And, people are now coming out in their little excerpts saying, oh, well, because he's spitballing. He's trying to figure out an actual way, and he's willing to get dirty with it as long as it doesn't cross the actual law or the line.
Playing the gray, like you said, he's willing to play in the gray, right?
Well, no, but he's saying that his criticism in his first administration, there was a lot of people on the right that he felt railroaded his whole first 2 years, 2.5 years.
I agree, though. Yeah, and that's my one criticism of it. He had the House at those first 2 years. He didn't do much, and then his last 2 years.
Well, because the House that was Paul Ryan, right?
What's that?
Yeah, they were infighting in themselves.
Yeah, those first 2 years, Trump was all worried about that. I agree with you guys.
Chief of staff. He had like 5 of them.
Yeah, but who did he let put people in on? He let Washington D.C. right? He didn't get to pick his own. He was like trusting them. Wrong. You need to get people outside of D.C. that aren't in the swamp.
Well, that's what he did this time, right? And everybody.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and then the first term he kind of played the game and it was appointing people that he thought were good, but in the term, it kind of goes back to what Ray was saying. This is all the birds, the wings of the same bird and shit. But I will say this: the politicians are kind of playing the same sides. I do agree a little bit on that, but I don't think it's the new age of these politicians. Like, I think that the Chuck Schumers, the Jerry Nadlers, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Adam Schiffs, like those guys,
Mitch McConnell,
are the exact same as the Mitch McConnells, the Mitt Romneys, the fucking Lindsey Grahams, right? All these lifelong politician guys, whether they're Republican or Democrat, they're the ones playing the same shit. But there's only like 8 of them. Like, if you really think about it, there's like 8 of them left. There's not a lot. The Mitt Romney's is gone. McConnell's going to be gone. Lindsey Graham should already be gone, but he's probably going to hang around for a little bit longer.
Who's in there?
How much more time Schumer got? I mean, the new age politicians like the Jim Jordan, even a couple on the Democratic side, like I don't think they're going to be like that. I think they're not going to be doing that kind of shit.
Yeah, power consumes everybody. It's just going to be like football. Same exact game, just different players.
Could be right there.
Right.
There's too much influence. There's too much power.
Well, that's I think what Corey was saying about Trey Gowdy. Trey Gowdy got out of it because he knew inevitably it was going to lead to that.
I mean, but that's the crazy part, right? It's like that's the constraints of a litigator that joins the arena of politicians, right? And utilizing the same thing, right? Never ask a question that you don't already know the answer for. That is the dumbest thing ever, right? It's like in court, absolutely, right? Because you can get caught by surprise. But it's a good railroading tactic. Like, hey, if I don't know the answer, this guy probably doesn't know it either. So if he'll stall out, I can just pivot, deflect, and then change the subject. Okay, cool. Just like what I think you said Jeffries did when asked the question about the response for a Democrat talking about shooting somebody or something. Never entertain shit like that. You're like, yeah, I didn't hear that question anyways, but back to my agenda. My agenda is...
Yeah, dude. It's so true, I mean, yeah.
And I think there's some exceptions. I think there's some older guys that are in there. What's the guy from Iowa? The one old dude from Iowa has been there forever, but what's his name?
Grassley.
Yeah, Grassley.
Yeah, but he's only worth like $2 million, but he's been there forever. It's like, all right, that sounds about right. Or what was the Democrat guy? He passed away a couple years ago, the black guy. He had been there forever. He's like the civil rights guy.
Yeah. Joe Lewis?
Yeah, the Lewis guy. He was a good dude. Like, he was a Democrat, but he was probably like, he cared about the job.
What about Sheila Lee?
What?
Didn't she pass away?
Oh, I don't know about him. I don't know about her.
Well, didn't you guys find it?
Oh, the one who was in a wheelchair and they were like signing the papers for her?
Yes, I believe. Wait, is that her?
That's the way.
Yeah.
But the Lewis guy, the Lewis dude, and then the guy in Iowa, Grassley, like, yeah, they're older and they're lifelong politicians, but they're not there to enrich themselves. Wow, like Mitch McConnell's worth like, what's it, a couple like 20, 30, 40, 50 million? Pelosi's worth it, like, they only make $125,000 a year.
Yeah, look at her, look at Warren. The irony is I thought it was so ironic. She dumps in a bunch of money, her husband, however she wants to say it, into Intel, or I'm sorry, NVIDIA, and then they pass a law, and then she gets backlash, and okay, fine, we'll sell. They sell, and a few days later it tanks. Well, that was convenient to agree to sell, you know? Like,
yeah, well, they say if you followed Paul Pelosi, he's like, it's like 80% correct. He's like, it's up, like, it's something nuts.
He crushes Warren Buffett.
Time.
Yeah.
But then, but I guess if you look at that list, I looked at the list, though, of the top earners that are in either Congress or Senate, and it's like 4 of the top 6 are Republicans. That dude Crenshaw with the eye patch, he's fucking, like, one of the top 5s. I know McConnell's up there. Pelosi was obviously up there. And then the other dude, I forgot the other dude. He's not there anymore. He was the Republican on the, what was that? Not Kinzinger. What was the dude who was a Republican? He was like Cheney. Liz Cheney and the other guy. That they were on the January 6th committee. They're claiming to be Republicans even though they weren't. They're like, oh, we have 2 Republicans on the committee. It was Cheney and the other dude. I forget his fucking name. Then they primaried him. They fucking redrew the line and fucking got him out of there.
Well, you know, we gotta be real serious about figuring out what's going on with this auto pin stuff. Only as far as the pardons go, because I'll tell you what,
Kinzinger.
When you bitch for years about preemptive pardons, meaning that we're in a monarch or whatever. Freaking what was it that Schumer said something to that effect, you know? And then wait a minute, you said that about Trump, but then your guy was the one that did the preemptive pardons, you know, and then now you've got, you know, but they're saying that there's some other things that they think the FBI have on him, so that won't be included in a preemptive pardon. So, I mean, I hope it's true. I mean, I don't hope it's true if it's not true. If he's the criminal we think he is, I hope it's true. Some of the things I think he is, yeah, I want to see that guy go, but he's not the only one. I'd love to start seeing him hang all these guys. Let's start following the money. Let's start seeing where it is, Democrat and Republican. Let's see where the money came from and start chasing that down. And it sounds like the FBI is doing that.
You think so?
Yeah, but a lot of these people have their investments. They're all blind trust. These people are smart people with resources and networking. You don't have to do anything nefarious for you to be able to make a massive amount of money. They just happen to be in the know. You know what I'm saying? So,
but that's illegal. It's still insider trading. People go to jail for it, you know?
I don't know about that. So insider trading is, like, if you're trying to add, like, some sort of a criminal, like, hey, this guy's insider trading because he heard through the hallways that this was going to merge here and there. Okay, good luck proving that. What the hell?
Well, I think like, the Samoa, it's the part that maybe it's not insider trading. Corey kind of alluded to with the NVIDIA thing, but remember the Tesla one? It was like Paul Pelosi and Nancy, they bought like 10,000 shares of Tesla, like the day before they voted that they were going to make Tesla all of the default trucks for the government. It's like all the government trucks or all the government cars and government trucks are going to be Teslas.
Yeah, but then they
she bought like 10,000 shares the night before. It's like, come on, like what are we doing? Like, that's crazy. Yeah. She's making the laws that make it to where the government has to.
Yeah, but I think that there's certain things that we morally might believe is reprehensible, but legally it's absolutely right? So I think that's where we're at now.
But see, what they're guilty of is it would be the material of non-public information, right? So they have access to something that we, the public, do not have access to. That's illegal. I mean, you can't do it because it's for personal gain, right? So that's illegal.
So I guess the question is, so then why is there such a move on the right to pass legislation about stopping congressional whatever of like investing or anything like that?
Because that's what we're talking about, right? Like the stock
because it doesn't exist.
She buys Tesla.
I'm talking about the actual law.
She buys Tesla.
The break doesn't exist.
She buys Tesla.
It is. It exists right now.
She buys Tesla before the laws passed. After the laws passed, the Tesla stock was shooting up, so she didn't buy it. If she wants to buy it after the law was passed, fine. But the thing is that she buys it before the laws passed.
Yeah, but your criticism is about the actual timing. But what is the law?
That's being violated. They're going to replace They're going to replace all the cars with Teslas. It was like they're gonna roll in like it was like 20,000 Tesla things. The same with the NVIDIA chip, bro. Like she did the NVIDIA thing right before they passed all these crazy bills about the investment in the chip manufacturer.
Here it is. It says using MPI or MNPI for personal gain equals insider trading. Trading of this kind of information before it's public is a textbook definition on insider trading. Even if the politician isn't a company insider, they are using privileged access for personal financial benefit, which violates security laws. So there we got it. But see, this problem, though, is they're not held to a higher standard. See, a higher standard to me would be public has. To be held to a lower standard would then open that up and say, well, you knew you were going to vote for it, but it wasn't law yet, so you're okay. So they're held to a lower standard of the same exact law. Martha Stewart heard some things were going on, sold some shit, went to jail, right?
Don't they only get fined like $600 or some shit or something crazy?
I don't want to gloss over it, right? Because if it is that cut and dry, then there should have been an indictment already being, or a grand jury already being pulled. I think that they've already insulated themselves to where they understand how it is. Paul Pelosi goes to a certain firm, does what he does. They sign an affidavit saying that I had no knowledge of any da-da-da-da-da.
Right.
And now they're good.
Right. How do you stop Paul Pelosi from doing it? Right, exactly.
So we can go one step further, and it's like, okay, right now, hearing them bitch about why they didn't release the Epstein files. You had 4 years to release it. Why didn't you guys release it? Oh wait, now you're yelling at him why he doesn't have a complete list. Where was the list? Maybe your guy should have had a full list, because I guarantee you, whoever saw the list, there should be a backup file somewhere. No, hold on. This is where it gets interesting. The left never denied a list at all. They never said there is no list.
They just avoided the topic.
What's that?
They just avoided the topic.
And they said several times.
Yeah, but if Trump was on that list, they wouldn't have avoided it at all.
Yeah, if Trump were on there, we all know it would have been leaked, right? But here's the thing. This is where it gets really interesting. Talk to a federal judge. If you get the chance, if you know one, I have. There's not going to be anybody going down for it. Go ahead and release the list. You know what you just did? You opened up the United States government, whoever releases that list, to massive. Every single person on that list has massive amounts of money and power, which gives them one hell of a legal team, and every one of them can sue for defamation. Okay? Because guess what? Without Epstein alive, all of the evidence is hearsay, inadmissible. Video evidence can't talk to a federal judge about this. Has done cases like this. Can't prove when it was done, who took the video. Epstein is dead, and now Ghislaine, she's actually a convicted felon now. A judge finally would let it in. This is from a federal judge. If he were to allow it, the next problem is a good defense attorney is going to say, okay, great, you're going to let her testify. What did you give her, a plea deal to get this? She'll say whatever she can to listen her deal, and a judge is going to say, I have to agree with you. I'm telling you,
so there's nobody doing that. I mean, she has an appeal right now that's in front of the Supreme Court. Let's just say that she wins that one. Credibility immediately. But isn't this kind of like double talk, right? So it's like, you guys are saying Jeffrey Epstein, there's no evidence, and this is Casper telling these guys, right? There's no evidence that there was anybody being, or any minor being trafficked to anybody. But then you got Maxwell sitting in prison for sex trafficking.
Exactly, and that's the irony, right?
Like, what the hell?
And so, what I was explained is the way all these groups work is they all have to be involved. Like, so they made sure Epstein was involved in this stuff because trying to do it, because now you're complicit in it, right? And that's how they get you. You're fucked if you turn on us, you're dead. You're done. You're going down, right? And it's the same thing with this. So essentially what he's saying is they knew by eliminating the one true person and eliminating him quickly before he could give them names and work a deal, the cases are done. He said nobody's going down, and the only way it'll happen is if some other people, some multiple people, can't be necessarily victims either. Can't be just victims. And that's the part that baffles me. He was going into the details of why that is, because that pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie. When I was talking to him, I was like, that's bullshit, dude. If you have two victims that are like, that dude did this to me, doesn't matter. They could have a reason for colluding on this. And I'm just like, our system is screwed.
I mean it's kind of crazy. Like the victims said they're gonna get together, put a whole bunch of names together. If there was video evidence that corroborated the actual statements made by said victim,
won't matter. You have to have the person who took the video, when it was, the date it was done, the time.
The unfortunate reality is the victims wouldn't stand a chance.
Nope, because the victims, If
Like
yeah,
trying to
if
prove
the
the shit,
victims,
the victims wouldn't stand a chance. They would just get
Yeah,
railroaded.
no, like it,
No,
we're talking
seriously.
about you have a video with said victim being
It could have been fabricated in a
sodomized by
studio.
billionaire.
I'm telling you, this is what this judge has said. Defenses have argued this. We can't prove that that was not made in a studio, especially now with AI. Can't prove it. And if the defense, if the victim loses, they get sued into oblivion for defamation.
You're saying that there's no expert that can look at the authenticity of a video?
Nope.
Maybe they might be able to find out. Like Samoa, I think Corey and I.
You still have to prove. You still have to prove the data was.
Unfortunately, the victims probably wouldn't stand a chance in court.
No, what I'm saying is the video had to come from the island. So all of this has already been secured when they raided the island and confiscated by federal authorities, which has been within the chain of custody of the FBI. They would run that tape just like they ran the laptop for Hunter Biden for its authenticity.
Wait, are we operating on a hypothetical? Are you saying we know this?
Obviously. What the hell?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, okay.
Who took, but here's the questions I get asked. Who took the video?
Yeah, the video was wired up. Like,
no.
How the victim get the video?
I'm just telling you.
It was a part of the security server.
Okay, but the defense attorney has a right to make sure that that is 100% without doubt before it gets shown to a jury that you got to prove. Show me. I want to know.
The FBI's affidavit said that we acquired this on this day, this time, chain of custody, and the courts lean on the word of the FBI with chain of custody. So that's the affidavit that they signed.
Samoa, go ask a federal judge if you can find one. Seriously, I'm telling you, just see if you can find one. Just shoot him a message and say, is it true that it would be very difficult with the death of Epstein and the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell to convict anybody on this list, regardless, because they're going to run through
that question is just super vague. All right, so of what, right?
Who took it?
Asking that question of what? Of on the list. So I understand the problems. Just a list doesn't actually prove that there's actual relations with minors or anything like that. They could have been the plumber, the electrician. They could have been some sort of a business person. Yeah. So I understand that. What I'm talking about is something totally different. They go to the island. They confiscate the security system, the servers, the terabytes, and all the information that's on the cloud. The FBI is holding this within chain of custody. And then the minor, or whoever the hell these people are talking about, they're going to put 20 names together. They come out without knowing anything about the video, but they allege that these 20 people raped them or whatever, right? The video it supports or corroborates their actual statements. Their lawyers can actually subpoena the FBI for the video.
It would
and
help
the FBI
tremendously. I agree with that. It would help their case. But there's no video, and we're just saying it's an uphill.
No, there's video.
They're climbing an uphill battle.
Cash Patel said there's massive amount of videos. Victims being victimized, porn, shit like that. And that's the reason why he said in the hearing he wouldn't release them, because it's just going to, right? Like that's basically revealing the identity of the victims. But they have the video,
you have to properly authenticate it, and you got to do it with the rights of, because you got to remember, whoever is the defendant has rights too.
Absolutely.
And if you fail, if the government fails to convict that man, he's got a defamation lawsuit, and that's where the trouble comes in.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it is true. No, I'm just telling you. I talked to a federal judge.
No. You and I aren't talking about the same thing, Corey. So, what you asked questions about, I totally understand why the judge went where the judge went. If there is a list without any context, and you release that list because of the association near Jeffrey Epstein and the polarizing figure that he was, people would automatically assume that the government could be sued for defamation, right? Well, and that's what you're saying, right? All right, never mind.
I'm sorry. I'm reading up on the legal terms of what would be admissible. Sorry.
Corey's saying if they charge them and they end up not proving it, then they're going to be subject to.
No.
So Samoa, here's what you have to understand.
That's what I think Corey's saying.
Samoa, here's what I'm going to tell you. I didn't go in there and say, okay, hey, how about this? How about this? How about this? I didn't. I said, tell me this. what are the odds that there's going to be a conviction on anybody if there's an Epstein list that comes out? Okay, this is a guy who practiced law, who gets paid.
Yeah, see, we're not talking about the same thing.
No, listen. I just said, what are the odds? He went through verbatim every single reason that he does not believe as a federal judge there's going to be a damn thing done. And the reason, and he went through it because on cases that he sits in, he's watched these things all get done. I'm just telling you that this is what somebody says.
I think Simone is saying that there is a victim statement plus video evidence corroborates the victim statement.
Hold on, man. Come on. I'm saying that what you're saying makes absolute sense. I offered a alternative scenario on how the videos that we're taking on the island could be used once subpoenaed by victims releasing names, not the government releasing the quote-unquote list, but all these quote-unquote victims that are saying that they're going to put out 20 names and have their own civil lawsuits, right?
Right. So, okay, we can do that. They could do that. But again,
right. I just want you to know that you and I aren't talking about the same thing. I agree with what your federal judge said, right? Because you just throwing out names out there of billionaires is reckless.
Right. So, but what I'm telling you is, as soon as a victim, why do you think the victims haven't done it to this point? Because I guarantee you that they've said, "I know who raped me. I want to do it." And what do you think that
they just announced? They just got legal representation.
What was it, like 3 or 4?
Yeah, so we'll see where this goes. I mean, I hope, trust me, there's nobody who wants to see these bastards go down more than I do. And I'm telling you, I was not a happy camper because I would then try to spin it and say, well, what about when they do this? What about when they do that? And he told me all the ways a good defense attorney is going. Look, we've got people on videotape that good defense attorneys get fucking plea bargains on. It doesn't matter. All you got to do is find some way to, proof of video evidence. You got to prove that it has never been tampered with. So it could have been tampered with before the FBI got it. So these are the little things that you got to worry about, And this is when he was telling me, I was pissed, viciously, trying to come at it from all the different angles. And you're just like, these motherfuckers, they knew by killing Epstein and getting Ghislaine Maxwell prosecuted quickly and quietly. Notice that case wasn't really tried in the public at all. Get her out of the way. Now she's a felon. I hope she wins her appeal.
That's what we got her transcript from. Like all this stuff about Trump on the plane, the manifest. We had all information to all that stuff. Trump and them said, "Oh, this is the first phase." All they did was release binders of information that we already had access to. There's nothing new. It's pretty stupid. It was like people are that dumb, He's a showman. Trump is a showman. He said, give him whatever it is. Feed the narrative, right?
Yeah, he's also a criminal. A guy with 34 felonies. A guy who...
Oh, that's crap.
The largest wealth transfer in human history. He's also a Jesuit. He's also...
You mean the 34 felonies because they were 34 checks and you got Democrats on CNN, MSNBC even saying
what crime did he commit, Ray?
Let's see. He committed a lot.
Just what was the crime?
Tax evasion, fucking
No, the 34 felonies you're talking about. What was the crime?
Oh, those are some of the things I was reading. Shit. I mean, I haven't read it in a whole year.
But he's never been convicted of tax evasion.
Ever read in a whole year?
He got 12 of them just for 12 payments. That was 12 of the felonies because they took one payment, broke up into 12 payments.
He also had a sexual assault case that
sexual assault case is as much bullshit as I've ever seen because, Ray, let me ask you this. If somebody doesn't remember the year that they were raped, have you ever been into a burger?
She didn't even remember the store.
She didn't remember where. She couldn't tell you anything about the year
because it was traumatic. You can't.
It is not. People. I talked to a rape victim. One of the girls I was dating.
Not all rape victims are the same, Corey. Have you ever met women that are exactly the same, Corey? How they respond?
Nah, dude. Give me a break. I don't remember. It was 80, maybe 82, 80. You know where you were living. You know the trauma of the. I can tell you. I can tell you when my good friends have died. Good friend of mine blew his freaking head off. It was traumatic, dude. Left, boom, found him. That's traumatic. Guess what? I can tell you what year it happened.
Just because you can do it doesn't mean they can do it.
So you're like believe all women person?
I don't believe all
But believing all women respond to trauma. Hold on, but believing all women respond to trauma the same way is kind of as asinine as believing that Donald Trump colluded with the Russians.
No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying if you're going to bring a charge as serious as what she was claiming, you would think you'd be able to at least remember some details of it.
Yeah, she did. Like, he put her into the dressing room and he fondled her.
She didn't even know what store it was.
And
so
here's
you
the thing.
missed details. This
If
is
your
totally
name is
consistent
Donald,
with rape victims.
I get that. And if you walk into a Bergdorf Goodman, you aren't walking around that store, walking back to a dressing room, especially pulling somebody else back and them not knowing. Here's what's going to happen. They're like hyenas. If your name is Donald Trump, you can't go anywhere in New York, especially back then. You can't go anywhere in New York without all eyes on you. When they walk into those stores,
well, that's kind of crazy because I
like
think
a king.
Well, Andy wasn't even on. This was
before they would give it to him.
But this wasn't a criminal conviction. This was a civil thing. He was found liable.
Right.
Well, I know, but saying that he's a convicted sex offender is not true.
That's not what he said.
But I thought that's what Ray said.
No, that's not what he said.
I thought he said sexual assault.
I said, what crime did he commit? He said, what did he say, sexual assault? And then he said tax evasion.
No, he was going down a list of things that he was guilty of, and he ended with sexual assault.
He was never found guilty of sexual assault.
He was found liable of it. Wait, did you not see what happened in the appellate court about a week ago?
It wasn't a criminal court.
Obviously, that's why we're using the word liable.
Well, right, so he wasn't convicted of any crime.
Oh, this is so stupid. All right, bro.
Being found liable in a civil case is not the same as being convicted of something in a criminal case.
So it's
the reason we're using the word liable.
So there isn't tax evasion. What it is on here is 34 separate accounts for falsifying business records, and which they changed the rules to be able to do, by the way. And it's under appeal, and a lot of people believe that he's going to win, even Democrats.
Yeah, they upgraded a misdemeanor to a felony to get Trump in a state where they downgrade felonies to misdemeanors to not prosecute people.
Well, because of the tax evasion, allegedly, what was that? The election interference with the money, the bribes. Right. It was a part of the jury, the instruction to the jury. The gross misdemeanor with the second felony part of it boosted the gross misdemeanor to the felony.
What?
Yeah, so the crime that he was allegedly guilty of, it was a misdemeanor, and because it was in the commission of another crime, it being like the election or tax evasion, they elevated it to a felony.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, but it was bullshit though, right? It was like, you tell the judge, or the judge tells the jury, this first part, you have to be unanimous. But on the said crime that you had to be in commission of doing, you don't have to be unanimous. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that shit made no sense. I remember seeing that too. I was like, wait, what?
I was like, hold on.
I had to read that like 4 times. I was like, what the wait, hold on.
Because it's a state charge, right? So because it's a state charge, you only have to be unanimous on the state charge. But if you believe that the other charge, which was a federal violation of election or whatever it was, right? If you believe that he committed that, you don't have to be unanimous on that. I was like, bro.
So that.
Okay. Yeah.
That was that Mershon guy, right? The Mershon dude.
Yeah.
The judge. That was crazy.
I'm not even a lawyer, but I knew that was some bullshit. I was like, what the hell is that? And even like the the pundits that were asked about it, they were like even Judge Judy. Like, if you guys go look at Judge... now, you know Judge Judy is not a Donald Trump fan, but look at what she says when she's interviewed about it. She was like, they had to stretch it so much. She was like, that's crap. Like, what they did in New York was crap.
Wait, what happened, guys? Too long didn't read what happened.
Well, I'm talking about Judge Judy. When Judge Judy was asked about the 34 felonies.
34? Yeah, so Trump had 34 felonies of what? Financial things? Sexual
It was like,
things?
it was like falsifying business records.
Financial business records.
Well, I thought I was going to do that, the payoff to that chick. Like, they got him because he was using, or what was the dude's name? Cohen or some shit?
Yeah, Cohen.
He asked Cohen to do something with the books, to do the payment, and I guess that's how it tampered with or some shit. There's something weird how they tried to go get him.
Yeah, and the problem that they're going to have, well, the problem they do have, is that he was found guilty previously and unworthy, or his testimony was considered untruth or not trustworthy, and that was in his case. So you're going to say in his case it was untrustworthy, but you trusted him in the case against Donald Trump. And that's where as me as a defense attorney, I'm going to bring that up when I'm battling an appeal. I'm going to be like, wait. We leaned heavily on the guy who wrote the checks, who did this all. But in his case, you guys, the courts.
Oh, yeah, but you can't relitigate it, though.
But you can use it for grounds of appeal.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, like, I don't know if you ever watched, like, these court proceedings, right? So, like, there's certain things, like, where they object so they can reserve it for the record so that it's an appealable, like, ground, right? Like, for example, if you look at the Derek kept on preserving it for appeal, but you have to put it on record for you to be able to have an actual appeal for, like, grounds, right? So, like, being pissed off that a judge allowed a uncredible witness to whatever, like, that's not an appealable offense. Something like exculpatory evidence not being brought forth, a judge not changing venue, violating constitution. Like, it has to be a violation of your constitutional rights, right? Like that's the appealable offense. The court has to violate you somehow.
The wild one was when they went after him for the Mar-a-Lago thing, or I guess it was fraud. That he was overpricing his properties or whatever. Dude, when she was like the Letitia James lady, she $1 million. Dude, there's a newspaper article of Mar-a-Lago in the year I think it was 1920, and it was sold for $20 million in 1920. I mean, she's saying it's only worth $14 million now. And then the crazy part about that one is they tried him for that in a certain circuit. It was a particular circuit in New York to where if you appeal it, you have to pay the entire fine up front in order to appeal in the first place. So they hit him with that $400 million fine, and they knew he was going to appeal it. But what they were trying to do to him is, because they know he's not liquid with $400 million, he's going to have to sell some of his assets in order to even appeal in the first place. And they knew they weren't going to win the appeal, but they didn't care. They tried it in that particular circuit, slapped him with a $400 million fine because he would have to pay it up front, which means he'd have to sell some of his shit. But remember, the fine got knocked down to the 100-something million, so he ended up paying that, and now he's in the appeal. He's going to win the appeal. But they didn't care about that. No. It was fucking so fucked up, bro. And remember all the banks? The banks testified. They're like, yeah, we got our money back. We fucking loan him money again.
Yeah, he already won the appeal. I mean, like, they've already killed that whole judgment.
Yeah, but it's crazy what they did, like the way they went about it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but he knew he was guilty of that. But it's a common practice. Normally, they just give him a fine and he moves forward. But it was just egregious with what she tried to do. Fannie Willis too, like out there in Atlanta, Georgia. Like, she just got swiped.
I forgot about that one.
So the irony is they used testimony of a county clerk, tax assessor, on their website. It says it that we are not professionals. We do not determine the value of a property. You should have a professional estimate, a property appraisal done. And the reality was, just down the road, so Mar-a-Lago is river to the sea, so it is water to water. It's 17 point.
Yeah, I've worked there a couple times. I live like 15 minutes away from it.
Yeah, so it's 17 to 20 acres. It's like, some say 17.8, some say more. But anyway, the Estee Lauder lot, if you've seen that one, Mike, that was 2.8 acres coastal, and that was 2.8 acres, and it was 200 million. Littlewood hasn't sold yet. Sold for 178 for an empty, no house on it, nothing, no historical property. And people were like, well, they're saying it's only worth this. Is it 6 or is it 12 properties in West Palm Beach that are done the same way as that? It's a business. It's like a club. And they do that. There's historical relevance and there's reason. Now, he can turn that back into a personal residence. It's going to take some doing because he's got some waivers, but he could do it. But the fact is the two top agents in West Palm Beach that would sell that, they both said that one said she would put it on the market for no less than $600 million. The other said it would go up for auction and it would start at $1 billion.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's like some of the rooms are like made of gold. It's fucking nuts.
Oh, and he put a lot of money into redoing it.
And when they show the thing from the aerial view, they're like, "Oh, Trump shouldn't have a house." He doesn't own the whole thing's not his. He has like a section of it in the side. It's like a little, whatever, living quarters. But it's like a ballroom. It's like a clubhouse. It's enormous. It's like, but he lives in a certain area. It's $14 million. It's so fucking stupid.
I think it was like 19 million, but
or 19, whatever.
That was a mistake. It was the actual taxes on it for something, but.
Yeah, they messed up there because like an empty lot here, just on the Intracoastal, an empty lot right here was $19.5 million for an empty lot, and it wasn't a good view. I mean, it was a good view. Don't get me wrong, but it ain't Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, just go Google Mar-a-Lago and look at the images, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here with 19 million. Got it.
No, but the funny part was when is when they said his disclaimer was no good. Like on every one of his like assessments or whatever. Right, it basically says, "Hey man, you guys go get your own." Like I think it's the application, right, that they're giving to the bank. They're like, "Hey, this is our assessment of what we think it is, but we're not professionals. So make sure you guys spend your resources to get your appraisers out there, and we'll wait for you to give us." Oh no, we're good. Here, go ahead and take this money.
Yeah, the bank said that they weren't. There was nobody harmed, and they weren't worried about it because they know.
Yeah, they're like.
Yeah, they said that. They know it.
Like, we loaned to them again.
Oh, they actually disclosed the correspondence between the bank and like their internal messages at the bank, and they're like, "Oh, dude, like we really need to land this whale." They're like, "Fuck that! We'll give him whatever money he wants, just so we can promote to everybody."
Right.
Like, hey, we have Donald Trump as a client.
Yeah, because up there to be a member of Mar-a-Lago, first of all. You're the cream of the crop up in West Palm, man. And then all those people, they all hang out together. You get Trump, and he's like, "Yeah, these guys are great." All his other buddies are going to be like, "Oh, hey," it's like.
Which, by the way, Corey, I'm sure, I don't know if you know, I'm sure you do know, but Epstein wanted to get a house there, and Trump was like, "Yeah, get the fuck out. You ain't getting no fucking house." So, like, Epstein, I guess he came down a while ago, and he wanted to buy a home in the area, like, because Mar-a-Lago is kind of like a community in itself, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, like, there's other houses that get to play on the golf course and shit like that. And Epstein wanted to get a house, and Trump said no. He's like, "No, you ain't getting one of these." He wouldn't let Epstein buy.
Mar-a-Lago is, dude, what a dumb thing for us to have sold. I mean, I know that the maintenance and stuff was high, but shit, dude.
Hell, just to drive past the place, and I mean, the whole fucking place it's just nuts. And it's like, you can just be driving, it's like, bam, there it is. Like, whoa, holy shit. You don't even realize you're next to it.
I tell people, if you get the chance, go drive around that neighborhood. Just go drive up and down the roads, and some of the way the way they're like 20-foot hedges, and they're trimmed perfect. It's like you're watching something made out of a movie. There ain't a thing out of place. The trees are perfectly circular, and then flat on the bottom. 5 different types of grass cut at different lengths. It's just like, these people spend some money on just having their stuff landscaped. It's so freaking
cool, bro. Like the houses that are facing the ocean, and you're driving down the road, and then like they have, so like they're not technically on the ocean. It's their front door. Then there are gates, obviously driveways. Then there's a road, and then on the right side of you, or depending on which way you're going, there's like these little cabins where it's the private. They walk under the road.
Yeah, they got tunnels.
Get to their private beach access. Like they have their own little private tunnels to get to their. They don't have to cross the street. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, and it's like you can't just slide down that freaking cliff so there to get to the beach. Bro.
Like that's like money.
It is. It's crazy. Like there's money down here, and there's a lot of there's a lot of billionaires that live around here. I mean, I'm not gonna name them, but I'm gonna tell you, like, been in their houses, and it's a different caliber up there, man. It's like here. Okay, you got a really cool house and stuff, but yeah, it's okay landscape, but it's not manicured, and it's not the class of West Palm Beach.
Yeah, it really is. It's crazy. And some of them, it's only their fucking summer homes. It's fucking crazy. It's nuts.
Most of them. Most of these guys, you see these houses they're in, it's like, I'll just say this, one that a friend built, the neighbors were, let's just say, some of the bigger names and some of the big names and some. That the house to the right in 2 years, okay, that they built this house. 2 years. I think it was 9 people fully staffed every day on that house, and they had never been to the house. If you're on the water, you don't get access in. They have armed guards on the water in that neighborhood. You can't pass. You got to go out and around. It's that level, and I'm just like, the taxes on that house are $400,000, $200,000 to $400,000 a year, depending on what it really values at, right?
Easy.
And you haven't been there in 2 years, and you got 9 people fully staffed all the time. I'm like, what kind of people are these?
Bro, just to furnish the fucking house is like fucking $20 million. It's fucking nuts, bro.
Dude, I learned when I got down here, when they say rich people don't pay their fair share, I was like, there's people that got 3 condos in the same building here. And I'm not talking like a $500,000 condo. We're talking a $4.5 million, a $2.9 million, and a $3.2 million. 2 of them have never even been used. They got it has a clear on it so they can't scratch it. It still got that on there, and I was like, why didn't you guys take that? We got to do that one of these days. And I was like, going, you got your HOA fees are $10,000 a month for each one. You know, and it's like, it's just sick what they got. But, you know, they pay the taxes. They don't care. They don't got kids. They don't use the roads. They don't give a shit. You know, let's just pay the taxes. Let's just go.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's fucking wild.
You ever been
and
down?
It's so crazy because, like you said, it's like right here. Like they're a 10-minute drive in either direction is a completely different aspect of the area, completely different houses, completely different everything. It's just like there. It's so crazy.
And I'm sure you've gone. Where are you at in West Palm? You said?
Yeah, I'm in West Palm. I'm like 10 minutes from the Palm Beach airport, which is close. I see Trump's plane all the time. But I used to work there, like I used to work for an event company, like they did like parties and stuff, and we would have to set up in the ballroom, Mar-a-Lago and shit. And it's fucking wild. I mean, it was way before Trump was even considering running. Crazy, bro. Like just the area is like, it's like you're in another world. Like you don't even realize you're still in the same like planet. It's fucking crazy. Everything moves differently. Everything's just like like you said, perfectly manicured. Everything looks like it's out of an oil painting. It's just fucking nuts.
Yeah, I mean, everything's crisp, clean, just like
perfect.
Dude, we were driving by and Trump was pulling out, and we literally stopped and then turned around real quick, and we were like, let's just see where they're going, right? You know, I don't know how those guys turned, because they must take different ways, but they took one turn, and I was like, we'll easily catch up to them, you know. Gone. Couldn't find them. I was like, they got themselves some secret ass way out of there.
Yeah.
This is like, they don't mess around when they get that motorcade going. They're gone. But have you ever been down to the boat show down here, the Fort Lauderdale one?
Yeah, I worked like right across from the Galleria Mall, and our office to get on the roof, and you know, like where the restaurants are on the Galleria Mall, like that Seasons 52 and the Martini. Our office was right across the street, the yellow building with the Texas State Brazil on the bottom. And we would go on the roof and watch the boat show sometimes. But hell, even the Palm Beach boat show is fucking nuts.
Oh, yeah, dude. Down here, though, they're getting into the mega yachts and stuff. It's just insanity, man. I mean, you got 50, 60-foot boats on the front of these boats, you know, and then a small tender beside it. That's their tender is a 40-foot boat. You're just like sick.
It is crazy money. Like it's unfathomable money. Like I know it sounds wild, like Bezos. Like I heard that one time Bezos. I know Bezos sold the Amazon shit, but in his heyday, he was making like $60,000 a minute.
Yeah.
Like every minute, he would make $60,000. But like you said, people say they don't pay their fair share. And let's just say every Amazon employee has direct deposit. Every 2 weeks, Bezos would dish out like $80 million in payroll.
Right.
And of course, he's paying payroll taxes on it. But it's like, people are like, oh, Bezos should have that much money. I'm like, yo, do you know how many fucking livelihoods these guys are responsible for? When you're talking about just take the money from the rich. Like, it's nuts. It's nuts. Like, think about that shit, bro. Every 2 weeks, Bezos' payroll, who knows how much he's dishing out.
Yeah, the level of tax that they pay. I mean, I learned a lot. You know, when you look back, okay, so some of these mega yachts, $300 million, right? 10% is the cost of maintenance. That's $30 million a year it's cost him to have it. Now he's paying payroll taxes on that. You know, the dock fees,
property taxes.
I mean, you just name all the shit that they've got, and it's all, they don't care. You know, it's that boat just sits there, but he's employing. You know, and those you got anywhere from 8 to 18 staff, depending on what, you know. But they're full time captains, engineers, you know, the deckhands. It's like and they're at a beck and call. I know a lot of these people in this industry, and it's like, wow, the amount of money spent. I know for a fact, a good friend of mine's a captain on one, and that boat in a year and almost 2 years, going on 2 years, I think the end of this year. Not once has he bought another boat that's down here. You don't even live here. And we take the boat out because he has to. Like one time they're like, hey, our fuel bill isn't very high. Are you getting it out? And he goes, yeah, I get out. I just take it for the runs that we got to do to get our hours in for testing. And he's like, take it out a little bit more. You know? I was like going,
good God, bro. That's crazy.
But, you know, I mean, I know these guys, when they do want to use it, they want to be able to fly in, land, and then like my boat looks like it's in primo shape and ready to go, you know. But you know, the people that they employ, these boats always have something being fixed on them. The people that they're employing, the stuff that it does and you know this in West Palm, same thing. Here, the marine industry, the yachts, like Fort Lauderdale, the largest yacht show in the world, you know.
Yeah, the boat storage areas. I mean, everything. The marine, all. It's a big industry. It's huge.
Yeah.
The boat shit's nuts. That shit is. You're right. What's that one saying? Like the best days when you sell it or whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The money,
you know,
like years old.
Yeah, there was the biggest one I've ever seen it was up in West Palm, and it was by a bridge because there was no place big enough to dock it. And they worked with the city. They got to put it by this bridge. And it was like my third year down. And I said to the guys, I was like, that boat's been there every single... And the guy goes, dude, for 5 years, we go in and out this thing every day. And that boat's been there every day. And we're talking... And you know they've got some big spots up there. This boat was that big, Mike. And the side of it was open up with a massive boat parked inside, jet skis, all these weird other water toys. Insane. I think that one, he said they had a staff of 18 full-time on it.
It is wild, bro. Like, the money is wild. Even the billions and billions, like, to us, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, we know how much, like, it's, like, unfathomable money. But then when you think about it, it's like, hell, even the billions we're sending overseas to all these different fucking places, like, the $100 billion terms, like, think about this, like, $999 million. That's not even $1 billion.
Right.
Like, they take 999 million, then go to 1 billion, then go to 1,999 million again, then to 2 billion. Like, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's why,
nuts.
So you heard about the time when the Ukrainian official's wife was caught crossing the border. She had like 25 million in American cash. I can't remember how many million in euro and then what other currencies. And I'm just like, okay, so Do you think that's the only one that was skimming money, or do you think she's just the only one that got caught? Like, we know we should not be sending cash, number one. We'll give you resources, weapons. We'll do that, but we should not be sending them guys cash because that money is disappearing.
Well, what was so wild about the Ukraine shit is it's like a known thing that Ukraine is one of the most corrupt governments in the fucking world. Like, everyone knows this. Like, it's not even like a secret. Like, we all know it. And it's like, what are we doing right now? Like, what?
It's very well, a prominent family over there, right? But he's here. When all this started, this dude's big, like 6'7", 260s, muscle, just a typical like Ivan Drago, and like I've never seen a fight go more than one punch when that guy gets into it. And I asked him, I said, "You going back over?" He's like, "Fuck no." I was like, "What? Why? So proud of training." He goes, and he told me the place is so corrupt. He goes, "No." He told me a story that Vitaly Klitschko, the boxer, he's the mayor of Kiev. They were having problems with their waste management, right? So they get an American company, agree to come over there. They spend the money, spend the time, the resources, everything, get ready to start business. They're ready to go. And all of a sudden they get told that Vitaly wants $25 million. And they're like, "Excuse me, what?" And they try to explain to him, says, because he's saying, "No, I need $25 million before you guys can start." He's just like, "We've already gotten everything licensed and we're ready to go. I don't know where this is coming from." He goes, "No, he wanted it for himself." So he was wanting basically $5 million. "We're not going to make enough money in 10 years to pay you $25 million. And he's like, "Then you don't work." And so they had to literally shut down all the operations over there because you either pay Klitschko or you don't do business in Kiev. And I'm like, this is the level of corruption that country has. And we want to know why they're such a shithole.
Yep. Hell, same with California.
Yeah.
Same with, what's that high speed rail system? It was they were like, "Oh, we'll have this done." It was like $700 million later. They haven't built a single thing. It's like, wait a second. So where's the $700 fucking million?
Aren't they like 1-some billion over budget, I thought?
Yeah, it's like nothing's been built. It's fucking crazy.
And you know this, the Bright Line, okay? Help me out here. Is it Branson that owns that?
I don't know. Is it Richard Branson? The dude from Spirit Airlines? He owns that shit?
Virgin.
Or Virgin, yeah. Sorry, Virgin, yeah.
So he built, so when he said, "We're going to Orlando," right? He built the same distance they were supposed to go. He started after them. He went the same amount of miles. He was just talking about it. He talked about it. He planned it. He got it put in, got it done. And you know what they said? You got to run it for a year to make sure there's no issues first. So he had to run that thing up to Orlando how many times before putting a person on it to make sure there weren't any issues. I'm like, you're running that thing every day from Miami to West Palm, I mean, just let it go. He did that, and they came in, I think, it was millions and millions. It wasn't like $7 million under budget. It was drastically under budget. I was like, so this man did it here in Florida for a fraction of the cost in a fraction of the time. And they're like 1-something billion over. This is what happens when you try to do business in California.
Abdiel, you awake?
What's up, Sanu?
Oh, what up, Mike? Abdiel, you awake?
Oh, what's up? What's up, Rich?
Oh, I don't think Abdiel's awake. Oh, so I just left a Libyan room with a bunch of Libyan Muslims, and Jacobus is so lost that he's hanging out with a bunch of Libyans, while they're speaking Arabic half the time. Yeah, Lucky and I both served it. Jacobus and I both served as Mossad in Israel. And now they're all screaming and yelling and trying to figure out if they should, because I speak Arabic enough. So I'm listening to like them screaming about like, we should kick this fucking Mossad agent. He's a fucking piece of shit. And then the one guy's like, "Oh, but he's African." I was like, "That's not really his picture." I said he's actually Puerto Rican and Jewish. So I said he doesn't actually look like that. And he's like, "You a fucking demon, Rich. Fuck you, Rich."
That's a. So, hey, right before when I jumped on here, did you guys hear the quote about what happened? So, first things first, I had to laugh because I saw when Jimmy Kimmel made fun of Tucker Carlson for mutually departing ways, and he's like, "Let's be real, you got fired," and he started mocking him about, and they called it a beautiful something or other. I got the link. I should post it in here. But it's Jimmy mocking the fact that, Tucker said something and got fired. And then Jimmy went as far as to make a skit with his, the Mexican guy that he brings out about Jimmy getting fired. And it's like, so here, the left wants to be angry about Jimmy getting cut because of something he said. Oh yeah, and then you guys wanted to, impeach Trump over something he tweeted. You know, it's funny, but tonight when I got on, here's what happened. It's finally been out. They told Jimmy to go back on and apologize. And Jimmy said no. They said, you need to apologize. We need to see your monologue. The monologue was called Hot. So hot, they said, we're not putting you on the air. He was not backing down. He was going to double down on the rhetoric. And so they told him, we're not putting you on air. And that's when all of ABC pulled in.
Yeah, and I heard they're trying to make him make a donation or some shit too.
Yeah, they want him to, in order for him to get his job back, he's got to make a donation to Turning Point USA.
Dude, what's insane to me is like, they're more mad about Jimmy Kimmel getting canceled, getting suspended, than they are about Charlie Kirk's death, which is fucking wild. And then secondly, like, this shit is not, like, they all keep saying, oh, it's infringing on our free speech. They're taking away our free speech. No one's provides you to say whatever you want without being arrested or put in jail. No one's getting fucking arrested. You can say whatever the fuck you want. The people that tweeted out the dumb shit and then got fired, they can still go tweet out shit. They didn't lose their Twitter account. But, like, to think that you're not, that the company has to be beholden to, like, no matter what you say is crazy. Like, if you go cuss your boss out in front of the office, you're going to get fired. Gina Carano got fired from Disney, from the show Star Wars, because of fucking her, or what she said. Roseanne Barr was fucking killed off that, remember the reboot of the Roseanne show, The Connors? They kicked her off, they fired her, which was ABC, and then they killed her in the show by a drug overdose. Like, they fired them for what they said. You're not, like, no one's taking away your free speech rights, but the company doesn't have they don't have to employ you. Like, this is nuts.
Jimmy's fans, when he announced that Tucker was fired for what he had said, they all started cheering. So this is the hypocrisy. You guys cheered when somebody else had it done. And this is the funny thing, because it's like, people are like, well, this is just paper. And you genuinely were a threat to democracy. You genuinely were acting as an authoritarian government by deplatforming a president, by deplatforming doctors who were giving, actually, we find out now, the right information. Yeah. And so much so you had, Zuckerberg come out and say, no, they told us take it down, anything. Well, what if it's true? Yeah, we're not going to do that. No, you're going to do that. You know, I mean, when he's coming out, and not just in front of Congress, but he talked to Joe Rogan about it. And people are like, well, make fun of Elon for buying Twitter. He could have fought it, and he could have proved a lot of those accounts were bots. But he found out that they were deleting shit, and he says, screw it. I'll pay the $20-some billion to get the extra information. And I was like, guys, look what he did find. Imagine what they were deleting first.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but if you knew, all right, the cops are coming to get your computer, and we want to see what you got on it. If you did something wrong, you robbed a bank, and the information they think is on there, well, you're going to delete all the your computer first, right? You know that's what they were deleting, and so it's like, people are just dumb. You know, I mean, look at how many, the Dems were all going to leave, but you still got the Krasenstein bros and all these other people that were paid shills, that JoJo or whoever she is, and they're constantly still bitching. I was like, I told them, they were talking stuff one night, and I was like, you ain't going anywhere. You're irrelevant anywhere else. You need Twitter, you know?
Right, exactly. That's the irony of the whole fucking thing. It's like they're gonna bitch about it, and they gotta go on that stuff. Dude, the shit with the COVID stuff was insane. I mean, doctors were getting discredited. There was military members that were getting dishonorably discharged for something that they ended up being correct about. It was nuts what was going on.
Yeah, we got into it. Marshall was trying to defend it. This other guy was trying to say, that, first of all, okay, this guy, Ian, I don't know if you know who he is or what, but he was trying to say, I know Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk did a thing called the Black Leadership Summit. He brought 750-some black people to the White House. On that, out of all the people who helped pay for that, $20,000, right? And everybody's calling him a racist. Like, so white people paid for 750 some people, so he's not a racist. Let's go there right away, number one. But number two, this guy goes, you can imagine there's 750 some people there. This guy goes, I know Charlie. I talked to Charlie about this, and he keeps going on and on and on. And I was like, so you think you know Charlie because you had probably a 4-minute conversation with him, and now you think you can come on here and start identifying him as whatever you want to identify him as now. And I literally was just like calling him out, and he wouldn't answer. Then he would just start doing his bullshit. But the fact is man, people on this app and stuff trying to say that they know that man, they can get the fuck out of here. You don't know Charlie Kirk if you're on this app.
Yeah, the more I listen to people talk about it in the recent couple of hours, since last Thursday or whatever, when they were talking about it, all I kept thinking in my head is like, wow, you've never listened to a single thing he said. You've legit never listened to Charlie Kirk once with the shit they were
of what he was saying. Like, okay, I'm gonna agree with one of them when they said that he said that Trayvon Martin was hunted by Zimmerman. Okay, and okay, cool, he did say that, and that was bullshit. Number one, I'll agree with you. However, listen to the whole thing. He later comes out and he goes, I'm just going by what I recall. I was a teenager then. I don't know about that case. I was young. I wasn't into all of this. He's like, I don't remember the details of that. I was a teenager. He goes, but from what I recall, he was acquitted by, the jury of his peers, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but you were wrong, Charlie, but you admitted that you didn't know the details of the case, right? Get it. The DEI thing about the pilot. Okay, listen to the whole context of what this man says. What he said many, many times already was, hey, if you're hiring somebody and you've got these practices that are DEI hires, it makes you start to wonder when you're getting onto the plane, is he qualified, right? That you could have said he or she, could have done that. Didn't have to say black, I get it, but he was using it as a narrative of saying, like, wait a minute. Because we know before he was elected, he says, I'm going to put in a black female as my president. You just downplayed her as being worthy by saying that it doesn't matter, I'm putting one of those in. Same with the Supreme Court justice.
That was the worst one.
Yeah, don't say it. How about you just say, I'm going to pick the best.
Right. If you would have nominated Ketanji Brown Jackson, she still would have been the first black Supreme Court justice, or first black woman on the Supreme Court justice, bro. You didn't have to say, I'm going to nominate a black woman. You could have just nominated her.
You devalued it.
Still would have ended up being the first black woman, bro. Like, they're the ones that are doing this, and that's what Charlie was saying.
Yeah, you devalued her accomplishment by saying, I'm requiring that it's this. No, just say, if it's me, I'm going to pick the best available. It doesn't matter what's in my head. Yeah. I'm just going to say, I'm going to pick the best available. And now when you pick her, we believe that's who you think is the best available.
Right. I like how he always argued
me off.
He always argued it when, and by the way, everyone's like, why was he talking about black people? It was like, well, if you watch the fucking, what's he supposed to do there? But the way he always explained it is that, and again, Charlie was a sports fan, right? He's a Chicago Bears fan. He's a sports fan. So he kind of brought it down to our level where he was like, okay, because remember his stance was like diversity always forced diversity always lessens the product. And he's like, think of it like this. Imagine if basketball, because the country is 60% white, imagine if every basketball team, every NBA team had to have like 6 white guys on the team and 2 white guys had to be on the court at all times. He's like, wouldn't that make the NBA less good? Wouldn't that make the product worse? And everyone's like, well, yeah. It's like, well, okay then. So forced diversity makes the product worse. The best people should be in the job. And if there was never a thing as affirmative action, if there was never a thing as DEI, we would never even question it, because if the pilot's there, it doesn't matter what he looks like. He's qualified for the job. The fact that you're telling us it has, remember the flight people? They were like, oh, it's 2 log shit, the best pilot flying. I don't give a fuck what he looks like.
Yeah.
It's crazy. The most egregious one, Corey, was I think it was either the New York Post lady or the Wall Street Journal. I think it was Wall Street Journal. But she tweeted out a quote of Charlie Kirk. And she ended up getting fired. And they're like, oh, you're going to fire her for actually, like, all she did was quote Charlie Kirk. And you go look at the quote she posted. This is the sickest one. I swear to God, it was so disgusting. The quote she posted was this. It said, quote, black women don't have the brain capacity to compete on the level, so they have to steal white jobs. So they have to be forced to steal white jobs, or something like that, right?
Wow.
Black women don't have the brain capacity to compete, so they have to be forced to take white jobs, whatever, right? That was the quote. The main part was black women don't have the brain capacity to compete, and that's where everyone got crazy. Then you go look up the quote. The actual quote was this. Charlie Kirk said this: the problem with affirmative action in DEI is that it makes people believe that black women don't have the brain capacity to compete. And she clipped it just at the part where it said black women, and she tweeted out, quote, black women don't have the brain capacity to compete, end quote, Charlie Kirk.
Right.
Like, you fucking liar. And they're like, oh, she shouldn't get fired. Yeah, the fuck she should. She's misquoting someone to make them seem racist. That's 100% a fireable offense for a journalist. 100%.
Yeah. Well, and what I think what needs to happen from now on, though, is whether it's on the news, everything should say, this is an opinion piece. If it's not factual, if it's wrong and you report it, you should be fined for it or removed from your job. And here's why. There's zero accountability. They pass a lot of bullshit. Let's be real. I mean, the Russia stuff, it was a lie. They're saying they didn't say that now. Well, unfortunately, there's a whole montage going around of you guys for like 7 minutes of you guys, and that's not all of them.
3 million.
Yeah, well, in the Russiagate cost more than that. The Russia thing, they said I heard 45 million, but it was how many years?
The whole thing was a sham. They knew it was a lie.
But get this, the New York case, which only lasted 6 months maybe, was $45 million. And you're going to tell me one that had the FBI, that had, raids, all the stuff that they did, you're going to tell me that was only $45 million? Get the fuck out of here. We know that was, if the other one was only six months and cost 45, you know that one was 200 million. And they lost. Right? The shit that they do, they need to start holding these people accountable because they purposely clip things, they purposely say things wrong because they have no accountability. I can tell you that the industry I'm in, our lawyers went and talked to CNN, an editor from CNN, and said, "Hey, this quote's completely wrong. This is a lie." And the response was, "I know. I tried to change it when I found out, but my editor told me no, it'll work great for clickbait."
Wow.
I was like, and there's zero repercussions. You're literally lying to the American people by putting this false information out to them, causing a panic in the markets. Okay? You could scare somebody into either selling their home or other things because they're in fear of what the media is putting out there. And there's no accountability. I'm sorry, same thing. People panicked. It was all panic about the tariffs, right? It was bullshit. My ex-girlfriend, I don't know, it was probably about 6 months ago. It was, not even 6 months ago. Maybe it was 3 months ago. We were sitting out, her brother-in-law was going off about Trump because of the tariffs, and he lost 30% or 40% of his retirement, so he pulled out a bunch of stuff, and I told him, I was like, why'd you do that? Like, it's going to come back. No, they say it's this. I said, listen, they said that before. I said, did you pull out when it dropped under Biden? No. I said, there was a bigger drop under Biden, but you didn't pull out because I said, mark my words, in a matter of months, it's going to be higher than ever. And guess what? It is. And now what did you force? If he did it, you know how many millions of Americans did the same thing, panicked.
Yep.
So they took their money out. They lost 30 to 40% of their retirement. They pulled it out, put it somewhere safe. And now they watched it all come back up. And now they're still 30 to 40% down. And who bought that? BlackRock, probably, everybody else out there with money.
Yep.
It was literally just a scam to scare the American people, and it was bullshit. CNBC and MSNBC both had people on talking about it, and a guy on the economy, and told them, you guys got it all wrong. You guys all missed this.
They haven't been right about anything.
Right.
Nothing.
I mean, I got into it with Marshall on here about the tariffs. My brother works for the government, this, that. He says it's bullshit. And I was like, you're missing the point of what a tariff is. Well, it's a tax to the people. So is a tax on business. If you tax a business, I said, you're taxing the people, because if I have a business and you raise my taxes 30%, I know what I want for my profit margin. I'm carrying risk. If I don't have money, guess what? When I have downtimes, I have to fire my entire staff because I can't work. Now the business closes doors and done. I have to have money to keep employed my people through slow times or a lawsuit or whatever comes up. You have to have profits. If you don't, you're going to go bankrupt the first time there's any kind of dip in the market. So I said, listen, you put tariffs on. It's to balance the field. Yeah, but it just raises the price. Exactly. Because when we send a Jeep Wrangler, now this is when I did the study, the report on this. It was like a Cherokee or Wrangler, I can't remember. It was $43,000 here in America. And it was $96,000 in China. They do that because they want you to buy their car over there, not an American car. And if you're going to buy an American car, you're going to pay us 43% tax. This is the point I told him. We want to make sure when they build you a cheap refrigerator, you're going to pay more in taxes, which makes you lean to want to buy the American-made refrigerator. Oh, it's heavier gauge steel. It's got a better motor. It lasts longer. You buy the American-made.
Get what you pay for.
What's that?
And you
knows anything. Look into a buy local like the economic impact of buy local. It's like with $1 is a tenfold dollar in the community, because I pay you $1, right? You get your dollar and you go buy your groceries. You go buy a pop. That dollar goes there. That dollar goes to the gas station. The gas station has paid his employee, and he's paid this and he paid that. So now 6 people get a portion of it. But that dollar maybe gets broke up. But that dollar is tenfold. It turns into $10 in the economy. And now, and it's getting, that $10 or that dollar that turns 10 times, it's taxed each time. And I was like, I asked him, I said, so do you know what the market share of manufacturing is? Well, it's insignificant. I said, no, it's pretty significant. So then he was trying to come up with, it's only 11%. I said, okay. So then I said, look up what the highest industry is. So he looks it up, and whatever he said, services. That's not the way it's broke down. You don't lump everything that's a service industry into one. So I did it. Was 20-some%, but there was like 6 or 7 industries in that. But everything else was right around the same as manufacturing. They're all about between 9 and 13%. So you're taking an equal share out of the market. That's significant. It's $3 trillion in the first quarter of 2025. $3 trillion is a significant amount of money in the GDP, right?
Of course.
I said, of that, I can't remember if it's 90-some% of the manufacturers are less than 20 employees. It's a high percentage. It's like that high. I think maybe it's 75% are 20 employees or less in manufacturing in America. Of those, I think it's 93%. It's 93 or 96% give their employees health insurance. I was like, tell me America shouldn't be doing manufacturing.
There you go.
Well, we can't do it here. I said, well, I'm gonna prove you wrong, because BMW America is the largest BMW manufacturing facility in the world, and it's a fraction of the been in businesses. They already got a chip factory here, and they're talking about moving their transmissions here. So tell me again how Germany can manufacture in America, but America can't.
Yeah, that's the part that people I think missed about it. That's why I love Trump. He attacks these things like a bit. Look, the country's a business. We have a debt. We have a GDP. We have stuff that operate. I know it's not technically a business, but it runs like a business. And I want a businessman running it. And like basically Trump's idea was this: like, if you're going to manufacture overseas, because he can't compete with overseas manufacturing. He can't do it. It's cheaper. It just is what it is. So he's like, well, okay, if you're going to manufacture overseas and then bring it back and sell it to Americans, I'm going to tax the fuck out of you. So you might as well fucking manufacture it here. Hello? And then you manufacture the shit here, and now everything kind of changes. And then it's like, wait a second. Trump was the first one to kind of point out that we don't need these other countries. So they go. That's how this whole thing works. And the China shit was the best. Did you saw the videos of the manufacturer in China? They're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? They had all this stuff. They didn't know what to do. The employees weren't working. They had all these products. They were selling their shit for like 10 cents on the dollar. It was nuts.
They tried to go to Europe, and Europe said...
Right. And it's like, guys, are y'all not understanding this shit? And like you said about the health insurance, this is what people are missing. And that's when everyone's like, oh, the tax cuts for the rich, tax cuts for the rich. Yo, these people are employing people. If you let's say you hire, let's say you have 30 workers, and then let's say you end up hiring another 30 workers, and and every one of those 60 workers now gets health insurance, they should get a tax cut because they're providing their workers with proper health insurance. Why not give them a tax cut? That means that there's 30 more people that are getting proper insurance. Now, if the company wants to hire a bunch of people, like Walmart kind of fucked around with this a lot. You know, there's always a bunch of people working at Walmart because Walmart's whole shtick is that they don't really have any full-time employees. Everyone's a part-time employee.
Yeah.
So they're so Walmart doesn't have to deal with the health insurance thing. They're all like, oh, well, they're just part-time employees. And it's like, well, fuck you, Walmart. Start making them full-time, give them all proper health insurance, and we'll give you some tax cuts. That's how this whole thing should work. The people that are providing jobs should get benefits. They're providing jobs. And then you force them to give proper health insurance. When you get money back, build another warehouse. Hire more people. Don't just put it in your pocket and we'll give you a tax break. If you put it in your pocket, go fuck yourself. It's like that's what Trump kind of understands, like he gets it.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you that I didn't understand the costs at all until I'm a GM and I'm sitting down and we're going through the numbers and stuff, and we always present to our employees, look at this is what we've got, this is the cost, this is your contribution, here's what we contribute. So before we went to our people, I looked at the owner and I said, what are we doing here? And he goes, what do you mean? I was like, I know for a fact I can buy insurance. Now, this was before Obamacare. I said, I can buy insurance for my son and myself. And it was like for $400, right? A month. I was like, I'm contributing 200 and whatever. And you're contributing like 800. And he goes, yeah, I know. It's expensive. He goes, they nail us. And I said, but why don't we just write a bonus check for whatever it is? Because mine, since it was two of us, it was the same as a family. So I could have been married with another kid. I had the family rate. Now, I didn't have, so I just happened to have to pay the same rate. But that's what it was. So it was like, let's just say it would have been $500 it would have cost me. We've got $1,000 between the two of us that we're paying. I could keep my own $200, not have to contribute. You could pay me half of what you're paying and pay for my health insurance. So send me a check for $400. You save $400. I save $200. We save $600. He looks. He goes, I've already checked into it. I had my attorneys look at it, and it's illegal. I can't do that. Yeah. Why can't a business owner say, I will write a check for you. Go get your own insurance. Now, it might be different now. I don't know. But to me, that's the kind of shit that we need to change in America, There was companies out in California couldn't afford health insurance anymore, so they were literally like their employees. I can't remember how long they were there. I think they put in $10,000 to start for the ones who've been there a long time. They couldn't do that for everybody, but then I think it was like $2,000 or $2,500 a year that they added to their HSA account. And then what happened was these guys started to all have a significant amount in their HSA account, so they started raising their deductible, right? And they were showing how great it worked, because if you've got $20,000 in your HSA account, you can have a $5,000 deductible. That doesn't kill you at all. And now you're paying such a small premium that your HSA account's got your health insurance is awesome, and I loved it. And it's just the money market. Have you seen these marketplace insurance companies like Liberty and what's the other one? It's a faith-based one. I can't remember the name right now. But you go into a market. So let's just say that I don't know. Let's just use Boca. It's a small. We'll just use it. It's not. They don't go by city. But let's just say it's like that. Okay, everybody in Boca's in a market, and you all pay in, and you pay it. Your name is on the account. but they're also somebody who can write a check from your account, the insurance company, right? So your premiums go into this account, okay? And then all of a sudden, Mike's going to have a surgery. They send a note out. Just the Christian ones, like they send actually a letter or email out to everybody, and they say, hey, Mike's going to be having knee surgery, say a prayer for him, blah, blah, blah. We will let you know what we're taking out of your account to cover Mike's expenses. Mike gets done with his surgery. They get a bill. The bill says $42,000. They call him up and said, listen, we'll pay cash. We'll give you $26,000 today. Done. Now, they've just saved the insurance $18,000 account, and it goes to pay for Mike's surgery. You see? And so it keeps people responsible, saying, I don't want to go in for stupid things because the less I use it, the lower my premium stays, Right. And 93, it's been in business for 30-some years, and they've never failed to pay a bill. And I was like, do you think we have a solution? Why hasn't our government said, wait, why is this working so well? How about we do that with people? Yeah,
it's too logical.
Exactly. If you get the chance, read the book Fair Tax, or even just look it up on the internet. Try to listen to Congressman Linder talk about it, dude. It'll shock you. They eliminate the IRS. There's no need for it because there's no taxes. And all taxes are at point of sale, so you have the Department of Revenue already doing that, right? So the Department of Revenue is collecting. There's no income tax. There's no April 15th anymore. You take home every dime you get. The entire tax code is 33 pages long. They went to every Fortune 500 company that left the U.S. Every one of them said, enact the fair tax. We cease doing. But the congressman said they'll never vote for it because it takes power away from congressmen. They can't make money and they don't have power without tax incentives.
There you go. Yeah, I went to high school in Boca.
In Boca?
Yeah, I went to high school in Boca.
Okay. Nice area too.
What's that?
So that's a nice area too.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's a little uppity. I mean, I was in West Boca. East Boca is like the rich. But I was in West Boca.
Yeah, they're a little that area, that West Palm, and they're both a little bit. We got our areas here too. You get the Las Olas area here, and they're kind of that same thing. But this whole all along the beach here, that.
Oh yeah.
You get up to Hillsborough Mile, they got like cameras. Like if you drive up there, they got cameras, and as soon as you drive past one of the cameras, it automatically reads your license plates and stuff.
That's crazy. I used to love Hillsborough with the Deerfield, the pier, and over there at Deerfield Beach. I used to love that area.
Dude, that's getting a little excessive, but it keeps crime out of here. Get out of here,
Yeah, they're just going overstepping. It's just the spending got crazy, and that's when Trump was when he first got in there, was getting rid of all this shit and like the USAID and all this stuff and blah blah. People were freaking out. It's like, when the fat gets trimmed, the pigs squeal, and it kind of started realizing whoa. These motherfuckers are just doing shit, and you didn't realize it, how much money was being wasted. Holy fucking shit, bro. You find out about the thing, they're buying the USB cables, and they're paying $10,000 a cable when you can go on Amazon and get the cable for $19. The exact same cable for $19, and the government's paying 10 G's, and then you think of all these government offices. So it's wait a second. If they have an office building with 200 people working it, every single one of those computers needs one of those USB cables, and they were for $19. It's not like they were actually paying for a $10,000 cable.
Right.
They were buying the $19 cable, but they were allocated $10,000 per cable. It's wait a second. So who the fuck got all this fucking money? I mean, it's nuts.
Well, that's like the immigration.
Where's it going?
Right. What was that wasn't an immigration center in Houston that was been getting how much a month? 60,000. It was more than that. And it wasn't even open. I was like, dude, I completely missed the boat on starting a nonprofit.
Oh, bro, these nonprofits is insane. These government contracts, and then they don't ever do anything. It's what was Trump saying after the fire in California? He was talking to the mayor, and he's like, let the fucking people go to their house. He's like, they'll get it done in a week. And she's like, well, You got to talk to these people and blah, blah, blah. He's like, yo, the homeowners will get this shit cleared up in a week. Just let them fucking do it. That's why I like him.
Interview.
He just fucking he just says it, and he's kind of like one of us a little bit, and he's unfiltered. You know, like the California with the forest fires.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, clean up your fucking forests. He's like, you have zero ground, and of course, any spark's gonna spark it up. Clean up your fucking forest, you dumbasses.
Well, and the thing is, okay, we spend when they have one of these, they spend how many freaking millions of dollars, right? Insane amount. Okay, so if you look up, I think it's called the Fire Boss. They're a small plane, and people are like, well, you need a lot more water than that. Per hour, those things drop a significantly more amount of water because they can go and hit a local body of water, fill and get back faster, right? They need a lot less area. Doesn't have to be a big body of water. They on their website, their own personal website, they break down what each fire, the big SOBs that drop water, you might need 6 fire bosses to equate to that, right? But the cost is a fraction, for the equal cost, but the water it drops is significantly more. You're dropping more even with the smaller planes, because now imagine that you had 12 of those little planes dropping. Now you can be dropping as you're coming into it, which means you're wetting the forest in front, which slows the progression at least, right? And you're literally just following each other. You could have you're in a state, any state that, in my opinion, that has the risk of forest fire should have these. And then you're gonna, in that time, like, okay, there's certain areas that aren't at high risk. We know that, right? Fly your plane out. Get it done. You have the whole freaking country. The plane can go a long ways on tank fuel. Within 6-8 hours, you could have the plane from the East Coast there helping put out a forest fire. And I don't care what it costs for fuel as a taxpayer. Get it out there. It's cheaper than what we're spending, with whatever thing else we're doing, There's ways to do it. They just don't want to do it. They just don't think outside the box.
Yeah, they like to keep the status quo. It's like, if for nothing else, I mean, I actually do like Trump's policies. I actually do like what he's doing. I've proudly voted for him 3 times. So, I do actually like it. But if for nothing else, at least he's shaking shit up. We all can agree that the politicians are scumbags. The lifelong politicians are even worse. And so I didn't get what people were so, he's not a politician. Hate his ass. I mean, the second impeachment, remember the second impeachment? He wasn't even president. They were trying to impeach a fucking citizen. That's how terrified they were of him. And it's like, wait a second. If the lifelong politicians don't like him, that makes me like him even more. So I don't understand why everyone was so against it. In the same breath, they're like, yeah, we hate politicians. We hate these lifelong politicians. Politicians are corrupt and blah, blah. Well, then why don't you like him? He's not a politician, and all of the lifelong politicians don't like him. That makes me like him even more. It's just wild, the idea that, all of a sudden out of nowhere, he was a bad guy. I mean, remember the old clips of The View? Have you seen that shit? And the old clips of The View? When he walks up there and Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar are like, we love you, when are you going to run for president? They're hugging him and shit, bro.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yeah, dude, it's insanity,
It's nuts. It's fucking nuts.
So get this. This is gonna be the comparison, right? So DC-10 flying, max it says 55,000. We know it's more than that for the plane. It must be per trip. So hourly rate $8,200. Fills per hour 1. So you get 10,800 gallons per hour dropped. And cost is 5.85, so it must be 55,000 for each trip. Right now,
how do they put the water in? How do they put the water in?
Those they actually, I don't remember if those actually have a scooper, or if they must have a scooper too, that they fly over a large body of water, or maybe they have to land and fill. I bet you they have to land and fill. The scoopers. Now we're gonna go to this little plane, right? It's just a Fire Boss. It's called. It only holds 820. Costs. 4,500 an hour, so half the cost per hour, right? Yeah, but fills per hour 20, gallons per hour 14,000, so 4,000 more gallons per hour. Cost per gallon 64 cents compared to $5.85 a gallon.
Jesus, it's like a no-brainer.
Yeah, it's back and forth.
Yeah.
Dude, makes zero sense. Oh, plus, now you've just got more jobs, right? You, instead of having one pilot dumping 10,000 an hour. Okay, let's see, how many did I say? So that was 10,800. I think they've got a cost comparison. Let me break that down. Advantage, specifications, advantage. Thought they had a picture of how many planes it took for each one.
Yeah, and by the time they get back, that 10,000 gallons is dried up.
Right, so that's my point, yeah. I mean, it just...
Instead of, like you're saying, it's almost like my idea, like, you know, when people are... Back in the old days, they were doing buckets of water. There's like a line of people. They're just handing water, handing the buckets. You know, it's like the planes could just be in line, like bang, 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 bang.
So to deliver 50,000 gallons, the fire boss that I'm telling you about takes it 3.5 hours. And it's cost $20,571. To drop the same 50,000 gallons with the DC-10, it takes 4.5 hours and a cost of $92,000, over 4.5 times more.
Why does everything the government touch is ass backwards? Like literally everything.
Yeah, dude, it's just like, to me, this makes, and I know, well, you need a lot more volume to dump. Well, then good. You have 10 of these things flying all together and just start dumping, you know? I mean, if these guys are literally flying on each other's tails and dropping, it's the same, you know?
It's fucking crazy. Like you see a McDonald's wants to remodel, and they'll remodel in like 2 days and never stop. They'll never close. They'll just remodel while they're open. But then they can't get a fucking road done in like 4 months. It's like, what is going on?
Remember when Sanibel Island the bridge was taken out in the hurricane, and the news was literally saying this, they may never be able to build this bridge again. I was like, they build a bridge wherever they want now. So what is there that they built in the 1930s? Why is it that we can't build it in 2023 or whatever it was? Oh, and then what happened? Freaking DeSantis had that bridge open in a matter of a few weeks. He had it rebuilt. I was like, dude, this guy...
About like any kind of building or any kind of regulations, or even with the fire people, like before anything can get done, they got to send like land purveyors to make sure there's no like species there. Then they got to like test the dirt, and they got to take all these samples. Then like after that's done, they got to do it all over again. I think Jon Stewart had the guy, I don't know if you ever saw the interview, but he had the one guy on that was reading off all of the regulations that had to be gone through. But then after all of those lists, like all the steps, it had to be redone from a different entity. So like one entity had to do it, and then another entity had to do it. And the guy's like, yeah, the process takes about 3 years. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? There's just dumb government agencies that are just getting paid. And then probably taking kickbacks, like you were saying. It's crazy.
Did you see, I don't know, something said breaking news, and they're showing Kamala. Hold on, Kamala Harris says Pete Buttigieg would have been an ideal running mate.
It's Kamala, you bigot.
Yeah. But have you seen, since they cut USAID, have you seen that the Democrats are struggling to raise funds?
Yeah. I saw something about how they're like trying to say like, what's going on here? And people are connecting the two like, maybe you were getting your shit from fucking USAID, you scumbags.
Well, and let's be real, if I'm a donor, I was like, I just gave you $1 billion and you got smoked. Not just beat, you got smoked.
Bro, $1 billion in like 3-4 months.
Yeah, dude. And they're like, we needed more time. No, the more time she had, the worse it was going to get.
Yeah. Well, and I'm with you too on the other thing. I mean, I don't think Kamala would have been good sitting on her own regardless.
Bro,
I mean, remember in the primary against Biden, she got 0 votes. But like, I agree with you though. I think Biden ruined her career. Like Biden ruined her career. He's like, oh, you're the border czar. Like, it's her problem. Like what? Like what? Like that's not the vice president. Like what are we doing right now? You're just gonna put her in charge of it, and like he ruined her career, ruined it. But now she's always gonna be affiliated with Biden.
Oh, but the fact is how bad the border was when you told the world there's nobody more qualified. And I'm going to say this: it didn't take Trump he wasn't even in office yet. In the morning of his impeachment, there was nobody crossing the border. You know?
Zero.
Didn't have to build a wall. What we did is just had to enforce the laws we have.
Thank you.
And guess what happens? Now we don't have the problem that we did have.
Yep. It's crazy. When Trump got back in office the second term, like, oh, what's he going to do for immigration? He's like, he's not going to do shit. He's going to just enforce the laws he already had on the fucking books. We already had the laws. Like, they were like, what is Biden supposed to do? Because, like, Biden lost he lost the House and the Senate or whatever. And they're like, well, Biden's hands are tied. Yo, the laws already exist. Fucking the detain and remove law. That's it. We already had the laws, you fucking idiots.
Right. Listen to this. Democrats' main fundraising committee is losing big donors and so cash-strapped that its officials have discussed borrowing money just to keep the lights on, with one source spilling to the Post that if things don't turn around before 2026 midterms, the party is fucked. We are 6 months in and we're drowning, a source close to the Democratic National Committee told the Post about the current rate of contributions. The RNC was so cash heavy and hitting us day after day after day when Biden was president. We have no clear path or plan, they added. The midterms are going to be to come before we know it, and then we're going to really be fucked.
Well, that's the part I don't get about the Democrats. I mean, look, in Clubhouse, you know this. Clubhouse is not a barometer of the world at all. Like, not even close. Right. And so, like, when you're on here, you're kind of like, oh, you're kind of in the little, you get kind of caught up in it. And then you start, like, actually living in the world, and we can separate the fucking crazy. And it's like, guys, change your fucking policies, guys. Like, what are y'all gonna do? Like, Trump's not running again. And they're like, oh, Trump's gonna run again, he's a king. Look, Trump's not running again. Like, sorry guys, I hate to break your bubble. The world's not gonna come to an end, no one's gonna go to a war, and Trump's not gonna run again. So when Trump doesn't run again, what are y'all gonna do? Because all y'all do is talk about Trump.
Dude.
That's their whole basis. It's like, guys, change your fucking policies. How about that?
Right.
Unpopular.
So if I post stuff on social media, it's me just calling out some bullshit of the left, or I'll put like Bill Maher calling the left a bunch of fucking lunatics or whatever, you know? And I don't put a lot on there. And lately, since the Kirk thing I have, and there's this kid that we used to go back and forth on politics. And I'm the type of person, my best friend, we'd be playing volleyball. I'd be sitting at the table. We could be out at a bar having a drink afterwards. It doesn't matter. If he saw me pick my phone up and I'm on my phone and I got a smile on my face, his first comment would be like, oh shit, who you fucking with now, right? Because I'm literally doing this. This kid always thought he was funny and thought he was clever, and I'd post stuff and he'd get all triggered. Oh, are you triggered? He'd always try to use that. And I was like, I just want you to know, I've never ever once been on your page, but you live on mine. So if you want to talk about who's rent-free and whose head, there we go, right? Anyway, I got off of social media because before the last election, what happened was I got this warning or this notification saying that I had to agree to these new terms and services due to security issues with my account, blah, blah, blah. I was like, I've never been hacked. I've never had an issue. F you. I didn't think it was real. I let it go. And then all of a sudden somebody else said they got that. And everybody started mocking him. And he posts a lot all the time, but good posts. But people were like, dude, you're making shit up. And he showed a screenshot. I popped on one day and I saw this post that he had, and I said, no, guys, watch. I'll log out and log back in, and I'll screenshot it. And I show it to him. I was like, and they're like, why would you guys get that? We didn't get, because nobody else was getting it, right? I agree. I just on Facebook. And I kept tons of pictures on Facebook of me and my son and our vacations and everything. So I only wanted to get my freaking account back just to get those pictures back, right? So finally, I was just like, screw it. I started emailing. I'm like, dude, I need to get into my account. I understand what's going on. You know, I've never posted anything wrong. I've never posted anything obscene. This went on and on and on for about a month. I probably sent 4 or 5 emails. And finally, they reached back out, and you didn't agree to our new terms and services. We go into this back and forth dialogue. My account, they said, was getting a substantial amount of views. And so it was at higher risk for Russian interference and something else, right? And I was like, hold on. I go, let me get this straight. my account was reaching so many people. I said, do you know, I don't ever accept anybody I don't personally know and have a relationship with. So everybody on my account, I can tell you who they are by looking at their picture in like a fraction of a second. I know them all. So there's no getting, they go, no, then they fire back and they're like, no, but they're liking, sharing them.
You're a Russian asset.
And now I'm just like, so you ban you can start a new account up. And I was like going, so I lost all my pictures.
Yeah, fuck
I
that.
lost everything. Because they didn't like that my right-leaning posts were getting some ground, because all I did was mock whatever the media was saying, right? So anyway, here it is, like, I don't know, I've been down here 5 years. I don't know the last time me and him had a back and forth, but I just ignore the guy. I don't really like him anyway. I never did. And anyway, I post something, and he jumps on with some trigger comment again, and I just was like total smart ass. I was like, look who it is, the Bears fan, because I'm a Dolphins fan. I mock his Bears team and my Dolphins team, but I mock him for being the one who comes, I go, it's like, oh, look who it is, come creeping in on my page again, and he hasn't responded at all, because it's like, who's living in whose head rent-free here again? You're creeping around years later, but this is who they are. They get so angry, because me, I don't give two shits what you put on your page. If I don't like somebody's post, and I posted it, and I went onto AI, and this is exactly what I said. What would it say about somebody if they posted the assassination of Charlie Kirk as a, quote, seriously ironic, end quote? That's all I put, and then I said, use psychologist writings, professional teachings, whatever, right? And holy shit, dude. It was like narcissism, mental illness, this, that, the other. I didn't edit it for niceness or anything. I didn't write it. I'm just telling you what AI is telling me. So I post it. She got pissed. I'm a piece of shit to write something like that. And I was like, yo. I told you right off the top that I didn't write this. AI wrote this. You can dislike AI because you put somebody's assassination as seriously ironic, and she is like far left. She tries denying it, but she is anti anything conservative. And so I held my own. I was just like, a friend of hers, back in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, posted. He's a general manager of a bar, works at 2 other bars, or a bar restaurant, a nice one actually. And he posted, "Yay, something took too long. Hopefully there will be a lot more." And now it's blowing up. Dude's gonna lose his gig.
Unbelievable. Which is, and this how the left does things. Like, it's almost kind of like awkwardly genius, right? Like annoyingly ingenious. I don't think they realize they're doing it. But they have this built-in thing where now they're like, oh, what? So I'm not required to mourn somebody. It's like, yeah, you don't have to mourn them, but you're also not required to talk bad about them right after the shit happens. Like, why don't you just not say anything? Like, well, we can have our opinion. It's like, well, yeah, you can have your opinion, but if your company doesn't like it and they fire you, or in that guy's case, he's going to lose some gigs over it, that they have every right to do that. It's like they don't even understand how this whole thing is working, right? Like, oh, well, people are getting canceled now. They should be allowed to say whatever they want to say. It's like, well, yeah. So was Charlie Kirk should have been allowed to say whatever he wanted to say too. The dude got killed for opinions, and you guys were celebrating it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You're the last. Oh, Mike Allen.
What's up, Kendo?
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you.
I didn't want you to be the last animal. No, I wanted somebody else to be the last animal.
Why the fuck can't I be the last animal?
Because they challenged me tonight. But Corey is an atheist. Corey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm definitely not an atheist.
Alright, but Mike Allen is better than you. So you need to be like Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, who's
you weak ass bitch.
Eddie Guerrero. I like doing this.
You're Eddie Guerrero. Shut the fuck up, Mike Allen.
Eddie Guerrero
Shut the fuck up,
best
bitch.
wrestling match of all time.
Look, you dodged me And we could have had an incredible, like, WrestleMania, bro.
Who?
And you, me? Bitch. Yeah,
was the,
you and me, bitch.
Match of all
hey,
time?
Bitch. No, bitch.
Eddie Guerrero versus Dean Malenko.
You're fat. Mom debated white logic because you love me, bitch. You didn't want to fight me.
Well, that makes sense.
I'm Shawn Michaels.
What, you gonna give me some Sweet Chin music?
Yeah, bitch. I would have gave you Sweet Chin music, but we love each other. It's all good.
Shawn Michaels wasn't a solid wrestler, though. We gotta admit it.
Ori had somebody else other than Mike
that
wanted to fight him.
Who's the best pure wrestler?
Equipped to fight him, you wanna like fuck with him on like some Grand Rapture Godzilla shit?
And don't do it.
No, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Like, why the fuck you wanna like argue against that?
I'm not sure what I'm not.
All right, well then argue against me. See, this is where we get to fighting. All right, shut up. Anyway,
that's a good point. Actually, fair enough.
It is.
I just looked up. They had rankings and they had Undertaker.
All right, bitch. No, that doesn't mean that you get to like fight without a
pure wrestling skills, not microphone skills, not all that kind of pure wrestling. Bret Hart's number one. No.
He is.
I don't know.
He was terrible on the mic. He was horrible on the mic.
There was a couple that were pretty damn.
But he's not as big as like Heartbreak Sean, the Heartbreak Kid. All right,
I'm not a huge fan.
All right, so you're not. Why not?
Because I didn't think Shawn Michaels. I mean, look. First of all, his special was just a kick to the chin, which obviously was ridiculous. And then he was kind of all. I mean, think about it. Like, the only memorable match is the one with Bret Hart with the great screw job. But Shawn Michaels kind of, what was he? And then he always tried to get in all these different factions. He was playing all these different sides.
Wait a minute. No. Shawn Michaels was with Big Daddy Sexy. And that's Diesel.
I'll give you, is he better than Ravishing Rick Rude? Come on now.
Yes, he is.
When we're talking sexy,
Big
bro,
Daddy
there's only
Sexy.
one we're talking about. It's Ravishing Rick Rude.
Excuse me, Kevin Nash.
Remember when Rick Rude? Remember when he had the picture of Miss Elizabeth right on his junk?
Okay, that was Shawn Michaels.
No, it was Ravishing Rick Rude. Remember he used to go in the middle of the ring and fucking.
No, Shawn Michaels did the same thing.
Well, he stole it from him. By the way, you know who's the secret genius of the whole 80s and 90s wrestling?
Ravishing Rick Rude or Shawn Michaels?
You know who am I taking? Shawn Michaels.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
So he was the E-Dub champion into the Attitude Era. When The Rock came.
Stone Cold, fuck that. Stone Cold's the Attitude Era.
No, Stone Cold versus The Rock. You said Stone Cold?
The Attitude Era. Attitude Era didn't even have a fucking villain. McMahon had to be the villain because there was such.
No.
I like Austin better, but
Stone Cold was the shit, bro.
What's that?
Stone Cold was the shit.
Dude, that was so badass. I mean, like,
bro, Stone Cold was the shit, bro. He cracked the beers and poured beers all over his face. Fuck yeah.
Throw him out in the crowd, just like.
And you remember The Rock? If y'all remember when The Rock started out, as like this Hawaiian fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
Rocky something, because his dad was a wrestler. The Rock's dad was a professional wrestler.
Dude, I was just looking at the most wins and like Kofi Kingston is on there. Like I haven't watched that shit for I
haven't seen it. I stopped watching actually with the Attitude Era. The Monday Night Wars when I finally stopped watching. But what I was saying, the whole genius behind the 80s and 90s heyday of WWF and into all that shit was Jake the Snake Roberts. If anyone knows it, Jake the Snake used to write all the matches. He didn't.
Not Jake the Snake.
Hey.
Did you know Jake the Snake was married in real life to Miss Elizabeth, but he allowed
Miss Elizabeth.
to be with
Yes,
Macho
I
Man.
do.
Jake the Snake was married to her in real life, but he allowed her to be with Macho Man because it was better for the story. He wrote, Jake the Snake was the mastermind behind it all. And remember, Jake the Snake was the guy you had to beat to get to Hogan. Jake the Snake never had the belt, but he was the one you had to beat to get to take on the belt. Because Jake the Snake knew that Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior and all them had better appeal.
Okay.
So,
hey, bitch.
Roddy
I'm
Piper.
finna put on the Archimage hoodie.
What was
Hey,
Jake the Snake's name? Do you remember the snake's name? Bet you don't.
Hot Rod. You gotta love Hot Rod.
Kendo, do you remember the snake's name? Oh, he left. What a punk. It was Damien.
Hot Rod and Ric Flair. You gotta go back to those guys.
Roddy Piper was the shit. Dude, wrestling was the shit, bro. Like, people don't realize how, like, wrestling was the shit back then.
Dude, I can't believe how big it is still. Like, I haven't watched it.
Yeah, there's no wrestling now. Like, I haven't watched it forever. I agree, but there's no, it's all microphone, it's all show. There's like barely, like, the matches take like 5-10 minutes. That's it. It's all like theatrics.
When you start hearing some of these guys' real stories about how screwed up they were from taking the beatings that they did.
Bro, dude, the one on Netflix about the McMahon one is so good. It's not really, I mean, there's a lot of it about McMahon, but it takes you through the eras of wrestling and shit. So it's like, it kind of trails off on them, like Cena has one and blah, blah. But man, I've been watching the documentaries from a long time before that. Dude, they would work, it's something that was like 200, it was something nuts. It was like 290 to 320 days out of the year.
Yeah,
it's like, that's fucking crazy.
And everybody's like, oh, you're still landing on plywood.
Oh, dude, that's so nonsense to me. I fucking hate when people say that.
It's like, dude, you go land out there and land on your back. I don't care if it's a mattress doesn't hurt, right? If you land right. We watch these guys land wrong sometimes, right? Even if they're hurt, they gotta let it finish. Even if they're seriously hurt, they gotta suck it up and be like a pin, you know?
Like, dude, go shadow box. Like, don't even have an opponent. Just stand in front of a mirror and shadow box for 45 seconds and see how fucking tired you are. And now think about, like, doing a wrestling match for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, my girlfriend, she boxed and stuff, and like she would have not even hitting the bag hard, but you're as fast as you can go for how many, like a minute, right? And then it's a break, they get a break, they back at it, and then you see them, everybody in the whole gym is sitting on the ground, like exhausted afterwards, and it's like, you just go throw fists, like you say, just throw fists. You don't even got to hit hard.
Against the air, against the air.
It's 60 seconds, you know, I mean.
You're tired as fuck.
Dude,
that's what those guys are doing. And that's why I love Bret Hart, because remember, Bret Hart's thing was that Bret Hart's whole claim, after everything Bret Hart's been through in the career, whatever, his whole thing was that my proudest moment is that I've never hurt a single wrestler that I wrestled against.
Yeah,
I've never hurt anybody. And what's so crazy about that, when you think about it, it's like, so obvious, they're like, oh, it's fake. When they do a pile driver, they're not really smashing the guy's head into the ground. Yeah, right. But you got to know not only how to do it to not hurt somebody, but the guy who's getting pile drived needs to know how to, like, get his legs up and quote-unquote submit to the move. And the guy who's doing it has this guy's life in his fucking hands.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you're not... It's fucking nuts. And then to remember it all, to fucking put on the show, it's like, yo, like, these guys, the outcome's rigged, for the entertainment. But the fucking shit they're doing is real as fuck.
Right.
Like, real as fuck.
So, how about this? What was the best? What's old school, new, whatever? I don't know, new, of course. But what was the best entrance? Which one did you always think was the coolest?
What a great question. I was too young to kind of remember I can only remember really the ones from the Attitude Era. I would say, dude, honestly, I mean, the ones back in the day when I was a kid, I don't remember, like, the music and shit. But I will say, I like the the DX ones when that whole shit started.
Yeah.
The DX motherfuckers. This is the Road Dogg, Jesse James, and all them. But I still think Stone Cold was so good. Like, remember that the glass would break It was like, oh, bro, it was so cool, bro.
Yeah.
Undertaker was cool too because it was like, boom.
Those are the two that I think are probably the absolute best. I mean, because it's just like the glass breaks, breaks again, you know, and it's like then he comes just strutting out, you know, and it was a good one. And then the Undertaker, same thing. You're sitting there, and then all of a sudden the lights go out, boom. The theatrics of those two, I think, were hands down the best.
And I used to hate the Undertaker. And then like I used to hate back in the day. Remember when he had like the whole the guy that was with him, the weirdo.
Oh yeah, the
Paul Bearer, I think it was, or whatever the fuck it was. But I just kind of weird. I didn't really understand him. I was like, is he a good guy? Is he like, am I supposed to root for him? Like, what's going on here? So it was weird. And then you get older, and you get to the Attitude Era, and then you grow out of it, and you start thinking back on it. And now it's like remember, like Hulk Hogan was like a terrible wrestler. Like, but he was great on the microphone, and he had the body for it. And he was a company man, and he had the look. But like Hulk Hogan's special was a leg drop,
right?
Like a leg drop. Like that's literally what his special was, a leg drop.
And that he could pick up Andre the
Giant. He's the only one to body. Sure. So Hulk Hogan was the only one to body slam Andre the Giant because Andre the Giant had a bad back problem. Like they could have fucked him up. But so the Ultimate Warrior, who was also a bad wrestler, but he was so roided out during his match. You go look this up and watch it. Like you could once you know the story and you go rewatch it, it's wild. So like the Warrior was wrestling Andre the Giant, and no one's supposed to body slam Andre the Giant. Actually, Hulk Hogan wasn't supposed to do it either. But in the match, Andre the Giant tells him, he's like, "Do it, body slam me." And he's like, "Are you sure?" He's like, "Yeah," and he does it. But then in the Ultimate Warriors match with Andre the Giant, the Warrior gets so fucking lost in the match, he's fucking roided out. He picks up Andre the Giant and body slams him out of fucking nowhere. And Andre the Giant gets up, and you go watch it, bro. Andre the Giant gets up, pushes him back into the corner, and punches him in the face twice. Bam, bam. Hits him as hard as he can right in the fucking face. And I guess he's like, yo, you don't fucking slam me, bro. He gets him up, go look at it, bro. It's so funny. Andre the Giant was getting interviewed. He's like, yeah, I fucked up. I shouldn't have body slammed him.
Dude, they had, I don't remember who it was, sitting next to Andre the Giant. It's like a big dude. And they were drinking a beer or something. And the beer looked like a small, like a medicine bottle in his hand. And they were talking about how that guy could drink 2 cases of beer.
It was something like 20-something beers in an hour or some crazy shit. It was like 12 bottles. He would drink 12 bottles of wine.
Yeah.
12 bottles.
What a monster.
Yeah, that shit was so good, man. Back then, man, I was like, you had to call your local cable company to get the pay-per-view. And then, you had to get a bunch of your friends, everybody pitch in. And if you couldn't get it, it fucking sucked. Oh, bro, those guys were larger than life, bro. You want to laugh? Go watch some of the old Macho Man's promos.
Yeah.
With BG and Okerlund.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch those. Especially our old WWE interviews like that with like you say with Mean Gene.
Oh God, bro.
Ric Flair.
So
I spilled more money in drinks than I paid drinking here.
He's all over the place. Ric Flair, dude, they do a good spot with Ric Flair in that McMahon. Don't tell you, you should go watch that McMahon documentary on Netflix, bro. It's really fucking good. The Ric Flair was I didn't like Ric Flair. I always thought he was a fucking punk. Growing up watching him, I was like, dude, he's a fucking pretty boy. Fuck this guy. I just thought he was they played with a rich boy guy. But Ric Flair, because if you know anything about the wrestling, it was like the circuits, right? The territories back in the day.
Yeah.
They had all these territories, and Ric Flair was part of the one territory. And then what they would do is, when WWF started, because McMahon and his father had a certain territory, but they started this WWF thing, and they went around all the territories, and they were grabbing all the talent, and they were just paying them more. So they grabbed all the talent, and Ric Flair always stayed true to his territory. He never left. Because if you Iron Claw or whatever, with that dude Zac Efron or whatever, they have Ric Flair in that movie. And because, the dude wrestled Ric Flair, and Ric Flair's thing was that when they did the interview, he's like, the thing of McMahon, Ric Flair said, I never left my territory. He's like, I wanted to be loyal. And finally, Ric Flair did finally leave when everything was dried up, but he was already old, right? He was kind of like not in his prime. But they said Ric Flair in his prime, bro, he did not like fake wrestle. Like he punched you. Like he would like go in there and he would fucking hurt your ass. Like, it was no joke with Ric Flair. Like he would do, if he put a hold on you, he would fucking put the hold on you and fucking hurt you. Like, yeah. Ric Flair was a beast, bro. And that dude was a party fucking animal. But God, dude, the Macho Man fucking interviews him. Let me tell you, funny. BG, no more questions. Oh, dude, you gotta go watch the fucking Macho Man ones. He was a fucking nut, bro.
Dude, some of them, if you just do Mean Gene, you laugh your ass off. But then that, or watch 80s videos on YouTube. If you've been out you have some hanging out, put them on, you'll laugh your ass off. Like that song, Same As I Ever Was. What is that? Men Without Hats, is it? The Same As I Ever Was, you know what I'm talking about? Same As I Ever Was. You know, it's like, dude, you'll laugh your ass off at the old 1980s videos. I mean... Well, yeah, because when we were kids, we were listening to them, we didn't get it. And now, listening back to the shit as adults, the jokes were there, we just weren't picking up on it. Oh, and how poor the videos are. I mean, just so bad,
you know? They were the shit.
Oh, yeah.
But they're vulgar as fuck, bro. Like, the jokes are there. I tell my kids, like, my oldest daughter's now in high school, and my middle daughter's in 8th grade. And, like, I tell them sometimes, like, I'm like, yo, because now my youngest daughter's only 7. So sometimes I'll put Shrek on, right? Or put one of the movies on that my older kids watched when they first came out. And you know how Shrek is like one of those things that's for kids and adults. And the adult jokes are in the movie, and the kids don't really pick up on it. But there's also kid jokes. It's like laughing about the adult jokes now because she gets them, like the, wipe your ass and all these other jokes. And like it's like you're saying, like when we watch new things from the 80s now as adults, we pick up on things we weren't picking up on back then. And right. It's fucking hilarious, bro. Like the shit was crazy. Crazy. I mean, there was no filter back then. They said whatever the fuck they wanted.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, you go look at that one. It's Talking Heads, Same As It Ever Was. But just watch that video and tell me that dude wasn't just, like, high as hell on something. But, yeah, and it's so funny because, like, you talk about songs. Californication. Go listen to that one, the lyrics on it.
Yes.
And it's like going, dude, some of these old songs, like, they just nail it,
Well, that's very, just to steer the topic away from fucking wrestling, because I'm sure people are hating this. I'm pretty sure me and you are the only ones in here talking. Everyone else probably fell asleep. But for the millions around the world, because this is an international show, that Californication song, to get back to a serious topic, the whole thing about the lies are in the media, the lies are in the news, the truth is in, like, the songs and the movies. That was the Chili Peppers, like, telling us what was going on. Because you remember that one, the one line was like, little girls in Sweden dream of silver screen flirtation or whatever. And that's now you figure out there's that underground bunker in Sweden that cost like $2 billion. And they were building it way back in the day. That dude, Phil Schneider, was talking about the bunker in Sweden was $2 billion in like the 90s. And they were talking about how the trafficking, they're taking girls from Sweden and moving them to Hollywood. And he was like, little girls, the Chili Peppers said it, little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen flirtations. Like, whoa. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
That Hollywood shit is fucked up, bro.
Dude,
that shit broke my heart and messed up my worldview when I found out about all that stuff.
So a friend of mine, when I moved down here, he's the one who got me to move down here. He was a Hollywood person, right? Acted. After acting, he put on a lot. I come home one day. I was living with him when I first moved down here. We were doing a flip on a house, and come home one day, and he's like, "Dude, been waiting for you." I was like, "What's up?" He goes, "So a buddy of his that's still in Hollywood called him up, says, dude, you got to watch," and I don't remember the guy's name right now. He goes, "You got to watch his documentary he did." And he's like, "Why? What is it?" Right? So it's called Out of the Shadows. on YouTube. Let me see if I can find it, because it's hard to find sometimes. It was easy, and then it became like impossible, and then the last time I looked, it came out. I could find it, but it's all about Hollywood, what goes on in Hollywood. He left because he was sick of what he was seeing, and then after he left, another person came out and said, "Yo, dude, I'll do this with you, because I can't handle this anymore." You know, it's just and when you watch it, they talk about some of the stuff they were seeing, like with the goat mask and, you know, that kind of whole thing. And so we watched this, and I was just like, dude, this shit is crazy. It was like a few weeks later. It was what's the gal? She's a Celine Dion or somebody like that. She's married to a bigger bald black guy. Got a beard. I can't remember. It was like one of those types, right? But it was their daughter's birthday, and it was literally like that goat mask. All the kids had the goat masks, and you know. And I was like, so you see this about Hollywood, right? And what it means, and then a few weeks later, you see this for a kid's birthday, and it does. It looks satanic, dude. It's weird. And I was like, who would have that nasty shit as a kid's birthday? But
and it's everywhere. Like, and it's everywhere.
Absolutely.
When you find out about it all, and then you like know what to look for, it's fucking everywhere.
Well, and then you look at oh wait, dude, it came up right away on the top. I'm gonna get you a copy of the link, and I'll paste it below. You look at, so a lot of what's going on here. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen how big the Church of Scientology acting to get a lot of their people to jump in, because then they kind of think they can get in, you know, because of Tom Cruise and everything else, right? But when you see some of the shit with the dude's wife, what's her name? Leah Remini or whatever. She was in King of Queens.
Yeah, Leah Remini. Yeah, she was sneaky hot. I always thought.
Yeah. So she said she saw. So she was good friends with the head of Scientology's wife, like good friends. And she showed up one day, and she had guys escorting her to a vehicle, and she was crying, and she goes, "Oh my God, honey, are you okay?" or whatever. And she wouldn't even wouldn't acknowledge her. They looked at her kind of funny. She's like, "Oh boy, whatever, you know, like what's going on?" She talks about it, and tried checking in with her a few different times. Never answered calls, texts, nothing. Never heard from her again. The FBI was notified by other people too, who were concerned because they were nobody. FBI reached out, and the FBI got a handwritten note that said, "I'm fine, I just want to be left alone." I'm summarizing, right? But it was a handwritten note saying that she was fine and just wanted to be left alone, and the FBI dropped it. Missing persons report, you don't get a handwritten note saying "leave me alone," and it just pacifies the FBI normally, you know. Right. And it's like, who's in Scientology pulling those strings?
Well, that's what I've always thought about Scientology. Like, why are they permitted to kind of get like, well, wait. There's this much stuff being said about them, and there's like, okay, kind of weird. Well, then Tom Cruise's ex-wife, like, what was her name? Katie Holmes or whatever. She was like, it's fucking wild, bro.
Dude, she said, yeah, he's fucking completely lost it, you know. And
it's like the government of Ukraine thing, right? Like, similar to that. Like, everyone in the world knows the government of Ukraine is fucking corrupt. So why are we on the side of Ukraine? It's like everyone knows that Scientology's fucking got some weird shit going on. So why does no one talk about it? It's like, what's going on here?
Yeah, they storage units. Have you heard about this? Like, so they have like this like military thing inside there. That it's a personal military. They spy on you. This couple was actually part of that, but then they wanted to get the hell out, right? When they tried, they started bugging their phones. I mean, then following them. They were part of this. So
I heard you can't leave it. You can't.
No, you can't. And so when they ended up getting them, and they were scared bad enough to go back. That's how bad it got. They went back, and she was pregnant. She was pregnant, and I can't remember how far along, but they literally put them both in this like hot storage unit out in the sun. You know, I mean, it was like there was no air conditioning. It was hot as hell. They'd give them just enough water, and it was like it was torture. And then this couple was high up originally. They were part of the military part of it or whatever, their police part or the Navy, whatever they call it. I don't remember what they call it. Anyway, they had to wear, it was almost the meal hall or whatever they call it, and to show everybody that they screwed up. So they humiliate them basically. And, you know, they have to try to work their way back into the group. And I just don't get it, man. Why get involved in something where you have people who are in it and say, you can't get out? You know, why even mess with it?
Well, do you know I mean, you know, so I'm sure you're familiar with it a little bit. I'm not too familiar with it, but I'm familiar with it enough to talk about it. The L. Ron Hubbard dude, the dude who created the whole thing.
Right.
Like, so he was like a science fiction writer. So I know he wrote like a lot of crazy science fiction stories. That was like his career or whatever. Then he started Scientology. But have you like looked into like their belief system?
Not a lot, no.
It's fucking crazy. Like, it's about aliens, and there's like this planet called it's like something that starts with a Z.
Yeah.
Voltar or some weird shit. And like, and then you start thinking, like, I'm not joking here, like their literal belief is like the gods from other planets, and they have all the names of all the planets, and they're all these crazy ass, weird ass names. Creators, it's fucking wild. Like, they have gods, they worship everything. And then you start thinking about it, you're like, wait a second. So like John Travolta worships this? It's like Tom Cruise worships this? It's like if someone's like some major movie star came out and was like, yeah, I worship aliens from this other planet, we'd be like, yeah, it's fucking wild. But like everyone's like just okay with this. Like, I'm not joking, bro. Like,
no, I know.
You know how the Mormons thing is that like, dude, the dude walked with God, Joseph Smith, like met this fucking alien, and like this is the promised land, and blah blah blah. And the Mormons, like, that shit's all wild and crazy. Scientology, their belief is nuts. I forget the planet. Some of it was a Z. It's like Zutaria or Zoro something. I don't know. It's not the Zoroaster stuff, but it's like a planet with a god, and they have a deity, and it's like all about this dude that L. Ron Hubbard just like created. It's fucking nuts. And they have such a pool. Like, what's going on here?
Right. No, it's crazy. Like, so the other night I was at the gym and I stepped out. I think I was on here, and I stepped out onto the balcony outside the gym, and I'm up on an 8th floor, right? And this is a good sized building, a big complex, and you got a big pool area. So I would say it's a football field away, probably damn near to where this guy is, right? But I got my earbuds in, so noise canceling plus the people talking. And I thought I'm hearing somebody yell. So I was like, kind of trying to focus, and finally I pull one out. Do you hear me? And I was like, what the hell's going on, right? And this guy's like, hey, can you hear me? And I was like, who are you talking to? And he goes, you. And I was like, okay, what, right? There's a lightning storm. I was like, yeah, no shit, dude, right? Like, what are you on?
Wait, who's doing this reenactment right now? Why are you doing this?
Dead, right? So anyway, he's doing this. He keeps
this
doing
is a really bad story.
But this motherfucker is talking about portals opening in the sky and all this shit, right? And there's ships coming through them. So I go back to lifting. This dude comes up to the gym and asks if he can. He shows me like 3 videos he took out there, and I was like, okay, that's some weird shit. Not even lying. There was some weird shit flying around, and it's not a plane. It wasn't like a helicopter. It was pretty cool, but I'm still like, dude, weird shit. I'm not yelling at people wanting to show off this stuff.
Portals is dope. They say the Native Americans had portals.
Well, that's the weird thing, right, Megatron? Like, how do we know this crazy dude that Corey talked to is wrong? It's like,
no, that's what I mean. Like, the
just
Native
like the
Americans had portals, bro. They said they went back into the past.
Theorists, yeah, like the crazy conspiracy theorists in the beginning of all the movies, they always end up being right. Right? The psycho, even in that movie Little Nicky with Adam Sandler. You ever seen that movie Little Nicky with Adam Sandler? Where the blind fucking preacher guy, he sees Nicky, he's like, you make the Lord very, very nervous. And everyone thinks he's a crazy blind guy, but in reality, he's sensing the devil's son. It's like the crazy. How do we know they're not wrong? That dude that was talking to Corey was probably.
You just gotta take the benefit of the doubt. Like, you gotta. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get too crazy about it. Leave it in the back of your mind. You know what I mean? Collect more information.
So that when it comes out, you know what I'm saying, you kind of have, but the portals thing, you know what it is with the portals? Like, honestly, like, it's just so physically like, we just can't think of how we can, like, we know what it looks like visually, right? Just something coming from nothing, like a mirror. It's just like, how would we, like, how is anyone going to take anybody serious when they say there's a portal? Like, everyone gets the idea because it's fantasy. Physically, it just seems like too much. It like breaks logic, it breaks reality, it breaks every rule. So it's like, can I tell somebody this without thinking that I'm tripping on that? It's just bugged out.
Well, I mean, I guess I kind of see what you're saying. Maybe not. It's not quite as similar, but you would agree that like radios are emitting sound waves that can affect stuff. Right? Like we see the videos of sound waves moving stuff. If it's a small object, it's a very loud sound, right? But on a grand scheme of things, or even infrared, right? Or whatever the microwave gives off, like infrared, infrared exists. We can't see it, but infrared exists.
Oh, I know what you mean. Like the speaker, how different sounds create the different vibrations and different patterns.
What I'm saying is that we can't see the sound waves, but the sound waves are there.
Well, the light you're talking about, because the transmitter is the one that it takes the light in and then transmits it into sound.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I would always get that wrong, even though I do know what you're saying, like that too. It is energy, 100%. Which that to me even sounds crazy. Right now we're using it, you know, and we kind of just take those things for granted. But yeah, I mean, the portal is something. I mean, we're using it right now, right? Portal. If you think about it, portal is the invisible light going into the transmitter and then producing the sound. There is kind of a portal. The thing is if we walk through the portal, I don't know how old you are. Remember the original Fly? Remember that movie?
No, not really. What was the name of it again? The original.
How old are you? Kurt probably knows. But
what was the name of the movie?
The Fly.
Oh, no, Dragonfly.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember.
No, Fly, the original one. No, the original Fly.
Are you talking about dude? Kevin Costner? There's one called Dragonfly that dealt with like that kind of weird shit.
Yeah. No, it's not Dragonfly.
I've never heard of Fly. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, it's basically he made this portal. And he's trying to, because you see, it's for you to go from one place to the next. Like they do in Star Trek. You know, like they go into a room and then boom, they're like way across the world or some bullshit. But what's weird is that you almost have to die and be brought back to life because all of the physical part of your body and soul needs to be transferred into some sort of energy and then brought to the other side.
Yeah, like our physical part's what's holding us back almost.
Yes. So it's weird, right? It goes through this machine. And a fly went into the other machine, but he got the machine to work. Then days used in his physical body, they started turning into a fly. It's a bugged out film. I mean, it was pretty scary. There was no other movie like it. That movie was like one of the first ones about like the portal type shit that you're talking about. Just trying to engage the
Have you ever come across this like theory that there's like this theory that nothing is made up? So like everything comes from some truth, right? So like like dragons. Like
no, dragons are real, bro.
That's what I'm saying. It's like dragons never really exist. Dragons might not exist now, but that type of shit did exist at one point. That's how humans thought about it. And so the portal thing, it's kind of like, well, if you apply that to that, it's like maybe we don't know how to get into these portals now. We lost the knowledge, but the idea of them came from some type of truth. So just logically, how would that be physically? Like just the logistics of the whole thing. Like what are we talking about? So like where we're living right now also exists, like from the other whatever side they're on. Can they walk through a portal to get to where we are? Like what's going on? Like, but it must have some truth behind it, I guess, is what the theory states. Just like dragon.
Anything's possible. This is the whole thing. Like you can't, like if we could think it, it could be possible. This is what I mean. Like,
well, yeah, and if you believe in creation, then anything can be created.
Anything can be created. The whole thing is that we make things, we don't create them.
Have you ever heard of remote viewing?
Yeah, that shit's wild.
What's that?
So remote viewing is where you can view something. So Stanford did this a long time ago. They could view something without being there. And if you've ever seen the movie Men Who Stare at Goats with, what the hell's his name?
George Clooney
in it. That's that. There's another one called, I think it's called Suspect Zero. That's about it. You'll see the guy, he goes into this like weird trance type thing where he's doing something. Yeah, and he can remote view at the end of it. So the first time I heard about it was on the radio one night. I was working super late. I work for myself, so it was like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm listening to this whack out thing about, aliens and blah, blah, blah. But then they were talking about remote viewing, and they have this Stanford University guy. So I'm like, all right, is this real? Whatever. I was going to look into it. I happened to watch the show Suspect Zero, and at the very end, you have this special features. I hit play. It was this Stanford professor, and it's him, and he goes into detail about remote viewing. And he was talking about, and I don't remember if it was on the radio show I was listening to or on the special features, but he would, when they first opened up the Kremlin, he goes, I'm going to be there, because it was a big deal. Like, nobody's ever been in it, right? So he goes over there for the opening. He stopped and then started walking around. He went back and started looking through his files. They had somebody that they had trained to remote view that had literally remote viewed inside the Kremlin. Described the brass tacks on the red leather. I mean, everything. But you can literally remote view something and never leave where you're at. And this is something that the government used. And and I found out, it's not really bullshit, It's like, whoa, this is crazy. Check it out.
Could it be like little drones? Is it possible that we're looking back at stuff now, but we kind of have technology that has it now, right? Could it have been how long ago is this?
60s, 70s, maybe?
That's what I mean. So could there have been back then, the spyware that we have today that we could buy on Amazon? This is what I mean. Some people have this technology really early on. We have philosophers. What's his name? He's one of the greatest philosophers of our time. I mean, I'm talking just so forward. 1972, 1973, he's talking about AI. He's talking about AI at a level that if you watch this video, it's one of his, he starts talking about, what's it called again? Machine state learning. And he's using the Turing machine as an example. He's saying that he can take one action, a human, and identically use a machine to do that very act. Now just think of welding. We can weld human. Now, we can train a machine with an articulating arm to do the same weld. Now we're doing. This machine doesn't feel pain. This machine doesn't breathe in any of the welds. So now we have a articulating welding machine doing welding isomorphic in the way a human does it, but now at an uncanny level. This is what he's talking about. Even though he debunked himself, and this is the great thing about great philosophers. They set out, they put like their masterpiece out. And as soon as they put the masterpiece out, they're saying it's, kind of like a Luke Wittgenstein about logic. And he did this back then. He's talking about AI, 1973. So it's just scary to think that, much has developed since then.
Yeah, we've almost, it's going logic almost. It's kind of wild. Yeah, and I agree with you.
We're Android level now. I mean, just, we're at comic book level now. It's ridiculous,
Yeah, and I do agree with you. I think that they've had this shit. Like, what the public gets is, like, the leftovers from what they've been using this whole time, right? Like, when we first got iPhones, they had iPhones, but then they finally were like, okay, now we got something better. We'll give them to the public and make our money off it. And I'll give you no more evidence than this. Do y'all remember that story recently when AI first got big? And there was that story where the AI was trying to hire humans to get past the CAPTCHA thing. Like on the computers, the whole, prove you're not a robot thing.
Yeah, dude, that was impressive.
Yeah, do you remember that story where the AI was trying to hire humans to get past the CAPTCHA?
It did hire.
Well, yeah, right. So, but then think about this. When I heard that story, the first thing I thought about is I go, holy shit. Think about how long that CAPTCHA thing has been on our computers. We've been having to do that since like the early 2000s. And we're kind of like, what is this dumb shit? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's because the people that were, running this whole fucking thing, they had AI. AI already existed back then. So they had to create this CAPTCHA shit. And now we're finding out that AI is trying to bypass the CAPTCHA. Well, now that makes sense why the CAPTCHA shit was on there in the first place. But it's been on there for fucking over a decade. So that means they've had this AI shit's been able to break into shit and pretend to be humans for over decades, but we're just now finding out about it. Or like the zero gravity shit where planes don't have to take off; they can just lift straight up. Like oil is outdated. Like that shit is outdated as fuck. But we're just so beholden to the industry. But like, dude, the zero gravity stuff and all that stuff.
The problem with that
is a byproduct. The oil is just a byproduct. You look at all the other products that come from it, and so they need to have oil.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I should have clarified. Oil for transportation.
Yeah. But go ahead, finish about the CAPTCHA, because that shit was badass.
Right, isn't that wild? Like, when I thought about that, I was like, holy shit. CAPTCHA's been, remember how long? Remember it used to be like the wavy ass fucking letters where like, what the fuck? And like, it's been on there since like the early 2000s. Or the,
but the thing is that motherfucker, and then they said, no, it didn't lie. It just kind of fibbed a little bit, hey, I'm blind, not a lie. I can't see pictures. Can you help me? And I was like, oh, it didn't lie, I guess, technically. I was like, this was impressive.
Right, and I never like put two and two together, but in the early days of the internet and stuff, now I'm thinking back and I was like, fuck. They knew that there was AI robots out there that were capable of hacking into stuff, so they had to create the CAPTCHA. We didn't get it. We just thought it was some weird shit that we had to deal with. And now it's coming out that AI is trying to hire humans to break it. So they've always had that safe.
Yeah, but think about what you just said about the F-35, right? How it just lifts, right, and then it just goes. And to me, that is an amazing feat, right? But our best pilots in the world, F-15s, F-18s. So we can't get rid of the fleet of F-16s planes when they are the superior plane that a human can actually fly. We have the most research and development in the F-17, the F-18, the F-16. You know what I mean? Like, this is the most, even though it's from the 70s, you know, or it's, you know, it's not what you call like one of those SIGs, right? But it's the one of the most sophisticated like fighter planes. But in other words, even though the F-22, the F-35, you know what I mean, in a dogfight, the F-35 is going to lose. Even though it's the most sophisticated because of the stealthiness. And so the advantage the F-35 has to the F-22 is that he could see you in the F-17 miles away before you even get a chance. So he's going to hit you with missiles. And they have a dogfight. The F-35 is gone. It just doesn't have the maneuver. It doesn't have that in it to do it. So it's like, yeah, the technology gets so advanced, but sometimes it gears off. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's going into a place where it's not developing with us. And I thought that was an excellent example. Because now we don't need these big ass aircraft carriers. But yet, think about it, we still do. Because they need to fly the F-17. You understand? We just need the technology that's in the F-35 and the F-17. It's just, you know, sometimes we get to a point where we're too advanced. You know, we have to catch up to it, you know?
Well, or like getting on a F-22. The F-22 is a different bird. The F-22 is considered our top dogfighting one, but it's a different plane than the F-35. Drastically different for what they're, you know, like you're saying. It's not a dogfight plane. 35. The 22 is. Its maneuverability is ridiculous. But you know, I mean, you got the Sioux. They'll say that's an unbelievable dogfight plane, but they've got how many of those? 12. You know.
No, you're right. But that's the thing. Like, who's going to be able to? How many people are going to get into an F-22 and take the chance on a dogfight? When it costs so much, we're like, they're not going to take that chance. We're still going to be flying F-18s for the next 20 years. You get what I mean? They're still going to train fighters. They're still going to train people. There's only been so many pilots. We don't even have 1 million pilots. Like, we're close if we have 1 million living pilots in America. And this is with the commercial air fighter. This is with commercial. So that number of people that can actually fly these fighter planes are even smaller. Because think of the G-forces that they have to train for. They're not going to, you know, that's basically just sitting in the cockpit because the plane's pretty much flying, you know.
Yeah, the F-22 would be better without a pilot. I mean, it's capable of more without a pilot, but it's just we still don't trust letting a computer make decisions, you know, and rightly so, you know. And human mind is still, you know, I'm not going to say superior, but it can make decisions, you know, think differently ahead, you know, than a computer could, per se.
But yeah, it's going to have the feeling to say that if I throw a nuke here, people aren't going to live there for a very long time.
Right, yeah. Whereas a computer's just saying, fuck that, we're taking it out. You know?
Yeah, we used our best bomb, you know. Yeah, that's the crazy part. I mean, a lot of these little smaller ships. If you notice, like even the one that when we shot down the that
balloon,
the boat that was coming in from that was done with a drone, and the drone is a small, you know, it's like a smaller plane, even though it looks like a small Honda, like, you know, like the size of a small Honda when you're looking at it. Obviously, it's got wings, but you know, it's getting off of these smaller aircraft carriers, right? Kind of like helicopter carriers, and they're using the old technology with the laser, right? The laser stays attached to the target. The missile is going, and then the lasers following we used to have to do this with an F-15 and an F-16. You remember, like the F-15 stays on the point, and then they hit the missile. Like, so now it's doing all these things by itself so that it can follow. That's how accurate this thing is. But now it's on a plane where there's a pilot, but he's not on the plane anymore, and he's going off in these smaller aircraft carriers. So it's just becoming more and more efficient as we go along.
Did you see the F-47 literally flies? Like, somebody's gonna mess with an F-47, and it's like, dude, he's got 6 drones rolling with him, and they're not small. They're not even the drones like this. They're literally like fighter drones. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
And they're using AI.
Kamikazes.
But yet they will use AI so they can actually, instead of just saying, oh, we need to attack, it can strategize for the best way, using the 6 of them to attack and then still defend. And it's incredible, the technology.
That's the part that's crazy. Because then, like,
did you see
AI is doing AI is basically making war plans.
Yeah, and being able to react in unison to best not only win a situation but establish for another. If there's other planes. And dude, did you ever see the one? It was like, it's like a future weapons thing, and they were showing drones, and they literally have like a C-130, and it opens up the back, and it's like 25,000 of these little drones fly out of it, right? And they're trained. You can train them. You could have them all act independently. So 25,000 little drones would go do a job. If you want to take out people, they say basically when one drone hits the forehead of somebody, like it's like literally just fly it right in. When it hits, impacts, it's like a bullet goes into their head, right? Or they can take these things and they swarm them. And they can either use them so as they hit a certain speed, it's like a bunch of bullets to pow its way through, and then more can go through then the hole, and then continue to look for things, or they could hit as one, and it'd be like a bomb going off. And I was like, dude, warfare is gonna be crazy.
Well, have you seen those
That's going on in the Ukraine, though. Yeah, the Ukraine is gotten with the landlines. Like, do you see that they have like mile-long landlines, like the Ethernet wire, whatever it's called? What is it called again that they're using out there? The wires that they can't be jammed. You know what I'm talking about, right? The Ukraine war?
No, I haven't kept up with it.
Oh my God, they're using these fiber optic cables. And you guys see there's fields of... You have to... If you see this video, you're like, what? And they're flying. They use a landline, but they can't detect a drone. It's hardwired. Like, think of a web. Think of a flying web. It follows a specific route over the lines. So think of this thing going a mile or 2 miles, just strand, and back to a base where someone's getting the information to fly it. But like, let's just say I'm tracking you, I'll wrap myself around a tree. You don't see, but you don't drive over. You get what I mean? And then sneak right behind you. But you're never going to detect it because it's not on a remote. It's on a hard line. So I'm surprised you haven't seen this.
No, huh? So the one story that I have heard, and this is from personal experience, somebody I know very well, met him through our church. He was trying to change his life around and then slipped back up. But he where he got picked up, he was at a casino, and or actually it was later, but he gets arrested. Bottom line, right? They're in there. They have this big book. They're playing bad cop, good cop, and he's like, "Fuck you guys! You're bullshit, right?" And finally, they were like, "I'm gonna open this book, but I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna tell me everything, right?" And he's like, "Whatever." And all of a sudden, he opens the book and shows him a picture, and he's like, "Holy shit! How'd you get that picture?" Because he goes, "Every time I get out of the car," he told me this. He goes, "Dude, every time I get out of the car, I'm looking everywhere. I'm looking for drones. This is in rural Iowa that this happened, right?" And he's like, "There is nothing." But he goes to this casino. He goes, "They got a picture from me from looks like 5 feet away. Not zoom. It's 5 feet away is what it looks like." He goes, I get out of my car. I'm going to have a cigarette before I go inside. And I hear somebody say, "Hey, you want to see my tits?" So I was like, Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he goes, this big black guy comes and looks around the corner of the car, the van, and he goes, oh, dude, sorry, I thought she was talking to me. I apologize. He goes, no, you want to see him? Come here, right? So these two, or whatever. They knew who he was, but they were trying to get him to spill. He goes, listen, dude. And he goes, you're going to love this. And he goes, my wife's going to find out now. So he tells her. And then finally he goes, I'll tell you everything you want to know. But I need to know how in the hell you got these pictures. Just be honest with me. They go, we'll tell you. He proceeds to tell him everything. His connection was directly one of the kingpins down in Mexico. He rolled. He didn't care. He knows he can never go after him. They aren't going to go after this guy. He's in jail now. But they told him, he goes, no, it's not a Zoom. We didn't do that with a camera. We did that with a drone. And he's like, really? From freaking way up there, you got that picture? And he goes, that thing was within 15 feet of you. And he's like calling bullshit. And he goes, that thing's so small. He goes, that thing was within 15 feet of you and got that picture. He goes, dude, that's crystal clear. He goes, we were that close. And he goes, I never heard it. And he goes, you won't hear it. And so if they're using that to catch drug dealers, what do you think our government has?
Flies and insects.
I've heard shit like that.
It's a fact. It's a thing.
Wait, did Barth kill the room again?
No, I never killed the room. So what's
kill the fucking room every time, Barthology?
Who is this guy? Yeah, I'll just leave. I'll just go somewhere else if you guys are gonna stop doing this shit.
My wife wasn't sleeping.
Yeah, this is the shit. This is why this act.
I'd fucking cuss you motherfuckers out.
Anyway, so what was I talking about?
Barth, what shape is the Earth?
Bro, you want to see a picture of my dick already, bro? I'll send you a picture of my dick,
do you believe in thermonuclear weapons exist?
Thermonuclear
weapons. Thermonuclear weapons. Thermonuclear weapons.
I don't know what that is.
Do you believe in nukes?
I believe that nukes very expensive to produce and to upkeep.
Do you believe they exist?
I believe they did exist at a certain point in time.
You don't believe they exist today with intercontinental ballistic missiles?
No, I don't think they did, no.
Corey, just remember that every time you want to engage.
They're too expensive. They're too expensive to maintain.
Barth,
well, you're just really talking about big ass.
Mike, hold on. Barth, what shape is the Earth?
It's round, bro. I don't know why you always ask me these questions, man. This shit gets old, bro.
Ice wall.
It's just the same three things, man. I never spoke about the ice wall.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look for another.
Because remember you said, I don't know if the Earth is spherical because. Oh, so worth it. What up, androgynous?
Nothing.
Did you enjoy that?
Listening to Barth Rowan, yeah, it's always funny.
Oh, it's amazing stuff. What were you saying, Mike?
I don't remember.
George Michaels. Oh, Solomon, you missed it.
What happened?
Barth ran away.
Who?
Barthology.
What happened?
I asked him if he believed thermonuclear weapons are a real thing, and he doesn't want to admit it. And then finally he's like, no, I don't believe they exist. I believe they existed at one time.
Wait, what doesn't exist?
Barth doesn't believe in thermonuclear weapons because he said he's never seen them.
Why wouldn't he also believe in thermal?
I know, exactly. And he also doesn't, he believes the Earth is flat because he said he doesn't believe it's spherical.
Yeah, flat Earth theory is just...
I only put it out there because some people actually take him to be serious.
And did anybody talk about the new picture that was released?
Nah.
For Tyler Robinson?
What conspiracy are you coming up with now, Solomon?
They had Tyler Robinson at a Dairy Queen in Orem at 6:38 p.m. after the shooting. He's at a Dairy Queen with a different shirt. This is insane. It's blowing up. It's going viral. I'm shocked you guys didn't talk about it.
They're charging him.
Hey, what's up, Corey? They have. Did you see it, Corey? They have him at Dairy Queen. They have him at Dairy Queen at 6:38 p.m. Same day.
And what time was the shooting?
Like 11:30.
I know it's same day.
But it would be 10:30 Central.
So they didn't arrest him.
He lives about 2 hours away.
So I just posted.
But they didn't arrest him the day of.
I posted it in the chat.
2 hours early, even if he left right after Dairy. That makes sense.
6:30 p.m.
Because Corey, our whole when the first two suspects got caught and released, that's when all the conspiracy theories started. And so the main one was that, hey, at the very least, whoever this person is, they're not working alone. Because they tried to say, oh no, this is alone, but clearly something strange is going on.
What about Trantifa?
Yeah, that's a possibility. So it is a possibility that
but
this is some
Solomon. Let me ask you a question.
carousel network.
So there's this
a bunch of trannies and furries.
So there's this conspiracy going around, and if you go on Twitter right now, you'll find it, and it shows this guy, and they cut the audio for it, but it shows this guy standing up after Charlie got shot, and he's got like long hair, and he's like giving the thumbs up in front of Charlie.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my god. Yeah, exactly. So he
made a video.
So yeah, he was recording himself initially when he got. Bad timing. I get what he was trying to do. He was trying to do the Trump thing, the USA. But he was doing that, and then he stands up and turns at the camera and gives thumbs up. And they're like, look, it's a conspiracy. He's in on it. And it's like, no, he's just a fucking weirdo who's screaming USA, USA.
Well, his video was kind of strange.
Yeah, he was just fucking weird. Like this weird thing.
Yeah, his video was strange. Because the thing is, they're coming at the other thing that I saw was a breakdown of the actual gun. So somebody made a very good video of a breakdown of the gun that they're alleging Tyler used. And it's really good because it shows the FBI. Someone's lying. Someone is fucking lying. Oh, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but there's a lot of lying going on right now.
So
you said what?
I like guns. What point did they make?
Oh yeah. I posted Tyler in the chat. So that's him at Dairy Queen at 6:38 p.m.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's 2 hours away, and the shooting didn't happen until 10:30.
At 6:38 p.m., you're at a Dairy Queen?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Wait, you said it was the day of the shooting, right?
Oh, you're talking about nighttime.
The day of the shooting.
Yeah,
he shot him at like 10:30.
Happened during the day. They didn't arrest him the day of the shooting.
Yeah.
No.
They got him like the
FBI report saying he was hiding?
No. Well, they got him.
No, he's hiding in the sense that he didn't turn himself in.
He was hiding.
He went 2 hours away. He was also messaging his friends on Discord saying, "Hey, can somebody go get my gun?" And then he said, "Oh, if somebody
No,
I know, but like he wasn't like
talking about. The FBI reported that this guy was babysitting his fucking gun. He wouldn't be at a fucking Dairy Queen at 6:38 p.m.
He put the gun down. At one point, he had to go back to get his gun.
He put the gun in a box. He wrapped it in a towel. Then he went down to Orem.
He would not be at a Dairy Queen.
Then he was asking.
He doesn't even look like he's aware of anything.
Bro,
he's what I would say is he was 2 hours away at Dairy Queen. Why didn't he go get 6 hours away?
Yeah, no, he went home. 2 hours away is
Dude,
hometown.
What are you talking about?
He went home.
It is absolutely strange that this guy's at a Dairy Queen right after, essentially right after shooting, allegedly shooting Charlie Kirk.
Did you hear? Okay, did you hear when he was laughing with his boyfriend?
For like 8 hours.
Hold on, Mike, hold on. Did you hear about when he was laughing to his boyfriend in the messages saying,
oh, if somebody sees the fucking shell casing that has the shit about furries, he said, I'll literally have a fucking stroke, LOL. Okay. He said if they see that, because it had some like furry shit engraving on it. That was the up, down, left, right bullshit. And it was about furry shit. And he told his boyfriend, he said, if somebody actually sees that and I see it on the TV, I'll literally have a fucking stroke, LOL. Like, he was laughing about it with his boyfriend about, like, oh, if they see the shell casing with the furry. Okay. Like, he wasn't, like, hiding in a fucking cave, like, oh,
yes, that's what the FBI said.
This was 17 minutes. This was 17 minutes away from the shooting. So.
Yeah. You look, Rich. That's
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that
you are in denial, bro.
Yeah, it was Mossad. It's
you're
the Jews.
In denial, bro.
You know, Solomon. I had the same conversation when the shit happened in Beirut. And that fucking facility blew up where they were storing all the explosives. And I called my buddies back in Florida, and I was like, hey, man, I know you guys are from Beirut. Is all your family okay? And the first thing that they were fucking screaming on the phone was, it's the fucking Jews. The fucking goddamn Jews. They fucking bombed our fucking country. No. And then, like, 2 days or like a day later, whatever, we find out that the fucking Lebanese government had confiscated fucking explosives and was hiding it. Instead of disposing it or putting it in like a facility, they put it in a fucking warehouse because they're secretly working with fucking, what do you call it, Hezbollah. And then they're set it right next to a fucking warehouse facility that caught on fire. Like, okay. Fucking fighter jets is what they said. Like, this is the same shit you're doing.
You done?
Yeah, just tell us how everything's orchestrated by the Jews.
So
my account, Frank's account, Sam Samoa's account, Androgynous' account. We're all Mossad agents. We're all here to get you.
They're not here to get me. Shit.
No, you better watch out. You're spreading the truth about us. We might show up in the middle of the night, you know.
Anyways, like I said, anybody can look at the actual evidence. There's very strange shit going on here. It's clear to see. The FBI is lying to us. The feds are lying to us. Something nefarious is going on. Is that Mossad or this trans terrorist? We'll find out. But I think it's fucking retarded to think this kid acted alone. Something is going on. And it's all going to come in a day and age where you can smoothly do something like this. Something so open air and not have multiple angles that can expose the truth or reality. We just don't live in that day and age anymore. And that's really why the government and so many institutions are trying to implement a full police state or a state in which everyone is monitored, blah, 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 this, so they can once again control the outcomes like once was possible. Right now, it's not possible, you know. So I'm not even sure the text messages that they're releasing to us are real. I'm not even sure about that.
Yo, Corey, I got a question. Hey, Corey, do you remember when the guy ran into the White House when Obama was president?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Prior to that, I think everybody in the entire fucking world assumed that there was there was turrets that would come out of the fucking ground and just fucking gap these motherfuckers as they come running across the fucking field. And the reality is, some dude who's fucking a dumb, crazy fucktard jumped over the fence, ran all the way across the entire lawn, ran in through the front door and went down the fucking hallway before finally somebody fucking seen him. It was like a fucking secretary or shit was walking by and spotted the guy. And it's like, who are you? And then had to go and find Secret Service, and it took like 5 minutes for them to find him. Like, everybody thought there was like trained snipers sitting on top of the White House the whole fucking time. We realized, like, no, you could just run in the fucking White House if you wanted.
Do you know that on...
and they're like, oh, what about October 7th? Oh, Israel let the Jews...
You don't find it strange that Bibi Yahoo, bald-headed Bibi Yahoo, made a video saying, I absolutely have nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, because everybody like you was already fucking saying shit.
You don't find that strange?
No, because he knew that people like you would
the prime minister
that the most hated country in the world
make a video
with the most hated president in the entire world, with the most hated group, the most hated ethnic group of people for 4,784 years.
Maybe don't go around blowing up everybody. And
would predict that somebody like King Solomon and a bunch of other Black Hebrew Israelites and anti-Semites would be like,
you wouldn't be.
It's the Jews.
You can call people all the names. Look, don't nobody give no fuck about none of that shit no more. You can't go around blowing people up, bro. I mean, it is what it is, man. You can call everybody any name. Shit, when we see kids with blown out chests,
Corey, if we had a time machine and we could go back to the exact moment.
I've seen videos literally of like piled up body. I thought it was like AI at first. I was like, what the fuck is this shit?
Hollywood. So, Corey, if we could go back to the exact moment, okay, 5 minutes before Charlie Kirk got shot, and we can't tell him, we can't notify him, but if you and I could are that a bunch of conspiracy theory people are going to jump on this and say that it was the Jews and it was Israel and shit that killed Charlie Kirk. What do you think the odds are on that?
Oh, immediately. I knew that we're gonna have 30.
As soon as he was shot, I was like, oh, here we fucking go.
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I actually came in and called,
but that's not. But
so you know,
yeah, don't rewrite history.
As soon as
when the first suspect came out, nobody was thinking about.
No. I can tell you. I can actually tell you exactly.
Nobody was thinking about the low hats when the first suspect came out. They said it was.
I hope the replays.
They said it was an old. Don't rewrite history. Yeah. They said
John has the replays.
They said it was an old Democrat. They said it was an old boomer Democrat that unfortunately took out Charlie. That was the first suspect.
I came in.
Nobody was thinking about the low hats.
I came in the room and actually notified everybody. Nobody knew about Charlie Kirk getting shot.
Two moments that happened made people start thinking about the low hats.
You guys were talking about a bunch of fucking stupid, weird shit.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Make people start questioning the narrative and start implicating the little hats. One, the second suspect that the FBI arrested was let go. That was the first thing to drop that made people go, okay, something is not right here. Something smells fishy. Then it came out that the first suspect that they arrested just so happened, George Zinn, just so happened to be an Ashkenazi Jew. What are the fucking odds? Then, the next ball to drop that made people go, what the fuck? Was Harrison from the Alex Jones show showed proof, and we all saw it. Today it still has, 7 million impressions on Twitter. He tweeted August 13th, 2025, a month before this. He tweeted that someone brought up to him that Charlie feared for his life, that Israel. Those were the two moments that people use to start questioning if Israel Mossad was implicated in this. And then reports came out that Fox reported, actually it was John Solomon, who reported that the FBI was reporting that foreign intelligence may be involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So there's a bunch of things that came out, Rich, whether you like it or not, that had people questioning, yes, is Israel and Mossad, is it possible that they helped out in this? Not even that they directly did it, but could have paid for it, could have known about it. There's all types of ways that could have been facilitated. Doesn't have to be that it was actually them. No, they could have been the ones who funded it or coordinated it. There's all types of possibilities.
Alright, so the old Jewish guy is fucking crazy. He's also been indicted on making terrorist fucking batshit crazy person. There's actually people that we're talking about. They're like, oh yeah, that guy George Zed or whatever his name. They're like, yeah, he's like the local fucking crazy guy. They're like, but he's like harmless and shit. So, you know, after a fucking mass shooting, he was probably saying some fucking crazy shit because he's probably fucking schizophrenic or some shit. And then secondly, the guy.
Okay.
You know, let me finish. I was being quiet the whole time. So the second person who was apprehended was because, if you can actually go look at the video, there was a guy who ran out of the back of the auditorium building or whatever, and when he was standing out there, he goes, "There's the guy. There's the shooter. There's the shooter." And it's a totally different fucking guy. It's just a random fucking dude running across the parking lot wearing similar clothes. And they ended up apprehending that guy beyond the basis that the person who was videotaping was saying, "There's the shooter, that's the guy, that's the guy." In reality, it wasn't. So, yeah, mass fucking confusion. Nobody knows what the fuck's going on. People are going, "That's the guy, I just seen him fucking running out through the parking lot, bro, that's him." And they go pick him up and they're like, "Oh shit, this isn't actually the guy." He didn't have fucking, you know, gunpowder on his fucking hands and all that kind of shit. And then on top of that, when this all Brody Kirk has just been fucking shot. And everybody going, "Shut the fuck up. Don't be fucking saying that. Who the fuck? Why are you fucking saying that, bro? What the fuck?" And then everybody's like, "Oh my God, I just fucking looked it up. It's fucking real." And then I went on to say that I guarantee this kid grew up in a very fucking conservative household because they're like, "It's like 200 yards, bro. Nobody can make that shot." And I'm like, "You guys don't know fucking guns." Well, the fucking 30-06, I said, I guarantee it's not a 5.56 because the hole that it left in his neck was the size of a fucking tangerine. It's a larger caliber rifle, probably a 30-30 or 30-06. And I said, I guarantee that it's a fucking kid who grew up fucking, you know, hunting and fishing and shooting and shit, and then got fucking radicalized and is probably part of the LGBT shit. And they're like, "You can't fucking say that. It's probably fucking a Republican that fucking don't like him. Maybe he's a neo-Nazi. Maybe he's a Nick Fuentes guy." And I said, no, it's guaranteed it's going to be a fucking libtard who got indoctrinated through university, is probably fucking gay and shit. And they're like, no. Like, I called this shit the second it happened.
Yeah, again, we were saying the same thing. Like, what are you talking about? I even told Coco.
No, you weren't. You were screaming it was Mossad agents. Oh, this is a professional hit. This isn't an amateur hit.
What are you talking about? Before we knew, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking immediately when it happened, like 10, 15 minutes afterwards. I'm the one that broke the shit to chillism. When we knew, sir, that the first or second suspect was not...
do you want to watch the video of the guy?
I warned Coco. Coco, you know Coco. I warned Coco. You better hope it is not a fucking alphabet that they find, because if they do, this is the beginning of the end for all of you.
You went on a 24-hour rant about how it was Mossad agents and how this was a professional.
That was later, retard.
This wasn't an amateur shit. It was a 200-yard shot. You were the one that people saying a 200-yard shot.
Dummy, that was later. Dummy.
Do you want me to get the video of the guy actually?
Dummy.
You want me to get the? I'm asking. Do you want me to get the
actual video? That was later. Do you not know what later means?
Who ran out of the back of the auditorium?
That was later.
Said, "Oh, look, there goes the shooter."
When it first happened, there was an entire maybe 4 or 5 hours. Well, we didn't give no fuck about the little hat.
Solomon,
what the fuck are you talking about? Let me ask you this question. Is when we started when the shit started coming out. Like Harrison's tweet is still up. That's the crazy thing. It's still up, and all of the other strange shit. That's when we started talking about Israel and Mossad. Not the first 4 to 5 hours, dude.
Real quick question. Do you know how many people were initially investigated after the Atlanta bombing? My dad was actually there at the Atlanta bombing.
No, I don't know.
Maybe you'll say that's a Mossad thing, but, initially there was like fucking 20 people that were brought in for questioning. And they were all released. And then they tried to pin it on the fucking security guard, who was the police or the security guard. And they tried to make him the Paul Blart. Oh, he tried to save the day and shit. And then they fucking excoriated him for like fucking months. And then they finally caught dying of a massive ischemic heart attack. So, like, the reality is, when this shit happens, everybody, including you, would be standing there going, "No, I see a guy running away, and he was in all black. That's him. Did you see him he had the mask on? That was the guy." And then they go pick him up, and they're like, "Oh, shit, this isn't the guy." Like, they picked up 2 people. I'm amazed that they didn't pick up fucking 30 people.
Okay.
But you're like, two people. One was a guy who was schizophrenic, crazy guy at the fucking rally, an old Jewish guy that's like 75, 80 years old, Who's like fucking schizophrenic, which everybody said, yeah, he's like this simple fucking, crazy guy that just fucking rambles and talks to himself. Like, yeah, a crazy guy.
Yeah, he just so happens to be. He just so happens to have been there at 9/11 and all the other tragedies, right? You just think that's a coincidence?
He's from New York.
Yeah, he just so happens to be.
He's from New York.
He wasn't just. He wasn't.
You know,
just
a lot of people from New York.
He was at the other two, and now he's at this one.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How many people in Chicago?
Serious?
How many people in Chicago and New York live in?
Away from
like how many people move out of cold fucking climate, shitty areas to move to fucking nicer?
This guy was at several terrorist attacks.
He wasn't. He called in
he
called in a fake bomb threat.
Now you're lying.
No, he called in a fake bomb threat after the Boston bombing. Look it up.
We got the video.
Yes, the Boston bombing happened, and then he made a terroristic threat about something else.
At Charlie Kirk's
he lived in New York. He watched
9/11. He was at 9/11.
And my dad was at the Atlanta bombings. My dad was at the fucking Olympic bombings.
The Boston bombing.
Yes.
And Rich wants us to think, oh, that's just a coincidence.
He's from New York, bro.
It's just a coincidence.
He's from New York, and he's crazy. And after the Boston bombing, he called in a fucking bomb threat at another place.
He's
fucking crazy.
You say, oh yeah, I'm the crazy one.
No, the old man. I'm saying the old man is crazy. He's schizophrenic.
When we got terrorist attacks, it's just a coincidence.
Okay, Solomon. Let me ask you. Okay, let me ask Corey, since she'll be intellectually. Fucking Jewish man being in New York during 9/11. Pretty high odds, you think, Corey?
What?
He's Jewish, the largest Jewish population in fucking New York.
It's not just one event.
Oh my God! Then he called in a terrorist bomb threat after the Boston bomb.
It's 3 or 4 events.
Crazy. And then he showed up to a Charlie Kirk event.
Insanity.
And he's actually a Trump supporter, if you look at him.
Fucking insanity. Then on top of that, because he was running cover for whoever is the maybe Tyler, someone else.
I can't wait till this kid comes out and confesses and says, yeah, I did it.
Bro, Tyler has not come out.
No, I said I can't wait. I can't wait until they make some kind of plea deal where he doesn't get the death penalty.
Rich.
Then he comes out and says,
you are rich.
I'll admit it.
Right now. Dude, you're coping right now.
You're just trying to place
the kid has not confessed.
He did to his dad and to the pastor.
They're claiming he's on suicide watch.
He did to the dad and the pastor.
He has not confessed. They're claiming he's on suicide watch.
Did he? Allegedly, he confessed to his father and the pastor.
Hold on, Rich.
Or youth pastor.
Hold on, Rich. Now we have new pictures that shows this guy chilling at a Dairy Queen.
He was also laughing about the text messages.
Yeah, that's allegedly. That's you.
This is the FBI. This is the FBI.
The FBI said that this guy was babysitting his fucking weapons.
Christ.
That's what the FBI said.
They found him
he was trying to loot them, and now we get a picture of him at a fucking Dairy Queen.
He was messaging his friends on Discord saying, "Can somebody go get my gun?"
Let me get a Reese's Blizzard, real quick. Yeah,
I know. It's crazy to think that a fucking
let me get a Reese's
psychopath would do something like that.
I'll get two cheeseburgers. Yep. And a hot dog. That's great.
Yeah, a guy who's laughing about furries being engraved on his fucking shell casings and said, if I see that shit on TV, I'll literally have a fucking stroke, LOL.
Wait, Rich, I need to see if you're actually...
Yes. The governor and them came out, and the fucking district attorney... The district attorney...
What am I arguing?
You're talking about a guy who's gloating about
what am I arguing, Rich? I just want to see if you're listening. What am I arguing?
You're saying that he was at the fucking Dairy Queen just chilling out.
No, what am I arguing?
And then he was like covering his guns.
What am I arguing overall?
You don't know what you're arguing. You're saying it might be Mossad, it might be the fucking tranny.
We don't even need to have this conversation.
Yeah, no, right. Yeah.
Because the argument, if you were actually listening, the argument is that the kid didn't work alone. That clearly thing is off.
Mossad or any
something is off. It's not. You don't even need to name Mossad.
Bro, I said Mossad and Trantifa.
Clearly something is off.
Clearly, he's not.
The feds are not telling us everything. The kid did not work alone. That is the claim. That is
Those
the
like 20
actual
people
claim.
on his Discord.
Now, is it Mossad? Is it a terrorist network of furries and trans?
No, it was probably
is
a bunch
it
of
some
Discord
other
kids running their mouth about how they would love Solomon.
The core
It's
claim,
clearly a Discord with 20 fucking weird kids talking shit about how they would love to kill fucking Charlie Kirk.
Rich, stop interrupting.
And then one
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me, bro. The core claim is that Tyler Robinson, unlike what the FBI is currently trying to portray, did not work alone. All of the evidence is pointing to the reality that the kid did not work alone. He didn't.
All right,
now,
Solomon, I have a question. In Sam's PTR, is that a white man or a black man?
Didn't I just say stop interrupting me?
Is it a white man or a black man? I'm asking.
Stop interrupting me.
I'm just asking a question, bro.
You said what? What was the
in Sam's picture? Is that a white man, a black man, or a Jewish man?
In what picture?
Sam's picture. His profile.
Said, is this a white man?
Is it a white man, a black man, or a Jewish man?
White man.
No, it's a black man.
He's either
a black man. No, it's a black man. See how you could be wrong about that, Sam? What is the racial makeup of? I'm coming so hard. I'm busting a huge fucking butt.
I would need to see his father.
You can be wrong about that, but you couldn't be wrong about this.
Show me his dad.
Busting a giant nut.
Show me his dad.
I had that shit stored up for a month.
Show me his dad.
I shot that shit on the ceiling.
Show me his dad. Unless you show me his dad, I'm not believing none of that shit. Show me his dad.
You could be wrong about something
that
so simple like that.
Can I say something real quick? I'm black and my kid's mom's white, and they look completely white. You wouldn't know that they have any black in them.
Yeah, but you're not.
Nutting all over the floor.
Respectfully, James, you look mixed, bro. Come on,
yeah,
you look mixed, bro.
My dad's mixed.
And that's the point. You're
Sam's PTR.
So that's why I said I would need to see. I would need to see his father.
Sam's PTR is a black man. You were wrong on that.
That is a white man.
So there's a good chance you're wrong.
That is not a black man. That is a white man. You can show us the father, and then we can make the assessment. You have not brought evidence that his father is black.
Well, would that change because there was a white couple that had a purely black child, and the husband thought that she cheated on him because she had.
And they had a DNA test, and it wasn't.
And they did a DNA test, and he was actually the father.
You said there was a white couple that had a black kid.
Yep.
Yes.
You never seen that?
I would have to see that.
Oh yeah. So how would that? So if that's true, how would that change what he's saying?
If a white couple had a black child, it could have, because there has been a case using IVF where eggs get mixed up.
Didn't.
No, it wasn't anything like that. They were biologically the parents.
Yeah, naturally, I would need to.
She had a black grandfather that she didn't know about, and he thought she cheated, and they almost got divorced because of it. So like,
yep, I seen that one too.
Oh, okay, that's because if you were saying, two white people, pure white, having a black kid, that's impossible.
Yeah, they look white as fuck. They literally look
like, if you're saying,
the Mormons
someone down the line or someone in the line was black. Nah, but look, you have black.
Hi, can I tell you about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ whites?
But the point is, the gentleman in Sam's picture, we would need to see the father.
He's black, bro.
So you can show us the father, bro. Show us the father, show us the mother, and then we'll believe you. Until then, I have no reason to believe his father was black, or at least not black like me.
Oh, you can't tell those high
mixed like James
and the bell pepper nose.
James, I'm not saying you're not black, but
Solomon, did you actually click on the picture?
You look like someone who has white and black.
Well, I am mixed.
There's nothing wrong with that.
My dad's black, my mom's white. Yeah.
So Solomon, did you take a chance? Solomon, hold on. Did you take a chance?
Who has white in you?
Solomon, did you take a chance to click on Sam's PTR and actually zoom in on it? It's a U.S. government considered him black. Yeah, I know. If you actually click on the photo and zoom in, you can see his bell pepper nose. And you can see his high cheekbones.
You still haven't showed us the father. This picture shows the father. But yeah, so that's the claim. The claim is that
Sam, wasn't that guy classified as black under Jim Crow?
Tyler did not work alone. That's the claim.
Samuel, wasn't that guy classified as black? Oh, he was. He was classified as black under Jim Crow because his father is black.
Oh my
busted nuts. Have you seen? Yeah, exactly. Have you guys seen Frank's dad? Frank's dad looks like a little bit lighter complexion than Solomon.
Yeah.
Frank's dad is black as fuck, but his mom is white as fuck.
So I'm coming in a little bit late.
You get a fucking white man.
I'm coming in a little bit late, so I'm just wondering why we are talking about race in the first place.
Solomon believes that the Charlie Kirk shooter didn't work alone, and it's probably Trantifa, probably not Trantifa, more likely Mossad and Bibi Netanyahu, because supposedly Charlie Kirk threw like sixth fucking how did they say it? Like 6-person relayed information that a friend of a friend of a friend who knows Charlie Kirk's fucking hairdresser said that Charlie Kirk's fucking was worried that Mossad was trying to kill him.
Mossad, who's known to do assassinations across the world, who's known to run pedophile rings.
So James, my point of showing this was
why are you running
showing Solomon that Sam's PTR, which I knew was a black man,
for Mossad?
If Solomon could be wrong and say that's a white man, but it's actually a black man, he could be wrong about that.
It's very weird.
He could also be wrong
when
about
I
this.
hear apparently Americans run interference for known terrorists who do abhorrent things around the world. Absolutely disgusting things around the world. And you are running interference for them.
Abhorrent with a B.
That is
not
crazy. That is insane. That you are literally defending.
Hey, I also as a Jew, and I corrected him in the other room when he used the word racially unambiguous.
It's
actually racially ambiguous.
That means nothing to me. That literally means nothing to me. Racially
unambiguous means what you are.
Defending Mossad.
Because you're a dark-skinned, bell-peppered Nigerian.
Why are you
with a high forehead
for Mossad?
and you're bald?
I don't care about
which means you're unambiguous, meaning we can all look at you and tell that you're Nigerian, or at least black.
Anyway, so yeah, that's James.
So I corrected Sam, and Sam's a fellow Jew.
Nobody cares about red. I don't know why he brought up red.
See, you're saying I'm defending Mossad, but I also corrected a fellow
Jew. Yes, you're defending Mossad, which is as an American, it's weird. Why are you defending
I don't attribute everything to Mossad like you.
I don't attribute.
You said Donald Trump's shooter was clearly and obviously working with Mossad, that it was a Mossad shit. And then, Trump turned his back on Bibi Netanyahu. And now it's this guy turned his back on Charlie Kirk, turned his back on Bibi Netanyahu.
Isn't it weird that we don't know any more information about what happened to Donald Trump?
Shot in the chest, and it bounced off of his Kevlar vest, and then went up into his neck.
Well, that's what they're saying.
You can clearly watch. You can see when Charlie Kirk's leaning forward. You can see the outline of the Kevlar vest.
I'm saying a lot of.
You can see the level 3A. You can see the 3A fucking Kevlar vest underneath his t-shirt when he's leaning forward, and it's printing. And then you can see when the Kevlar vest actually jumps upwards where it's hit. And you can actually see the indentation where it hit the Kevlar vest.
This has nothing to do with.
So you're wrong about that too. You said,
this has nothing to do with whether Tyler was working alone or with other people. That's all I get.
He didn't miss. He hit him directly in the fucking heart. He hit him directly.
None of the details.
He hit him directly in the fucking heart in the Kevlar vest.
Who the fuck?
And it did a thing what they call spalding. Spalding is where
nobody cares about any of this other shit.
It's called splatter or spalding.
That's all that meant. Tyler was not working alone.
Yeah, I know.
That's what matters. People are quick.
Yeah, turrets come up out of the White House.
They want to sweep this under the rug like it's
You're not an Israelite, Solomon.
Like it's happened throughout history. People want to sweep this under the rug like it's a lone shooter, but we know that that's not the case. I'm sorry, Rich.
I'm sorry that you have to make conspiracies
out of everything. I'm sorry that your beloved Mossad might actually
be have so much hatred for Jews that you have to attribute everything to Mossad.
So you're saying Mossad represents Jews?
No, you just hate Jews.
Wow.
You hate Jews. Ashkenazi Jews.
Are you arguing that Mossad represents Jews?
Yes, they do. Of course they do.
So you're tying the Jews' representation to an intel agency?
No, they represent Jews in Israel, and they represent the state of Israel and the protection of Jews.
To an intel institution.
Yeah, CIA represents you too.
Pedophile rings that's known
for like the CIA.
You're tying
like the NSA, like the FBI.
You're doing. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, like the CIA, the NSA, the FBI. All these fucking groups do shit.
Very interesting. And you know what's so crazy? Now I understand why actual Jews shy away from you. Because what you just did is highly destructive and toxic. Why would you ever tie
saying that Jewish Mossad has done bad things
to Mossad? That makes
Mossad
no
does bad things.
sense.
Guaranteed Mossad's done terrible things.
The fuck? Why would
just
you
like,
ever tie?
Just like
that's like me.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the CIA has done bad things?
That's like me saying the CIA represents what fucking retard.
The CIA does represent you on a global fucking. They do represent you globally.
This is insanity, bro.
Wait, you don't like the Chinese controlling all the cobalt in Africa? You don't think that there's fucking agents over there working on that? You don't like that?
What are you talking about? Fuck the Chinese.
Oh, okay.
What are you talking about? You think I like CCP?
No, the CIA is actively fucking working against the fucking CCP, you fucking piece of shit. What? Did you not fucking hear what I said?
No, I didn't. You're fucking...
Yeah, I know. The CIA is actively working against the Central Intelligence. The CIA is actively working against the fucking CCP.
Okay.
How the fuck is that me equating saying, oh, well, I don't like the CCP. Obviously, you like the fucking CIA when they go over and disrupt the fucking CCP.
You said I like the CIA?
Oh, of course you do.
No, I don't. Why are you... Oh, my God. Rich, we're done.
You don't like when the CIA works in our best interests?
You're just a retard, bro. You can't... You get too emotional about this conversation.
I know.
You get way too emotional.
It's because you don't listen. That's your problem. You don't know anything about what the fuck you're talking about.
You're way too emotional, bro.
You're conspiratorial and dumb.
You're way too emotional. It's 2025. People don't care about none of those labels, man. We just care about the truth.
Well, no, the truth is that you're fucking retarded and don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Rich. And we did a poll. If we did a poll here, you know who would. Come on, bro. You know who would win.
All the black-centric and the black-adjacent people would
vote for you. You literally win for the biggest retard, bro.
I know, right?
You know that, Rich. Come on now. You don't gotta... Come on, bro. You know you're the biggest retard in here. There's nothing wrong with that. Just own that shit. Just own it.
Yep, absolutely.
So I'm just trying to understand. So are we saying that people believe the CIA isn't working against the CCP?
So that's what was... No. They are working. Yeah. They are working.
But he doesn't like it when they do that.
Obviously, the CIA is working against the CCP, but the CIA itself is also nefarious, and we know that for a fact.
Yeah,
the CIA
which is exactly what I said about Mossad.
No, you said Mossad represents Jews, which is highly... That is retarded, bro. That is the whole
point of Mossad is to protect fucking Jews in Israel and around the world.
That is literally retarded to tie the Mossad.
That's not what I did.
That is exactly what you.
No, I said that they represent. They represent their stated goal and objective.
You said
is to represent Jews. Yes,
if you criticize Mossad,
no, that's not what the fuck I said. Representation just means that you're like standing for it. You're protecting. You're doing something for it.
Let me ask you straight. If one criticizes Mossad, are they criticizing Jews?
Yep. No. That's not what I'm saying. I said that you hate Jews and you attribute everything to Mossad because you tried to villain. No, that's not double talk. It's not double talk. It's exactly what I said. I said you fucking hate little hat Jews, and you attribute everything bad to Mossad. You said, do you think that Mossad represents Jews? Of course they do. That's their stated goal.
This is why.
Their stated goal is to protect Jews.
Rich, this is
Sam,
why.
do you not agree?
Rich. So much support over the last.
Yeah, we're still winning the war. Doesn't matter.
And it's only gonna get worse because you don't realize these sneaky.
Oh, Sam, you didn't realize that Solomon's a raving anti-Semite?
Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. I'm still gonna criticize Mossad.
And like, those little hat fucking Jews that orchestrate all the global events and cause all the fucking bad things in the world. It's those fucking evil synagogue of Satan, demon worshipping, baby sucking dick fucking Jews. Those fucking little hat Jews. That's Solomon.
Okay.
Did that sound accurate?
So you think just yelling anti-Semites is going to stop somebody from being?
That was my whole point. You hate Jews
of a foreign government. You think that's what's going to happen?
No, it's not. You're not separating it out like, oh, I have a problem with the state of Israel or Mossad. You have stated yourself
so now
that you hate.
So
you hate little. You call them demon worshippers, and you say that they're the fucking worst fucking scum on earth. That's what you say. You call them the little hat Jews. When I say, hey, Solomon, this guy's Ashkenazi, you go, oh, he's a little hat Jew? Oh, fucking demons.
Yeah, you're just lying now, which is okay.
Wait, Solomon, do you think that little hat Jews are the synagogue of Satan, the ones that don't accept Christ?
No, what are you talking about?
Do you think that little hat Ashkenazi rabbinic Jews are part of the synagogue of Satan?
No.
You're a fucking liar. You said this so many times on stage that the ones, Rich, I'm not saying that the Jews who believe in Jesus aren't this. I'm not saying they're part of the synagogue of Satan, but the ones, the rabbinic fucking Jews, the rabbinic fucking Talmudic fucking Jews, those are the synagogue of Satan.
Bro, I think you hear things in your head.
If Lion was here, he would want to disagree with me, but he would agree with me and say, yes, it's those fucking kikes, those little hat fucking Jews.
Okay, so
and that's exactly what Solomon says. He would agree.
Yes, you are. You're
said this a million times on stage.
You're a liar.
Okay,
I can't say it a million times. What are you talking about? You're just lying. And that's my problem. Like I said, that's why you guys have lost so much support over the last 5 years.
Such a dirty scumbag.
Like these tactics they're terrible. You guys are so toxic. I didn't realize you guys are fucking toxic. And now you're saying Mossad represents Jews. This is insanity.
Let's ask Sam. Let's ask Sam if he thinks Mossad represents Jews in the sense that they defend them.
Sam, do you think Mossad represents the Jewish people? Sam, you there? I don't know if he's there.
No, he probably fell asleep because you're boring.
Nah, you've been the one talking, bro. So you clearly the boring one. Look, Rich. You just gotta realize it's 2025, bro.
Oh, he said he's in the store right now.
All that shit from 40 years ago doesn't work anymore, man. Separation of synagogue and state is coming. Working for Americans, and there needs to be a breakup. Sorry. It is what it is. It's coming. Can't stop it. It is what it is. You don't have a right to American resources. Israel has a right to exist, but they got to exist by their own accord. They have to exist by their own, ways and resources, which they can.
How much money do you want to put in escrow that'll never happen?
What do you mean by never happen?
It's not going to happen. Not in our lifetime.
What do you mean by that, though?
Like there's not going to be a separation where the United States turns their back completely on Israel.
I didn't say turn.
That's what you're saying. You say that they're not going to. Okay, that they're not going to stop funding Israel.
Yeah, the funding will stop.
No,
it's definitely going to stop. The next generation will make sure of it. You're clearly not paying attention.
Yeah, I know the 80 million people that follow Charlie Kirk that are going to be voters someday. 80 million globally, 30 million in the United States.
Were you not paying attention to the shift that was happening?
Yes, I can.
Oh, you are. Look, Rich, I can't lie to you, bro.
I know.
You got your head dug in the sand, and you do not realize what's coming. You really don't, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Israel has like 5 to 7 years max.
Oh yeah.
Before the political winds completely changes the relationship between our two countries.
How much you want to lock in escrow, Solomon?
Americans want.
How much you want to lock in escrow for 7 years?
Americans, bro. And it is what it is. Israel is a rich state. They have a lot of money and resources. They should be able to defend themselves.
Dodging that question, aren't you, Solomon?
Dodge what question? What
I said, how much you want to lock in escrow on the 7 years?
I'm not locking any.
Come on, let's lock that bet in. Don't cause it.
I'm not locking anyone.
Yeah, you ain't locking shit in.
Like that. I'm not locking anyone in for a bet like that. The reality is, Rich, you have to come to grips.
I got 1.96 million, and I can actually prove
America
it. So,
is changing.
I'm back here.
You can't
2032.
All people
collect my motherfucking money
for wanting their own country and their own resources to go to their own country, man.
Okay, we'll see.
Like none of that stuff works anymore, bro.
We'll see, Kazi.
It is what it is, bro. None of that stuff works anymore, man.
So
don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Just, embrace it. Israel is a rich country.
Now you're just trying to hide and cover because you don't want everybody to realize.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, do you think a two-state solution would actually work?
No, I don't. I don't think Israel. And this retard. Don't listen to this retard. So, James, I don't think a two-state solution would work. If I'm being honest, I think either Israel needs to be Israel, which is fine to me. It's just don't ship your problems to Western countries, which they're known to do. They do support NGOs that ship Muslims and others to Western countries. So that needs to stop. Or if Israel cannot, because the reality, James, is that unlike the claim, Israel has not made the world safer for Jews. That country has objectively not made the world safer for Jews. They've made it even more dangerous. So the only other solution that I would be okay with is if Israel is not going to control the areas around the Holy Land, then it should go back to Christians. It should not go to the Muslims. I'm sorry, it shouldn't. That's just how I feel. I do not believe that Holy Land should be controlled by Muslims.
Well, I don't think it will, according to the Bible, right? So, like,
correct.
You have to worry about that.
And that's exactly right, James. So, if the Jews cannot properly run that country without, leaning on our resources for everything, then they shouldn't be running the country. So it's either they figure it out independently on their own, which I'm okay with. I have no problem with that. Survive as a country on your own. If you cannot do it and you rely on our Christians, we should be in control of the Holy Land, as we were before the fucking retards in England, made all that shit happen. But it is what it is. It happened. We're here. So it's either the Jews control it. If they can't do it by themselves, then Americans and, Christians or Christendom in general should come in and, control it ourselves. That's what I feel about it, James.
Well, I think part of the problem, though, is a lot of Christians don't pay attention to the Bible, and they don't understand that we're supposed to be protecting Jerusalem, the land, but they look at the Jewish people and still think that Jews are the still chosen people. But the Bible is very specific. It says there's no Jew outwardly, only Jew inwardly.
Correct.
So, right. So all those who believe in Jesus are
amen. James, amen.
So they don't understand that. And even Charlie Kirk said that he thinks that the Jews are going to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Yes.
Right? So
and that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly, and look, James, I'm an honest person, man. Israel has a right to exist. They do. And they're no different than any other country that has come into existence. All countries have fought bloody wars and bloody back and forth to be established. So my parents came from Nigeria. I consider myself American, and I would fight for this country to be here. I'm not originally from here, but now that this is my country, I'll fight for, you know. So I would be a hypocrite if I said, the Jews in the Middle East, whether you believe they're originally from there or not, they can't fight for their country or fight to be there. That is not my business, if I'm being honest with you, Jay. It's not. But, like you rightly pointed out, we as Christians, we kind of messed up because, and it's really because of the heresy, which I think you were sort of alluded to, which is dispensationalism, which is overtaken, well, not anymore, but I grew up in a time when dispensationalism was the name of the game, where you even hear politicians like Ted Cruz, and I'm glad Tucker Carlson called him out. He embarrassed him. Ted Cruz embarrassed himself in that interview with Tucker Carlson, where he was trying to espouse a lot of dispensationalist views. And so, I'm glad more and more of us are waking up, because I'm still an evangelical, but I'm a reformed evangelical. I've reformed away from dispensationalism, and many evangelicals are reforming away from dispensationalism, especially the younger kids. The younger kids, none of them believe in any of this dispensationalist stuff, where modern day Israel is the quote unquote Israel in the Bible. They've thrown that out. That doesn't mean anything to them. So that's a very good thing. But it still has a presence in the older generation. Although it is dying out there too, we can see movements away, and that's what I was trying to say to Rich, because I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to the changes in American Christianity. American Christianity is moving away from dispensationalism, where we look at modern day Israel as the Israel of the Bible. People are moving away from that view.
Which is a bloodline, and then there's spiritual Israel.
No, Israel is not a bloodline.
Oh my God, fucking dumb.
Israel is not a bloodline. And if it was a bloodline, it's not your people's bloodline. I can tell you that for sure.
The Khazar theory.
It's definitely not your people's bloodline. I can tell you that for sure.
Well, to be honest with you, it doesn't really matter whose bloodline.
I agree with you, James.
Right?
Yes.
No, James,
like
that's not the argument. The ideal is that there is a physical Israel. The promise that was given that he who blesses Israel shall be blessed, and that he who curses Israel
there's no physical.
Shall be
that is about
curse.
Christ. That is
That
not
was
about,
a promise
that is not about Israel.
From
about
God
Christ.
to physical Israel.
That is about Christ. That scripture was about Christ, not about a physical Israel or about modern day
that's
Israel.
spiritual Israel. There's a difference between physical and
Spiritual Israel are Christ followers.
Is a group of people that still exist today that was given a promise by Hashem.
And that was not your people. Even if that was the case, that is not
Israel
your
a
people.
promise saying, anyone who curses you shall be a curse, and anyone who blesses you shall be a blessing.
Again, Israel is not stated in
Did he give a fucking
Israel
timeline
is not
for that?
stated
Did he say,
in
the
that
next
scripture.
2,000 years or next 500 years?
Bring
no,
up the
it is
scripture.
an
Israel
eternal
is not
promise
stated.
that anyone who comes against Israel shall be a curse.
Israel is
That
not
does
stated.
not
Why are
mean-
you making shit
That
up?
does not mean.
Why are you
Jews-
making shit up, Rich?
That-
Why are you
I'm
making shit
not
up?
saying that
You're
Jews
adding
who
to
do not
the
accept
scripture
Christ
that
will
which
not-
is not there.
I am not saying that Jews who do not accept Christ will enter the kingdom of heaven. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that every Jew must come to Christ and confess their sins, turn away from their sins, and accept Christ, and that it is by faith alone. I am accepting that and saying that, but I'm also saying
Yes,
that
and
there
that's
was
all Christians.
but there
All
was
Christ
also
followers.
a physical promise given to Israel that anyone
Again,
who curses
that
Israel
is not
shall be a
scripture.
curse. So
That's
remember
not
that,
scripture.
Solomon, when you
That is
curse
not
the fucking
scripture.
Israelite
You have
Jews.
yet to bring up the scripture. And now wait, you've yet, because I know that scripture. I know Israel is not there. I know it's not there. It's a misinterpretation, and you know it. That's why it's dying out. That's why it's dying out, James. For 2,000 years, Christendom. That's the beauty of this. Christendom. We have 2,000
Jews or
years of
Israelites
history.
can exist
We have
today
2,000
and be
years of
given a
history.
physical
You
promise
telling me
by
this
God
modern day
that does not
heresy
then
that
mean
only
that
has
they
less
get
than
granted
200
into heaven.
years?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if they do not accept Christ, they will not enter the kingdom of heaven. That's why me, as a physical Jew, halakhically Jewish, who accept Christ, that's the only way to enter the kingdom of heaven. It had nothing to do with halakha. It had nothing to do with fucking keeping,
all that halakha, falakha, shalakha. All that halakha, falakha, shalakha, bro. That shit means nothing.
Everything to do with accepting Christ.
The halakha, falakha, shalakha. All that shit means nothing, bro. That shit means
I know.
Damn,
you're a West African Nigerian, and you're the real Israelite, right, Solomon?
Biblically accurate, I would say.
Yeah, there you go, James. That's all you need to know. He's stealing from the Igbos, from the fucking.
I'm still
the Igbos. The Igbos who claim that they're Israelites and have not been brought to Israel because they have found there's no DNA evidence. There's no historical or archaeological evidence that shows that the fucking Igbos.
You know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy, James? The scriptures, the Old Testament.
Yeah, but you know what they
literally.
did do?
Hold on,
Rich. I'm not. Let's bring these people to Israel because they have evidence.
Anyways, so you know what's so interesting, James? When it comes to the Old Testament clearly lays out that the Israelites who went into slavery mixed with Hamites for more than 400 years. More than 400 years. And the interesting thing about Egypt back then is that Egypt didn't have the borders that it has today. You know, the state of Egypt has its modern day borders. But the ancient Egypt borders extended into Sudan, further west of Sudan, and down towards Ethiopia. That was the ancient borders for Egypt back then. And so when you look at that map, clearly it bleeds into Western Africa, and then it bleeds down towards Southern Africa. So it's very interesting that then you know the Israelites were slaves. So if they were mixing, which we know they would be mixing with the lowest class of Hamites, which all were, you know, African black, and then other colors also. And the scripture says it. They came out a mixed multitude, which is okay. Not all Israelites were black, but the main ones, yes, they were. And so when they, you know, it is what it is. People can go read their scriptures and they'll see that the scriptures clearly lays out that they were mixing with Hamites. There's a reason why Solomon called himself black in the Songs of Solomon. So, yeah. Yeah. But outside of that, James, all of that doesn't matter. I agree with you. All of that doesn't matter. Yeah. Christ followers are God's chosen people alone. There's no physical claim to any of the promises made to Abraham. It is only through Christ that you get that promise. So I don't know if you believe that, but that's what I believe.
I mean, so I believe that the promise made to Abraham was made before Israel existed, right? So,
that's why I said it's not a go ahead.
Yeah. No, so, and then I understand that his offsprings, you know, became they became Israel. So I can kind of see where they get the idea, but I think the promise was not really, I don't think the promise was meant for the land, but I see where one could argue that, but that's just my belief.
Yeah, like I said, James, to be honest, I don't care about the land. I wish I did. I don't. I'm American. I care about what's going on here, bro, if I'm being honest with you. But I understand that there's significance to it, right? It's got our holy sites, blah, blah, blah. I hear all of that. But I am of the persuasion that Christ and Christ alone is what people should focus on and what should be mattered about. I'm focused on bringing people to Christ. I don't care about physical lands, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about those things. People need to come to Christ. That's what I think is the most important. And so, you know, people want to play geopolitical games. That's fine. Play geopolitical games, blah, blah, blah. You know, that's fine. I'm not discounting that. But I do firmly believe if the Jews cannot protect Israel with their own resources and not being a leech on American resources, then they need to give up the land to Christians. Us, not the Muslims. That is my position. So Israel can exist, they have a right to exist, but they need to do it with their own resources. I think that's fair. So I think that's a fair position. Let me bring Rich back up.
You say that because you know geographically they can't sustain themselves. And if that's
what happens, they can't?
Yeah, they can't create enough munitions and explosives and stuff like that. That's why they buy the fucking rockets for the fucking Iron Dome from fucking Arkansas, because they don't have the fucking materials to make it. And you know that.
Wait. So you're
if everybody in the world said, you know what, we're gonna let Israel do it on their own, and they're a country the size of fucking New Jersey, and they don't have the ability to create the fucking Iron Dome missiles to defend themselves, then all the little hat Jews will be wiped out, and then the Christians can come in and just take it over. That's what you want.
Wait. So you're saying the Jews can't? Because look, hey, no. I want to be very clear, because Rich, I've heard El Normo. I know you know El Normo.
Yeah.
El Normo has argued on the stage that Jews. No. Because now you're saying something different than him.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what Norman says.
And El Normo in class.
Wait, hold on. Norman says that abortion is okay. Gay marriage is okay. He also says that transgenderism is okay. I don't agree with any of that. I don't agree with any of the
Rich, let's focus.
Norman also said it.
Let's focus.
But it was anti-Semitic for her not to say.
Let's focus. I brought you up here so we can focus.
No,
because now
brought me up here because nobody else is conversing with you.
Let me finish.
Everybody else just kind of stayed on mute.
Let me finish. Because now I'm getting conflicting reports.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing that all Jews are on a
I'm going to have to move you down again if you keep interrupting me.
Yeah, kick me out. Kick me down the audience.
Yes, I'm going to. If you keep interrupting me, I'm not gonna
talk to yourself. Because everybody else is.
Anyways, so it's very interesting, James, that I'm now getting two conflicting reports from the Lil Hat Brigade. We're just going to call the Jews the Lil Hat Brigade. Because Rich is claiming that Israel cannot sustain itself without other countries' resources, particularly us, America. But if you hear the top super Jew on this app, because he's argued for Israel, blah, 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 this and that. He informed me that Israel absolutely could sustain itself and doesn't need anybody. That they're the ones they're good. They can, if they wanted to, they can build everything they need. They have this, they have that. They barely get resources from us. Israel can survive on its own, right? That's what I'm hearing from people like El Normo. And then now Rich is saying, no. Israel cannot survive on its own without getting resources from America. So it's kind of interesting that you get these sort of, two viewpoints where some are saying, oh yeah, Israel can survive on its own. And then some are saying, no, Israel cannot survive on its own.
I personally believe they could survive.
Wait, say it again, James, and then you can go, Sam. What'd you say, James?
I just said personally, I think they could survive. They're a very powerful country, and
that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I thought they have a lot of resources. They make a lot of money. They have super technology. They can survive on their own. They don't need our resources. Go ahead, Sam. What do you say, Sam?
Yeah, I'm saying that no country actually survives on its own, right? All countries work in coalitions. No country is sort of like an entity onto itself or self-sustaining in that way. Even the Muslim countries, right?
But Sam, we don't give, for instance, I agree with you, but we don't give China $3 billion in welfare every year, right? We don't give, whatever other resources that America gives to Israel. We do not give that to other countries.
Israel
right?
is not
And so,
given, we've discussed this before, Solomon. Israel is not given $3 billion for the.
yes, it is. It absolutely is. We just signed over $650 million. What are you talking about?
Israel is currently in ongoing frontal-facing war. But the money.
Yeah. Okay, Sam. That has nothing to do with.
Let him finish. Okay, let him finish. You will ask him a question. Let him finish, please.
So one, America provides aid to many different countries, right? Two, the money that Israel gets it's line item. So you can look up all of the reports of how much money Israel gets, and then what it does with that money, and also the amount of things that America gets back in exchange.
We don't get shit back. What are you talking about?
Wait. You said aid. What is aid? Is aid not something you're given? It's not a loan. If it's aid, then it's not a loan. But that means you're given that.
No, you're listening to like America.
You just said aid. You said aid just now.
Why don't you fucking listen?
All right, calm down now.
I'm listening.
I'm out in public and I'm cussing at people because you don't know.
You don't gotta get angry though. We're just having a conversation.
I'm not even fighting. You're yelling over me and I'm trying to talk and I'm outside in public. So please listen carefully. So the money that Egypt gets, for example, right, from America is aid. The money that Jordan gets from America is aid. The money that Gazans and the West Bank, people in the West Bank get from America is aid. Israel does not necessarily get aid. Israel exchanges money for a lot of research and development and technology, as well as what's it called? Intelligence gathering. So there's
what?
And you can there's.
Wait. I want to understand.
What are you talking about? What the fuck?
Fine. Let's hear him out. I want to make sure we hear it. He's saying that unlike these countries that don't contribute back to the United States, we, although our payment is not monetarily, we contribute with intelligence and also research being done.
We don't give no fuck about none of that, bro.
That's what he's saying. I want to make sure we understand each other. That's what he's saying. He's saying it's not the same as the other nations because they're stifling money out of the U.S. We actually give something back, even though it's not monetary like that. Is that what you're saying, Sam? I'm not telling you about it. I don't know if you got it.
Do you live in the United States?
Oh my fucking.
Do you pay taxes in the United States?
He got you, massage. Sam, that's a terrible objection. That's a terrible objection. Let me say this. That's a terrible objection.
It doesn't matter. What does it matter?
It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter.
The country that
from America.
Here's where I come from. No. I'm not attacking you. I don't know why you feel attacked.
Yeah, what country do you come from? What country do you come from?
I South Africa. I'm from South Africa.
Okay, give me one.
It doesn't matter. Who cares? It literally doesn't
matter.
Like,
I don't know why he feels attacked. But
doesn't matter, Sam. Doesn't matter.
Well,
the reality is,
right? I just wanted to see if that's his talking point. That unlike these other nations that just take money out of the U.S., they contribute back with intelligence. Is that what you're saying? That's literally what I'm asking. Then he sees that as an attack.
Oh, I see. Keto. Well, so the reality, Sam, is that however you want to paint it, which you have a right to do, but I think you're playing games. That's fine, fair enough. But the reality is, Americans perceive that their resources are going to countries, particularly Israel, in the aggregate, right, in a way where they don't like it anymore, especially the younger generation. They don't feel like they're getting a proper return on investment. That is the reality. You can paint it however you want. That is the reality on the ground. Americans want all of their resources to stop going to countries abroad. Period. I don't care if it's Egypt, Jordan, Borden, Forden, Lorden, Shaborden, right? All of that money needs to reside in America until all of our cities look better, all of our kids are educated, everything is going right here first, and we don't have a shit ton of debt. Then we can start talking about, oh, okay, yeah, let's hand out aid here, let's hand out a couple bucks here, blah, 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 and the relationship will be properly reciprocated, right? Not just these vague, oh, yeah, we give you guys intelligence, when it's really just you guys spying on us, right? Let's be honest. Your Mossad agency is the devil of is the weapon of the devil, right? That's your Mossad agency if you connect yourself to them. So, given all that, Sam, my thing is, a lot of you need to just come to grips with the reality that the relationship between America and Israel, as it is now, will likely be over in the next 10 to 15 years. That's being generous. That's being extremely generous. Extremely. All this, oh, we're just going to hand you out $3.8 billion every year for the next 10 years, because that conversation is coming up, I think, next year, because next year is the last year.
Greater likelihood that Nigeria will be recolonized by the British.
That what? Likelihood of what?
Huh?
You said, I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
I said it's a greater likelihood that Nigeria will be recolonized by the British.
Then what?
And then Israel and America breaking apart.
Oh, you guys are not paying attention. So I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight. I didn't say that, because I think that's what you're kind of trying to allude to. I know the relationship to you seems very solid, but you're not paying attention, and I can tell. AIPAC is losing, every day is losing more and more clout with Americans. And in the next election cycles, people are going to start, and you'll see it, Sam. So I'm telling you something that you can measure. In the next election cycle, watch this happen, where people come out and say, hey, I'm not AIPAC. I took no money from AIPAC. Vote for me. And that voice is only going to get louder and loud. As a matter of fact, Sam, watch this. 2028 is going to be the watershed moment, where you're not only going to see an entire Republican class of runners who run on being anti the Israel-U.S. relationship, but you're also going to see people start calling for AIPAC. Seriously, you're already seeing it now, but it's going to be, it's going to grow to a fervor in 2028 when people actually call for AIPAC to register as a with the foreign affairs, whatever that FARA or whatever the fuck it is. These are the type of things that are going to start happening in the next couple of years, Sam. So, and you know what's so crazy? I think you're a president. I think you're a prime minister. I don't know if it's president or prime minister. Mr. Yahoo. I think he knows. That's the thing. He knows. There's a lot of people that already know that this relationship is coming to an end in the way that it is now. Not that we're going to be enemies. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying we're going to be enemies or anything like that. But I do think that the relationship as it was in the last 20 years is going to be extremely different in the next 10. So that is what I'm saying.
Well, I think something that's really interesting is like, I think at some point, like the U.S., I'm not saying anytime soon or in the near future, I'm saying like biblically, revelation-wise, at some point, the U.S. will have to pull away from Israel because for the Antichrist to go and try to conquer Israel, there's going to be no country powerful enough to go conquer Israel as long as we're an ally to Israel. So
wait. So help me out with it, because look, I'm not a big eschatology. I've said it before, James. I'm not a huge eschatology guy. I guess my views are somewhere in between millennial and post-millennial, I guess, if I'm being technical, but I'm really not an eschatology guy. What are so you're saying, based on your view, that the scriptures lays out like a situation where if it is to play out how it says it's going to play out, America would have to pull away from Israel. Is that what you're saying?
That's just my opinion, because America is so powerful that like no country would be dumb enough to directly go and try to invade Israel. Because unless we weren't their ally, because if we're their ally, then any country that would try to go do that would be immediately destroyed. So
exactly. And so what I would ask you is, what is the scripture that you would use to justify that view?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Cool. Because I've heard that position before, and it's real interesting because I do think I am one of those people who do think that the relationship between the modern state of Israel and the United States, because of the younger generation, will not look the same in the next 10 to 15 years. It's just not. It's going to look very, 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 very different. Again, I'm not saying enemies. That's not what I'm saying. But definitely not married to each other, I guess, is also what I'm saying. So... Hey, what's up, Alaska? I see you, Alaska. See Alex up here. Did you want to say something, Alaska, to the conversation? Because I know you have some stronger feelings around this topic. And nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying anything's wrong with that.
Oh, thanks. No, I'm just having coffee. I've only just woken up, but I'll have a think. But yeah, I'm very much free Palestine all day. Just catching up.
Yeah, for sure. And I know that's your thing for sure.
But yeah, I'm liking the. So funny whoever did that. But yeah, I'm liking the conversation though. I'm just listening.
Yeah. No worries. I just wanted to because one of the things they said is we should make sure everybody gets a chance to talk. So it's just making sure that if somebody wants to say something, that they're able to say it.
King. James can correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the Antichrist supposed to be of the tribe of Dan? So technically, he's going to be a Jewish person, right?
You said the Antichrist?
Yeah, the Antichrist. He's supposed to be of the tribe of Dan. Right?
So, Alex, when it comes to Antichrist stuff, if I understand it correctly, Antichrist is not necessarily one person. Now, there is going to be like the Antichrist of all the Antichrist, that kind of person, which I think is what you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Because the Bible talks of many Antichrists, or even a category that, hey, if you meet this criteria, you're an Antichrist, right?
Sure.
Like maybe someone like the Prophet Muhammad.
No, historians alluded to Nero, right? In Rome.
Yeah, or Nero, or Hitler, the Prophet Muhammad. So there are many people who can meet that criteria, but the scripture does speak of the Antichrist, right? The one that's going to be the one of all the ones, right? And I think that's what you're alluding to, but I'm not sure that it's tied to the specific tribe of Dan.
Well,
I just know that it's tied to it's, how do I put this without...
let's put it like this. I can say it for you, King, so you don't get sniped. But according to my understanding, they are going to build the third temple. That's why they're freaking out. That's what the impetus for the October 7 attacks. That's why it's called the Al-Aqsa Brigade, because you can't build the third temple without demolishing the fucking thing on top of it, right? So there are absolutely religious undertones. So when they build the third temple, their Messiah will arrive, which will, of course, be a Jewish person or someone from the Jewish diaspora, right? And that person, by coincidence, their savior will be our Antichrist, right? And
now hear me out on this, Alex, because then I appreciate you breaking that down, because that is how I've heard it said before, that whatever they're building or whatever they're looking as their Messiah would, by definition, be the Antichrist. By definition, would be the Antichrist. But I'm not so sure, given the state of advanced technology, because I work with it every day, I'm not so sure, Alex, it's going to necessarily be human.
No, it could be AI.
I'm starting to think Yeah, I'm starting to think it can be a networked entity based on AI technology. That's what I'm starting to think. Yeah. Because almost like if you remember the movie, I love bringing this movie up. I bring it up like I feel like I brought it up like a billion times the last 2 weeks. But the movie, The Age of Ultron, you remember that movie, The Avengers, sure. The Age of Ultron? Yeah. Yes. So not something exactly like Ultron, because clearly he's way more advanced in technology than I'm thinking in my head. But something similar to that type of technology where it's a networked, like Skynet or something similar to it, where it can be controlled from a center state, and it can infect devices, use Wi-Fi system, all the technologies that we have today, essentially the global connectiveness. Something like the Antichrist would be able to come in and take advantage of that, and I wouldn't be surprised if the actual Antichrist is something like that type of technology. So that's kind of what I think.
No, perfectly reasonable, King. It's also pretty funny. Depends on how tight you have your tinfoil and where on the internet you are, right? But I stumbled across Peter Thiel. The billionaire.
I can't believe I used to like him, but yes. Peter Thiel, yes.
Well, you could say, in a sense, I mean, he was one of the key figures when it came to...
big time.
That wanted to kind of push Trump into the forefront. Essentially, all the politics is just a war between elites, right? What master or what person will back the right, billionaire. Essentially, it's billionaire wars. But Peter Thiel recently announced he's going to have a 4-hour symposium on the Antichrist, right?
I saw that.
So it's kind of ironic in a way that, he's building all this digital infrastructure that you could potentially, you could just flip the switch and then you have total control of everything, right?
Exactly. Do you know who the first investor in Palantir was? The first $150 million? Do you know where it came from, Alex?
Are you going to say Israel, Hego?
No, it's actually even more surprising, unless
let's hear it.
The CIA invested $150 million.
Oh, I did. Okay, yeah.
For government contracts, and he was supposed to develop this to help with. So there's two types of CIA agents, right? There's the data teams and there's the field operations, and then the field operations are also split up into different teams as well. But what Peter Thiel's company was supposed to be like the data collection and completely revamp the entire CIA. So they donated $150 million, not donated, but funded Thiel $150 million. It was the first dollar essentially he ever raised. And then it went commercial a little bit later. So even from its inception, it's been a government-controlled and funded program.
Sure, I mean, but
that's a character. I'm not too big on the Israel tinfoil. Solomon knows that.
Yeah.
I just find it funny that they make the argument that they give us intelligence, like the intelligence that we went to fucking a war in Iraq for.
Right, it's insane. What the fuck? You give us technology?
It's also pretty nuanced, guys, right? It all depends on your outlook. Clearly, I mean, the Saudis are also getting a lot of money, and also, but they're trading oil, right? So it depends on how you look at it. But I do agree with your assessment that you stated earlier, King. I think the mindset is kind of shifting gradually, right? And I think it's going to die off with the boomers, right?
Oh yeah. The dispensationalism, because I love to say it. I am an evangelical still. And I know specifically that it is dying. I jump for joy when I see people who used to be, hold that view like 20 years ago, and they're all like slowly all coming out with their hat in their hand, bowing their heads and saying, "Hey guys, we kind of messed up." This is
but it's also
not true.
very unfortunate, King, because I mean there's plenty of people that I know that are Jewish, right? That I have a very nice relationship with. I don't think they deserve all the fear and the hate. That
I agree with you. I would 1,000% agree with you.
Yeah, it's the state. I agree. Alex, have you heard what's going on with the EU and Germany rearming their military?
Yeah. Third time's the charm, Hago. You can't have a world war without Germany. Come on.
We live in a fucking simulation, bro.
Yeah.
Its history is so cyclical. Like, Rome was fighting the German army.
Yeah.
This is just constantly the same thing. EU's on its last leg. They're a warmongering shit organization.
Yeah.
And now Germany is standing up against it, right? Because Trump is pulling out of NATO, EU is crumbling, Putin is knocking on the door, it's getting more aggressive and more aggressive. So, all of this is just hilarious. That it's just gonna, if you know history, you know what's gonna happen, and I hope it doesn't, but...
Yeah, but Hago, rest assured, this time we are on the correct side of history.
I don't know, brother. I don't know if we are.
Yeah, guys, no, I don't know what's going to happen, but it is, well, we've also been kind of, when you look in hindsight, we've been very blessed to have almost 70 years of relative peace in the West, which is almost unheard of throughout history, right? So,
yes, relative peace for us while we destroy large portions of the Eastern Hemisphere, right?
Yeah, sure. But you can't, you can't make an omelette without breaking some eggs.
Breaking an egg, that's true.
So,
that's true.
I love how you say omelette.
Yeah.
Omelette. It's like...
But I think it's very interesting. They're currently in negotiations to kick France out of a deal to be the creator not creator. I was talking to other people before I came in the room, and they kept using that fucking word. I hate that word, creator.
Which one?
I'm a co-creator. I hate that. We should collaborate. I fucking hate when people say we should collaborate.
Let's collab, bro.
Oh, fucking stupid. Okay, start.
Let's collab, bro. Come on, let's collab, bro.
Synergy, bro.
Yeah, there's so much synergy here. I love it.
When people say that during meetings, you realize that, this guy is gonna take your money and nothing is gonna come out of this. And he's gonna take 1% of your fucking profit. Anyway, so, Germany is bidding to become the manufacturer for fighter jets away from France. So again, their first target is the French.
Oh, that's interesting.
They're fucking hilarious, bro. They just keep repeating history. The Netherlands is worried all of a sudden because in the last 3 months they've been posturing to keep building up their army, and Holland is yo, bro, y'all did this to us once. We can't Sig Heil anymore. We're all hippies now. We smoke weed. Prostitution is legal here. We do a bunch of drugs. Spain is having a interesting internal revolution with the younger generation.
I seen that.
It's scary times, man. It's scary.
Look, I love it. I said, you don't love it? I love it. Revolution, bro. I fucking love it. Come on, hang out.
I don't like it. I'm not.
It is a hang out. These are the results.
Conservative, man.
It's the results of living in a world that doesn't honor Christ. This is what we get. I'm sorry. This is what happens. So it's almost like we have to document for people hey guys, this is what happens when you don't have cohesiveness. This is it. So, there's something has to give.
You're a Charlie Kirk fan.
Oh, what's up, everybody? What'd you say?
What's up, gang? I said just looking at PTO.
Yeah, it's Giga Charlie.
But you support him? Politically?
Yeah, I'm an evangelical. So I don't support him in the sense that I agreed with everything that he did, but I don't think he should have been shot for his beliefs. So me and Charlie, we both grew up evangelical Protestant, but he stayed mainline evangelical. I'm Reformed. So I reformed away from a lot of the heresies like dispensationalism, where you believe the modern day state of Israel is biblical Israel. That is a heresy. So, yeah, I don't believe that anymore. Abandoned that like a decade plus ago. Obviously, folks like him and others, though, they did believe that. Although he was changing, you can tell from his videos of this year, he was changing those views. So big ups to him. But yeah, I definitely don't think he deserved to die for his beliefs or for his opinions. So.
Timothy, you were a Man U fan, right?
How do you say that like past tense?
Oh, because you guys are, what, 14th right now?
Wow.
14th or 15th in the league.
That's so disrespectful.
Crazy.
Where you guys talk about soccer or something?
It just shows how fair weather you are.
Like his team in past tense just because they're not on top of the league. That's what.
You gotta understand, right? When you grow up in the U.S. and you support a team that's not Manchester United or Liverpool, a lot of the fans here, and most of those fans ended up becoming City fans when they became citizens when City got that Arab money. So like they lost. You got a lot of bandwagoners here in the U.S. because that's the only teams they would show. I grew up an Arsenal fan. Yeah, I grew up an Arsenal fan. My pops is an Arsenal fan too.
There was something just like sniveling about the way you asked me that question. Like just
we hated each other.
Unmistakably an Arsenal.
Yeah, Hangout be sneak, doesn't it?
It's like he was like, "Hey, you piece of shit."
Listen, every time he comes in the group, I always try to make it a point that he's a Man U fan. I don't think we're even friends on here, but I always remember you had Adama's. His name Adama as your PTR, the young kid. The winger, I forgot his name. Shit. That's escaping me. That's how I remember you're a Man U fan. I would be silent too if we just lost 3-0 to Man City. I get it.
See, that is like fundamental.
Yo, Alaska is invested in this. I'm shocked.
Alaska,
what do you know about this?
No, I do really like the pageantry and the competition of it, but
so you pay attention to all of it?
Soccer. Yeah, kind of. I'm definitely more into football than soccer, but.
You're more into American football than you are football?
Yeah.
Oh, for real?
How does that happen?
That's crazy.
So easily. It's like, because American football, there's pageantry, there's a lot of details I like. Also, I've grown up with a lot of angry football fans who've gotten into it a lot.
So much pageantry.
Wait, that's crazy.
EFL, man. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna give you a name.
Most of it.
Like, what's your favorite team?
Who? In the NFL?
Yeah.
See, this is the thing, because at first, you're going to be mean to me.
No, what is it?
Because I was Patriots at first, this was years back, because Julian Edelman. Because, because of Julian Edelman. He was so pretty. And
football, I know.
Is he great?
She
But
said he's so pretty.
he was so adorable. And also the WNBA, Connecticut Suns.
Yeah, that's Alaska. That's very interesting. I would have never guessed that you are. Now here's a funny thing. When I went to Sweden, not Sweden, my bad. When I went to Switzerland a couple years back, visiting some friends, taking care of some business, it was during the time of the Super Bowl was like a week after the week I actually went. And so when we went to some of the bars, I was shocked to see like advertisement for the Super Bowl. I was like, wait, what? They watched you guys watched the Super Bowl in Switzerland? Like what? And it was everywhere. And people were like, yeah, we're gonna watch it. I was kind of shocked that people like the NFL.
So much fun. It's from like 2 a.m. to like 6 a.m. or something.
Yeah, something like that.
So made up so much fun.
It's aired for free in the UK, and even still.
Do you follow it?
Nah, I mean, like hate it or anything.
You said it's for free.
I'm not like a traitor like Alaska. Like,
no, it's cool. I just know it's
That's
Europe now.
crazy. It's crazy that they air it for free because we gotta fucking pay extra to get fucking.
Yeah, because no one. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, the NFL is such a racket in terms of like how much revenue it generates, given that no one in the world gives an actual shit about it other than Americans. Like, I think in terms of like viewership. Well, no, sorry, not viewership. In terms of like ad revenue, I forget exactly what but like it generates more. Like the Super Bowl, generates more than like the World Cup final. It's insane. When literally like not only does no one but Americans care about it, most Americans don't even fucking understand what's going on. It's like
it's really, really funny to watch in England. Like I used to watch it on an American stream because when you watch it on the UK streams, there's like one guy who understands the sport, and then the other guys are clearly like ex-rugby people or whatever. It's really funny.
That's how we feel about soccer here. We have Alexi Lawless, who was a shitbag of a player who was a defender for the U.S. national team, explaining soccer to us. The guy wouldn't make it. He wouldn't be a walk-on on any current college team.
No, but now, thankfully, not so much thanks to Trump, but at least like all his predecessors, Biden, so on. There's like enough Mexicans in America to really appreciate football, you know.
Bro, we have a very interesting ultra culture. Like we have like an interesting fan culture here too. Like LAFC here in Los Angeles has like traveling fans. It used to only be 2 teams that actually people gave a shit about. It was them, the Seattle Sounders. It was the Galaxy before that. It was Seattle Sounders and Columbus were the only 3 teams people gave a shit about.
Oh, I'm with mascots. Sorry.
Yeah, we have mascots for the football teams too.
Yeah, but
Arsenal
they don't do cool stuff though. Come on.
No, they don't.
They don't do flips and stuff or fight.
The basketball mascots are the best.
Oh yes.
But
oh, what's his name? Grizzy? I love him. Is it? Oh.
They've also put a lot of money into the MLS recently. They're trying to ramp it up.
David Beckham was a big when he
came to Galaxy.
Miami, that's his team, right? No, but Inter Miami is his team.
He owns it, yeah. And then Didier Drogba owns another team. I forgot where his team was. I think he's in Florida as well. I think he's in Orlando. I can't remember, but he's in the lower division. He's in the NASL, the North American Soccer League. But yeah, we were the retirement league for a long time. So
you still kind of are, but
I mean, to a certain extent, we're developing some good talent. We got a couple good kids that are doing good. What's funny is most of them were born in like army bases in Germany. So.
Oh my god.
But I don't think like it's super interesting. Like when you look at American sports and you compare them to like European sports, like even just the notion of a draw just isn't something that like Americans can fathom. It's like everything has to have some like Hollywood ending, and it's just like so contrived. Like a league table where there's like draws and stuff is like so mundane to an American. I don't think they can even like.
They just don't understand it for sure.
Yeah, like what is it? Who won? Like what do you think? Who's the winner though?
I basically went to see. That's what I like the most about American sports. It just seems so passionate. Like I went to a local hockey game for like a first date, and the guy next that I brought up, I was like going insane because it's just so much fun. Yeah, I love having a team. So good. Sorry.
I don't know. There's a lot of drama in football too. Actual football. Like the FA Cup and the upsets that happen and the League Cups and like teams for small townships that like end up beating the Giants. A couple of years ago it was like Bradford City, which had the most ugly fucking kids and like the most retarded style of play, ended up like going so far. That's like so beautiful and fun and
yeah, I followed Wrexham and they were amazing. Obviously, I cried like a baby.
Oh, Wrexham's promotions, the American money, baby.
What's the guy? Ryan Reynolds, right? He's the one.
Oh, yeah, Ryan Reynolds and the other actor. I forgot.
Rob Date, put some respect on Rob's name.
But like Luton was a cool story too, right? Luton had 4 promotions in a row. Ipswich was the same. They had 4 promotions in a row.
Yeah, they got also like a really famous former hooligan. That's now yeah.
I didn't know that.
His name's Tommy Robinson.
Wait, what?
You know how Tommy Robinson used to be like a Luton Town.
Oh,
he's a Luton
Town
guy.
That's not surprising. Sorry, don't worry. I thought you said something else. Don't worry.
Well, you thought he was a player.
You know, I thought you said a player's name, and then you said he used to be a football hooligan. And I was like, oh, that's very cool that he changed. But no.
Okay. You would expect him to be a Millwall fan, right? Millwall had the worst hooligans. No, they stab people all the time.
Tommy Robinson is still a football hooligan, I think.
They say that, but I don't know. I mean, look, there's a lot of debate. There's no like consensus among football hooligans who like the most violent are, but I think Chelsea definitely has the crown for a time.
Sorry, I'm just imagining if they had like a league table of just dickheads. Yeah.
Well, we do know this. If there was a global league table, England would be a top.
I mean,
number 1
of
for sure.
course. Of course.
Well, no, actually, that's debatable. Have you ever seen Turkish fans?
The thing is that all these people do this shit.
City's down, bro.
Yeah, but all these people do this shit about all these different ultras, and obviously Britain, we inspired a lot of hooliganism around Europe, like in the 80s and stuff. But in terms of but who's got the best away record? I mean, it's the UK.
I can respect that, yeah.
That's why they did that thing 100 Americans versus 100 Brits or something, and I think the consensus for all the LLMs was that obviously the English would win. It's not even close.
Timothy, aren't you boycotting chillism? Just kind of realized you were here yesterday and today.
It's because Nathan's not here.
Ah, I see.
Funny enough, it's actually not. I think he came in yesterday or whatever, but I don't know. I've suffered my stance somewhat.
Oh, why were you boycotting?
Wait, so sorry, so you're saying you kind of committed to something and now you're bitching out on that. Is that what you're saying?
If it's his decision,
I'm saying that in exactly so many words, yeah.
Right. I'm glad we clarified.
Have you spoken to... hey, Sasha, have you spoken to my friend King? He's a god hater.
Yeah, we've spoken yesterday.
Yeah, we spoke earlier.
That's right.
About what? Charlie?
Yeah.
Charlie.
I'd be curious to hear what you guys think. Timothy and Sasha.
Oh, Andrew told me what they think.
I don't think the same thing Sasha thinks. Obviously, I agree with you in terms of I don't think he deserved to be shot.
Why doesn't he have a shirt on in your photo?
Say again?
Sorry.
He's doing the King
I'm so sorry. No, I was distracted.
No, because he's a Giga Chad.
It's just...
don't worry, it's understandable. But, yeah, I don't think he should be murdered. I mean, I think probably all things considered, he's probably a bad guy. Pardon?
Well, he wasn't murdered.
Okay. I think he was murdered and by an alleged shooter. By the way, I was running the allegedly yesterday, but it didn't really catch on and no one really got triggered. But, yeah.
You need to correct people. That's the...
No, I do correct people twice. It's no one bit on it. But yeah, I think, I personally think it's murder. I don't think he should have been killed for his political opinions. I think his political opinions, by and large, are abhorrent. Not a good guy. And I'm not really that sympathetic towards him or his wife, let's say, or definitely not his supporters, but probably his children. Yes, but I don't have too many thoughts. I didn't think about much in life, so I guess that probably extends to his death.
Yeah, I hear that. That's reasonable for somebody who, if you believed his political opinions were, because I've even heard people try to say his political opinions were close to violence, which to me I disagree with. But yeah, if you didn't like him, then I think your position is a good one. My problem is those who like LARP as neo-Nazis on the left side, or who LARP as people who want to be terrorists or act like they want some sort of civil war. You know, that type of expression, or almost like they live here in Chicago, where it's like, yeah, fuck the ops. It's good that he got shot in front of his kids, that type of stuff. I'm like,
he didn't get shot in front of his kids.
His daughter was right there.
Yeah.
No, she was not.
Yes, she was. She was right
I heard she was.
Yeah, you're a fucking
She was, and she ran towards him.
No, that's
she
just
ran towards him.
Alright, find me a source confirming that there are no photos
that his daughter ran towards him.
That his family was there. Yeah, sure, his daughter counts as his family.
Yes, his daughter ran towards him.
Yeah, so
that was the report.
Give the source. So give the source.
I don't use it. Sir, I don't have the source right on me. But that was the report. That his daughter ran towards him.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
That was widely reported. Are you saying that wasn't widely reported?
No, it was not widely reported. It was widely claimed.
That was widely reported.
No, it wasn't.
Why are you lying? It wasn't.
It was reported by like one. It was reported by one news outlet.
That was widely reported.
Oh my god, you're such a fucking monkey. Like, look, it was reported by one news.
Then when I start cooking you, people gonna start.
But you're not cooking, right? You're just fucking over talking and being a fucking ape. Right, and then when I ask you to provide a source, you're not able to.
You're too confused to talk to me crazy. You're too confused to talk to me crazy, sir. You're too confused to talk to me crazy.
To like insults.
You're too confused to talk to me crazy, bro. You're way too confused. You need to focus on making it to 40. Don't talk to me. You need to focus on making it to 40 years old.
I mean, thank you. Go on, Alaska.
I'm so sorry. Because I thought it was true actually as well, and I just looked up and I found this article talking about where the rumors came from, saying that there's no source for it. But I could be wrong.
Just like what happened was one senator said it, then one news outlet reported on it, and then there was just no further confirmation, and then there are zero photos of his family.
No further confirmation. What does that mean?
Like Trump repeated it.
Stupid. Are you fucking like? Are you just
no further confirmation?
I'm gonna
what do you think that means? Like, which word are you struggling with? You fucking.
Are you saying that it's absolutely impossible to be true? Is that what you're claiming now?
Do you want me to explain to you what no further confirmation means?
Why are you acting like it is impossible that his daughter ran towards him?
I'm not acting like it's
impossible.
Then I'm just acting like it's false.
Holy shit, you're acting like it's impossible that his daughter ran towards him.
No, Sasha, come on. Like, why did you say, like, it's clearly not impossible? I don't know.
Right. At least metaphysically it's possible. No, but anyway, it's just like, there are no photos of his family at the event. There's a quote from his wife, like, explaining to their daughter, the one that actually has, like, some, like, language capacity, the death of the guy. And then also, it's just like, why the fuck would they be there? And like, his kids are 1 and 3, and he's like debating people. The kids are just gonna fucking start whining. Like, they're fucking retarded.
That is funny. And misinformation spreads like, like.
It's like also like, are you fucking retarded? Like, what do you mean his kid ran towards like? There are videos, the kid doesn't appear there, and then also, what the fuck would the mom be doing then? Like, a 3-year-old at a campus where there's just like fucking like hundreds of people. Like, okay, yeah, she probably needs to look after the 3-year-old all the time, but then like somebody is like shooting someone, and she's like, oh, kiddo, run off to your daddy, protect him, cut the next bullet. You're such a fucking monkey.
I did see it repeated though as well. Like, I only just looked it up and was like, oh, that's wrong.
I can't argue with somebody who's confused. I just can't do it.
But Sasha, come on, you didn't say it was impossible.
You're confused.
But Solomon, you just clearly
You're just confused, bro. You're confused.
No, you just clearly.
I know you're hurt, bro. I know you're hurt. You're hurt because your movement is about to get marginalized, rightfully so, and you guys are going to be classified as mentally ill. Yes, you should come to grips with that.
Notice how the fucking gorilla
you should come to grips,
on the actual
sir. You should come to grips. You should come to grips with that.
We should actually, I think just Trump saying
Alaska, you should come to grips with that.
I have a question.
Come to grips with that.
Calm down, gorilla.
You should come to grips with that.
Hey, monkey.
All of you are going to be in psych wards in the next 5 to 7 years. 90% of you will be in psych wards.
Can you quiet down for a second?
90% of you will be in psych wards.
Okay, monkey, can you
Put
quiet
money
down
on it.
for a
I'll put
second?
$20K on it right now. 90% of you will be in psych wards.
Let's do one.
Alright, then probably I'll be in a psych ward by the time I have to pay you. That's not a very good bet.
We can do escrow. We can put it in escrow right now. We can put it in escrow right now.
Alright, send 20K to him.
You know how to use blockchain?
Uh-huh.
We can put it in escrow right now.
Alright. Anyway, Alaska, do you think...
I already know you broke. I know you don't got money, so it's okay.
Anyway, Alaska, do you think King has anything to confirm his Damas story? Or is he just bereft of any sources?
He's so hurt about... Why are you so hurt about this, Sasha? Why are you so hurt? Tell me.
How am I hurt? I'm just asking about the topic.
Why are you so hurt? You're not even American. Why are you hurt?
I'm just talking about the topic, you fucking ape. I don't understand.
You're so hurt. Why are you so hurt? I'm so confused. Why are you hurt?
Trump's response saying he's going to ban...
Where did Charlie hurt? Show me on the doll where Charlie hurt you, Sasha.
Charlie.
Show me on the doll. Where did Charlie hurt you, Sasha?
Charlie bit me. That really hurt, Charlie.
Charlie bit me. Charlie bit me.
That's what you sound like right now.
Trump's response saying he's going to ban some left-wing groups is really scary.
Fucking retard.
True, what?
You King, are you there?
Yeah, it was good, buddy. It was good.
So you have TikTok, right?
No, I don't use TikTok. No.
Oh, okay. So maybe if you're
for security purposes.
Just look up Tyler Robinson, Candace Owen. Yo, dog, I just saw this shit. This shit boggled my head.
You saw the picture? You talking about the picture?
Yeah, the picture him in
it's been going viral. Yeah, it's been going viral, right? It's crazy.
But no, the weirder thing is, then I looked at Nick Fuentes' page, and he's not talking about this.
He's a retard. Nick is a fucking dummy.
Calling Candace Owen and Uncle Tom and whatnot.
Nick is a fucking retard, bro.
No, not that. The guy who's so anti-Israel is not
Nick Fuentes is a retard. I know what you're talking about.
He's not going to say anything until he knows. What the title.
Nick Fuentes don't.
That's the crazy thing, King. It's too obvious now because the Nick Fuentes thing is the shocking of all. It's like you spend this whole time pretending that you hate a certain organization, talking about leftists and rightists and whatnot, and then the one proof that everyone is talking about, you just shot and not talking about it. It's
clearly compromised himself.
The one who talks the most about Israel is not saying no comment, no Israel. Everybody's just concentrating on the blacks, why the blacks are shit. And it's almost like...
I hear you. No, that's exactly right. Nick Fuentes is a fucking retard, but he's another one of these grifters. He's a grifter.
What if a lot of these videos about Charlie Kirk saying all these controversial things? I'm just saying, what if they're being pumped up actually by Israel, right? So that everybody looks at all the noise and forgets the proof. I don't know. I'm just really speculating at this point. It's because these videos are really getting famous, and it's almost like they're being pushed heavily to like, obviously, you will have black clubhouse talking about, yeah, he was a racist, I'm glad he died and whatnot. And no one really looks into, did the guy really do it? What happened during the day, and why was that even possible if the guy had paid so many people for security? You know, it's like that one thing just glasses off. And then you have the guy who's saying, I shot him. Why would some random guy...
George Zinn.
Yeah, why? Like, all this thing, and I didn't think about it. I'm telling you.
You know they have video of him claiming to be at the 9/11 event and the Boston bomber event and some other events too. What are the odds, right? What are the odds one guy's at all those events?
But even if this is true, the bigger question now I have is, why would they want to do this to him? Like, what would Charlie Kirk really know for them to say he has to go? Like, what was the big threshold that he passed? Or like, what did he really do for him to deserve that?
Yeah, so
that's just what I want to know.
Yeah, so I explained it already. So the Israel Mossad angle comes from the amount of influence that Charlie Kirk had on the younger generation in America. You probably heard the reports that, or at least several people say, that Charlie, if he was alive, would eventually have become president in the United States. And so that's absolutely true, because that is how much influence TPUSA currently has built. And then if you project that out into the next 10 to 15 years, it's not it's not beyond the pale that he definitely, or at least could have become president of the United States. He certainly helped Donald Trump in a big way. TPUSA absolutely helped Donald Trump get reelected. So with that foundation, right? You see that foundation so far?
Yeah.
Okay, now picture this. Charlie Kirk builds this platform, this TPUSA platform that is clearly has the air of the younger generation and even some of the older generation. And now you see a movement of this generation away from Israel, right? Away from idolizing Israel, acting like Israel is a sacred cow, criticizing Israel, all of these things that essentially spell doom for the relationship between Israel and America, which Israel relies on in order to sustain itself. You catching all that?
Yeah, but you think he had that much influence for them to say?
I do. If someone is projected to be the president of the United States, absolutely yes, I do. Because the problem here is that if Charlie Kirk, because it's cool if Candace or Tucker Carlson or any of these other, on the periphery guys, criticize Israel or turn into kooks, as they like to say. But Charlie, if Israel loses Charlie, then again, that spells doom for the relationship between Israel and the United States long term. Because as a matter of fact, I was thinking about this. What would have likely happened is that Charlie, if he was alive, would gladly trade his relationship with Benjamin, Israel, and them if the younger generation installs him to essentially dissolve the relationship. So, hey, you give me power, I'll implement all the shit you guys want. Y'all want all this crazy shit? Get rid of that. And, Charlie would have 1,000% done all of it eventually. And he was even signaling that. You can go watch all of his interviews. Hold on, Messiah. Watch all his interviews over the last 6 months. And you can clearly see that he was moving away from Israel. He was moving away from Israel can do no wrong. He was moving away from Benjamin Netanyahu can't be criticized. He was moving away from all of those things. So again, that is a big problem when all your donors are Jewish, all of your money comes from big Jewish, institutions. Mm-hmm. And I know you saw the report, and everybody's reporting it now, that Benjamin Netanyahu offered him $150 million cash. He turned it down. You seen that report?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it on Twitter. Though.
So when you add all these things up, Masada, a country like Israel with Mossad makes a cold calculation. Is it better for us to run the risk that Charlie Kirk turns against us and becomes our biggest enemy and guarantees dissolvement of our relationship, or can we take him out now, turn him into the biggest martyr, and implement our agenda using that narrative? I don't see how the math doesn't add to take Charlie out, turn him into a martyr. We extend our narrative as long as we can with that. So,
any defense to this from anyone who wants to come to Candace Owen? I'm willing to hear both sides,
Yeah, I'm saying that is the angle. I'm not saying that that's exactly what happened. I'm saying that this would be Israel Mossad's angle, because a lot of people like to act, wait, yes, there is. There's absolutely an angle to that.
I just want to hear the counter argument, right? It's like, fine, I'm not fine. Let's just say I'm in the middle at this point.
Yeah.
Why is the other side not coming in with a good counter argument? That's why I.
No, they are though, because they are coming. They are coming with they're coming with their claims like, hey, this is possibly a lone shooter. This has nothing to do with Israel. There are other explanations for.
Tyler Robinson clearly didn't shoot him. Like that's now pretty obvious. Thug, there's a guy here. He kept saying it. He said, "Listen, I'm a real shooter." That guy was shot close range. He was not shot by something that was 200 yards away. That's what he said, right? And obviously, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Look, I'm seeing the reports you're saying. So I'm not going to act like, yes, I'm seeing reports that are saying, hey, it actually wasn't from a guy 200 yards away. That was actually much closer. I'm seeing the ballistics from the audio that are claiming, hey, the audio literally proves that the shots came from closer than they're saying. So I'm seeing a lot of data that is suggesting that things might not be what the narrative that the FBI is giving to us. So I'm seeing that too. But I think instead of relying on those things, I'm going by what feels like the best thing to go off right now, which is.
Look at the chat, King. Bro, I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying this is true. I'm just asking questions. Look at the chat. This Sam guy, bro. He's attacking South Africa.
King, your F theory makes. Oh, he said my F theory. Okay, yeah. And look, I'm just. And look, I'm just giving you, because look, you can go and you can see everybody thought Charlie was going to be the president. He absolutely, and look, Charlie absolutely would have been president of the United States. That's how influential TPUSA was, and he built that from scratch. He did. Now the problem is he built it with Jewish money. He did, and so that angle is there.
No, like let's ask. Look, I get what you're saying. Like I want to go to the important parts, right? Not saying what you're saying is not important, but fine. We already have a conclusion, you and I, on maybe the fact that guy's not the shooter.
Okay.
The bigger part now is the silence. You and I are two black guys talking about this. Literally, two black guys on Clubhouse talking. I don't know any other room, or at least any other white room, who are putting this angle out there, or asking these important questions.
No. So no, that's not true. So there are several.
I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. I didn't say
okay. Fair enough. So there are several people, Masanda, that are white brothers who are absolutely talking about this along this line also, and that are putting out theories along the lines of, hey, it wasn't a lone shooter. This is likely a network, but what is that network that took out Charlie? And so It is the case that they are out there putting these things together, but we're just doing it with our flavor, right? We're doing it in a way that is, unique to chillism, right? We have our way of putting our stories out, but yeah, we were some of the first people to suggest that it was not a lone shooter, and that yes, Israel, if there is a foreign intelligence, then Israel Mossad is the most likely. So we were some of the first to put those things out there before anybody was even thinking, or we put that out there. Then like a day later, it became more and more viable when some of the stuff started coming out, like Charlie Kirk, like the reports that said Charlie Kirk feared for his life. A month before, people were tweeting that. It was very strange that there was a track that came out called Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. That was released a month ago. There was the book that was released 3 days before Charlie died. The Charlie shot at whatever event. It was on Amazon. A lot of weird shit that's on there that would make one think this is definitely not a lone shooter, that this is a network of deranged and sick people that took Charlie out. So RP to him.
So I just want the Jews to understand, I'm not looking this shit up. I'm not an investigator. This shit is just coming on my page. Now, I want you guys to think about this. Average Musanda, fine, African AIDS, African Musanda, is finding this on his page. What do you think the average person, remember, none of us are doing an investigation. This shit is just in our faces with all the evidence, and most of us, I don't know about all, are not getting the counter argument. We're not getting your side of saying, well, this, and this. All we're saying is, or at least I can conclude that Tyler Robinson wasn't the shooter. I don't know about the Israel whatever, but definitely he was not. The timestamps are not making any sense unless they're lying about those photos. That's the only part I could at least believe. But at least I want to get all the arguments. Where do you live? Do you live in South Africa? Why is somebody who claims they care about Charlie Clerk not making those arguments? That's what I want to hear. If you claim you like him so much, like to me, it's like he's someone you want to use as a martyr or an image. It's all about how you can use him instead of how you can defend him and his death. That's how I'm hearing it. I don't know about any other Americans, and I would expect them to, maybe raise their hands up and wanna, come with their counter arguments. I'm not picking a side, King. I'm an atheist, like I said. I'm an atheist. I'm not picking a side. I'm not picking, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to hear the sides at this point, because it's. this is scary, man. It is scary.
Look, it is scary. I would hope, Musanda, as an atheist, you would reconsider your atheism, because life is too short to be playing around with that this subject matter. As you can see, anybody can lose their life at any moment, but that's a different conversation. I think that people are naturally scared because, and this is kind of what I was alluding to with the Nick kid. Everybody has a big pumped up chest when nobody's coming after you, or when you don't feel like you can die. But when you finally realize what death is, what it actually is, and that your life can be taken, most people wither away. Most people will give in. There's only select few people in human history that stand up in the face of death. It's not an easy thing to do. Most people will fucking fold. They'll absolutely fold. So, RP Charlie, I do think we're going to get the actual story, because this is too big and too sloppy. Because you know what I'm even thinking now, Masanda? It could be the case that Tyler Robinson was one of many people in the audience that could have taken that shot. And so it could be the case that he was up there ready to take the shot. I'm not saying that this happened. I'm saying that this could explain why he's running down the top of the building and doesn't look like he has any of the weapons that they claim he has. It doesn't look like he has any of the weapons he claimed he has, but somebody else took the shot. And then also, I don't know if you saw the picture that was released today, if that's what you were talking about, where he's at that Dairy Queen. Did you see that?
I mean, look, Kendra's point is that he wasn't even there at this point, brother.
Yeah. That's the. No, I wouldn't say he wasn't there. Instead, I would say he was one of many people that could have taken that shot and didn't, but somebody else did. So he escaped thinking, okay, I'm good because I didn't take the shot. So they're going to obviously say whoever did take the shot in the audience or wherever, they're going to focus on that person. But the rumor started immediately that whoever took the shot was at the top of the building. So regardless, everybody was focused on what the fuck was going on the top of the building. So now you got this kid who thinks, oh, I'm good. Now he's the face of everyone in terms of, hey, we got to find this person. So he's chilling at Dairy Queen, eating his ice cream, doing all types of other shit, not even thinking anything's wrong, only to wake up, only to realize, holy shit, they're looking for me. You see where I'm coming from?
But can you confirm with your eyes that the guy with the American flag on his chest does look like Taylor Robinson? I won't lie to you, I don't think
I cannot confirm that. I cannot.
That's why
the enhanced picture that they're using is AI.
Shooter too. I'm not even saying that guy shot him. I'm saying you could be right, but Tyler Robinson. Remember, I think the grandmother was saying he wasn't the shooter. I think there was a story where the grandmother said it's not him, whatever, and then later on you had the father saying, look, we have him with a pastor, which is weird. You call a pastor to show your son doesn't run away, right? But fine, let's just go with that. And then you're a sheriff, and you confronted him because they look the same for some reason, and none of us can really see the resemblance, but apparently the parents can see the guy on the photo and their son looking the same, but I mean it's things like that where it's like the more you pile it up, it's like, like the more lies they say, the worse it becomes. He broke the rifle down and they put it together, they put it in the woods. It gets worse. It gets worse every time they explain it, you know what I mean? I don't know if they even showed. Do they even have a photo of the show? I think I've seen a photo. Is there still a photo or something?
Of which one? Of who?
No, of the gun, of the rifle they used. Is there a photo?
Yeah. So somebody did. Let me see if I can find it. Somebody did a breakdown. Somebody did a breakdown of the actual gun that they claim that Tyler broke down. So somebody did a full breakdown on camera. I'll get it for you because I was just watching it like an hour ago. Somebody did a full breakdown to show it's impossible that the kid did it in the time frame that they're claiming that he did. It's just not possible. Oh, don't tell me I didn't fucking... Come on, man. Come on. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me see if I bookmarked it. I did not bookmark it, bro. If I find it, I'll send it to you. But yeah, the guy did a full breakdown of the actual gun and what they said he did to the gun and showed that given the time frame of him moving off the building, that is almost impossible that he did it within that time frame, given the adrenaline and the precision that you need to break the gun down. that didn't happen. And then they said he reassembled it, and that just didn't happen, bro. Just didn't happen, man. So there's a lot that's just not straightforward about this case. But I do think it's going to get solved because it was too sloppy. It's way too sloppy. So.
Why are you offended? If you care so much about Charlie, Sam, why are you offended by this? Fine, let's
offended by what?
You're offended by this. If you care, if you're such an American, remember the question he asked me prior to me going to the store? Where do you live? Are you an American?
Sam was just being petty. Sam was being petty. I don't know why he did that. He's being petty.
No, but why if that's the case, if he's a true American and loves America so much, I would think he would want the truth. Are you loyal to another country? That's what I'm saying. Are you loyal to another country? Are you not loyal to America? Do you not think America is the country you should be loyal to? America first, as the quotation says.
It should really be look. I'm not even America first. I'm not America first anymore. I'm America only. Because America first is not even enough. It needs to be America only. Period. And yes, it's a legitimate question for everyone. Who has your loyalty? Is it America? Is it somebody else? If it's somebody else, then that's a problem. That is a fucking problem. That's across the board. And we have too many people representing America who don't have America first or America only. I'm sorry, that's a problem, bro. So, but it's going to change. It's definitely changing already. It's just going to accelerate as time moves on. But, yeah, man.
Just the way it is.
That's just the way it is. But yeah, I do think this case is going to get solved, despite the FBI and the feds trying to cover a lot of this stuff up. And I would not be surprised if Israel and Mossad are implemented or implicated in some way, shape, or form. Not even that they directly had their agents, but that they helped facilitate, or they helped give logistics, or they helped do some. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying that they did. I'm saying that I wouldn't be surprised. Just be like, yep, we knew, because Charlie already talked about it a month before his assassination. So.
All the army surgeons keep saying it wasn't a professional.
You said what?
All the guys who are shooters, they say that it wasn't a professional. And now I'm thinking, yeah, but that's because they believe the story that he shot it, right? Like, yeah, you would think, yeah, he's not a professional. Why would you aim for the neck? It's bad luck. But that's the thing. If I'm a real professional and I want to make sure no one can see it, that's where I would aim. And all I'm saying is a real professional would make sure that he can do that shot at a place where no one could actually identify him. And all excuses would say, he's at the building, he's at this and this and this. That's what I really think. And he would say, let me shoot him. Maybe I really targeted the neck so that it does look messy. It doesn't look professional. You know what I mean? It's like that thing they said in that movie, the closer you look, the less you see. You know?
Yeah.
Like I would shoot him there if I was good, so that you think it's not a professional. Because all these army agents and all these people I trained and sent to the army, I told them to shoot at the head or heart. If you shoot at the neck, you're not good. I'm just saying, like, it's a talking point where if it constantly being said, it makes you think like. It's almost like these armies are like, they're just reciting something they heard from the instructor. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. You know, shooting is a shooting at the end of the day. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not saying it was a professional. I wouldn't be shocked if it was, but you don't need a professional to still have a lousy or you know, a very amateur way of going about trying to take Charlie out. Because the thing is, let's assume that Israel and Mossad are implicated in this. in some way, shape, or form. The reason they would do something this sloppy is because they're desperate themselves. Charlie is gaining steam in a way that is just full steam ahead. He's got everything going. The tide is turning. He's making these. It's like, it's now or never. We got to do this now, right? You see what I'm trying to say, Wasabi?
What about the angle of this Charlie Clerk video being pushed? What do you think about that angle? Like, they're being pushed and they're selecting those. Because who would say? I mean, I get people saying videos, but you would think those videos would have been way more famous before. Those ones that are insulting black pilots, the Beyonce's Adia. I'm just saying all these videos that are heavily being pumped, right? You would think that that's also another disguise or derailment to make you focus on that, because they know the blacks will be highly triggered and emotional, and you'll have all these redundant, worthless topics about, oh, you should celebrate him even after his passing. Besides actually asking yourself, wait, why did this happen during the shooting? Why did this? Like, you would have any other talking point, like any other topic, outside of like the day that shooting happened. You would talk about what he did before and stuff. I don't know. I'm just trying to really think about that. You know, like maybe this whole thing, it's a way to ensure, because they know how triggered black people are. They can easily be influenced by. Sadly, I'm just saying, and I know people use it against us by words. You know, not saying it wasn't racist. I don't want to deal with that. I want to deal with the fact that they know that he said controversial things towards this community, and if we keep pumping that, and we'll make Trump say, "I'll put it at hate speech if you insult Charlie Clerk." That would just,
everybody's against hate speech. Everybody's against it.
No, I'm saying, didn't you hear what Trump said about people who are attacking Charlie Clerk?
Yeah. I heard all of that. I even saw Pam Bondi trying to use hate speech language.
Here's the weird thing, right? In South Africa, there's this organization, they're called Afroforum. They're the ones that went to the US talking about genocide and whatnot. They actually said they would actually add to that policy on any guest South Africans if they talk shit about Charlie Clerk. You know what I mean? Like, to me now, I'm kind of like seeing a thread now. Like, okay, so yeah, I get it that you're ally, but like, why are you pushing it that hard way? You want to arrest South Africans for talking bad about Charlie Clerk? I'm not saying I would. I'm just saying in general, it's almost like a way, like, I want to do it. And he makes a video about it. He doesn't do it. He says, I'm going to do this. So people know that this is going to happen. So to me, it's almost like a big distraction on all sides. It's like, let me distract you with this and this and this, and not make you focus on all the things that did not make sense during his passing. September the 10th. Just before September the 11th.
Yeah, you think that's a coincidence? So I'm trying to say, somebody playing games, bro. Trust me. Somebody playing games. I do got to run.
I think the weirdest
good.
What about the birthday of George Floyd and this guy, Charlie? Apparently it's the same date.
No, I got to run, Masanda. I said I got to run. But it was good having a conversation, though. I'll be around in a couple of hours in a bit, so we can continue the conversation then. But I do got to run right now, though. no, I just popped that up like exactly when you least expect it. I tried to get that. I had such good jokes and all. Now it's all going to waste again, and nobody has nothing to say. What are you doing, meditating or pitching or what everybody is doing at the same time? Hello, I heard you with the right ear and very nice self, good attitude and such. I had this kind of Would you like some coffee or tea, perhaps? If you don't mind, when you're coming, could you bring some beer with you, especially if it's coming from your side, you got some good safety. Bring some real safe like that. There's no point bringing something like I got a lot or something like that. Bring home first. Half in Bordeaux and half in brandy barrels, like 1.5 years like in the stout back in 16.5%, that kind of stuff. They got some good stuff in USA. But in USA, you can actually get the stuff. It's not like the price is not completely stay up at the beer sales. I like it. Yeah, I like it. But this is yeah. I think it's kind of like half whiskey. It's stuck in. Yeah. Whiskey, my dear. So much better than beer. Yeah, but it's the different thing. It's the different thing. Sipping or something. Hey, have a good meditation. I don't want to use any scandal to put you down. No need even hands. Oh, no. Who's that? He went so. Is that little tragic? Yeah. Oh God, that feels so tragic. Took the fucking death way. How many? Not very hot. Backing your mini maintenance on the smack with that little.
happy meditations. Remember to put your phone away so you can see your phone. Working, working. Hey ho, hey. Yes, hello. Yes, hello. Hello, my name's Hello, my name's Hello, my name's Hello, my name Hey, that's nice. Also, I feel like a girl. You make it big. And it's still a big What did it say? Oh, shoot, I didn't know so many things. You want fucking nobody can beat fucking everybody, but they at the same time. Still. I don't know that you call it Okay, yeah, but I think this Christmas again. Yeah, that's cool.
Good morning, Nathan. Good morning, She-Wolf.
Hey, Carolyn. I thought you was asleep.
No, I'm getting ready for work. I came in not too long ago, and King Solomon was rambling about conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk with Masanda. So I just muted up because I'm like, I ain't got time for that shit. Yeah. Are you working?
No, not right now. I'm at home now. I just got back from my away from home terminal, but the other night he was doing his white Christian nationalist thing.
All his preaching shit.
And I was like, I was listening to him, and I was like, I don't know. I never really heard this type of rhetoric.
Oh yeah, he gets into his bag, girl.
Until recently, right? Like this is new since Charlie Kirk died. I'm like, okay, maybe he's been listening to something that's been inspiring him to, you know, get more into this. And I even had told him, like, he knew a lot about, you know, the founding fathers and this type of stuff like that. I never heard.
I'm surprised you didn't know about the founding fathers. I'm surprised you didn't know about, like, Thomas Jefferson. They even have the Jefferson Bible. That's what
I think you had talked to. I don't know. I never really paid attention to that type
That's
of
what a lot of deists, well, Thomas Jefferson was a deist. The D-E-I-S-T. And pretty much they just don't believe in anything supernatural. And that's in the Bible. So they believe that the Bible was allegorical and that a lot of, like, the things that actual Christians believe, like the resurrection and, you know, the miracles performed, that they're all metaphors versus, like, them actually happening.
Yeah. So he was going off. He was on his little. He was reading his little script. Oh yeah, like this many of the founding fathers was Christian, and you had to profess this and that to be in office and blah 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 blah. I'm like, okay, here we go. But the thing was, we wasn't even I forgot what we was talking about, but he kind of like shoehorned that shit in there to go off on his preaching. I'm like, oh my god, so he about to do this again. And then Andrew was in here. Andrew bitch ass was in here, and he was like, and Andrew was like, oh, I'm gonna play a clip of Charlie Kirk, and it was about Carolyn. Why was the clip literally everything that King be saying, right? His whole little spiel. So I said, oh, since Charlie Kirk died, you've been listening to him like heavily, and it's funny because, I forgot his name, but this guy that we used to hang out with on the conservative side of Clubhouse, he kept calling King Charlemagne Kirk.
I'm fucking dying.
He was calling King
Charlemagne Kirk.
Charlemagne.
Oh, Charlemagne Kirk.
Charlemagne, yeah. That shit was so funny, and I didn't realize he was calling him that because he was literally like reading Charlie Kirk shit off like a script.
Yeah, King I think is a little sleep deprived.
I think
because he's been tripping lately with the preaching, and somebody called him a Nigerian white supremacist in the chat.
Oh, he's very, and I think it's only been this bad since Charlie Kirk died. Like he really been in this bag, like you said, like for the past week or so.
I had to check him. I'm like, I don't know why
it's getting weird.
Yeah, I don't know why people like you and Dr. Umar Johnson think that y'all have like this hold on the black community as to what we should do, how we should respond, how should we react. Like black people aren't a monolith, and the fact that you are a Christian man aligning with somebody just because they say they're Christians. Girl, there's people who are pedophiles that say they're Christians. Rapists who say they're Christians.
Is that he's spewing this white Christian nationalist shit, When Trump was running, it was, oh, Trump MAGA, Trump MAGA. Now he's all like, I'm not a conservative. Nigga, you not a conservative? And you voted for Trump and all you talking about is white Christian nationalist shit? No, you not a conservative. You are far right alt conservative.
Yeah, I was on Andrew ass too because first of all, Andrew has the most liberal doctrine in the Christianity faith.
Exactly.
Universalism. All that shit he's spewing about.
The shit he says about trans people.
First of all, he's pro-trans, number one. But then you talk about slavery was not immoral. That's not what Universalists would say. He's saying that Jim Crow was good for the blacks. That's not what Universalists would say. So he's a walking contradiction.
I don't trust these white Christians no more. I don't. Yeah. Because this incident has shown me that a bunch of white people think a certain way, like white people that I didn't expect to think how they like. Ashley shocked me with this shit.
Oh no, yeah, Ashley been turning it up, honey.
I couldn't, but that shocked me, Carolyn. I couldn't believe it.
I had to like mute up on a couple times on her because I'm like, she always getting crashed out on, and I don't want to crash out on her. But she was being so dishonest. She was being so dishonest, and I was like, oh okay. But then again, I don't really blame her because she lives in the middle of nowhere, so she don't know.
I don't know. I think that we always give her that benefit of the doubt, like, oh, she don't know better. But I think she might. I think she do, and she not like I said. I think.
No, I'm not giving her a pass.
Oh no, I'm not either because
I'm not giving her a pass.
It's the blacks. It's the blacks, like the people in my PTR that's crying over this nigga, and the white Christians. That's just. I'm done and I'm over it, and I can't take no more of them. I can't take no more of the blacks. That's crying over Charlie Kirk, and the white Christians who are fucking up his ass. Like I'm not doing it.
I just took a back seat after a while because the Charlie Kirk conversation in Chillism has been running for going on 72 hours.
Yeah.
And I've already refuted a lot of talking points that came from.
He died on. It's actually been more than a week because he died on the 10th. It's the 19th.
Right. I'm talking about like as far as the big room.
Yeah.
With like a whole bunch of new faces and voices.
Oh,
like,
yeah. Okay.
I've done. Listen, ML done debunk Samoa. I done debunk Samoa and King Solomon and Andrew. Sasha debunked fucking King Solomon. It's just.
I backed up fucking Andrew yesterday.
Yeah,
the nigga went all the way around the world, brought up scripture and it's weird shit, just to ignore the comments that was made about what he said. That shit was like, I wouldn't even never engage with Andrew no more, especially with him having a bean, because he don't address what you're talking about. And you not finna take me on the biggest red herring tangent in the world ever again. He's not doing that shit to me ever again. So he got it.
I mean, even him and Sasha had to come at his neck too, because Sasha being trans and like people looking at Sasha all crazy in these conversations. She had to check Andrew too. Like, Andrew, like, what are you talking about? But that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of times people are performative, right? Until like shit like this happen and their true colors really come out. Because you think a motherfucker.
When they tell us that the assassin is left wing, we need to tell them about Andrew, who loves the trans and also has conservative rhetoric when it comes to white Christian nationalism, like what he's been talking about. But he agreed with the trans ideology. So you like look at how fucking confusing and all over the place Andrew is. You can't fucking tell me that just because somebody have conservative values that they can't support the LGBT community, because Andrew is one of them.
And there's a lot of conservative, quote unquote, right-wing people who are, and I said this a couple days ago, who are trans. No, they're not. I'm like, yo, have y'all not seen Julebi? They literally have a Julebi right now on YouTube called Conservative Trans versus Liberal Trans. Literally. Like, I think it's become more of a spectrum now versus like you either all the way over here or you all the way over there.
No,
and that's what I'm trying to tell
people. Don't realize that, like, the loudest voices for both parties is the people that's far left and far right. So the normal ass liberals and the normal ass conservatives, our voices don't fucking get heard, right? Like
get hijacked.
Yeah, like everybody think that the conservative movement is the far alternative right that is into this white Christian nationalism and racism. Like, those are the loudest conservative voices. So the regular fucking conservatives like myself, that's just for small government, a strong border, pro-life, like normal ass fucking Republicans like myself, our voices get drowned out by these people that like Charlie Kirk and King Solomon. You get what I'm saying? Like, because he's the loudest voice.
I asked the room, I said, what makes, I mean, outside of him getting assassinated, but what makes somebody like a Charlie Kirk different than someone like Al Sharpton? They both grifters.
Yep.
they both race hustlers. Candace is a race hustler. Al Sharpton, race hustler.
She's kind of cooled down on the race stuff. She more so talk about
now she's a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
but why is she like that now? Because they done fucking canceled her ass. They done kicked her off the Daily Wire, whatever the fuck that shit is called.
Yeah, that was
she so now all of a sudden she's trying to get her revenge, and so now she's trying to. Same thing with Omarosa. When they kick Omarosa out of the White House, now she want to go on tours. Now she want to talk about, she pro-black and write books about the White House. And do people talk about Omarosa now? No. So it's like, here's the thing: when you get on these platforms and these stages and you try to speak out and booty clap for these fucking alt-right people, they will chew you up and spit you the fuck out. And that's what we see. We see it happen all the time. And Candace, I mean, she's still relevant, right? But she's still trying to, like, hustle and bustle. Now she want to come at feminists. Now she wants to write a book called Go Make Him a Sandwich. But her last book literally was called Blexit, the Black Extra. White Lives Matter t-shirts. Like, come on. She's a hustler, too.
I feel like she goes to the extreme to she's more of a shock jock than a racist. She's a shock jock.
That shit get played out after a while because guess what? When someone else comes on the scene who's younger, smarter, has a up and coming audience, their record is pretty much clean and they support the right, and they so happen to be black, whether they male or female. She's gonna, she's just gonna be another name that was considered to be a sellout. So I don't know, girl. I don't know. But yeah, they was in here acting a goddamn fool. And King Solomon, he's doing a lion thing.
I can't believe this man was up in here saying shit that was verbatim stuff from Charlie Kirk videos.
Because King Solomon crazy.
Shit for days that was verbatim Charlie Kirk.
You missed it, Miss Fifi. Miss Fifi packed King Solomon up, and so did ML. And Mel was like, "Oh, you want to go bank for bank?" Because King Solomon was like, "Yo, PTR 20,000 right now." He said, "I'll do you one better," and he literally back channel Knowledge his fucking bank account, and Knowledge confirmed how much money he had in his bank account.
Wow, you don't want to fuck with ML. That's a rich ass Caribbean nigga.
Yeah, him and his wife. But yeah, ML, I fucks with ML. ML's an intelligent brother. He makes a lot of good points that people like to overlook because he's long-winded. But ML been cooking. He been fucking cooking, and I've been learning a lot from him as well. But he just talked too much. But yeah, it's been an interesting few couple of days. I mean, Charlie Kirk is not gonna not be talked about after this. Like, I'm still getting fucking news articles on my algorithm about the damn shit, but I will say this. I am along the lines of conspiracy. I think that there's a lot not being said by the FBI that intentionally is not being put out there. But that's just my theory. I don't know.
See, and y'all all owe Ray Abbey an apology because when he was saying that it was a false
I don't owe him shit. I ain't say nothing.
Not you. You, everybody else. Because they was calling him stupid. And I know, like, he was saying shit like he probably believed he was alive and shit. But sometimes, I wasn't too sure about that part. But I'll never, like, think that it's not possible that the government is on some bullshit. I'ma never rule that out. Like, you always gotta know that that's a possibility that these motherfuckers on some bullshit.
Girl, I know they was on bullshit when they revealed that fucking Charlie Kirk's goddamn partner was trans. You knew.
You mean the guy who shot him?
No. I'm sorry, not Charlie Kirk. My bad. The guy who shot him.
Tyler Robinson.
Partner was trans.
Tyler Robinson.
Yes, Tyler Robinson. They knew what that was gonna do. They not to say that they're just reporting, but to report that right away when there's other pieces of evidence that needs to be, communicated to the public that I know that y'all holding on to. Like, come on now. And then them dumbass text messages that was released that really didn't say much.
I didn't see them. What did they say?
The guy basically just confirming that he was gonna, unalive him. Pretty much. And I think the text messages were towards his friend. He reached out to his friend, I think, the night before. But girl, it looks very similar to what's the guy, Tyler Perry's text messages with that gay man. It just looks very encrypted, very much. What the fuck is this? Nothing too crazy. It looked like it's been altered. It looked like it definitely been altered, but.
And you would think the government got enough money, or whoever got enough money to actually make it look good, like.
Yeah, it looked absolutely altered, for sure. And then yesterday, they got into this dumbass 3-hour argument. I mean, I was at work, so I couldn't really engage. But they were having this 3-hour...
Yeah, I knew you was at work, because you was not fucking moderating.
Girl, I was at work.
I know.
Listen, when I'm around, I moderate. But I was at work. And I'm not about to step out of my job to be like,
no, I don't blame you. I already know that's why.
Please. And then there were a whole bunch of other moderators on stage. And I've been able to mod the room when there's a bunch of people on stage by myself. Like, I don't got time for that. I will give a shout out to Louis for a set amount of time, because Louis was, holding it down yesterday afternoon by himself when it was like 6 other mods on stage. For whatever reason, they weren't helping him. I don't know. But he held it down during the afternoon. But they had a long, drawn-out conversation about whether or not slavery is immoral. That killed me. That was hard to listen to at work. And what else they talked about yesterday? Oh, yeah, they spent like 6 hours talking about the definition of grifting. That was annoying. So, yeah, girl.
Oh, you know that if anything, they're going to drag something.
Like, literally spent 6 hours trying to come to an understanding of what the word grift means and grifting. And then this new character, Gold Poppy, he's another motherfucking main character, or think he got main character energy, and he be, oh my gosh, he just be talking so fucking much, and nobody, like, moderates him, because he won't shut the fuck up. But, so yeah.
same time together. Like if you get Concrete, I've said this before. If you get Concrete, Samoa, King Solomon in the room together, nobody's gonna be able to talk with them.
Andrew, listen, Andrew and King Solomon needs to drop their and I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna say this to Louis too. Louis sometimes do it too.
He does. When Louis,
you gotta drop the lie back.
Engaged in a fucking debate, a disagreement, a debate, or whatever discourse with somebody, he cannot moderate his own conversation. He can't. Neither can Andrew. When I was trying to talk to Andrew never went on mute. And actually, he was doing it before he was talking to me, and he was talking to somebody else, and I was like, "Can you go on mute while the person is talking?" Oh no, because they're lying. They're not like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Go on mute while somebody else is fucking talking. You don't have, because what you'll do is you'll say, "I'm gonna drop you if you keep interrupting me." But then when the other person is talking, you're allowed to interrupt them the whole fucking time.
The whole time. Andrew was modding the conversation for hours.
Conversation he was involved in, one-on-ones with everybody.
He was involved in, yup.
Neek, I felt bad because I wanted to hear Neek speak, and she was like, other people are trying to talk, and you want to have an ISO with everybody. He literally
was trying to run the room like how he run his rooms.
Exactly. And that's why I won't do it no more, Carolyn. Like, one thing I learned from, like, interactions with people, and if I learn that you don't interact in good faith, or like what he did yesterday with that fucking red hair, I'll never try to have a conversation with him one-on-one ever again. It's pointless. It's fucking pointless.
He might abuses the fuck out of Concrete. Like, it got to the point where I had to be like, yo, Andrew, whatever beef you got with Concrete, you doing too much, bro. Stop dropping Concrete to the goo. And for me to say that, because, me and Concrete, our dynamic child. But Andrew was abusing the fuck out of Concrete. Anytime Concrete said something, he overtalked them. Anytime Concrete had a position, he felt like he wanted to have an ISO. Like, he was just doing too much yesterday. And I said something a couple times, but again, I'm at work. My work is...
One time he told Concrete something like he gonna move him down and he gonna enjoy it or something. He was like, "Cause you need discipline." And in my mind, I'm like, how is the one grown man gonna tell another grown man he gonna discipline him? Like,
yeah, he can't stand Concrete.
That shit weird, bro.
He cannot. Yeah, he's a very emotional mod. I think they mod him in this space because he has his own crew of people like Bob, Sasha, Timothy, A-Walk. So they bring a crowd of people when they come over. So I think that's why they tolerate him.
Which is fine, but like, let everybody talk though. Like, I get that's how you run your rooms, and Knowledge kind of let him do what he do when he's over here, but like, damn, I was trying to have an
Yo, y'all be fucking snitching.
He was asking me a question,
like, what's
Carolyn.
Wrong with y'all
he was asking me a question. I'm
not snitching. I'm talking to she
Did y'all floss?
Well, first of all, good morning. Did you brush your teeth?
Good morning. Yes, I did, ma'am.
Okay, you wash your face?
Hold on.
Okay, go wash your face.
He was asking me a question that I had already answered, but it didn't fit into his narrative. I didn't answer it the way he thought I was gonna answer it. So he took 5 more minutes to ask me the question again. I was trying to answer it, and now it sent me to the goo. Like,
what?
Oh, I was on a kicking spree. Basically, Andrew was like, move anybody who interrupts me. He was literally talking to me and asking me a question. I'm trying to answer it.
And you get dropped.
Yeah.
Girl,
so
I'm sorry.
That was the second thing. I'm like, okay, no, won't be talking to you no more, because I'm getting moved to the goo while I'm trying to answer the question that you already asked me and I answered, and you didn't like my answer, so you said I didn't respond to the question. Like, you think I'm dumb?
Right. See, I was not paying attention, girl. Because I definitely would have called Andrew the fuck out on that. For sure.
Nobody called him out until Tim said something. Tim finally fucking said something like, wait, why didn't you address what She-Wolf said? He just kept asking him, like, why didn't you address that? Why did you change the subject? Until finally Andrew was like, because I wanted to. Tim was like, okay, that's the answer. I was like, I fucking love Tim.
Sassy.
Because I wanted to.
Yeah, he's a mess. And then you know what's crazy? Andrew is not good at flushing out his points or his ideologies. He just likes to regurgitate rhetoric that he's heard from previous people. Because I knew Andrew since season 1. I remember when Andrew used to get beat the fuck up in Hebrew Israelite rooms. I mean, they used to...
Wait, Carolyn, I'm sorry. I tried. Do you know who Joe is? Y'all were all one of, like, the biggest Hebrew Israelites on the app? Okay, he like the leader of Sons of Thunder of one of the camps, right?
Okay.
So I pinged Joe in here. Because I know Joe will pack Andrew the fuck up, right? I know Andrew's scared of Joe. He don't even fucking go in their rooms like that no more. And if they go in his rooms, I think he'll kick them out, like, immediately. He's scared of Joe. So I pinged Joel in. I'm like, okay, this bitch ass nigga, he done brought up scripture. We talking about what he said about slavery. I got his motherfucking ass. I'm gonna ping Joel in here to pack him the fuck up. I thought for a split second, I wasn't looking at my screen. I thought I heard for a split second Joe's voice say, and he was talking about the law or something, and you know Hebrew Israelites is big on the law. I thought I'm almost sure I heard Joel's voice say, and what law is that? And by the time I looked at the screen to try to figure out who said it, I didn't see Joel on the stage, but in my mind I said maybe that was Gold. But I know Joel Yasharalah's voice. I know Yahweh's voice. And it sounded just like him. And I'm like, I know he didn't kick out Joel that fucking quick. I know he didn't, but I didn't see it. So I had to tell myself that it must have been Gold who said it.
Yeah, he used to get, I used to see him, and I'm like, because he had the same PTR from season 1. Andrew has never changed his PTR. And I used to feel so bad for him. I'm like, yo, why they treating this white man like this? But then it got to a point where I'm like, he likes this shit because he keep coming in here every single day to get packed up. Every single day. To the point where he started creating his own little spaces. He used to hang out with the Calvinists on the app. You know that room, Ask a Christian? I don't know if you know about that room. But it's a bunch of Calvinists over there who are also white nationalists who pretend that they're the true Christians, but they're really just a bunch of racist white people. I used to fucking pack their dumb ass up too with the Calvinist rhetoric when I used to be a Christian. But anyway, yeah, Knowledge. Good morning, Knowledge. Good morning, Miss Fifi. Good morning, AK. Good morning, Ann. We're just recapping what happened yesterday and all of the crazy, chaotic shit that went on in the room. And how, what's his name, King Solomon be trying to preach. And
it's all shit from Charlie Kirk video.
Right. She just discovered that none of his ideas came from him.
But the funny part is, Andrew the one who put him on blast. Andrew he literally let him say his whole little shit, and then he said, "Oh, I'm gonna play a clip from Charlie Kirk," and the clip from Charlie Kirk was everything Solomon just said. Everything he just said, and I was like, "Wow."
Good morning to the room. I'm sorry, I'm just getting ready. Good morning. I'm getting ready. I'll be back.
I'm getting ready to, Miss Fifi. I'm running a little late, so I'm gonna have to go to Starbucks. I normally pack my breakfast and lunch, but I ain't got time, so I'm gonna have to go to Starbucks.
What is this title?
I'll say this. I think just reflecting on some of the talking points that I've listened to the past few days, I think some of the worst arguments came from Ashley, came from Samoa, Andrew, King Solomon.
I'm cool on Ashley right now. I'm really hurt. Like,
yeah, King Solomon. Who else had some of the worst arguments I've heard so far? And I want to be unbiased. So I'm trying to think of somebody that's actually who is conservative and on the right who actually made a good argument. So it don't seem like I'm being biased, even though I'm not a leftist or on the right. Who on the right made good arguments? I'm trying to think. Not even Monica. I don't know. Monica wasn't really that good either. Yeah, I can't think of who made good arguments from the right. Nobody. But I tell you who made poor arguments on the left. Who made poor arguments on the left? Luca. I think Luca made poor arguments. Who else? That's all I can think of for now. Even Concrete has some good arguments. He did. Louis, never mind, because y'all gonna go back and tell Louis what I said, and I don't feel like arguing with him. So I'm gonna skip Louis.
I already think Louis. What you talking about? Who made strong arguments? ML, I think so far, ML has made the most strongest arguments so far that I've heard in the past couple of days. ML been cooking niggas. I think Matt does a great job at highlighting the irony.
I'm not gonna lie, Carolyn. Dr. Articulate been cooking niggas.
Yeah, I haven't been around to hear him talk. I think Matt does a good job at highlighting the irony between Charlie Kirk's death and his statements around the Second Amendment. I think when it comes to gun laws and gun rights and the Second Amendment and statistics, ML has been dominating that space with his talking points. White nationalism and debunking that, I think Concrete has been doing a great job with pointing out the hypocrisy from people like Andrew. Who else? Yeah, it's because here's the thing: people just come on stage to noise troll and rage bait. I'm talking about people who've actually contributed to the conversation. Gold Poppy, I think Gold Poppy just wants his 10 seconds of fame. I don't think he even cares.
No, I think Gold Poppy is trying to find his position. I think he liked the room. He fit in, and he wanna be a part of the crew, and he's trying to see where he fit in. You know what I mean?
Right. You know who he is?
He's fine. He's straight.
He's who Pop was supposed to be. What we thought Pops was gonna be, that's who Gold Poppy is.
He's a better version of Pops.
Correct. Yes.
I do like Gold Poppy. He has good takes on stuff. When he come in, I don't know if the nigga be high off some good weed or whatever, but when he come in, hella, I don't know, just on 10. I just wanted to bring it to a 6 or a 7. But I like Gold Poppy.
AK do the same shit. AK will come into the room. Yo. What we talking about, yo?
Yeah, but when I get in the room, you know AK just the fuck up.
Then he get mad when we yo, can you just read the room for a second? Man, so I can't get in the conversation? I cannot get in the conversation. it's like, yo, bro, we like relax. This nigga was trying to turn up on fucking Sugar Belly yesterday over a conversation over dick. I'm like, AK, you do know we talking about dicks right now, right? You sure you want to swivel your way into this conversation? No, I want to debate. No, I want to debate her talking point, yo.
But the difference is that's really just AK. Go Poppy be doing too much. Like, he don't always act like that. But maybe we don't know him that well, yet. We don't know him yet, so.
I just think he's just trying to fit in.
And he does. He does. The thing is that he does, and he don't have to try that hard.
Right.
Like, you fit in here, bro.
A little bit. Just be quiet for a little bit. Yeah, it's called, what we call it, let the mic breathe. Just let the mic breathe. Let's hear from other voices. Even if, and I know Nathan is anti this, but like, even if you think a nigga is retarded, stupid, or doesn't make good talking points, they shouldn't be exempt from being able to share their voice or their opinion. Even if you think it's stupid, even if you think what they saying is cringy and off. I mean, we give niggas like Mark space in his room all the time. And I don't even think a lot of the shit that Mark says is coherent. But we give space for it. So it's like, let's not pick and choose who get to get to say something.
Anyway, speaking of bad talking points, you know who's been making a lot of them, like back to back to back? Bro, my man CEO.
That was a good get back from yesterday, Knowledge. Good job.
No CEO.
You gotta get your get back from Louis. That's what you need.
CEO does a lot too. He'll make a point, you'll refute his point, and then he'll double back and say, well, that's not what I really mean. Well, I wasn't really saying it like that. I mean, I don't think you understood what I was actually trying to say. It's like, no, we did, and you were wrong.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. You know what, Carol? If I do that, call me out the next time I do it. Catch me in it, all right? And that's what I do.
And I will. You know I will.
Because it won't happen. Thanks for playing.
Did you tell her to text you?
No.
Catch me.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You just trying to make things go sideways.
I was to say, Carolyn, I know you don't got CEO phone number.
Oh, hell no. That man is married. But, yeah, I caught CEO doing that a couple times. For sure. But, Knowledge, while you here, I was telling She-Wolf, man, it was a lot of moderators minding the conversation yesterday, bro.
Bro, it was bad.
It was bad, bro.
Oh, man, it was bad.
I felt like I
was there in real time, and I was like, oh, my God.
I was at work. I couldn't
even... I know, Knowledge not talking. He helped him do it. You moved me down for him.
I moved you down? Sure?
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about when Andrew was talking. No, Andrew asked for help. Andrew said, anybody who speaks, can you please mute them?
So he asked you to help him not abuse people?
For that one portion, yes, because everybody was jumping him. The entire room was jumping him in that portion. That's not the one that I'm talking about.
But Andrew, not Andrew, but Knowledge, that's the problem. The problem is that this nigga was modding his own conversation.
Yeah, that's the point I'm talking about, yes.
For hours, it was bad. Like, every time I came back to my phone, it was Andrew arguing another person. And, I felt like a child who was trapped in the house and I couldn't go outside. I'm watching other people play. It's like, Dad, can I get a turn? Like, what the hell? I don't know. He is really, really bad at, just playing the background. Especially when it's, ideologies that he doesn't agree with. Like, he always got to get in there. And it was bad. Andrew was.
I think he just might be used to that style of modding from God Talks. That's what I was assuming.
Because he was a man.
Do you think you notice it more because you mod, or because I'm like whack, like we've been under Andrew as a mod for a minute.
No, he does this all the time. It's just gotten worse because the topic is around a white man getting assassinated.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, like he's on 1,000 right now.
It was like this for the what was it, the Anthony joint, the
right, the Metcalf. He was on 1,000 with Metcalf.
Yeah, he was on that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, he be on. He like Monica. Monica hell blazing.
No, I'm no.
She be hell blazing when this shit go down like this. Ashley been on that shit.
But they not moderators though.
True.
They can be like that if they're not modding. Another person who was been on 10, King Solomon. You missed it. King Solomon got right back into his preaching bag. He wasn't mod abusing though, but he was being Dr. Martin Luther King Solomon. Like,
What's wrong with some inspiration? What's wrong with some inspiration? He was mod abusing when he was going at it with he was mod abusing when he was going at it with Sasha.
Oh,
No. Sasha was being senseless. That was completely senseless. That was not mod abuse. That was calling out senselessness.
He was minding his own conversation with Sasha though. He kept bulldozing her. She wasn't able to finish her point. Every time she said something that he didn't like, he jumped in it. Like he did. No. Yeah, he was doing that most.
But here was a problem with Sasha. What Sasha's claim was like, oh, this level of hypocrisy. That's like 90% of American politicians. It's like Sasha doesn't understand American politics. Sasha was making yesterday at 90% of Congress. So it was.
I just gotta say, knowledge has now paused, put a battery in my back, because now I can white mod whoever I want. Thank you, Knowledge, for letting Andrew talk for 5 days straight while modding about fucking nonsense. Oh, knowledge.
Yeah, that don't have nothing to do, CEO with Sasha being mod abused by King Solomon. Who cares if she doesn't understand U.S. politics? Who cares? Doesn't have nothing to do with King interrupting her and trying to corner her into a fucking position without her fully fleshing out her position.
The point was fully fleshed out at nausea. Like, I was getting sick, I heard the point so many times.
King held it down, and I was surprised. I went into the room and saw King moderate. I saw him put Tom Rabbit in his fucking place. Tom Rabbit came to the room talking that rah-rah shit. The room was jumping. Bro, King Solomon was on point. From the time I seen him moderations, the nigga been on point. And it's about that time, we've been in the dirty bath water for 2 days. Can we change it now that the room is small?
Yeah, we need to do that, but let me snitch real quick. Yesterday, Nathan, they had relationship conversation up in here. It was like the dog side. They was talking about vaginas and penises and relationship, men and women. I am snitching. That's the kind of room they have, and Knowledge let them do it.
Wait, I wasn't here for that. What?
Yes, you were. You went down in the audience
there too, man.
and let them do it.
I didn't go in the audience.
I could have sworn you was right there too, man.
He went to go get a ruler out of his truck.
Yeah, I was not here for that
conversation.
He went to get a ruler out of his truck.
Before y'all create a new room, I just want to say this.
Shut up. No, see,
don't do it. Don't do it.
Too.
Just
he was doing listen, Caroline was on point with the Q and everything. I was like, yo, real talk, man. That's some good shit.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't want to be no hater. Caroline did a
she was on point.
Caroline did a very good job. The 2 days she modded.
Yeah.
And you know what I realized?
That's
a bunch of people, put them a mod badge, and they are different people.
Wholly different people.
That's a fact.
Different people.
Man, the crazy thing about what Caroline did the past 2 days, it wasn't a regular 2 days. It was 2 days of like between 60 to 100.
Right.
Throughout the day, throughout the night.
Exactly.
Yeah, she held it down.
Top notch.
Thank y'all. I was gonna say before we go to a new room, thank y'all for allowing me to be a guest mod for these past few days.
And she still did it.
Well, I did. That was because you got rid of that pink ticket. I didn't witness it, so I don't believe.
Motherfuckers shouldn't say thank you for places they belong. Like,
no. Here's the thing. I do kind of like this engaging more into the conversation. But and I also realized I forgot, right, in chillism, how hard it is to mod people because they feel like when you mod them, they think that you are isolating them out, and I get to see it from my perspective, how bad people really are when it comes to certain things, like people over talking people jumping people taking up space in the room, not allowing people to talk. Like, you get to see it from a different perspective, and when you have to like mod that and not interfere, you can't be neutral. You gotta be neutral. You can't be nobody's friend.
Put a name on it. Put a name on it.
I fucks with Louis, but I had to be like, yo, Louis, I'm about to calm down. Calm down.
Louis got
and I say that with love.
Yeah, no, Louis was hostile. He was unnecessary.
I know. Look, as soon as King left, I asked Louis to help me moderate the room. So he's like, yeah, sure. And yeah, as soon as he got modded, he started screaming. Because he had to do like 3 cues. On the third one, he got pissed off. Like, why the fuck do I have to keep putting cues? Why can't you fucking be normal? Why can't you don't speak with each other normally? I'm the youngest one here. You guys should be teaching me the way. I'm the kid here.
And here's the thing. I never yelled at nobody. I ain't cussed nobody out as when I was a mod. As a matter of fact, I gave thousands of chances. I'm like, please, y'all, I don't want to move nobody. I don't want to mute the room. I feel like I was being too nice. Because I didn't want people like, oh, Carolyn, she mod abusing now because she got a mod match. Like, I ain't modded here before. But, no, I really appreciate it. It was fun. I enjoyed helping you guys mod the space. It was a big room these past 2 days. And when I...
What, you about to die or something?
No, I'm being
okay, so what the fuck?
I'm being genuine. I can't be genuine without it being taken out of context.
Do you see Beyonce walking out on the stage and being like, yo, thank y'all for making me thank y'all for making me pretty. Thank y'all for making me be able to sing. No, nigga.
She said thank y'all for buying my records, nigga.
Yeah, okay, so you could thank us, right? For sitting under you as a mod, right? Thank y'all for sticking around. That's it. Get out the way. Because now you're making me feel like I'm not supposed to be there.
Why you mansplaining her, Doc? Why you doing that?
Yo, you particularly, right, have been shining through, shining through as polished shit on this stage. And I want you to know that I've been noticing. Right? You have some great ways. But when you wake up in the morning and you're feeling cruddy, you come on this fucking app and you fucking pick and you jab and you snitch. And I don't like it. Let Carolyn
I feel
snitch.
great,
Let
man. You tripping. I feel great. You tripping.
No, I'm proud. I'm happy for you, bro. I'm just troubled.
No, this is, I'm just being respectful. Because again, I don't like being bonquisha with y'all niggas. I don't. But I have to do it.
But you just said that you miss. Like you want.
There's a new room open right now, and that's you waiting for you. It's waiting for you, bro. You got a bunch of people in there already. And it's Feedback Fridays.
I can't really hear them.
It's Feedback Fridays. There's a new room.
दर्द ही दर्द बाकी रहा है सीने में सांस लेना भर ही यहाँ जीना नहीं है अब तो आदत सी है मुझको ऐसे जीने में फिरता रहूं दर बदर मिलता नहीं तेरा निशान होके जुदा अब मैं जिया तू है कहाँ मैं कहाँ तेरी यादों में खोया रहता हूँ मुझको डसती है तन्हाइयाँ तेरी आँखों में रहता हूँ तुझे पता ना चले तेरे हर पल में गुजरा हूँ तुझे पता ना चले करे तो फिर क्या करे तेरे बिन कैसे जिए आँखों में प्यार लिए बोलो कहाँ कहाँ फिरे दर्द की महफिल सजा के फिर से तन्हा हो गया रात दिन बस हो रहा है नाम लेके तेरा तेरी नींद को सुन रहा हूँ तेरे ख्वाब में सो गया वफा तो हम भी हैं तुम भी हो हमें पता न चले जुदाई का मुझे गम भी है कोई ऐसी खता न करे करे तो फिर क्या करे तेरे बिन कैसे जिए आँखों में प्यार लिए बोलो कहाँ कहाँ फिरे सांस लेना भर ही यहाँ जीना नहीं है अब तो आदत सी है मुझको ऐसे जीने में संभल जा जरा फिर मोहब्बत करने चला है तू यही रुक जा जरा फिर मोहब्बत करने चला है वो लम्हे वो बातें कोई ना जाने कि कैसी रातें वो ऐसे ना जाओ पिया, ऐसे ना जाओ पिया, जुड़ी है राहें सब तुझसे। हंसता रहता हूँ तुझसे मिलकर क्यों आजकल बदले बदले मेरे तेवर क्यों आजकल। आंखें मेरी हर जगह ढूंढे तुझे बेवजह। ये मैं हूँ या कोई और है मेरी तरह। कभी शाम ढले तो मेरे दिल में आ जाना, ओ लगे गले तो मेरे दिल में आ जाना। मेरा घर जलाने वाले सुन मेरी, ओ तेरा घर जले तो मेरे दिल में आ जाना। किसी और को तू चाहे, किसी और को तू सोचे, इस दिल को नहीं ये गवारा है। और कितना शरारा है, कैसा अंगारा है, तेरी कृष्णगी ने मुझे मारा है। धरती कितने बदला तो दूर होनी है, मेरे वांगू भी मजबूर होनी है। सुन दी ता गल भी जरूर होनी है, सुन दी ता गल भी जरूर होनी है। आग सी खुलियां फिजावां विच जी, काश किते मिल जावे रावां विच जी। रब सी ओ मेरियां निगाहां विच जी, बन किसे चल दी